My own ideas are in a constant state of flux, and they're always changing as I learn new things. That's half the fun of my job. Also, in studying and writing about the possibility of a forgotten episode in human history, I rely to a great extent on the research of others. So as new breakthroughs are made or come to my attention, I try to take account of them. Where I referred to the Mayan calendar end date in previous editions of Fingerprints of the Gods, therefore, I now speak more broadly of the epoch of 2012, reflecting the new understanding brought by the work of John Major Jenkins and other scholars. Writing new books, rather than going back to tamper with books already written, is, however, my preferred way of integrating new material and of responding to criticisms. Accordingly, I also refer the listener to Underworld, 2002, which documents my 7 years of scuba diving along coastlines submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, and in particular to the sequel to Fingerprints of the Gods, which was published in 2015 and is entitled Magicians of the Gods. It is in Magicians that I explore most fully the implications of the new, more nuanced understanding of the astronomical basis of the Mayan calendar and of the meaning and implications of that end date of the 21st of December 2012, which was always only an indication date, roughly in the middle of an 80-year window that the Maya foresaw as one of danger and transformation, but also, ultimately, of rebirth. Still standing. What about Fingerprints of the Gods? Does it contain mistakes? Or worse still, was it a mistake? The answer to the first question is yes. Of course Fingerprints contains mistakes. That's because it's not a bank ledger or a balance sheet. It's a book of big ideas, written by a fallible human being. The answer to the second question is no. I'm proud of this book, and continue to stand by it, despite the unremitting hostility and criticisms of academics and their friends in the media. When I was writing in the early 1990s, I deliberately set out to take risks about history and prehistory, to explore uncharted territory, to question a priori assumptions, and to draw attention to areas of darkness and mystery in our understanding of the past. I wanted to stir up thinking and reinvigorate debate about a subject that seemed to have gone cold in the public imagination, the possibility of a lost civilization, and I realized that the only way to do this was not to write a safe book. Instead, I opted for a frontal assault on mainstream thinking, combined with passionate advocacy of an alternative view of history. I made a lot of enemies along the way, but I think the record shows this strategy of confrontation worked. Still stirring up controversy today, Fingerprint stands like a gladiator in the Colosseum. Although it is scarred and battered from many assaults, it is, I note, still standing, the essential prerequisite of survival in any ring. Chapter 1. A Map of Hidden Places. A letterhead. 8. Reconnaissance Technical Squadron, SAC, United States Air Force, Westover Air Force Base, Massachusetts, 6 July, 1960. Subject. Admiral Piri Reis, World Map. To Professor Charles H. Hapgood, Keene College, Keene, New Hampshire. Dear Professor Hapgood, your request for evaluation of certain unusual features of the Piri Reis World Map of 1513 by this organization has been reviewed. The claim that the lower part of the map portrays the Princess Martha coast of Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, and the Palmer Peninsula is reasonable. We find this is the most logical and in all probability the correct interpretation of the map. The geographical detail shown in the lower part of the map agrees very remarkably with the results of the seismic profile made across the top of the ice cap by the Swedish-British Antarctic expedition of 1949. This indicates the coastline had been mapped before it was covered by the ice cap. The ice cap in this region is now about a mile thick. We have no idea how the data on this map can be reconciled with the supposed state of geographical knowledge in 1513, signed Harold Z. Ohlmeyer, Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Air Force Commander. Despite the deadpan language, Ohlmeyer's letter is a bombshell. If Queen Maud Land was mapped before it was covered by ice, the original cartography must have been done an extraordinarily long time ago. How long ago exactly? Conventional wisdom has it that the Antarctic ice cap in its present extent and form is millions of years old. On closer examination, this notion turns out to be seriously flawed. So seriously that we need not assume the map drawn by Admiral Piri Reis depicts Queen Maud Land as it looked millions of years in the past. The best recent evidence suggests that Queen Maud Land and the neighbouring regions shown on the map passed through a long ice-free period which may not have come completely to an end until about 6,000 years ago. This evidence, which we shall touch upon again in the next chapter, liberates us from the burdensome task of explaining who or what had the technology to undertake an accurate geographical survey of Antarctica in, say, 2 million BC, long before our own species came into existence. By the same token, since map-making is a complex and civilized activity, it compels us to explain how such a task could have been accomplished even 6,000 years ago, well before the development of the first true civilizations recognized by historians. Ancient sources. In attempting that explanation, it is worth reminding ourselves of the basic historical and geological facts. 1. The Piri Reis map, which is a genuine document, not a hoax of any kind, was made at Constantinople in AD 1513. 2. It focuses on the western coast of Africa, the eastern coast of South America, and the northern coast of Antarctica. 3. Piri Reis could not have acquired his information on this latter region from contemporary explorers, because Antarctica remained undiscovered until AD 1818, more than 300 years after he drew the map. 4. The ice-free coast of Queen Maud Land shown in the map is a colossal puzzle, because the geological evidence confirms that the latest date it could have been surveyed and charted in an ice-free condition is 4000 BC. 5. It is not possible to pinpoint the earliest date that such a task could have been accomplished, but it seems that the Queen Maud Land littoral may have remained in a stable and glaciated condition for at least 9,000 years before the spreading ice cap swallowed it entirely. 6. There is no civilization known to history that had the capacity or need to survey that coastline in the relevant period between 13,000 BC and 4000 BC. In other words, the true enigma of this 1513 map is not so much its inclusion of a continent not discovered until 1818, but its portrayal of part of the coastline of that continent under ice-free conditions which came to an end 6,000 years ago and have not since recurred. How can this be explained? Piri Reis obligingly gives us the answer in a series of notes written in his own hand on the map itself. He tells us that he was not responsible for the original surveying and cartography. On the contrary, he admits that his role was merely that of compiler and copyist, and that the map was derived from a large number of source maps. Some of these had been drawn by contemporary or near-contemporary explorers, including Christopher Columbus, who had by then reached South America and the Caribbean, but others were documents dating back to the 4th century BC or earlier. Piri Reis did not venture any suggestion as to the identity of the cartographers who had produced the earlier maps. In 1963, however, Professor Hapgood proposed a novel and thought-provoking solution to the problem. He argued that some of the source maps the Admiral had made use of, in particular those said to date back to the 4th century BC, had themselves been based on even older sources, which in turn had been based on sources originating in the furthest antiquity. There was, he asserted, irrefutable evidence that the Earth had been comprehensively mapped before 4000 BC by a hitherto unknown and undiscovered civilization which had achieved a high level of technological advancement. It appears, he concluded, that accurate information has been passed down from people to people. It appears that the charts must have originated with a people unknown, and they were passed on perhaps by the Minoans and the Phoenicians, who were, for 1,000 years and more, the greatest sailors of the ancient world. We have evidence that they were collected and studied in the great library of Alexandria in Egypt, and that compilations of them were made by the geographers who worked there. From Alexandria, according to Hapgood's reconstruction, copies of these compilations and some of the original source maps were transferred to other centers of learning, notably Constantinople. Finally, when Constantinople was seized by the Venetians during the Fourth Crusade in 1204 AD, the maps began to find their way into the hands of European sailors and adventurers. Most of these maps were of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, but maps of other areas survived. These included maps of the Americas and maps of the Arctic and Antarctic Oceans. It becomes clear that the ancient voyagers traveled from pole to pole. Unbelievable as it may appear, the evidence nevertheless indicates that some ancient people explored Antarctica when its coasts were free of ice. It is clear, too, that they had an instrument of navigation for accurately determining longitudes that was far superior to anything possessed by the peoples of ancient, medieval, or modern times until the second half of the 18th century. This evidence of a lost technology will support and give credence to many of the other hypotheses that have been brought forward of a lost civilization in remote times. Scholars have been able to dismiss most of the evidence as mere myth, but here we have evidence that cannot be dismissed. The evidence requires that all the other evidence that has been brought forward in the past should be re-examined with an open mind. Despite a ringing endorsement from Albert Einstein, and despite the later admission of John Wright, president of the American Geographical Society, that Hapgood had posed hypotheses that cry aloud for further testing, no further scientific research has ever been undertaken into these anomalous early maps. Moreover, far from being applauded for making a serious new contribution to the debate about the antiquity of human civilization, Hapgood, until his death, was cold-shouldered by the majority of his professional peers, who couched their discussion of his work in what has accurately been described as thick and unwarranted sarcasm, selecting trivia and factors not subject to verification as the bases for condemnation, seeking in this way to avoid the basic issues. A man ahead of his time. The late Charles Hapgood taught the history of science at Keene College, New Hampshire, USA. He wasn't a geologist or an ancient historian. It is possible, however, that future generations will remember him as the man whose work undermined the foundations of world history and a large chunk of world geology as well. Albert Einstein was among the first to realize this when he took the unprecedented step of contributing the foreword to a book Hapgood wrote in 1953, some years before he began his investigation of the Piri Reis map. I frequently receive communications from people who wish to consult me concerning their unpublished ideas, Einstein observed. It goes without saying that these ideas are very seldom possessed of scientific validity. The very first communication, however, that I received from Mr. Hapgood electrified me. His idea is original, of great simplicity, and if it continues to prove itself, of great importance to everything that is related to the history of the Earth's surface. The idea, expressed in Hapgood's 1953 book, is a global geological theory which elegantly explains how and why large parts of Antarctica could have remained ice-free until 4000 BC, together with many other anomalies of Earth science. In brief, the argument is 1. Antarctica was not always covered with ice and was at one time much warmer than it is today. 2. It was warm because it was not physically located at the South Pole in that period. Instead, it was approximately 2,000 miles further north. This would have put it outside the Antarctic Circle, in a temperate or cold temperate climate. 3. The continent moved to its present position inside the Antarctic Circle as a result of a mechanism known as Earth crust displacement. This mechanism, in no sense to be confused with plate tectonics or continental drift, is one whereby the lithosphere, the whole outer crust of the Earth, may be displaced at times, moving over the soft inner body, much as the skin of an orange, if it were loose, might shift over the inner part of the orange, all in one piece. 4. During the envisaged southwards movement of Antarctica brought about by Earth crust displacement, the continent would gradually have grown colder, an ice cap forming and remorselessly expanding over several thousands of years, until it attained its present dimensions. We'll come to further details of the evidence supporting these radical proposals later in this book. Orthodox geologists, however, remain reluctant to accept Hapgood's theory, although none has succeeded in proving it incorrect. It raises many questions. Of these, by far the most important is, what conceivable mechanism would be able to exert sufficient thrust on the lithosphere to precipitate a phenomenon of such magnitude as a crustal displacement? We have no better guide than Einstein to summarize Hapgood's findings. In a polar region, there is continual deposition of ice, which is not symmetrically distributed about the pole. The Earth's rotation acts on these unsymmetrically deposited masses and produces centrifugal momentum that is transmitted to the rigid crust of the Earth. The constantly increasing centrifugal momentum produced in this way will, when it has reached a certain point, produce a movement of the Earth's crust over the rest of the Earth's body. The Piri Reis map seems to contain surprising collateral evidence in support of the thesis of a geologically recent glaciation of parts of Antarctica, following a sudden southward displacement of the Earth's crust. Moreover, since such a map could only have been drawn prior to 4000 BC, its implications for the history of human civilization are staggering. Prior to 4000 BC, there are supposed to have been no civilizations at all. At some risk of oversimplification, the academic consensus is broadly as follows. Civilization first developed in the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East. This development began after 4000 BC and culminated in the emergence of the earliest true civilizations, Sumer and Egypt around 3000 BC, soon followed by the Indus Valley and China. About 1,500 years later, civilization took off spontaneously and independently in the Americas. Since 3000 BC in the Old World, at about 1,500 BC in the New, civilization has steadily evolved in the direction of ever more refined, complex, and productive forms. In consequence, and particularly by comparison with ourselves, all ancient civilizations and all their works are to be understood as essentially primitive. The Sumerian astronomers regarded the heavens with unscientific awe, and even the pyramids of Egypt were built by, quote, technological primitives, unquote. The evidence of the Piri Reis map appears to contradict all this. Piri Reis and his sources. In his day, Piri Reis was a well-known figure. His historical identity is firmly established. An admiral in the navy of the Ottoman Turks, he was involved, often on the winning side, in numerous sea battles around the mid-16th century. He was, in addition, considered an expert on the lands of the Mediterranean, and was the author of a famous sailing book, the Kitab-i Bahriya, which provided a comprehensive description of the coasts, harbours, currents, shallows, landing places, bays and straits of the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. Despite this illustrious career, he fell foul of his masters and was beheaded in AD 1554 or 1555. The source maps Piri Reis used to draw up his 1513 map were in all probability lodged originally in the Imperial Library at Constantinople, to which the admiral is known to have enjoyed privileged access. These sources, which may have been transferred or copied from even more ancient centres of learning, no longer exist, or at any rate have not been found. It was, however, in the library of the old imperial palace at Constantinople that the Piri Reis map was rediscovered, painted on a gazelle skin, and rolled up on a dusty shelf as recently as 1929. Legacy of a lost civilization? As the baffled Olmeyer admitted in his letter to Hapgood in 1960, the Piri-Reis map depicts the subglacial topography, the true profile of Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, beneath the ice. This profile remained completely hidden from view from 4000 BC, when the advancing ice sheet covered it, until it was revealed again as a result of the comprehensive seismic survey of Queen Maud Land carried out during 1949 by a joint British-Swedish scientific reconnaissance team. If Piri-Reis had been the only cartographer with access to such anomalous information, it would be wrong to place any great weight on his map. At the most, one might say, perhaps it is significant, but then again, perhaps it is just a coincidence. However, the Turkish admiral was by no means alone in the possession of seemingly impossible and inexplicable geographical knowledge. It would be futile to speculate further than Hapgood has already done as to what underground stream could have carried and preserved such knowledge through the ages, transmitting fragments of it from culture to culture and from epoch to epoch. Whatever the mechanism, the fact is that a number of other cartographers seem to have been privy to the same curious secrets. Is it possible that all these mapmakers could have partaken, perhaps unknowingly, in the bountiful scientific legacy of a vanished civilization? Chapter 2. Rivers in the Southern Continent. In the Christmas recess of 1959-60, Charles Hapgood was looking for Antarctica in the reference room of the Library of Congress, Washington, D.C. For several consecutive weeks he worked there, lost in the search, surrounded by literally hundreds of medieval maps and charts. I found, he reported, many fascinating things I had not expected to find, and a number of charts showing the southern continent. Then one day I turned a page and sat transfixed. As my eyes fell upon the southern hemisphere of a world map drawn by Orontius Phineas in 1531, I had the instant conviction that I had found here a truly authentic map of the real Antarctica. The general shape of the continent was startlingly like the outline of the continent on our modern maps. The position of the South Pole, nearly in the center of the continent, seemed about right. The mountain ranges that skirted the coasts suggested the numerous ranges that had been discovered in Antarctica in recent years. It was obvious, too, that this was no slapdash creation of somebody's imagination. The mountain ranges were individualized, some definitely coastal and some not. From most of them, rivers were shown flowing into the sea, following in every case what looked like very natural and very convincing drainage patterns. This suggested, of course, that the coasts may have been ice-free when the original map was drawn. The deep interior, however, was free entirely of rivers and mountains, suggesting that the ice might have been present there. Closer investigation of the Orontius Phineas map by Hapgood and by Dr. Richard Strachan of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology confirmed the following. 1. It had been copied and compiled from several earlier source maps, drawn up according to a number of different projections. 2. It did indeed show non-glacial conditions in coastal regions of Antarctica, notably Queen Maud Land, Enderby Land, Wilkes Land, Victoria Land, the east coast of the Ross Sea, and Mary Bird Land. As in the case of the Piri-Reis map, the general profile of the terrain and the visible physical features matched closely seismic survey maps of the subglacial land surfaces of Antarctica. The Orontius Phineas map, Hapgood concluded, appeared to document the surprising proposition that Antarctica was visited, and perhaps settled by men when it was largely, if not entirely, unglaciated. It goes without saying that this implies a very great antiquity. Indeed, the Orontius Phineas map takes the civilization of the original map makers back to a time contemporary with the end of the last ice age in the northern hemisphere. Ross Sea. Further evidence in support of this view arises from the manner in which the Ross Sea was shown by Orontius Phineas. Where today great glaciers like the Beardmore and the Scott disgorge themselves into the sea, the 1531 map shows estuaries, broad inlets and indications of rivers. The unmistakable implication of these features is that there was no ice on the Ross Sea or its coasts when the source maps used by Orontius Phineas were made. There also had to be a considerable hinterland free of ice to feed the rivers. At the present time, all these coasts and their hinterlands are deeply buried in a mile-thick ice cap, while on the Ross Sea itself there is a floating ice shelf hundreds of feet thick. The Ross Sea evidence provides strong corroboration for the notion that Antarctica must have been mapped by some unknown civilization during the extensively ice-free period which ended around 4000 BC. This is emphasized by the coring tubes used in 1949 by one of the Byrd Antarctic expeditions to take samples of sediment from the bottom of the Ross Sea. The sediments showed numerous clearly demarcated layers of stratification reflecting different environmental conditions in different epochs: coarse glacial marine, medium glacial marine, fine glacial marine, and so on. The most surprising discovery, however, was that a number of the layers were formed of fine-grained, well-assorted sediments, such as are brought down to the sea by rivers flowing from temperate, that is, ice-free lands. Using the Ionian dating method developed by Dr. W.D. Urey, which makes use of 3 different radioactive elements found in seawater, researchers at the Carnegie Institute in Washington, D.C. were able to establish beyond any reasonable doubt that great rivers carrying fine-grained, well-assorted sediments had indeed flowed in Antarctica until about 6,000 years ago, as the Orontius Phineas map showed. It was only after that date, around 4000 B.C., that the glacial kind of sediment began to be deposited on the Ross Sea bottom. The cores indicate that warm conditions had prevailed for a long period before that. Mercator and Bouache. The Piri-Reis and Orontius Phineas maps therefore provide us with a glimpse of Antarctica, as no cartographer in historical times could possibly have seen it. On their own, of course, these 2 pieces of evidence should not be sufficient to persuade us that we might be gazing at the fingerprints of a lost civilization. Can 3 or 4 or 6 such maps, however, be dismissed with equal justification? Is it safe or reasonable, for example, for us to continue to ignore the historical implications of some of the maps made by the 16th century's most famous cartographer, Gerald Kramer, otherwise known as Mercator? Best remembered for the Mercator projection, still used on most world maps today, this enigmatic individual, who paid an unexplained visit to the Great Pyramid of Egypt in 1563, was reportedly indefatigable in searching out the learning of long ago, and spent many years diligently accumulating a vast and eclectic reference library of ancient source maps. Significantly, Mercator included the Orontius Phineas map in his Atlas of 1569, and also depicted the Antarctic on several he himself drew in the same year. Identifiable parts of the then undiscovered southern continent on these maps are Cape Dart and Cape Herlacher in Mary Bird Land, the Amundsen Sea, Thurston Island in Ellsworth Land, the Fletcher Islands in the Bellinghausen Sea, Alexander I Island, the Antarctic Palmer Peninsula, the Weddell Sea, Cape Norvegia, the Regular Range in Queen Maud Land as islands, the Mulik-Hoffman Mountains as islands, the Prince Harold Coast, the Shirase Glacier as an estuary on Prince Harold Coast, Padda Island in the Lutzow-Holm Bay, and the Prince Olaf Coast in Enderby Land. In some cases, these features are more distinctly recognizable than on the Orontius Phineas map, observed Hapgood, and it seems clear in general that Mercator had at his disposal source maps other than those used by Orontius Phineas. And not only Mercator. Philippe Bouache, the 18th century French geographer, was also able to publish a map of Antarctica long before the southern continent was officially discovered. And the extraordinary feature of Bouache's map is that it seems to have been based on source maps made earlier, perhaps thousands of years earlier, than those used by Orontius Phineas and Mercator. What Buache gives us is an eerily precise representation of Antarctica as it must have looked when there was no ice on it at all. His map reveals the subglacial topography of the entire continent, which even we did not have full knowledge of until 1958, International Geophysical Year, when a comprehensive seismic survey was carried out. That survey only confirmed what Buache had already proclaimed when he published his map of Antarctica in 1737. Basing his cartography on ancient sources now lost, the French academician depicted a clear waterway across the southern continent, dividing it into two principal landmasses lying east and west of the line now marked by the Transantarctic Mountains. Such a waterway, connecting the Ross, Weddell and Bellinghausen seas, would indeed exist if Antarctica were free of ice. As the 1958 IGY survey shows, the continent, which appears on modern maps as one continuous landmass, consists of an archipelago of large islands, with mile-thick ice packed between them and rising above sea level. The epoch of the mapmakers. As we have seen, many orthodox geologists believe that the last time any waterway existed in these ice-filled basins was millions of years ago. From the scholarly point of view, however, it is equally orthodox to affirm that no human beings had evolved in those remote times, let alone human beings capable of accurately mapping the landmasses of the Antarctic. The big problem raised by the Buache IGY evidence is that those landmasses do seem to have been mapped when they were free of ice. This confronts scholars with two mutually contradictory propositions. Which one is correct? If we're to go along with orthodox geologists and accept that millions of years have indeed elapsed since Antarctica was last completely free of ice, then all the evidence of human evolution, painstakingly accumulated by distinguished scientists from Darwin on, must be wrong. It seems inconceivable that this could be the case. The fossil record makes it abundantly clear that only the unevolved ancestors of humanity existed millions of years ago, low-browed, knuckle-dragging hominids incapable of advanced intellectual tasks like map-making. Are we therefore to assume the intervention of alien cartographers in orbiting spaceships to explain the existence of sophisticated maps of an ice-free Antarctica? Or shall we think again about the implications of Hapgood's theory of Earth crust displacement, which allows the southern continent to have been in the ice-free condition depicted by Buache as little as 15,000 years ago? Is it possible that a human civilization, sufficiently advanced to have mapped Antarctica, could have developed by 13,000 BC and later disappeared? And if so, how much later? The combined effect of the Piri Reis, Orontius Phineas, Mercator, and Buache maps is the strong, though disturbing impression that Antarctica may have been continuously surveyed over a period of several thousands of years as the ice cap gradually spread outwards from the interior, increasing its grip with every passing millennium, but not engulfing all the coast of the southern continent until around 4000 BC. The original sources for the Piri Reis and Mercator maps must therefore have been prepared towards the end of this period when only the coasts of Antarctica were free of ice. The source for the Orontius Phineas map, on the other hand, seems to have been considerably earlier, when the ice cap was present only in the deep interior of the continent. And the source for the Buache map appears to originate in an even earlier period, around 13,000 BC, when there was no ice in Antarctica at all. South America. Were other parts of the world surveyed and accurately charted at widely separated intervals during the same epoch, roughly from 13,000 BC to 4000 BC? The answer may lie once again in the Piri Reis map, which contains more mysteries than just Antarctica. Drawn in 1513, the map demonstrates an uncanny knowledge of South America, and not only of its eastern coast, but of the Andes Mountains on the western side of the continent, which were of course unknown at that time. The map correctly shows the Amazon River rising in these unexplored mountains, and thence flowing eastwards. Itself compiled from more than 20 different source documents of varying antiquity, the Piri Reis map depicts the Amazon not once, but twice, most probably as a result of the unintentional overlapping of two of the source documents used by the Turkish admiral. In the first of these, the Amazon's course is shown down to its Para River mouth, but the important island of Marajo does not appear. According to Hapgood, this suggests that the relevant source map must have dated from a time, perhaps as much as 15,000 years ago, when the Para River was the main or only mouth of the Amazon, and when Marajo Island was part of the mainland on the northern side of the river. The second depiction of the Amazon, on the other hand, does show Marajo, and in fantastically accurate detail, despite the fact that this island was not discovered until 1543. Again, the possibility is raised of an unknown civilization, which undertook continuous surveying and mapping operations of the changing face of the earth over a period of many thousands of years, with Piri Reis making use of earlier and later source maps left behind by this civilization. Neither the Orinoco River nor its present delta is represented on the Piri Reis map. Instead, as Hapgood proved, two estuaries extending far inland for a distance of about 100 miles are shown close to the site of the present river. The longitude on the grid would be correct for the Orinoco, and the latitude is also quite accurate. Is it possible that these estuaries have been filled in, and the delta extended this much since the source maps were made? Although they remained undiscovered until 1592, the Falkland Islands appear on the 1513 map at their correct latitude. The library of ancient sources incorporated in the Piri Reis map may also account for the fact that it convincingly portrays a large island in the Atlantic Ocean to the east of the South American coast, where no such island now exists. Is it pure coincidence that this imaginary island turns out to be located right over the suboceanic mid-Atlantic ridge, just north of the equator and 700 miles east of the coast of Brazil, where the tiny rocks of Saints Peter and Paul now jut above the waves? Or was the relevant source map drawn deep in the last ice age, when sea levels were far lower than they are today, and a large island could indeed have been exposed at this spot? Sea levels and ice ages. Other 16th century maps also look as though they could have been based on accurate world surveys conducted during the last ice age. One was compiled by the Turk Haji Ahmed in 1559, a cartographer as Hapgood puts it, who must have had access to some most extraordinary source maps. The strangest and most immediately striking feature of Haji Ahmed's compilation is that it shows quite plainly a strip of territory almost 1,000 miles wide, connecting Alaska and Siberia. Such a land bridge, as geologists refer to it, did once exist where the Bering Strait is now, but was submerged beneath the waves by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. The rising sea levels were caused by the tumultuous melting of the ice cap, which was rapidly retreating everywhere in the northern hemisphere by around 10,000 BC. It is therefore interesting that at least one ancient map appears to show southern Sweden covered with remnant glaciers of the kind that must indeed have been prevalent in these latitudes. The remnant glaciers are on Claudius Ptolemy's famous map of the north. Originally compiled in the 2nd century AD, this remarkable work from the last great geographer of classical antiquity was lost for hundreds of years and rediscovered in the 15th century. Ptolemy was custodian of the library at Alexandria, which contained the greatest manuscript collection of ancient times, and it was there that he consulted the archaic source documents that enabled him to compile his own map. Acceptance of the possibility that the original version of at least one of the charts he referred to could have been made around 10,000 BC helps us to explain why he shows glaciers, characteristic of that exact epoch, together with lakes suggesting the shapes of present-day lakes, and streams very much suggesting glacial streams flowing from the glaciers into the lakes. It is probably unnecessary to add that no one on Earth in Roman times, when Ptolemy drew his map, had the slightest suspicion that ice ages could once have existed in northern Europe, nor did anyone in the 15th century, when the map was rediscovered, possess such knowledge. Indeed, it is impossible to see how the remnant glaciers and other features shown on Ptolemy's map could have been surveyed, imagined, or invented by any known civilization prior to our own. The implications of this are obvious. So too are the implications of another map, the Portolano of Yehudi ibn Benzara, drawn in the year 1487. This chart of Europe and North Africa may have been based on a source even earlier than Ptolemy's, for it seems to show glaciers much further south than Sweden, roughly on the same latitude as England in fact, and to depict the Mediterranean, Adriatic, and Aegean seas as they might have looked before the melting of the European ice cap. Sea level would of course have been significantly lower than it is today. It's therefore interesting, in the case for instance of the Aegean section of the map, to note that a great many more islands are shown than currently exist. At first sight, this seems odd. However, if 10 or 12,000 years have indeed elapsed since the era when Ibn Benzara's source map was made, the discrepancy can be simply explained. The missing islands must have been submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Once again, we seem to be looking at the fingerprints of a vanished civilization, one capable of drawing impressively accurate maps of widely separated parts of the Earth. What kind of technology, and what state of science and culture would have been required to do a job like that? Chapter 3. Fingerprints of a Lost Science. We saw that the Mercator world map of 1569 included an accurate portrayal of the coasts of Antarctica as they would have looked thousands of years ago when they were free of ice. Interestingly enough, this same map is considerably less accurate in its portrayal of another region, the west coast of South America, than an earlier 1538 map, also drawn by Mercator. The reason for this appears to be that the 16th century geographer based the earlier map on the ancient sources, which we know he had at his disposal, whereas for the later map, he relied upon the observations and measurements of the first Spanish explorers of western South America. Since those explorers had supposedly brought the latest information back to Europe, Mercator can hardly be blamed for following them. In so doing, the accuracy of his work declined. Instruments capable of finding longitude did not exist in 1569, but appear to have been used to prepare the ancient source documents Mercator consulted to produce his 1538 map. The mysteries of longitude. Let us consider the problem of longitude, defined as the distance in degrees east or west of the prime meridian. The current internationally accepted prime meridian is an imaginary curve drawn from the North Pole to the South Pole, passing through the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, London. Greenwich therefore stands at 0 degrees longitude, while New York, for example, stands at 74 degrees west, and Canberra, Australia, at roughly 150 degrees east. It would be possible to write an elaborate explanation of longitude and of what needs to be done to fix it precisely for any given point on the Earth's surface. What we're concerned with here, however, is not so much technical detail as the accepted historical facts about humanity's growing knowledge of the mysteries of longitude. Among these facts, this is the most important. Until a breakthrough invention in the 18th century, cartographers and navigators were unable to fix longitude with any kind of precision. They could only make guesses, which were usually inaccurate by many hundreds of miles, because the technology had not yet been developed to allow them to do the job properly. Latitude north or south of the equator did not pose such a problem. It could be worked out by means of angular measurements of the sun and stars, taken with relatively simple instruments. But to find longitude, equipment of an altogether different and superior caliber was needed, which could combine position measurements with time measurements. Throughout the span of known history, the invention of such equipment had remained beyond the capacities of scientists, but by the beginning of the 18th century, with rapidly increasing sea traffic, a mood of impatience and urgency had set in. In the words of an authority on the period, the search for longitude overshadowed the life of every man afloat, and the safety of every ship and cargo. Accurate measurement seemed an impossible dream, and discovering the longitude had become a stock phrase in the press like, pigs might fly. What was needed, above all else, was an instrument that would keep the time at the place of departure with perfect accuracy during long sea journeys, despite the motion of the ship, and despite the adverse conditions of alternating heat and cold, wet and dry. Such a watch, as Isaac Newton told the members of the British government's official board of longitude in 1714, had not yet been made. Indeed not. The timepieces of the 17th and early 18th centuries were crude devices, which typically lost or gained as much as a quarter of an hour per day. By contrast, an effective marine chronometer could afford to lose or gain that much only over several years. It was not until the 1720s that the talented English clockmaker John Harrison began work on the first of a series of designs which resulted in the manufacture of such a chronometer. His objective was to win the prize of £20,000 offered by the Board of Longitude for the inventor of any means of determining a ship's longitude within 30 nautical miles at the end of a 6 weeks voyage. A chronometer capable of fulfilling this condition would have to keep time to within 3 seconds per day. It took almost 40 years, during which several prototypes were completed and tested, before Harrison was able to meet these standards. Finally, in 1761, his elegant chronometer number 4 left Britain on board HMS Deptford, bound for Jamaica, accompanied by Harrison's son William. 9 days into the voyage, on the basis of longitude calculations made possible by the chronometer, William advised the captain that they would sight the Madeira Islands the following morning. The captain offered 5 to 1 that he was wrong, but agreed to hold the course. William won the bet. 2 months later, at Jamaica, the instrument was found to have lost just 5 seconds. Harrison had surpassed the conditions set by the Board of Longitude. Thanks to the British government's bureaucratic dithering, however, he was not awarded the £20,000 prize money until 3 years before his death in 1776. Understandably, it was only when he had the funds in his hands that he divulged the secrets of his design. As a result of this delay, Captain James Cook did not have the benefit of a chronometer when he made his first voyage of discovery in 1768. By the time of his third voyage, however, 1778-9, he was able to map the Pacific with impressive accuracy, fixing not only the correct latitude, but the correct longitude of every island and coastline. Henceforward, thanks to Cook's care and Harrison's chronometer, no navigator could have an excuse for failing to find a Pacific island or for being wrecked on a coastline appearing from nowhere. Indeed, with their accurate longitudes, Cook's Pacific maps must be ranked amongst the very first examples of the precise cartography of our modern era. They remind us, moreover, that the making of really good maps requires at least 3 key ingredients: great journeys of discovery, first-class mathematical and cartographic skills, sophisticated chronometers. It was not until Harrison's chronometer became generally available in the 1770s that the third of these preconditions was fulfilled. This brilliant invention made it possible for cartographers to fix longitude precisely, something that the Sumerians, the ancient Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Romans, and indeed all other known civilizations before the 18th century, were supposedly unable to do. It is therefore surprising and unsettling to come across vastly older maps which give latitudes and longitudes with modern precision. Precision instruments. These inexplicably precise latitudes and longitudes are found in the same general category of documents that contain the advanced geographical knowledge I've outlined. The Piri-Reis map of 1513, for example, places South America and Africa in the correct relative longitudes, theoretically an impossible feat for the science of the time. But Piri-Reis was candid in admitting that his map was based on far earlier sources. Could it have been from one of those sources that he derived his accurate longitudes? Also of great interest is the so-called Dulcet Portolano of AD 1339, which focuses on Europe and North Africa. Here, latitude is perfect across huge distances, and the total longitude of the Mediterranean and Black Seas is correct to within half a degree. Professor Hapgood comments that the maker of the original source map from which the Dulcet Portolano was copied had achieved highly scientific accuracy in finding the ratio of latitude to longitude. He could only have done this if he had precise information on the relative longitudes of a great many places, scattered all the way from Galway and Ireland to the eastern bend of the Don in Russia. The Zeno map of AD 1380 is another enigma. Covering a vast area of the north as far as Greenland, it locates a great many widely scattered places at latitudes and longitudes which are amazingly correct. It is unbelievable, asserts Hapgood, that anyone in the 14th century could have found accurate latitudes for these places, to say nothing of accurate longitudes. The Orontius Phineas world map also commands attention. It successfully places the coasts of Antarctica in correct latitudes and relative longitudes, and finds a remarkably accurate area for the continent as a whole. This reflects a level of geographical knowledge not available until the 20th century. The Portolano of Yehudi ibn Benzara is another map notable for its accuracy, where relative latitudes and longitudes are concerned. Total longitude between Gibraltar and the Sea of Azov is accurate to half a degree, while across the map as a whole, average areas of longitude are less than a degree. These examples represent only a small fraction of the large and challenging dossier of evidence presented by Hapgood. Layer upon layer, the cumulative effect of his painstaking and detailed analysis is to suggest that we are deluding ourselves when we suppose that accurate instruments for measuring longitude were not invented until the 18th century. On the contrary, the Piri-Reis and other maps appear to indicate very strongly that such instruments were rediscovered then, that they had existed long ages before, and had been used by a civilized people, now lost to history, who had explored and charted the entire Earth. Furthermore, it seems that these people were capable not only of designing and manufacturing precise and technically advanced mechanical instruments, but were masters of a precocious mathematical science. The lost mathematicians. To understand why, we should first remind ourselves of the obvious. The Earth is a sphere. When it comes to mapping it, therefore, only a globe can represent it in correct proportion. Transferring cartographic data from a globe to flat sheets of paper inevitably involves distortions, and can be accomplished only by means of an artificial and complex mechanical and mathematical device known as a map projection. There are many different kinds of projection. Mercators, still used in atlases today, is perhaps the most familiar. Others are dauntingly referred to as azimuthal, stereographic, mnemonic, azimuthal equidistant, cordiform, and so on, but it's unnecessary to go into this any further here. We need only note that all successful projections require the use of sophisticated mathematical techniques of a kind supposedly unknown in the ancient world, particularly in the deepest antiquity, before 4000 BC, when there was allegedly no human civilization at all, let alone one capable of developing and using advanced mathematics and geometry. Charles Hapgood submitted his collection of ancient maps to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for evaluation by Professor Richard Strachan. The general conclusion was obvious, but he wanted to know precisely what level of mathematics would have been required to draw up the original source documents. On 18 April 1965, Strachan replied that a very high level of mathematics indeed would have been necessary. Some of the maps, for example, seem to express a Mercator-type projection, long before the time of Mercator himself. The relative complexity of this projection, involving latitude expansion, meant that a trigonometric coordinate transformation method must have been used. Other reasons for deducing that the ancient mapmakers must have been skilled mathematicians were as follows. 1. The determination of place locations on a continent requires at least geometric triangulation methods. Over large distances, of the order of 1,000 miles, corrections must be made for the curvature of the Earth, which requires some understanding of spherical trigonometry. 2. The location of continents with respect to one another requires an understanding of the Earth's sphericity and the use of spherical trigonometry. 3. Cultures with this knowledge, plus the precision instruments to make the required measurements to determine location, would most certainly use their mathematical technology in creating maps and charts. Strachan's impression that the maps, through generations of copyists, revealed the handiwork of an ancient, mysterious, and technologically advanced civilization, was shared by reconnaissance experts from the US Air Force, to whom Hapgood submitted the evidence. Lorenzo Burrows, chief of the 8th Reconnaissance Technical Squadron's cartographic section at Westover Air Base, made a particularly close study of the Orontius Phineas map. He concluded that some of the sources upon which it was based must have been drawn up by means of a projection similar to the modern cordiform projection. This, said Burrows, suggests the use of advanced mathematics. Further, the shape given to the Antarctic continent suggests the possibility, if not the probability, that the original source maps were compiled on a stereographic or mnemonic type of projection involving the use of spherical trigonometry. We are convinced that the findings made by you and your associates are valid, and that they raise extremely important questions affecting geology and ancient history. Hapgood was to make one more important discovery, a Chinese map copied from an earlier original onto a stone pillar in AD 1137. This map incorporates precisely the same kind of high-quality information about longitudes as the others. It has a similar grid, and was drawn up with the benefit of spherical trigonometry. Indeed, on close examination, it shares so many features with the European and Middle Eastern maps that only one explanation seems adequate. It, and they, must have stemmed from a common source. We seem to be confronted, once again, by a surviving fragment of the scientific knowledge of a lost civilization. More than that, it appears that this civilization must have been at least in some respects as advanced as our own, and that its cartographers had mapped virtually the entire globe with a uniform general level of technology, with similar methods, equal knowledge of mathematics, and probably the same sorts of instruments. The Chinese map also indicates something else. A global legacy must have been handed down, a legacy of inestimable value, in all probability incorporating much more than sophisticated geographical knowledge. Could it have been some portion of this legacy that was distributed in prehistoric Peru by the so-called Viracochas, mysterious, bearded strangers said to have come from across the seas in a time of darkness to restore civilization after a great upheaval of the earth? I decided to go to Peru to see what I could find. Part 2. Foam of the Sea, Peru and Bolivia. Chapter 4. Flight of the Condor. I'm in southern Peru, flying over the Nazca lines. Below me, after the whale and the monkey, the hummingbird comes into view, flutters and unfolds her wings, stretches forward her delicate beak towards some imaginary flower. Then we turn hard right, pursued by our own tiny shadow, as we cross the bleak scar of the Pan American Highway, and follow a trajectory that brings us over the fabulous snake-necked Alcatraz, a heron 900 feet long, conceived in the mind of a master geometer. We circle around, cross the highway for a second time, pass an astonishing arrangement of fish and triangles laid out beside a pelican, turn left and find ourselves floating over the sublime image of a giant condor with feathers extended in stylized flight. Just as I try to catch my breath, another condor, almost close enough to touch, materializes out of nowhere, a real condor this time, haughty as a fallen angel, riding a thermal back to heaven. My pilot gasps and tries to follow him. For a moment I catch a glimpse of a bright, dispassionate eye that seems to weigh us up and find us wanting. Then, like a vision from some ancient myth, the creature banks and glides contemptuously backwards into the sun, leaving our single-engine Cessna floundering in the lower air. Below us now, there's a pair of parallel lines, almost 2 miles long, arrow straight, all the way to vanishing point. And there, off to the right, a series of abstract shapes on a scale so vast, and yet so precisely executed, that it seems inconceivable they could have been the work of men. The people around here say that they were not the work of men, but of demigods, the Viracochas, who also left their fingerprints elsewhere in the Andean region many thousands of years ago. The riddle of the lines. The Nazca Plateau in southern Peru is a desolate place, sere and unwelcoming, barren and profitless. Human populations have never concentrated here, nor will they do so in the future. The surface of the moon seems hardly less hospitable. If you happen to be an artist with grand designs, however, these high and daunting plains look like a very promising canvas, with 200 square miles of uninterrupted tableland, and the certainty that your masterwork won't be carried away on the desert breeze or covered by drifting sand. It's true that high winds do blow here, but by a happy accident of physics, they are robbed of their sting at ground level. The pebbles that litter the pampa absorb and retain the sun's heat, throwing up a protective force field of warm air. In addition, the soil contains enough gypsum to glue small stones to the subsurface, an adhesive regularly renewed by the moistening effect of early morning dews. Once things are drawn here, therefore, they tend to stay drawn. There's hardly any rain. Indeed, with less than half an hour of miserly drizzle every decade, Nazca is among the driest places on Earth. If you're an artist, therefore, if you have something grand and important to express, and if you want it to be visible forever, these strange and lonely flatlands could look like the answer to your prayers. Experts have pronounced upon the antiquity of Nazca, basing their opinions on fragments of pottery found embedded in the lines, and on radiocarbon results from various organic remains unearthed here. The dates conjectured range between 350 BC and AD 600. Realistically, they tell us nothing about the age of the lines themselves, which are inherently as undateable as the stones cleared to make them. All we can say for sure is that the most recent are at least 1,400 years old, but it is theoretically possible that they could be far more ancient than that, for the simple reason that the artifacts from which such dates are derived could have been brought to Nazca by later peoples. The majority of the designs are spread out across a clearly defined area of southern Peru, bounded by the Rio Ingenio to the north and the Rio Nazca to the south, a roughly square canvas of dun-colored desert with 46 kilometers of the Pan American Highway running obliquely through it from top center to bottom right. Here, scattered apparently at random, are literally hundreds of different figures. Some depict animals and birds, a total of 18 different birds, but far more take the form of geometrical devices, in the form of trapezoids, rectangles, triangles, and straight lines. Viewed from above, these latter resemble to the modern eye a jumble of runways, as though some megalomaniac civil engineer had been licensed to act out his most flamboyant fantasies of airfield design. It therefore comes as no surprise, since humans are not supposed to have been able to fly until the beginning of the 20th century, that the Nazca lines have been identified by a number of observers as landing strips for alien spaceships. This is a seductive notion, but Nazca is perhaps not the best place to seek evidence for it. For example, it is difficult to understand why extraterrestrials advanced enough to have crossed hundreds of light years of interstellar space should have needed landing strips at all. Surely such beings would have mastered the technology of setting their flying saucers down vertically. Besides, there's really no question of the Nazca lines ever having been used as runways by flying saucers or anything else, although some of them look like that from above. Viewed at ground level, they are little more than grazes on the surface, made by scraping away thousands of tons of black volcanic pebbles to expose the desert's paler base of yellow sand and clay. None of the cleared areas is more than a few inches deep, and all are much too soft to have permitted the landing of wheeled flying vehicles. The German mathematician Maria Ricci, who devoted half a century to the study of the lines, was only being logical when she dismissed the extraterrestrial theory with a single pithy sentence a few years ago. I'm afraid the spacemen would have gotten stuck. If not runways for the chariots of alien gods, therefore, what else might the Nazca lines be? The truth is that no one knows their purpose, just as no one really knows their age. They are a genuine mystery of the past, and the closer you look at them, the more baffling they become. It's clear, for example, that the animals and birds antedate the geometry of the runways, because many of the trapezoids, rectangles, and straight lines bisect and thus partially obliterate the more complex figures. The obvious deduction is that the final artwork of the desert as we view it today must have been produced in 2 phases. Moreover, though it seems contrary to the normal laws of technical progress, we must concede that the earlier of the 2 phases was the more advanced. The execution of the zoomorphic figures called for far higher levels of skill and technology than the etching of the straight lines. But how widely separated in time were the earlier and later artists? Scholars do not address themselves to this question. Instead, they lump both cultures together as the Nazcans and depict them as primitive tribesmen who unaccountably developed sophisticated techniques of artistic self-expression and then vanished from the Peruvian scene many hundreds of years before the appearance of their better-known successors, the Incas. How sophisticated were these Nazcan primitives? What kind of knowledge must they have possessed to inscribe their gigantic signatures on the plateau? It seems for a start that they were pretty good observational astronomers, at least according to Dr. Phyllis Pitluga, an astronomer with the Adler Planetarium in Chicago. After making an intensive computer-aided study of stellar alignments at Nazca, she has concluded that the famous spider figure was devised as a terrestrial diagram of the giant constellation of Orion, and that the arrow straight lines linked to the figure appear to have been set out to track through the ages the changing declinations of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. The real significance of Dr. Pitluga's discovery will become apparent in due course. Meanwhile, let us note that the Nazca spider also accurately depicts a member of a known spider genus, Riccinulae. This, as it happens, is one of the rarest spider genera in the world. So rare indeed that it has only been found in remote and inaccessible parts of the Amazon rainforest. How did the supposedly primitive Nazcan artists travel so far from their homeland, crossing the formidable barrier of the Andes, to obtain a specimen? More to the point, why should they have wanted to do such a thing? And how were they able to duplicate minute details of Riccinulae's anatomy, normally visible only under a microscope, notably the reproductive organ, positioned on the end of its extended right leg? Such mysteries multiply at Nazca, and none of the designs, except perhaps the condor, really seem quite at home here. The whale and the monkey are, after all, as out of place in this desert environment as the Amazonian spider. A curious figure of a man, his right arm raised as though in greeting, heavy boots on his feet and round eyes staring owlishly forward, cannot be said to belong to any known era or culture. And other drawings depicting the human form are equally peculiar, their heads enclosed in halos of radiance. They do indeed look like visitors from another planet. Their sheer size is equally noteworthy and bizarre. The hummingbird is 165 feet long, the spider 150 feet long, the condor stretches nearly 400 feet from beak to tail feathers, as does the pelican, and a lizard, whose tail is now divided by the Pan-American Highway, is 617 feet in length. Almost every design is executed on the same cyclopean scale and in the same difficult manner by the careful contouring of a single, continuous line. Similar attention to detail is to be found in the geometrical devices. Some of these take the form of straight lines more than 5 miles long, marching like Roman roads across the desert, dropping into dried-out riverbeds, surmounting rocky outcrops, and never once deviating from true. This kind of precision is hard, but not impossible to explain in conventional, common-sense terms. More puzzling by far are the zoomorphic figures. How could they have been so perfectly made when, without aircraft, their creators could not have checked the progress of their work by viewing it in its proper perspective? None of the designs is small enough to be seen from ground level, where they appear merely as a series of shapeless ruts in the desert. They show their true form only when seen from an altitude of several hundred feet. There is no elevation nearby that provides such a vantage point. Line makers, map makers. I'm flying over the lines, trying to make sense of it all. My pilot is Rodolfo Arias, lately of the Peruvian Air Force. After a career in jet fighters, he finds the little Cessna slow and uninspiring, and treats it like a taxi with wings. Once already, we've been back to the airstrip at Nazca to remove a window so that my partner Santa can point her cameras vertically down at the alluring glyphs. Now we're experimenting with the view from different altitudes. At a couple of hundred feet above the plane, Riccinulae, the Amazonian spider, looks like he's going to rear up and snatch us in his jaws. At 500 feet, we can see several of the figures at once. A dog, a tree, a weird pair of hands, the condor, and some of the triangles and trapezoids. When we ascend to 1,500 feet, the zoomorphs, hitherto predominant, are revealed merely as small scattered units, surrounded by an astonishing scribble of vast geometric forms. These forms now look less like runways, and more like pathways made by giants. Pathways that crisscross the plateau in what seems at first a bewildering variety of shapes, angles, and sizes. As the ground continues to recede, however, and as the widening perspective on the lines permits more of an eagle's eye view, I begin to wonder whether there might not, after all, be some method to the cuneiform slashes and scratches spread out below me. I'm reminded of an observation made by Maria Reike, the mathematician who has lived at Nazca and studied the lines since 1946. In her view, the geometric drawings give the impression of a cipher script, in which the same words are sometimes written in huge letters, at another time in minute characters. There are line arrangements which appear in a great variety of size categories, together with very similar shapes. All the drawings are composed of a certain number of basic elements. As the Cessna bumps and heaves across the heavens, I also remember it is no accident that the Nazca lines were only properly identified in the 20th century, after the era of flight had begun. In the late 16th century, a magistrate named Luis de Monzon was the first Spanish traveller to bring back eyewitness reports concerning these mysterious marks on the desert, and to collect the strange local traditions that linked them to the Viracochas. However, until commercial airlines began to operate regularly between Lima and Arequipa in the 1930s, no one seems to have grasped that the largest piece of graphic art in the world lay here in southern Peru. It was the development of aviation that made the difference, giving men and women the godlike ability to take to the skies and see beautiful and puzzling things that had hitherto been hidden from them. Rodolfo is steering the Cessna in a gentle circle over the figure of the monkey, a big monkey tied in a riddle of geometric forms. It's not easy to describe the eerie, hypnotic feeling this design gives me. It's very complicated and absorbing to look at, and slightly sinister in an abstract, indefinable way. The monkey's body is defined by a continuous unbroken line, and without ever being interrupted, this same line winds upstairs, over pyramids, into a series of zigzags, through a spiral labyrinth, the tail, and then back around a number of stair-like hairpin bends. It would be a real tour de force of draftsmanship and artistic skill on a sheet of notepaper. But this is the Nazca Desert, where they do things on a grand scale, and the monkey is at least 400 feet long and 300 feet wide. Were the line makers map makers too? And why were they called the Viracochas? Chapter 5. The Inca Trail to the Past. No artifacts or monuments, no cities or temples, have endured in recognizable form for longer than the most resilient religious traditions. Whether expressed in the pyramid texts of ancient Egypt, or the Hebrew Bible, or the Vedas, such traditions are among the most imperishable of all human creations. They are vehicles of knowledge, voyaging through time. The last custodians of the ancient religious heritage of Peru were the Incas, whose beliefs and idolatry were extirpated and whose treasures were ransacked during the 30 terrible years that followed the Spanish conquest in AD 1532. Providentially, however, a number of early Spanish travellers made sincere efforts to document Inca traditions before they were entirely forgotten. Though little attention was paid at the time, some of these traditions speak strikingly of a great civilization that was believed to have existed in Peru many thousands of years earlier. Powerful memories were preserved of this civilization, said to have been founded by the Viracochas, the same mysterious beings credited with the making of the Nazca lines. Foam of the sea. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived, the Inca Empire extended along the Pacific coast and Andean highlands of South America, from the northern border of modern Ecuador, through the whole of Peru, and as far south as the Male River in central Chile. Connecting the far-flung corners of this empire was a vast and sophisticated road system. 2 parallel north-south highways, for example, one running for 3,600 kilometers along the coast, and the other for a similar distance through the Andes. Both these great thoroughfares were paved and connected by frequent links. In addition, they exhibited an interesting range of design and engineering features, such as suspension bridges and tunnels cut through solid rock. They were clearly the work of an evolved, disciplined, and ambitious society. Ironically, they played a significant part in its downfall. The Spanish forces, led by Francisco Pizarro, used them to great effect to speed up their ruthless advance into the Inca heartland. The capital of the Inca Empire was the city of Cusco, a name meaning the Earth's navel in the local Quechua language. According to legend, it was established by Manco Capac and Mama Oclo, two children of the sun. Here, though the Incas worshipped the sun god whom they knew as Inti, quite another deity was venerated as the most holy of all. This was Viracocha, whose namesakes were said to have made the Nazca lines, and whose own name meant foam of the sea. No doubt, it is just a coincidence that the Greek goddess Aphrodite, who was born of the sea, received her name because of the foam, Aphros, out of which she was formed. Besides, Viracocha was always depicted uncompromisingly as a male by the peoples of the Andes. That much about him is known for certain. No historian, however, is able to say how ancient was the cult of this deity before the Spanish arrived to put a stop to it. This is because the cult seemed always to have been around. Indeed, long before the Incas incorporated him into their cosmogony and built a magnificent temple for him at Cusco, the evidence suggests that the high god Viracocha had been worshipped by all the civilizations that had ever existed in the long history of Peru. Citadel of Viracocha. A few days after leaving Nazca, Santa and I arrived in Cusco and made our way to the site of the Coricancha, the great temple dedicated to Viracocha in the pre-Columbian era. The Coricancha was, of course, long gone. Or to be more exact, it was not so much gone as buried beneath layers of later architecture. The Spanish kept its superb Inca foundations and the lower parts of its fabulously strong walls, and had erected their own grandiose colonial cathedral on top. Walking towards the front entrance of this cathedral, I remembered that the Inca temple that had once stood here had been covered with more than 700 sheets of pure gold, each weighing about 2 kilograms, and that its spacious courtyard had been planted with fields of replica corn, also fashioned out of gold. I could not help but be reminded of Solomon's temple, in far-off Jerusalem, also reputed to have been adorned with sheets of gold and a marvelous orchard of golden trees. Earthquakes in 1650 and again in 1950 had largely demolished the Spanish cathedral of Santo Domingo, which stood on the site of the Temple of Viracocha, and it had been necessary to rebuild it on both occasions. Its Inca foundations and lower walls survived these natural disasters intact, thanks to their characteristic design, which made use of an elegant system of interlocking polygonal blocks. These blocks, and the general layout of the place, were almost all that was now left of the original structure, apart from an octagonal grey stone platform at the centre of the vast rectangular courtyard, which had once been covered with 55 kilograms of solid gold. On either side of the courtyard were antechambers, also from the Inca temple, with refined architectural features such as walls that tapered upwards, and beautifully carved niches hewn out of single pieces of granite. We took a walk through the narrow, cobbled streets of Cusco. Looking around, I realized it was not just the cathedral that reflected Spanish imposition on top of an earlier culture. The whole town was slightly schizophrenic. Spacious, balconied, pastel-shaded colonial homes and palaces towered above me, but almost all of them stood on Inca foundations or incorporated complete Inca structures of the same beautiful polygonal architecture used in the Coricancha. In one alleyway, known as Hatum Rumiyok, I paused to examine an intricate jigsaw puzzle of a wall made of countless dry stone blocks, all perfectly fitted together, all of different sizes and shapes, interlocking in a bewildering array of angles. The carving of the individual blocks and their arrangement into so complicated a structure could only have been achieved by master craftsmen, possessed of very high levels of skill, with untold centuries of architectural experimentation behind them. On one block, I counted 12 angles and sides in a single plane, and I could not slip even the edge of a piece of thin paper into the joints that connected it to the surrounding blocks. The bearded stranger. It seemed that in the early 16th century, before the Spanish began to demolish Peruvian culture in earnest, an idol of Viracocha had stood in the Holy of Holies of the Coricancha. According to a contemporary text, this idol took the form of a marble statue of the god, a statue described as to the hair, complexion, features, raiment, and sandals, just as the painters represent the apostle St. Bartholomew. Other accounts of Viracocha likened his appearance to that of St. Thomas. I examined a number of illustrated ecclesiastical manuscripts in which these two saints appeared. Both were routinely depicted as lean, bearded, white men, past middle age, wearing sandals and dressed in long flowing cloaks. As we shall see, the records confirm this was exactly the appearance ascribed to Viracocha by those who worshipped him. Whoever he was, therefore, he could not have been an American Indian. They are relatively dark-skinned people with sparse facial hair. Viracocha's bushy beard and pale complexion made him sound like a Caucasian. Back in the 16th century, the Incas had thought so too. Indeed, their legends and religious beliefs made them so certain of his physical type that they initially mistook the white and bearded Spaniards who arrived on their shores for the returning Viracocha and his demigods, an event long prophesied, and which Viracocha was said in all the legends to have promised. This happy coincidence gave Pizarro's conquistadors the decisive strategic and psychological edge that they needed to overcome the numerically superior Inca forces in the battles that followed. Who had provided the model for the Viracochas? Chapter 6. He came in a time of chaos. Through all the ancient legends of the peoples of the Andes stalked a tall, bearded, pale-skinned figure, wrapped in a cloak of secrecy. And though he was known by many different names, in many different places, he was always recognizably the same figure. Viracocha, foam of the sea, a master of science and magic who wielded terrible weapons, and who came in a time of chaos to set the world to rights. The same basic story was shared in many variants by all the peoples of the Andean region. It began with a vivid description of a terrifying period when the earth had been inundated by a great flood and plunged into darkness by the disappearance of the sun. Society had fallen into disorder, and the people suffered much hardship. Then, there suddenly appeared, coming from the south, a white man of large stature and authoritative demeanor. This man had such great power that he changed the hills into valleys, and from the valleys made great hills, causing streams to flow from the living stone. The early Spanish chronicler who recorded this tradition explained that it had been told to him by the Indians he had travelled among on his journeys in the Andes, and they heard it from their fathers, who in their turn had it from old songs which were handed down from very ancient times. They say that this man travelled along the highland route to the north, working marvels as he went, and that they never saw him again. They say that in many places he gave men instructions how they should live, speaking to them with great love and kindness, and admonishing them to be good and to do no damage or injury to one another, but to love one another and show charity to all. In most places, they name him Tiki Viracocha. Other names applied to the same figure included Huaracocha, Kontiki, Tunupa, Tapak, Tupaca, and Illa. He was a scientist, an architect of surpassing skills, a sculptor and an engineer. He caused terraces and fields to be formed on the steep sides of ravines and sustaining walls to rise up and support them. He also made irrigating channels to flow, and he went in various directions, arranging many things. Viracocha was also a teacher and a healer, and made himself helpful to people in need. It was said that whenever he passed, he healed all that were sick and restored sight to the blind. This gentle, civilizing, superhuman Samaritan had another side to his nature, however. If his life were threatened, as it seems to have been on several occasions, he had the weapon of heavenly fire at his disposal. Working great miracles, by his words, he came to the district of Canas, and there, near a village called Kacha, the people rose up against him and threatened to stone him. They saw him sink to his knees, and raise his hands to heaven, as if beseeching aid in the peril which beset him. The Indians declare that thereupon they saw fire in the sky, which seemed all around them. Full of fear, they approached him whom they had intended to kill, and besought him to forgive them. Presently they saw that the fire was extinguished at his command. Those stones were consumed by fire in such wise that large blocks could be lifted by hand as if they were cork. They narrate further that leaving the place where this occurred, he came to the coast, and there, holding his mantle, he went forth amidst the waves and was seen no more. And as he went, they gave him the name Viracocha, which means foam of the sea. The legends were unanimous in their physical description of Viracocha. In his Suma y Narración de los Incas, for example, Juan de Betanzos, a 16th century Spanish chronicler, stated that according to the Indians, he had been a bearded man of tall stature, clothed in a white robe that came down to his feet and which he wore belted at the waist. Other descriptions, collected from many different and widely separated Andean peoples, all seem to identify the same enigmatic individual. According to one, he was a bearded man of medium height, dressed in a rather long cloak. He was past his prime, with grey hair and lean. He walked with a staff and addressed the natives with love, calling them his sons and daughters. As he traversed all the land, he worked miracles. He healed the sick by touch. He spoke every tongue, even better than the natives. They called him Tunupa, or Tapaka, Viracocha Rapacha, or Pachacan. In one legend, Tunupa Viracocha was said to have been a white man of large stature, whose air and person aroused great respect and veneration. In another, he was described as a white man of august appearance, blue-eyed, bearded, without headgear, and wearing a kusma, a jerkin or sleeveless shirt reaching to the knees. In yet another, which seemed to refer to a later phase of his life, he was revered as a wise counselor in matters of state and depicted as an old man, with a beard and long hair, wearing a long tunic. Civilizing mission. Above all else, Viracocha was remembered in the legends as a teacher. Before his coming, it was said, men lived in a condition of disorder. Many went naked like savages. They had no houses or other dwellings than caves, and from these they went forth to gather whatever they could find to eat in the countryside. Viracocha was credited with changing all this, and with initiating the long-lost golden age, which later generations looked back on with nostalgia. All the legends agreed, furthermore, that he had carried out his civilizing mission with great kindness, and as far as possible had abjured the use of force. Careful instruction and personal example had been the main methods used to equip the people with the techniques and knowledge necessary for a cultured and productive life. In particular, he was remembered for bringing to Peru such varied skills as medicine, metallurgy, farming, animal husbandry, the art of writing, said by the Incas to have been introduced by Viracocha but later forgotten, and a sophisticated understanding of the principles of engineering and architecture. I had already been impressed by the quality of Inca stonework in Cusco. As my research in the old town continued, however, I was surprised to discover that by no means all the so-called Inca masonry could be attributed with any degree of archaeological certainty to the Incas. It was true that they had been masters in the manipulation of stone, and many monuments in the Cusco area were indisputably their work. It seemed, however, that some of the more remarkable structures routinely attributed to them could have been erected by earlier civilizations. The evidence suggested that the Incas had often functioned as the restorers of these structures, rather than their original builders. The same appeared to be true of the highly developed system of roads connecting the far-flung parts of the Inca Empire. The reader will recall that these roads took the form of parallel highways, running north to south, one along the coast and the other through the Andes. All in all, more than 15,000 miles of surfaced tracks had been in regular and efficient use before the time of the Spanish conquest, and I had assumed that the Incas had been responsible for all of them. I now learned that it was much more likely that they had inherited the system. Their role had been to restore, maintain, and unify a pre-existing network. Indeed, though it was not often admitted, no expert could safely estimate how old these incredible highways were, or who had built them. The mystery was deepened by local traditions which stated not only that the road system and the sophisticated architecture had been ancient in the time of the Incas, but that both were the work of white, auburn-haired men who had lived thousands of years earlier. One legend described Viracocha as being accompanied by messengers of two kinds, faithful soldiers and shining ones. Their role was to carry their lord's message to every part of the world. Elsewhere there were phrases such as Kontiki returned with a number of attendants. Kontiki then summoned his followers, who were called Viracocha. Kontiki commanded all but two of the Viracocha to go east. There came forth from a lake a lord named Kontiki Viracocha, bringing with him a certain number of people. Thus those Viracochas went off to the various districts which Viracocha had indicated for them. The work of demons. The ancient citadel of Sacsayhuaman lies just north of Cusco. We reached it late one afternoon under a sky almost occluded by heavy clouds of tarnished silver. A cold, grey breeze was blowing across the high-altitude tundra as I clambered up stairways, through lintled stone gates built for giants, and walked along the mammoth rows of zigzag walls. I craned my neck and looked up at a big granite boulder that my route now passed under. 12 feet high, 7 feet across, and weighing considerably more than 100 tons, it was a work of man, not of nature. It had been cut and shaped into a symphonic harmony of angles, manipulated with apparent ease, as though it were made of wax or putty, and stood on its end in a wall of other huge and problematic polygonal blocks, some of them positioned above it, some below it, some to each side, and all in perfectly balanced and well-ordered juxtaposition. Since one of these astonishing pieces of carefully hewn stone had a height of 28 feet and was calculated to weigh 361 tons, roughly the equivalent of 500 family-sized automobiles, it seemed to me that a number of fundamental questions were crying out for answers. How had the Incas, or their predecessors, been able to work stone on such a gargantuan scale? How had they cut and shaped these cyclopean boulders so precisely? How had they transported them tens of miles from distant quarries? By what means had they made walls of them, shuffling the individual blocks around and raising them high above the ground with such apparent ease? These people weren't even supposed to have had a wheel, let alone machinery capable of lifting and manipulating dozens of irregularly shaped 100-ton blocks and sorting them into three-dimensional jigsaw puzzles. I knew that the chroniclers of the early colonial period had been as perplexed as I was by what they had seen. The respected Garcilaso de la Vega, for example, who came here in the 16th century, had spoken with awe about the fortress of Sacsayhuaman. Its proportions are inconceivable when one has not actually seen it, and when one has looked at it closely and examined it attentively, they appear to be so extraordinary that it seems as though some magic had presided over its construction, that it must be the work of demons instead of human beings. It is made of such great stones, and in such great number, that one wonders simultaneously how the Indians were able to quarry them, how they transported them, and how they hewed them and set them one on top of the other with such precision. For they disposed of neither iron nor steel with which to penetrate the rock and cut and polish the stones. They had neither wagon nor oxen to transport them, and in fact there exist neither wagons nor oxen throughout the world that would have sufficed for this task. So enormous are these stones, and so rude the mountain paths over which they were conveyed. Garcilaso also reported something else interesting. In his royal commentaries of the Incas, he gave an account of how, in historical times, an Inca king had tried to emulate the achievements of his predecessors who had built Sacsayhuaman. The attempt had involved bringing just one immense boulder from several miles away to add to the existing fortifications. This boulder was hauled across the mountain by more than 20,000 Indians, going up and down very steep hills. At a certain spot, it fell from their hands over a precipice, crushing more than 3,000 men. In all the histories I surveyed, this was the only report which described the Incas actually building, or trying to build, with huge blocks like those employed at Sacsayhuaman. The report suggested that they possessed no experience of the techniques involved, and that their attempt had ended in disaster. This, of course, proved nothing in itself, but Garcilaso's story did intensify my doubts about the great fortifications which towered above me. As I looked at them, I felt that they could indeed have been erected before the age of the Incas, and by some infinitely older and more technically advanced race. Not for the first time, I was reminded of how difficult archaeologists found it to provide accurate dates for engineering works like roads and dry stone walls, which contained no organic compounds. Radiocarbon was redundant in such circumstances. Thermoluminescence, too, was useless, and while promising new tests such as chlorine-36 rock exposure dating were now being developed, their implementation was still some way off. Pending further advances in the latter field, therefore, expert chronology was still largely the result of guesswork and subjective assumptions. Since it was known that the Incas had made intensive use of Sacsayhuaman, I could easily understand why it had been assumed that they had built it. But there was no obvious or necessary connection between these two propositions. The Incas could just as well have found the structures already in place and moved into them. If so, who had the original builders been? The Viracochas, said the ancient myths, the bearded, white-skinned strangers, the shining ones, the faithful soldiers. As we travelled, I continued to study the accounts of the Spanish adventurers and ethnographers of the 16th and 17th centuries, who had faithfully recorded the ancient pre-contact traditions of the Peruvian Indians. What was particularly noticeable about these traditions was the repeated emphasis that the coming of the Viracochas had been associated with a terrible deluge, which had overwhelmed the earth and destroyed the greater part of humanity. Chapter 7. Were there giants then? Just after 6 in the morning, the little train jerked into motion and began its slow climb up the steep sides of the Valley of Cusco. The narrow gauge tracks were laid out in a series of Z shapes. We chugged along the lower horizontal of the first Z, then shunted and went backwards up the oblique, shunted again and went forward along the upper horizontal, and so on, with numerous stops and starts, following a route that eventually took us high above the ancient city. The Inca walls and colonial palaces, the narrow streets, the Cathedral of Santo Domingo, squatting atop the ruins of Viracocha's temple, all looked spectral and surreal in the pearl-grey light of a dawn sky. A fairy pattern of electric lamps still decorated the streets. A thin mist seeped across the ground, and the smoke of domestic fires rose from the chimneys over the tiled roofs and countless small houses. Eventually, the train turned its back on Cusco, and we proceeded for a while in a straight, northwesterly direction towards our destination, Machu Picchu, the lost city of the Incas, some 3 hours and 130 kilometers away. I had intended to read, but lulled by the rocking motion of the carriage, I dropped off to sleep instead. 50 minutes later, I awoke to find that we were passing through a painting. The foreground, brightly sunlit, consisted of flat green meadows sprinkled with little patches of thawing frost, distributed on either side of a stream across a long, wide valley. In the middle of my view, dotted with bushes, was a large field, on which a handful of black and white dairy cows grazed. Nearby was a scattered settlement of houses, outside which stood small, dark-skinned Quechua Indians, dressed in ponchos, balaclavas, and colourful woolen hats. More distant were slopes canopied in fir trees and exotic eucalyptus. My eye followed the rising contours of a pair of high green mountains, which then parted to reveal folded and even more lofty uplands. Beyond these soared a far horizon, surmounted by a jagged range of radiant and snowy peaks. Casting down the giants. It was with understandable reluctance that I turned at last to my reading. I wanted to look more closely at some of the curious links I thought I had identified connecting the sudden appearance of Viracocha to the deluge legends of the Incas and other Andean peoples. Before me was a passage from Father José de Acosta's Natural and Moral History of the Indies, in which the learned priest set out what the Indians themselves report of their beginning. They make great mention of a deluge which happened in their country. The Indians say that all men were drowned in the deluge, and they report that out of Lake Titicaca came one Viracocha, who stayed in Tiwanaku, where at this day there are to be seen the ruins of ancient and very strange buildings, and from thence came to Cusco, and so began mankind to multiply. Making a mental note to find out more about Lake Titicaca and the mysterious Tiwanaku, I read the following passage summarizing a legend from the Cusco area. For some crime unstated, the people who lived in the most ancient times were destroyed by the Creator in a deluge. After the deluge, the Creator appeared in human form from Lake Titicaca. He then created the sun and moon and stars. After that, he renewed the human population of the earth. In another myth, the great creator god Viracocha decided to make a world for men to live in. First he made the earth and sky. Then he began to make people to live in it, carving great stone figures of giants which he brought to life. At first all went well, but after a time the giants began to fight among themselves and refused to work. Viracocha decided that he must destroy them. Some he turned back into stone. The rest he overwhelmed with a great flood. Very similar notions were of course found in other quite unconnected sources, such as the Jewish Old Testament. In chapter 6 of the book of Genesis, for example, which describes the Hebrew God's displeasure with his creation and his decision to destroy it, I had long been intrigued by one of the few descriptive statements made about the forgotten era before the flood. According to the enigmatic language of that statement, there were giants in the earth in those days. Could the giants, buried in the biblical sands of the Middle East, be connected in some unseen way to the giants woven into the fabric of pre-Columbian Native American legends? Adding considerably to the mystery was the fact that the Jewish and Peruvian sources both went on, with many further details in common, to depict an angry deity unleashing a catastrophic flood upon a wicked and disobedient world. On the next page of the sheaf of documents I had assembled was this Inca account of the deluge, handed down by a certain Father Molina. In the life of Manco Capac, who was the first Inca, and from whom they began to boast themselves children of the sun, and from whom they derived their idolatrous worship of the sun, they had an ample account of the deluge. They say that in it perished all races of men and created things, insomuch that the waters rose above the highest mountain peaks in the world. No living thing survived except a man and a woman who remained in a box, and when the waters subsided, the wind carried them to Tiwanaku, where the Creator began to raise up the people and the nations that are in that region. Garcilaso de la Vega, the son of a Spanish nobleman and an Inca royal woman, was already familiar to me from his royal commentaries of the Incas. He was regarded as one of the most reliable chroniclers of the traditions of his mother's people, and had done his work in the 16th century, soon after the conquest, when those traditions had not yet been contaminated by foreign influences. He too confirmed what had obviously been a universal and deeply impressed belief. After the waters of the deluge had subsided, a certain man appeared in the country of Tiwanaku. That man had been Viracocha. Wrapped in his cloak, He was strong and august of countenance, and walked with unassailable confidence through the most dangerous badlands. He worked miracles of healing, and could call down fire from heaven. To the Indians, it must have seemed that he had materialized from nowhere. Ancient traditions. We were now more than 2 hours into our journey to Machu Picchu, and the panorama had changed. Huge black mountains upon which not a trace of snow remained to reflect the sunlight towered darkly above us, and we seemed to be running through a rocky defile at the end of a narrow valley filled with somber shadows. The air was cold, and so were my feet. I shivered and resumed reading. One thing was obvious amid the confused web of legends I'd reviewed, legends which supplemented one another, but also at times conflicted. All the scholars agreed that the Incas had borrowed, absorbed, and passed on the traditions of many of the different civilized peoples over whom they had extended their control during the centuries of expansion of their vast empire. In this sense, whatever the outcome of the historical debate over the antiquity of the Incas themselves, nobody could seriously dispute their role as transmitters of the ancient belief systems of all the great archaic cultures, coastal and highland, known and unknown, that had preceded them in this land. And who could say just what civilizations might have existed in Peru in the unexplored regions of the past? Every year, archaeologists come up with new finds, which extend the horizons further and further back in time. So why shouldn't they one day discover evidence of the penetration into the Andes, in remote antiquity, of a race of civilizers who had come from overseas and gone away again after completing their work? That was what the legends seemed to me to be suggesting. Legends that most of all, and most clearly, had immortalized the memory of the man-god Viracocha, striding the high, windswept byways of the Andes, working miracles wherever he went. Viracocha himself, with his 2 assistants, journeyed north. He traveled up the Cordillera. One assistant went along the coast, and the other up the edge of the eastern forests. The creator proceeded to Urcos, near Cusco, where he commanded the future population to emerge from a mountain. He visited Cusco, and then continued north to Ecuador. There, in the coastal province of Manta, he took leave of his people and, walking on the waves, disappeared across the ocean. There was always this poignant moment of goodbye, at the end of every folk memory, featuring the remarkable stranger whose name meant foam of the sea. Viracocha went on his way, calling forth the races of men. When he came to the district of Puerto Viejo, he was joined by his followers, whom he had sent on before. And when he had joined them, he put to sea in their company, and they say that he and his people went by water, as easily as they had traversed the land. Always this poignant goodbye, and often a hint of science or magic. Time capsule. Outside the window of the train, things were happening. To my left, swollen with dark water, I could see the Urubamba, a tributary of the Amazon and a river sacred to the Incas. The air temperature had warmed up noticeably. We had descended into a relatively low-lying valley with its own tropical microclimate. The mountain slopes rising on either side of the tracks were densely covered in green forests, and I was reminded that this was truly a region of vast and virtually insuperable obstacles. Whoever had ventured all this way into the middle of nowhere to build Machu Picchu must have had a very strong motive for doing so. Whatever the reason had been, the choice of such a remote location had at least one beneficial side effect. Machu Picchu was never found by the conquistadors and friars during their days of destructive zeal. Indeed, it was not until 1911, when the fabulous heritage of older races was beginning to be treated with greater respect, that a young American explorer, Hiram Bingham, revealed Machu Picchu to the world. It was realized at once that this incredible site opened a unique window on pre-Columbian civilization. In consequence, the ruins were protected from looters and souvenir hunters, and an important chunk of the enigmatic past was preserved to amaze future generations. Having passed through a one-horse town named Agua Caliente, which means hot water, where a few broken-down restaurants and cheap bars leered at travelers from beside the tracks, we reached Machu Picchu Puentas Ruinas station at 10 minutes past 9 in the morning. From here, a half-hour bus ride on a winding dirt road up the side of a steep and forbidding mountain brought us to Machu Picchu itself, to the ruins, and to a bad hotel, which charged us a nonsensical amount of money for a not very clean room. We were the only guests. Though it had been years since the local guerrilla movement had last bombed the Machu Picchu train, not many foreigners were keen to come here anymore. Machu Picchu dreaming. It was 2 in the afternoon. I stood on a high point at the southern end of the site. The ruins stretched out northwards, in lichen-enshrouded terraces before me. Thick clouds were wrapped in a ring around the mountaintops, but the sunlight still occasionally burst through here and there. Way down on the valley floor, I could see the sacred river, curled in a hairpin loop, right around the central formation on which Machu Picchu was based, like a moat surrounding a giant castle. The river showed deep green from this vantage point, reflecting the greenness of the steep jungle slopes, and there were patches of white water and wonderful sparkling gleams of light. I gazed across the ruins towards the dominant peak. Its name is Huayna Picchu, and it used to feature in all the classic travel agency posters of this site. To my astonishment, I now observed that for 100 meters or so below its summit, it had been neatly terraced and sculpted. Somebody had been up there and had carefully raked the near vertical cliffs into a graceful hanging garden, which had perhaps in ancient times been planted with bright flowers. It seemed to me that the entire site, together with its setting, was a monumental work of sculpture, composed in part of mountains, in part of rock, in part of trees, in part of stones, and also in part of water. It was a heart-achingly beautiful place, certainly one of the most beautiful places I have ever seen. Despite its luminous brilliance, however, I felt I was gazing down onto a city of ghosts. It was like the wreck of the Marie Celeste, deserted and restless. The houses were arranged in long terraces. Each house was tiny, with just one room fronting directly onto the narrow street, and the architecture was solid and functional, but by no means ornate. By way of contrast, certain ceremonial areas were engineered to an infinitely higher standard and incorporated giant blocks similar to those I had seen at Sacsayhuaman. One smoothly polished polygonal monolith was around 12 feet long by 5 feet wide by 5 feet thick and could not have weighed less than 200 tons. How had the ancient builders managed to get it up here? There were dozens of others like it too, and they were all arranged in the familiar jigsaw puzzle walls of interlocking angles. On one block, I was able to count a total of 33 angles, every one of them intermeshed faultlessly with a matching angle on an adjoining block. There were massive polygons and perfect ashlars with razor-sharp edges. There were also natural, unhewn boulders integrated into the overall design at a number of points, and there were strange and unusual devices, such as the Intihuatana, the hitching post of the sun. This remarkable artifact consisted of an elemental chunk of bedrock, grey and crystalline, carved into a complex geometrical form of curves and angles, incised niches and external buttresses, surmounted at the center by a stubby vertical prong. Jigsaw puzzle. How old is Machu Picchu? The academic consensus is that the city could not have been built much earlier than the 15th century AD. Dissenting opinions, however, have from time to time been expressed by a number of more daring but respectable scholars. In the 1930s, for example, Rolf Müller, professor of astronomy at the University of Potsdam, found convincing evidence to suggest that the most important features of Machu Picchu possessed significant astronomical alignments. From these, through the use of detailed mathematical computations concerning star positions in the sky in previous millennia, which gradually altered down the epochs as the result of a phenomenon known as precession of the equinoxes, Mueller concluded that the original layout of the site could only have been accomplished during the era of 4000 BC to 2000 BC. In terms of Orthodox history, this was a heresy of audacious proportions. If Mueller was right, Machu Picchu was not a mere 500, but could be as much as 6,000 years old. This would make it significantly older than the Great Pyramid of Egypt, assuming, of course, that one accepted the Great Pyramid's own Orthodox dating of around 2500 BC. There were other dissenting voices concerning the antiquity of Machu Picchu, and most, like Mueller, were convinced that parts of the site were thousands of years older than the date favoured by Orthodox historians. Like the big polygonal blocks that made up the walls, this was a notion that looked as though it might fit with other pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. In this case, the jigsaw puzzle of a past that didn't quite make sense anymore. Viracocha was part of that same puzzle. All the legends said his capital had been at Tiwanaku. The ruins of this great and ancient city lay across the border in Bolivia, in an area known as the Collao, 12 miles south of Lake Titicaca. We could get there, I calculated, in a couple of days, via Lima and La Paz. Chapter 8. The Lake at the Roof of the World. La Paz, the capital city of Bolivia, nestles in the uneven bottom of a spectacular hole in the ground, more than 2 miles above sea level. This plunging ravine, thousands of feet deep, was carved in some primeval age by a tremendous downrush of water that carried with it an abrasive tide of loose rocks and rubble. Provided by nature with such an apocalyptic setting, La Paz possesses a unique, though slightly sleazy charm. With its narrow streets, dark-walled tenements, imposing cathedrals, garish cinemas, and hamburger bars open till late, it generates an atmosphere of quirky intrigue, which is oddly intoxicating. It's hard going for the pedestrian, however, unless equipped with lungs like bellows, because the whole of the central district is built up and down the sides of precipitous hills. La Paz Airport is almost 5,000 feet higher than the city itself, on the edge of the Altiplano, the cold, rolling uplands that are the dominant topographical feature of this region. Santa and I landed there well after midnight on a delayed flight from Lima. In the drafty arrivals hall, we were offered coca tea in little plastic cups as a prophylactic against altitude sickness. After considerable delay and exertion, we extracted our luggage from customs, hailed an ancient American-made taxi, and clanked and rattled down towards the dim yellow lights of the city far below. Rumours of a cataclysm. Around 4 o'clock the next afternoon, we set off for Lake Titicaca in a rented jeep, fought our way through the capital's incomprehensible permanent rush hour traffic jams, then drove up out of the skyscrapers and slums into the wide clear horizons of the Altiplano. At first, still close to the city, our route took us through a zone of bleak suburbs and sprawling shantytowns, where the sidewalks were lined with auto repair shops and scrapyards. The more distance we put between ourselves and La Paz, however, the more attenuated the settlements became, until almost all signs of human habitation ceased. The empty, treeless, undulating savannas, distantly bordered by the snow-covered peaks of the Cordillera Real, created an unforgettable spectacle of natural beauty and power. But there was also a feeling of otherworldliness about this place, which seemed to float above the clouds, like an enchanted kingdom. Although our ultimate destination was Tiwanaku, we were aiming that night for the town of Copacabana, on a promontory near the southern end of Lake Titicaca. To reach it, we had to cross a neck of water by improvised car ferry at the fishing town of Tiquine. Then, with dusk descending, we followed the main highway, now little more than a narrow and uneven track, up a series of steep hairpin bends and onto the shoulder of a mountain spur. From this point, a contrasting panorama unfolded. The dark, dark waters of the lake below appeared to lie at the edge of a limitless ocean, drowned in somber shadows, and yet the jagged peaks of the snow-capped mountains in the distance were still drenched in dazzling sunlight. From the very beginning, Lake Titicaca seemed to me a special place. I knew that it lay some 12,500 feet above sea level, that the frontier between Peru and Bolivia passed through it, that it covered an area of 3,200 square miles and was 138 miles long by about 70 miles wide. I also knew it was deep, reaching almost 1,000 feet in places, and had a puzzling geological history. Here are the mysteries, and some of the solutions that have been proposed. 1. Though now more than 2 miles above sea level, the area around Lake Titicaca is littered with millions upon millions of fossilized seashells. This suggests that at some stage the whole of the Altiplano was forced upwards from the seabed, perhaps as part of the general terrestrial rising that formed South America as a whole. In the process, great quantities of ocean water, together with countless myriads of living marine creatures, were scooped up and suspended among the Andean ranges. This is thought to have happened not more recently than about 100 million years ago. 2. Paradoxically, despite the mighty antiquity of this event, Lake Titicaca has retained, until the present day, a marine ichthyofauna. In other words, though now located hundreds of miles from any ocean, its fish and crustacea feature many oceanic rather than freshwater types. Surprising creatures brought to the surface in fishermen's nets have included examples of hippocampus, the seahorse. In addition, as one authority has pointed out, the various species of aloquestes, Hyalella inermis, etc., and other examples of marine fauna leave no doubt that this lake in other periods was much saltier than today, or more accurately, that the water which formed it was from the sea, and that it was dammed up and locked in the Andes when the continent rose. 3. So much then for the events which may have created Lake Titicaca in the first place. Since its formation, this great interior sea and the Altiplano itself have undergone several other drastic and dramatic changes. Of these, by far the most noticeable is that the lake's extent appears to have fluctuated enormously, indicated by the existence of an ancient strand line visible on much of the surrounding terrain. Puzzlingly, this strand line is not level, but slopes markedly from north to south over a considerable horizontal distance. At the northernmost point surveyed, it is as much as 290 feet higher than Titicaca. Some 400 miles further south, it is 274 feet lower than the present level of the lake. From this and much other evidence, geologists have deduced that the Altiplano is still gradually rising, but in an unbalanced manner, with greater altitudes being attained in the northern part and lesser in the southern. The process involved here is thought to have less to do with changes in the level of Titicaca's waters themselves, although such changes have certainly occurred, than with changes in the level of the whole terrain in which the lake is situated. 4. Much harder to explain in such terms, however, given the very long time periods major geological transformations are supposed to require, is irrefutable evidence that the city of Tiwanaku was once a port, complete with extensive docks, positioned right on the shore of Lake Titicaca. The problem is that Tiwanaku's ruins are now marooned about 12 miles south of the lake and more than 100 feet higher than the present shoreline. In the period since the city was built, it therefore follows that one of two things must have happened. Either the level of the lake has fallen greatly, or the land on which Tiwanaku stands has risen comparably. 5. Either way, it is obvious that there have been massive and traumatic physical changes. Some of these, such as the rise of the Altiplano from the floor of the ocean, certainly took place in remote geological ages, before the advent of human civilization. Others are not nearly so ancient, and must have occurred after the construction of Tiwanaku. The question therefore is this: when was Tiwanaku built? The orthodox historical view is that the ruins cannot possibly be dated much earlier than AD 500. An alternative chronology also exists, however, which, although not accepted by the majority of scholars, seems more in tune with the scale of the geological upheavals that have occurred in this region. Based on the mathematical astronomical calculations of Professor Arthur Poznański of the University of La Paz and of Professor Rolf Müller, who also challenged the official dating of Machu Picchu, it pushes the main phase of construction at Tiwanaku back to 15,000 BC. This chronology also indicates that the city later suffered immense destruction in a phenomenal natural catastrophe around the 11th millennium BC, and thereafter rapidly became separated from the lakeshore. We shall be reviewing Poznański's and Müller's findings in Chapter 11, findings which suggest that the great Andean city of Tiwanaku flourished during the last ice age, in the deep, dark, moonless midnight of prehistory. Chapter 9. Once and Future King. During my travels in the Andes, I had several times reread a curious variant of the mainstream tradition of Viracocha. In this variant, which was from the area around Lake Titicaca known as the Colau, the deity civilizing hero had been named Tunupa. Tunupa appeared on the Altiplano in ancient times, coming from the north with 5 disciples. A white man, of august presence, blue-eyed and bearded, he was sober, puritanical, and preached against drunkenness, polygamy, and war. After travelling great distances through the Andes, where he created a peaceful kingdom and taught men all the arts of civilization, Tunupa was struck down and grievously wounded by a group of jealous conspirators. They put his blessed body in a boat of Totora rush and set it adrift on Lake Titicaca. There he sailed away, with such speed that those who had tried so cruelly to kill him were left behind in terror and astonishment, for this lake has no current. The boat came to the shore at Cajamarca, where today is the River Desguardero. Indian tradition asserts that the boat struck the land with such force it created the River Desguardero, which before then did not exist, and on the water so released, the holy body was carried many leagues away to the sea coast at Arica. Boats, water, and salvation. There are many curious parallels here to the story of Osiris, the ancient Egyptian high god of death and resurrection. The fullest account of the original myth defining this mysterious figure is given by Plutarch, and says that after bringing the gifts of civilization to his people, teaching them all manner of useful skills, abolishing cannibalism and human sacrifice, and providing them with their first legal code, Osiris left Egypt and travelled about the world to spread the benefits of civilization to other nations as well. He never forced the barbarians he encountered to accept his laws, preferring instead to argue with them and to appeal to their reason. It is also recorded that he passed on his teachings to them by means of hymns and songs, accompanied by musical instruments. While he was gone, however, he was plotted against by 72 members of his court, led by his brother-in-law Set. On his return, the conspirators invited him to a banquet, where a splendid coffer of wood and gold was offered as a prize to any guest who could fit into it exactly. Osiris did not know that the coffer had been constructed precisely to his body measurements. As a result, when the assembled guests tried one by one to get into it, they failed. Osiris lay down comfortably inside. Before he had time to get out, the conspirators rushed forward, nailed the lid tightly closed, and sealed even the cracks with molten lead so that there would be no air. The coffer was then thrown into the Nile. It had been intended that it should sink, but it floated rapidly away, drifting for a considerable distance until it reached the seacoast. At this point, the goddess Isis, wife of Osiris, intervened. Using all the great magic for which she was renowned, she found the coffer and concealed it in a secret place. However, her evil brother Set, out hunting in the marshes, discovered the coffer, opened it, and in a mad fury cut the royal corpse into 14 pieces, which he scattered throughout the land. Once more, Isis set off to save her husband. She made a small boat of papyrus reeds, coated with pitch, and embarked on the Nile in search of the remains. When she had found them, she worked powerful spells to reunite the dismembered parts of the body so that it resumed its old form. Thereafter, in an intact and perfect state, Osiris went through a process of stellar rebirth to become god of the dead and king of the underworld, from which place, legend had it, he occasionally returned to earth in the guise of a mortal man. Although there are huge differences between the traditions, it is bizarre that Osiris in Egypt and Tunupa Viracocha in South America should have had all the following points in common. Both were great civilizers. Both were conspired against. Both were struck down. Both were sealed inside a container or vessel of some kind. Both were then cast into water. Both drifted away on a river. Both eventually reached the sea. Are such parallels to be dismissed as coincidences, or could there be some underlying connection? Reed boats of Suriki. The air was alpine cold, and I was sitting on the front of a motor launch doing about 20 knots across the icy waters of Lake Titicaca. The sky above was clear blue, reflecting aquamarine and turquoise tints inshore, and the vast body of the lake, glinting in copper and silver tones, seemed to stretch away forever. The passages in the legends that spoke of vessels made of reeds needed to be followed up, because I knew that boats of Totora rush were a traditional form of transport on this lake. However, the ancient skills required to build craft of this type had atrophied in recent years, and we were now headed towards Suriki, the one place where they were still properly made. On Suriki Island, in a small village close to the lakeshore, I found 2 elderly Indians making a boat from bundled Totora rushes. The elegant craft, which appeared to be nearly complete, was approximately 15 feet long. It was wide amidships, but narrow at either end, with a high curving prow and stern. I sat down for a while to watch. The more senior of the 2 builders, who wore a brown felt hat over a curious peaked woolen cap, repeatedly braced his bare left foot against the side of the vessel to give additional leverage as he pulled and tightened the cords that held the bundles of reeds in place. From time to time, I noticed that he rubbed a length of cord against his own perspiring brow, thus moistening it to increase its adhesion. The boat, surrounded by chickens and occasionally investigated by a shy, browsing alpaca, stood amid a litter of discarded rushes in the backyard of a ramshackle farmhouse. It was one of several I was able to study over the next few hours, and though the setting was unmistakably Andean, I found myself repeatedly overtaken by a sense of déjà vu, from another place and another time. The reason was that the Totora vessels of Suriki were virtually identical, both in the method of construction and in finished appearance, to the beautiful craft fashioned from papyrus reeds in which the pharaohs had sailed the Nile thousands of years previously. In my travels in Egypt, I had examined the images of many such vessels painted on the walls of ancient tombs. It sent a tingle down my spine to see them now so colourfully brought to life on an obscure island on Lake Titicaca, even though my research had partially prepared me for this coincidence. I knew that no satisfactory explanation had ever been given for how such close and richly detailed similarities of boat design could occur in 2 such widely separated places. Nevertheless, in the words of one authority in ancient navigation who had addressed himself to this conundrum, here was the same compact shape, peaked and raised at both ends, with rope lashings running from the deck right round the bottom of the boat, all in one piece. Each straw was placed with maximum precision to achieve perfect symmetry and streamlined elegance, while the bundles were so tightly lashed that they looked like gilded logs bent into a clog-shaped peak fore and aft. The reed boats of the ancient Nile and the reed boats of Lake Titicaca, the original design of which local Indians insisted had been given to them by the Viracocha people, had other points in common. Both, for example, were equipped with sails, mounted on peculiar, 2-legged, straddled masts. Both had also been used for the long-distance transport of exceptionally heavy building materials, obelisks and gargantuan blocks of stone, bound for the temples of Giza and Luxor and Abydos on the one hand and for the mysterious edifices of Tiwanaku on the other. In those far-off days, before Lake Titicaca became more than 100 feet shallower, Tiwanaku had stood at the water's edge, overlooking a vista of awesome and sacred beauty. Now the great port, capital city of Viracocha himself, lay lost amid eroded hills and empty, windswept plains. Road to Tiwanaku. After returning from Suriki to the mainland, we drove our hired jeep across those plains, raising a cloud of dust. Our route took us through the towns of Pucarani and Laja, populated by stolid Aymara Indians, who walked slowly in the narrow cobbled streets and sat placidly in the little sunlit plazas. Were these people the descendants of the builders of Tiwanaku, as the scholars insisted? Or were the legends right? Had the ancient city been the work of foreigners, with godlike powers, who had settled here long ages ago? Chapter 10. The City at the Gate of the Sun. The early Spanish travellers who visited the ruined Bolivian city of Tiwanaku at around the time of the conquest were impressed by the sheer size of its buildings, and by the atmosphere of mystery that clung to them. I asked the natives whether these edifices were built in the time of the Inca, wrote the chronicler Pedro Cieza de Leon. They laughed at the question, affirming that they were made long before the Inca reign, and that they had heard from their forebears that everything to be seen there appeared suddenly, in the course of a single night. Meanwhile, another Spanish visitor of the same period recorded a tradition which said that the stones had been lifted miraculously off the ground. They were carried through the air to the sound of a trumpet. Not long after the conquest, a detailed description of the city was written by the historian Garcilaso de la Vega. No looting for treasure or for building materials had yet taken place, and though ravaged by the tooth of time, the site was still magnificent enough to take his breath away. We must now say something about the large and almost incredible buildings of Tiwanaku. There is an artificial hill of great height, built on stone foundations so that the earth will not slide. There are gigantic figures carved in stone. These are much worn, which shows their great antiquity. There are walls, the stones of which are so enormous, it is difficult to imagine what human force could have put them in place. And there are the remains of strange buildings, the most remarkable being stone portals hewn out of solid rock. These stand on bases anything up to 30 feet long, 15 feet wide, and 6 feet thick, base and portal being all of one piece. How, and with the use of what tools or implements, massive works of such size could be achieved, are questions which we are unable to answer, nor can it be imagined how such enormous stones could have been brought here. That was in the 16th century. More than 400 years later, at the end of the 20th century, I shared Garcilaso's puzzlement. Scattered around Tiwanaku, in defiance of the looters who had robbed the site of so much in recent years, were monoliths so big and cumbersome yet so well cut that they almost seemed to be the work of super beings. Sunken Temple. Like a disciple at the feet of his master, I sat on the floor of the sunken temple and looked up at the enigmatic face, which all the scholars of Tiwanaku believed was intended to represent Viracocha. Untold centuries ago, unknown hands had carved this likeness into a tall pillar of red rock. Though now much eroded, it was the likeness of a man at peace with himself. It was the likeness of a man of power. He had a high forehead and large round eyes. His nose was straight, narrow at the bridge, but flaring towards the nostrils. His lips were full. His distinguishing feature, however, was his stylish and imposing beard, which had the effect of making his face broader at the jaws than at the temples. Looking more closely, I could see that the sculptor had portrayed a man whose skin was shaved all around his lips, with the result that his moustache began high on his cheeks, roughly parallel with the end of his nose. From there it curved extravagantly down beside the corners of his mouth, forming an exaggerated goatee at the chin, and then followed his jawline back to his ears. Above and below the ears, on the side of the head, were carved odd representations of animals. Or perhaps it would be better to describe these carvings as representations of odd animals, because they looked like big, clumsy, prehistoric mammals with fat tails and club feet. There were other points of interest. For example, the stone figure of Viracocha had been sculpted with the hands and arms folded, one below the other, over the front of a long, flowing robe. On each side of this robe appeared the sinuous form of a snake, coiling upwards from ground to shoulder level. And as I looked at this beautiful design, the original of which had perhaps been embroidered on rich cloth, the picture that came into my mind was of Viracocha as a wizard, or a sorcerer, a bearded, Merlin-like figure, dressed in weird and wonderful clothes, calling down fire from heaven. The temple, in which the Viracocha pillar stood, was open to the sky, and consisted of a large rectangular pit, like a swimming pool, dug out 6 feet below ground level. Its floor, about 40 feet long by 30 feet wide, was composed of hard, flat gravel. Its strong vertical walls were formed from precisely dressed ashlar blocks of varying sizes, laid closely against one another, without mortar in the joints, and interspersed with taller, rough-hewn stelae. A set of steps was let into the southern wall, and it was down these I had come when I had entered the structure. I walked several times around the figure of Viracocha, resting my fingers on the sun-warmed stone pillar, trying to guess its purpose. It was perhaps 7 feet tall, and it faced south, with its back to the old shoreline of Lake Titicaca, originally less than 600 feet away. Ranged out behind this central obelisk furthermore, there were 2 others of smaller stature, possibly intended to represent Viracocha's legendary companions. All 3 figures, being severely, functionally vertical, cast clean-edged shadows as I gazed at them, for the sun was past its zenith. I sat down on the ground again, and looked slowly all around the temple. Viracocha dominated it, like a conductor of an orchestra, and yet its most striking feature undoubtedly lay elsewhere. Lining the walls at various points and heights were dozens and dozens of human heads, sculpted in stone. These were complete heads, protruding 3-dimensionally out of the walls. There were several different and contradictory scholarly opinions as to their function. Pyramid. From the floor of the sunken temple, looking west, I could see an immense wall, into which was set an impressive geometrical gateway, made of large slabs of stone. Silhouetted in this gateway by the afternoon sun was the figure of a giant. The wall, I knew, enclosed a parade ground-sized area called the Calasasia, a word in the local Aymara language meaning simply place of the upright standing stones, and the giant was one of the huge time-worn pieces of sculpture referred to by Garcilaso de la Vega. I was eager to take a look at it, but for the moment my attention was diverted southwards, towards an artificial hill, 50 feet high, which lay almost directly ahead of me as I climbed the steps out of the sunken temple. The hill, which had also been mentioned by Garcilaso, was known as the Akapana Pyramid. Like the pyramids at Giza in Egypt, it was oriented with surprising precision towards the cardinal points. Unlike those pyramids, its ground plan was somewhat irregular. Nonetheless, it measured roughly 690 feet on each side, which meant that it was a hulking piece of architecture and the dominant edifice of Tiwanaku. I walked towards it now, and spent some time strolling around it and clambering over it. Originally, it had been a clean-sided step pyramid of earth, faced with large andesite blocks. In the centuries since the conquest, however, it had been used as a quarry by builders from as far away as La Paz, with the result that only about 10% of its superb facing blocks now remained. What clues, what evidence had those nameless thieves carried off with them? As I climbed up the broken sides and around the deep grassy troughs in the top of the Akapana, I realized that the true function of the pyramid was probably never going to be understood. All that was certain was that it had not been merely decorative or ceremonial. On the contrary, it seemed almost as though it might have functioned as some kind of arcane device or machine. Deep within its bowels, archaeologists had discovered a complex network of zigzagging stone channels lined with fine ashlars. These had been meticulously angled and jointed to a tolerance of 1/50th of an inch, and had served to sluice water down from a large reservoir at the top of the structure through a series of descending levels to a moat that encircled the entire site, washing against the pyramid's base on its southern side. So much care and attention had been lavished on all this plumbing, so many man-hours of highly skilled and patient labor, that the Akapana made no sense unless it had been endowed with a significant purpose. A number of archaeologists I knew had speculated that this purpose might have been connected with a rain or river cult, involving a primitive veneration of the powers and attributes of fast-flowing water. One sinister suggestion, which implied that the unknown technology of the pyramid might have had a lethal purpose, was derived from the meanings of the words Hake and Apana in the ancient Aymara language, still spoken hereabouts. Hake means people or men, Apana means to perish, probably by water. Thus, Akapana is a place where people perish. Another commentator, however, after making a careful assessment of all the characteristics of the hydraulic system, proposed a different solution, namely that the sluices had most probably been part of a processing technique, the use of flowing water for washing ores, perhaps. Gateway of the Sun. Leaving the western side of the enigmatic pyramid, I made my way towards the southwest corner of the enclosure known as the Kalasasiya. I could see now why it had been called the place of the upright standing stones, for this was precisely what it was. At regular intervals in a wall composed of bulky trapezoidal blocks, huge dagger-like monoliths more than 12 feet high had been sunk hilt-first into the red earth of the Altiplano. The effect was of a giant stockade, almost 500 feet square, rising about twice as far above the ground as the sunken temple had been interred beneath it. Had the Kalasasiya been a fortress then? Apparently not. Scholars now generally accepted that it functioned as a sophisticated celestial observatory. Rather than keeping enemies at bay, its purpose had been to fix the equinoxes and the solstices, and to predict, with mathematical precision, the various seasons of the year. Certain structures within its walls, and indeed the walls themselves, appeared to have been lined up to particular star groups and designed to facilitate measurement of the amplitude of the sun in summer, winter, autumn, and spring. In addition, the famous Gateway of the Sun, which stood in the northwest corner of the enclosure, was not only a world-class work of art, but was thought by those who had studied it to be a complex and accurate calendar carved in stone. The more one gets acquainted with the sculpture, the greater becomes one's conviction that the peculiar layout and pictorialism of this calendar cannot possibly have been the result merely of the ultimately unfathomable whim of an artist, but that its glyphs, deeply senseful, constitute the eloquent record of the observations and calculations of a scientist. The calendar could not have been drawn up and laid out in any other way than this. My background research had made me especially curious about the Gateway of the Sun, and indeed about the Kalasasiya as a whole. This was so because certain astronomical and solar alignments, which we review in the next chapter, had made it possible to calculate the approximate period when the Kalasasiya must originally have been laid out. These alignments suggested the controversial date of 15,000 BC, about 17,000 years ago. Chapter 11. Intimations of Antiquity. In his voluminous work, Tiwanaku, the Cradle of American Man, the late Professor Arthur Poznański, a formidable German-Bolivian scholar whose investigations at the ruins lasted for almost 50 years, explains the archaeoastronomical calculations which led to his controversial redating of Tiwanaku. These, he says, were based solely and exclusively on the difference in the obliquity of the ecliptic of the period in which the Kalasasiya was built and that which it is today. What exactly is the obliquity of the ecliptic, and why does it make Tiwanaku 17,000 years old? According to the dictionary definition, it is the angle between the plane of the Earth's orbit and that of the celestial equator, equal to approximately 23 degrees 27 minutes at present. To clarify this obscure astronomical notion, it helps to picture the Earth as a ship, sailing on the vast ocean of the heavens. Like all such vessels, be they planets or schooners, it rolls slightly with the swell that flows beneath it. Picture yourself on board that ship as it rolls, standing on the deck, gazing out to sea. You rise up on the crest of a wave and your visible horizon increases. You fall back into a trough and it decreases. The process is regular, mathematical, like the tick-tock of a great metronome, a constant, almost imperceptible nodding, perpetually changing the angle between yourself and the horizon. Now picture the Earth again. Floating in space, as every schoolchild knows, the axis of daily rotation of our beautiful blue planet lies slightly tilted away from the vertical in its orbit around the sun. From this, it follows that the terrestrial equator, and hence the celestial equator, which is merely an imaginary extension of the Earth's equator into the celestial sphere, must also lie at an angle to the orbital plane. That angle, at any one time, is the obliquity of the ecliptic. But because the Earth is a ship that rolls, its obliquity changes in a cyclical manner over very long periods. During each cycle of 41,000 years, the obliquity varies with the precision and predictability of a Swiss chronograph between 22.1 degrees and 24.5 degrees. The sequence in which one angle will follow another, as well as the sequence of all previous angles at any period of history, can be calculated by means of a few straightforward equations. These have been expressed as a curve on a graph, originally plotted out in Paris in 1911 by the International Conference of Ephemerids, and from this graph it is possible to match angles and precise historical dates with confidence and accuracy. Poznański was able to date the Kalasasiya because the obliquity cycle gradually alters the azimuth position of sunrise and sunset from century to century. By establishing the solar alignments of certain key structures that now looked out of true, he convincingly demonstrated that the obliquity of the ecliptic at the time of the building of the Kalasasiya had been 23 degrees, 8 minutes, 48 seconds. When that angle was plotted on the graph drawn up by the International Conference of Ephemerids, it was found to correspond to a date of 15,000 BC. Of course, not a single orthodox historian or archaeologist was prepared to accept such an early origin for Tiwanaku, preferring, as noted in Chapter 8, to agree on the safe estimate of AD 500. During the years 1927 to 30, however, several scientists from other disciplines checked carefully Poznański's astronomic archaeological investigations. These scientists, members of a high-powered team which also studied many other archaeological sites in the Andes, were Dr. Hans Ludendorff, then director of the Astronomical Observatory of Potsdam, Dr. Friedrich Becker of the Specula Vaticanica, and two other astronomers, Professor Dr. Arnold Kohlschutter of the University of Bonn and Dr. Rolf Müller of the Astrophysical Institute of Potsdam. At the end of their 3 years of work, the scientists concluded that Poznański was basically right. They didn't concern themselves with the implications of their findings for the prevailing paradigm of history. They simply stated the observable facts about the astronomical alignments of various structures at Tiwanaku. Of these, the most important by far was that the Kalasasiya had been laid out to conform with observations of the heavens made a very long time ago, much, much further back than AD 500. Poznański's figure of 15,000 BC was pronounced to be well within the bounds of possibility. If Tiwanaku had indeed flourished so long before the dawn of history, what sort of people had built it, and for what purpose? Fish-garbed figures. There were two massive pieces of statuary inside the Colosseum. One, a figure nicknamed Alfrail, the friar, stood in the southwest corner. The other, towards the center of the eastern end of the enclosure, was the giant that I had observed from the sunken temple. Carved in red sandstone, worn and ancient beyond reckoning, Alfrail stood about 6 feet high and portrayed a humanoid, androgynous being with massive eyes and lips. In its right hand it clutched something resembling a knife with a wavy blade like an Indonesian kris. In its left hand was an object like a hinged and case-bound book. From the top of this book, however, protruded a device which had been inserted into it as though into a sheath. From the waist down, the figure appeared to be clad in a garment of fish scales, and as though to confirm this perception, the sculptor had formed the individual scales out of rows and rows of small, highly stylized fish heads. This sign had been persuasively interpreted by Poznansky as meaning fish in general. It seemed therefore that El Frail was a portrayal of an imaginary or symbolic fishman. The figure was also equipped with a belt, sculpted with the images of several large crustaceans, so this notion seemed all the more probable. What had been intended? I had learned of one local tradition I thought might shed light on the matter. It was very ancient, and spoke of gods of the lake with fish tails, called Chulua and Umantua. In this, and in the fish-garbed figures, it seemed that there was a curious, out-of-place echo of Mesopotamian myths, which spoke strangely and at length about amphibious beings, endowed with reason, who had visited the land of Sumer in remote prehistory. The leader of these beings was named Oannes, or Uan. According to the Chaldean scribe Berosus, the whole body of Oannes was like that of a fish, and had under a fish's head another head, and also feet below, similar to those of a man subjoined to the fish's tail. His voice, too, and language was articulate and human, and a representation of him is preserved even to this day. When the sun set, it was the custom of this being to plunge again into the sea and abide all night in the deep, for he was amphibious. According to the traditions reported by Berosus, Oannes was above all a civilizer. In the daytime, he used to converse with men, but took no food at that season, and he gave them an insight into letters and sciences and every kind of art. He taught them to construct houses, to found temples, to compile laws, and explained to them the principles of geometrical knowledge. He made them distinguish the seeds of the earth, and showed them how to collect fruits. In short, he instructed them in everything which could tend to soften manners and to humanize mankind. From that time, so universal were his instructions, nothing has been added materially by way of improvement. Surviving images of the Oannes creatures I had seen on Babylonian and Assyrian reliefs clearly portrayed fish-garbed men. Fish scales formed the dominant motif on their garments, just as they did on those worn by Alfrail. Another similarity was that the Babylonian figures held unidentified objects in both their hands. If my memory served me right, and I later confirmed that it did, these objects were by no means identical to those carried by Alfrail. They were, however, similar enough to be worthy of note. The other great idol of the Colosseum was positioned towards the eastern end of the platform, facing the main gateway, and was an imposing monolith of grey andesite, hugely thick, and standing about 9 feet tall. Its broad head rose straight up out of its hulking shoulders, and its slab-like face stared expressionlessly into the distance. It was wearing a crown or headband of some kind, and its hair was braided into orderly rows of long vertical ringlets which were most clearly visible at the back. The figure was also intricately carved and decorated across much of its surface, almost as though it were tattooed. Like Alfrail, it was clad below the waist in a garment composed of fish scales and fish symbols, and also like Alfrail, it held 2 unidentifiable objects in its hands. This time, the left-hand object looked more like a sheath than a case-bound book, and from it protruded a forked handle. The right-hand object was roughly cylindrical, narrow in the center where it was held, wider at the shoulders and at the base, and then narrowing again towards the top. It appeared to have several different sections or parts fitted over and into one another, but it was impossible to guess what it might represent. Images of extinct species. Leaving the fish-garbed figures, I came at last to the Gateway of the Sun, located in the northwest corner of the Colosseum. It proved to be a freestanding monolith of grey-green andesite, about 12.5 feet wide, 10 feet high, and 18 inches thick, weighing an estimated 10 tons. Perhaps best envisaged as a sort of Arc de Triomphe, though on a much smaller scale, it looked in this setting like a door connecting 2 invisible dimensions, a door between nowhere and nothing. The stonework was of exceptionally high quality, and authorities agreed that it was one of the archaeological wonders of the Americas. Its most enigmatic feature was the so-called calendar frieze carved into its eastern facade along the top of the portal. At its center, in an elevated position, this frieze was dominated by what scholars took to be another representation of Viracocha, but this time in his more terrifying aspect as the god-king who could call down fire from heaven. His gentle fatherly side was still expressed. Tears of compassion were running down his cheeks, but his face was set stern and hard. His tiara was regal and imposing, and in either hand he grasped a thunderbolt. In the interpretation given by Joseph Campbell, one of the 20th century's best-known students of myth, the meaning is that the grace that pours into the universe through the sun door is the same as the energy of the bolt that annihilates and is itself indestructible. I turned my head to right and left, slowly studying the remainder of the frieze. It was a beautifully balanced piece of sculpture, with 3 rows of 8 figures, 24 in all, lined up on either side of the elevated central image. Many attempts, none of them particularly convincing, have been made to explain the assumed calendrical function of these figures. All that could really be said for sure was that they had a peculiar, bloodless, cartoon-like quality, and that there was something coldly mathematical, almost machine-like, about the way they seemed to march in regimented lines towards Viracocha. Some apparently wore bird masks, others had sharply pointed noses, and each had in his hand an implement of the type the high god was himself carrying. The base of the frieze was filled with a design known as the meander, a geometrical series of step pyramid forms set in a continuous line and arranged alternately upside down and right side up, which was also thought to have had a calendrical function. On the third column from the right-hand side, and more faintly on the third column from the left-hand side too, I could make out a clear carving of an elephant's head, ears, tusks, and trunk. This was unexpected, since there are no elephants anywhere in the New World. There had been, however, in prehistoric times, as I was able to confirm much later, particularly numerous in the southern Andes, until their sudden extinction around 10,000 BC, had been members of a species called Cuviaronius, an elephant-like proboscid, complete with tusks and a trunk, uncannily similar in appearance to the elephants of the Gateway of the Sun. I stepped forward a few paces to take a closer look at these elephants. Each turned out to be composed of the heads of 2 crested condors placed throat to throat, the crests constituting the ears and the upper part of the neck, the tusks. The creatures thus formed still looked like elephants to me, perhaps because a characteristic visual trick the sculptors of Tiwanaku had employed again and again in their subtle and otherworldly art had been to use one thing to depict another.
Thus an apparently human ear on an apparently human face might turn out to be a bird's wing. Likewise, an ornate crown might be composed of alternate fishes and condors' heads, an eyebrow, a bird's neck and head, the toe of a slipper, an animal's head, and so on. Members of the elephant family, formed out of condors' heads, therefore need not necessarily be optical illusions. On the contrary, such inventive composites would be perfectly in keeping with the overall artistic character of the frieze. Among the riot of stylized animal figures carved into the Gateway of the Sun were a number of other extinct species as well. I knew from my research that one of these had been convincingly identified by several observers as Toxodon, a three-toed amphibious mammal about 9 feet long and 5 feet high at the shoulder, resembling a short stubby cross between a rhino and a hippo. Like Cuvieronius, Toxodon had flourished in South America in the late Pliocene, 1.6 million years ago, and had died out at the end of the Pleistocene, about 12,000 years ago. To my eye, this looked like a striking corroboration for the astroarchaeological evidence that dated Tiwanaku to the end of the Pleistocene, and further undermined the orthodox historical chronology, which made the city only 1,500 years old, since Toxodon, presumably, could only have been modelled from life. It was therefore obviously a matter of some importance that no fewer than 46 Toxodon heads had been carved into the frieze of the Gateway of the Sun. Nor was this creature's ugly caricature confined only to the gateway. On the contrary, Toxodon had been identified on numerous fragments of Tiwanakan pottery. Even more convincingly, he had been portrayed in several pieces of sculpture which showed him in full three-dimensional glory. Moreover, representations of other extinct species had been found. The species included Chelidotherium, a diurnal quadruped, and Macrauchenia, an animal somewhat larger than the modern horse with distinctive three-toed feet. Such images meant that Tiwanaku was a kind of picture book from the past, a record of bizarre animals, now deader than the dodo, expressed in everlasting stone. But the record-taking had come to an abrupt halt one day, and darkness had descended. This too was recorded in stone. The Gateway of the Sun, that surpassing work of art, had never been completed. Certain unfinished aspects of the frieze made it seem probable that something sudden and dreadful had happened, which had caused the sculptor, in the words of Poznański, to drop his chisel forever at the moment when he was putting the final touches to his work. Chapter 12. The End of the Viracochas. We heard in Chapter 10 that Tiwanaku was originally built as a port on the shores of Lake Titicaca, when that lake was far wider and more than 100 feet deeper than it is today. Vast harbour constructions, piers and dikes, and even dumped cargoes of quarried stone at points beneath the old waterline leave no doubt that this must have been the case. Indeed, according to the unorthodox estimates of Professor Poznański, Tiwanaku had been in active use as a port as early as 15,000 BC, the date he proposed for the construction of the Colosseum, and had continued to serve as such for approximately another 5,000 years, during which great expanse of time its position in relation to the shore of Lake Titicaca hardly changed. Throughout this epoch, the principal harbour of the port city was located several hundred metres southwest of the Colosseum, at a site now known as Pumapunku, literally the Puma Gate. Here Poznański's excavations revealed two artificially dredged docks on either side of a true and magnificent pier or wharf, where hundreds of ships could at the same time take on and unload their heavy burdens. One of the construction blocks from which the pier had been fashioned still lay on site and weighed an estimated 440 tons. Numerous others weighed between 100 and 150 tons. Furthermore, many of the biggest monoliths had clearly been joined to each other by eye-shaped metal clamps. In the whole of South America, I knew, this masonry technique had been found only on Tiwanakan structures. The last time I had seen the characteristic notched depressions which proved its use had been on ruins on the island of Elephantina in the Nile in Upper Egypt. Equally thought-provoking was the appearance of the symbol of the cross on many of these ancient blocks. Recurring again and again, particularly at the northern approach to Pumapunku, this symbol always took the same form, a double crucifix with pure, clean lines, perfectly balanced and harmonious, deeply recessed into the hard grey stone. Even according to orthodox historical chronology, these crosses were not less than 1,500 years old. In other words, they had been carved here by a people with absolutely no knowledge of Christianity, a full millennium before the arrival of the first Spanish missionaries on the Altiplano. Where, come to that, had the Christians obtained their crosses? Not only from the shape of the structure to which Jesus Christ was nailed, I thought, but from some much older source as well. Hadn't the ancient Egyptians, for example, used a hieroglyph very like a cross, the Ankh or Crux Ansata, to symbolize life, the breath of life, eternal life itself? Had that symbol originated in Egypt, or had it perhaps occurred elsewhere, earlier still? With such ideas chasing one another around my head, I walked slowly around Pumapunku. The extensive perimeter, which formed a rectangle several hundred feet long, outlined a low pyramidal hill, much overgrown with tall grass. Dozens and dozens of hulking blocks lay scattered in all directions, tossed like matchsticks, Poznański argued, in the terrible natural disaster that had overtaken Tiwanaku during the 11th millennium BC. This catastrophe was caused by seismic movements which resulted in an overflow of the waters of Lake Titicaca and in volcanic eruptions. It is also possible that the temporary increase in the level of the lake may have been caused in part by the breaking of the bulwarks on some of the lakes further to the north and situated at a greater altitude, thus releasing the waters, which descended toward Lake Titicaca in onrushing and unrestrainable torrents. Poznański's evidence that a flood had been the agent of the destruction of Tiwanaku included the discovery of lacustrine flora, Paludistrina culminea, and Paludistrina andicola, Ancylus titicanensis, Planorbis titicanensis, etc., mixed in the alluvia with the skeletons of human beings who perished in the cataclysm, and the discovery of various skeletons of Orestias, fish of the family of the present Bogas, in the same alluvia which contained the human remains. In addition, fragments of human and animal skeletons had been found lying in chaotic disorder among wrought stones, utensils, tools, and an endless variety of other things. All of this has been moved, broken, and accumulated in a confused heap. Anyone who would dig a trench here, 2 meters deep, could not deny that the destructive force of water, in combination with brusque movements of the earth, must have accumulated those different kinds of bones, mixing them with pottery, jewels, tools, and utensils. Layers of illuvium cover the whole field of the ruins, and lacustrine sand mixed with shells from Titicaca, decomposed feldspar, and volcanic ashes have accumulated in the places surrounded by the walls. It had been a terrible catastrophe indeed that had overwhelmed Tiwanaku, and if Poznański was right, it took place more than 12,000 years ago. Thereafter, though the floodwaters subsided, the culture of the Altiplano did not again attain a high point of development, but fell rather into a total and definitive decadence. Struggle and abandonment. This process was hastened by the fact that the earthquakes which had caused Lake Titicaca to engulf Tiwanaku were only the first of many upheavals in the area. These initially resulted in the lake swelling and overflowing its banks, but they soon began to have the opposite effect, slowly reducing Titicaca's depth and surface area. As the years passed, the lake continued to drain inch by inch, marooning the great city, remorselessly separating it from the waters which had previously played such a vital role in its economic life. At the same time, there was evidence that the climate of the Tiwanaku area had become colder and much less favorable for the growing of crops than had previously been the case. So much less favorable that today staples such as maize cannot ripen properly, and even potatoes come out of the ground stunted. Although it was difficult to piece together all the different elements of the complex chain of events that had occurred, it seemed that a period of calm had followed the critical moment of seismic disturbance which had temporarily flooded Tiwanaku. Then, slowly but surely, the climate worsened and became inclement. Finally, there ensued mass emigrations of the Andean peoples towards locations where the struggle for life would not be so arduous. It seems that the highly civilized inhabitants of Tiwanaku, remembered in local traditions as the Viracocha people, had not gone without a struggle. There was puzzling evidence from all over the Altiplano that agricultural experiments of an advanced and scientific nature had been carried out with great ingenuity and dedication to try to compensate for the deterioration of the climate. For example, recent research has demonstrated that astonishingly sophisticated analyses of the chemical compositions of many poisonous high-altitude plants and tubers had been undertaken by somebody in this region in the furthest antiquity. Such analyses, furthermore, had been coupled with the invention of detoxification techniques, which had rendered these otherwise nutritious vegetables harmless and edible. There was as yet no satisfactory explanation for the development of these detoxification processes, admitted David Brauman, Associate Professor of Anthropology at Washington University. Likewise, in the same period, somebody, as yet unidentified by scholarship, went to great lengths to build raised fields on the newly exposed lands that had so recently been under the waters of the lake, a procedure which created characteristic corrugated strips of alternately high and low ground. It was not until the 1960s that the original function of these undulating patterns of earthen platforms and shallow canals was correctly worked out. Still visible today, and known as waru waru by the local Indians, they proved to be part of a complex agricultural design perfected in prehistoric times, which had the ability to outperform modern farming techniques. In recent years, some of the raised fields were reconstructed by archaeologists and agronomists. These experimental plots consistently yielded 3 times more potatoes than even the most productive conventional plots. Likewise, during one particularly cold spell, a severe frost did little damage to the experimental fields. The following year, the crops on the elevated platform survived an equally ruinous drought, then later rode high and dry through a flood that swamped surrounding farmlands. Indeed, this simple but effective agricultural technique, invented by a culture so ancient that no one today could even remember its name, had proved such a success in rural Bolivia that it had attracted the attention of governmental and international development agencies and was now under test in several other parts of the world as well. An artificial language. Another possible legacy of Tiwanaku and of the Viracochas lay embedded in the language spoken by the local Aymara Indians, a language regarded by some specialists as the oldest in the world. In the 1980s, Ivan Guzman de Rojas, a Bolivian computer scientist, accidentally demonstrated that Aymara might be not only very ancient, but significantly, that it might be a made-up language, something deliberately and skillfully designed. Of particular note was the seemingly artificial character of its syntax, which was rigidly structured and unambiguous to an extent thought inconceivable in normal organic speech. This synthetic and highly organized structure meant that Aymara could easily be transformed into a computer algorithm to be used to translate one language into another. The Aymara algorithm is used as a bridge language. The language of an original document is translated into Aymara and then into any number of other languages. Was it just coincidence that an apparently artificial language, governed by a computer-friendly syntax, should be spoken today in the environs of Tiwanaku? Or could Aymara be a legacy of the high learning that legend attributed to the Viracochas? If so, what other legacies might there be? What other incomplete fragments of an old and forgotten wisdom might be lying scattered around? Fragments which had perhaps contributed to the richness and diversity of many of the cultures that had evolved in this region during the 10,000 years before the conquest. Perhaps it was the possession of fragments like these that had made possible the drawing of the Nazca lines and enabled the predecessors of the Incas to build the impossible stone walls at Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman. Mexico. The image I could not get out of my mind was of the Viracocha people leaving, walking on the waters of the Pacific Ocean, or going miraculously by sea, as so many of the legends told. Where had these seafarers been going? What had their objective been, and why, come to think of it, had they made such dogged efforts to stay in Tiwanaku for so long before admitting defeat and moving on? What had they been trying to achieve there that had been so important to them? After several weeks' work on the Altiplano, travelling back and forth between La Paz and Tiwanaku, it became clear that neither the otherworldly ruins nor the libraries of the capital were going to provide me with any further answers. Indeed, in Bolivia at least, the trail seemed to have gone cold. It was not until I reached Mexico, 2,000 miles to the north, that I picked up its traces again.
Part 3. Plumed Serpent, Central America. Chapter 13. Blood and Time at the End of the World. Chichen Itza, northern Yucatan, Mexico. Behind me, towering almost 100 feet into the air, was a perfect ziggurat, the Temple of Kukulkan. Its 4 stairways had 91 steps each. Taken together with the top platform, which counted as a further step, the total was 365. This gave the number of complete days in a solar year. In addition, the geometric design and orientation of the ancient structure had been calibrated with Swiss watch precision to achieve an objective as dramatic as it was esoteric. On the spring and autumn equinoxes, regular as clockwork, triangular patterns of light and shadow combined to create the illusion of a giant serpent undulating on the northern staircase. On each occasion, the illusion lasted for 3 hours and 22 minutes exactly. I walked away from the Temple of Kukulkan in an easterly direction. Ahead of me, starkly refuting the oft-repeated fallacy that the peoples of Central America had never succeeded in developing the column as an architectural feature, stood a forest of white stone columns, which must at one time have supported a massive roof. The sun was beating down harshly through the translucent blue of a cloudless sky, and the cool, deep shadows this area offered were alluring. I passed by, and made my way to the foot of the steep steps that led up to the adjacent Temple of the Warriors. At the top of these steps, becoming fully visible only after I began to ascend them, was a giant figure. This was the idol of Shakmul. It half lay, half sat in an oddly stiff and expectant posture, bent knees protruding upwards, thick calves drawn back to touch its thighs, ankles tucked in against its buttocks, elbows planted on the ground, hands folded across its belly encircling an empty plate, and its back set at an awkward angle as though it were just about to lever itself upright. Had it done so, I calculated, it would have stood about 8 feet tall. Even reclining, coiled and tightly sprung, it seemed to overflow with a fierce and pitiless energy. Its square features were thin-lipped and implacable, as hard and indifferent as the stone from which they were carved, and its eyes gazed westwards, traditionally the direction of darkness, death, and the colour black. Rather lugubriously, I continued to climb the steps of the Temple of the Warriors. Weighing on my mind was the unforgettable fact that the ritual of human sacrifice had been routinely practiced here in pre-Columbian times. The empty plate that Shakmul held across his stomach had once served as a receptacle for freshly extracted hearts.
If the victim's heart was to be taken out, reported one Spanish observer in the 16th century, they conducted him with great display and placed him on the sacrificial stone. 4 of them took hold of his arms and legs, spreading them out. Then the executioner came, with a flint knife in his hand, and with great skill made an incision between the ribs on the left side, below the nipple. Then he plunged in his hand and like a ravenous tiger tore out the living heart, which he laid on the plate. What kind of culture could have nourished and celebrated such demonic behavior? Here in Chichen Itza, amid ruins dating back more than 1,200 years, a hybrid society had formed out of intermingled Maya and Toltec elements. This society was by no means exceptional in its addiction to cruel and barbaric ceremonies. On the contrary, all the great indigenous civilizations known to have flourished in Mexico had indulged in the ritualized slaughter of human beings. Slaughterhouses. Villahermosa, Tabasco province. I stood looking at the altar of infant sacrifice. It was the creation of the Olmecs, the so-called mother culture of Central America, and it was more than 3,000 years old. A block of solid granite about 4 feet thick, its sides bore reliefs of 4 men wearing curious headdresses. Each man carried a healthy, chubby, struggling infant whose desperate fear was clearly visible. The back of the altar was undecorated. At the front, another figure was portrayed, holding in his arms, as though it were an offering, the slumped body of a dead child. The Olmecs are the earliest recognized high civilization of ancient Mexico, and human sacrifice was well established with them. 2,500 years later, at the time of the Spanish conquest, the Aztecs were the last, but by no means the least, of the peoples of this region to continue an extremely old and deeply ingrained tradition. They did so with fanatical zeal. It is recorded, for example, that Ahuizotl, the 8th and most powerful emperor of the Aztec royal dynasty, celebrated the dedication of the temple of Huitzilopochtli in Tenochtitlan by marshalling 4 lines of prisoners past teams of priests who worked 4 days to dispatch them. On this occasion, as many as 80,000 were slain during a single ceremonial rite. The Aztecs liked to dress up in the flayed skins of sacrificial victims. Bernardino de Sahagún, a Spanish missionary, attended one such ceremony soon after the conquest. The celebrants flayed and dismembered the captives. They then lubricated their own naked bodies with grease and slipped into the skin. Trailing blood and grease, the gruesomely clad men ran through the city, thus terrifying those they followed. The second day's rite also included a cannibal feast for each warrior's family. Another mass sacrifice was witnessed by the Spanish chronicler Diego de Duran. In this instance, the victims were so numerous that when the streams of blood running down the temple steps reached the bottom and cooled, they formed fat clots enough to terrify anyone. All in all, it has been estimated that the number of sacrificial victims in the Aztec Empire as a whole had risen to around 250,000 a year by the beginning of the 16th century. What was this manic destruction of human life for? According to the Aztecs themselves, it was done to delay the coming of the end of the world. Children of the fifth sun. Like the many different peoples and cultures that had preceded them in Mexico, the Aztecs believed that the universe operated in great cycles. The priests stated as a matter of simple fact that there had been 4 such cycles, or suns, since the creation of the human race. At the time of the conquest, it was the fifth sun that prevailed, and it is within that same fifth sun, or epoch, that humankind still lives today. This account is taken from a rare collection of Aztec documents, known as the Vaticano Latin Codex. First sun, Matlachtli-Atl, duration 4,008 years. Those who lived then ate water maize, called Atzitzintli. In this age lived the giants. The first sun was destroyed by water in the sign Matlachtli-Atl, 10 water. It was called Apatio Walitzli, flood, deluge, the art of sorcery, of the permanent rain. Men were turned into fish. Some say that only one couple escaped, protected by an old tree living near the water. Others say that there were 7 couples who hid in a cave until the flood was over and the waters had gone down. They repopulated the earth and were worshipped as gods in their nations. Second sun, Ehecoatl, duration 4,010 years. Those who lived then ate wild fruit, known as Acotzintli. This sun was destroyed by Ehecoatl, wind serpent, and men were turned into monkeys. 1 man and 1 woman standing on a rock were saved from destruction. Third sun, Tlacuyahuilo, duration 4,081 years. Men, the descendants of the couple who were saved from the second sun, ate a fruit called Zincoacoc. This third sun was destroyed by fire. Fourth sun, Zontlilik, duration 5,026 years. Men died of starvation after a deluge of blood and fire. Another cultural document of the Aztecs that has survived the ravages of the conquest is the Sunstone of Axayacatl, the 6th emperor of the royal dynasty. This huge monolith was hewn out of solid basalt in AD 1479. It weighs 24.5 tons and consists of a series of concentrically inscribed circles, each bearing intricate symbolic statements. As in the Codex, these statements focus attention on the belief that the world has already passed through 4 epochs or suns. The first and most remote of these is represented by Ocelotonatiuh, the jaguar god. During that sun lived the giants that had been created by the gods but were finally attacked and devoured by jaguars. The second sun is represented by the serpent head of Ehecoatl, the god of the air. During that period, the human race was destroyed by high winds and hurricanes and men were converted into monkeys. The symbol of the third sun is a head of rain and celestial fire. In this epoch, everything was destroyed by a rain of fire from the sky and the forming of lava. All houses were burnt. Men were converted into birds to survive the catastrophe. The fourth sun is represented by the head of the water goddess, Chalchiuhtlicue. Destruction came in the form of torrential rains and floods. The mountains disappeared, and men were transformed into fish. The symbol of the fifth sun, our current epoch, is the face of Tonatiuh, the sun god himself. His tongue, fittingly depicted as an obsidian knife, juts out hungrily, signaling his need for the nourishment of human blood and hearts. His features are wrinkled to indicate his advanced age, and he appears within the symbol Olin, which signifies movement. Why is the fifth sun known as the sun of movement? Because, the elders say, in it there will be a movement of the earth, and from this we shall all perish. And when will this catastrophe strike? Soon, according to the Aztec priests. They believed that the fifth sun was already very old and approaching the end of its cycle, hence the wrinkles on the face of Tonatiuh. Ancient Mesoamerican traditions dated the birth of this epoch to the remote period corresponding to the 4th millennium BC of the Christian calendar. The method of calculating its end, however, had been forgotten by the time of the Aztecs. In the absence of this essential information, human sacrifices were apparently carried out in the hope that the impending catastrophe might be postponed. Indeed, the Aztecs came to regard themselves as a chosen people. They were convinced that they had been charged with a divine mission to wage war and offer the blood of their captives to feed Tonatiuh, thereby preserving the life of the fifth sun. Stuart Feidel, an authority on the prehistory of the Americas, summed up the whole issue in these words. The Aztecs believed that to prevent the destruction of the universe, which had already occurred 4 times in the past, the gods must be supplied with a steady diet of human hearts and blood. This same belief, with remarkably few variations, was shared by all the great civilizations of Central America. Unlike the Aztecs, however, some of the earlier peoples had calculated exactly when a great movement of the earth could be expected to bring the fifth sun to an end. Lightbringer. No documents, only dark and menacing sculptures have come down to us from the Olmec era. but the Mayas, justifiably regarded as the greatest ancient civilization to have arisen in the New World, left behind a wealth of calendrical records. Expressed in terms of the modern dating system, these enigmatic inscriptions convey a rather curious message. The fifth sun, it seems, has an expiry date, somewhere around 21 December, the winter solstice, AD 2012. Despite the apparent precision, what was intended here was to signal an epoch of danger, extending roughly from 1960 to 2040, with the year 2012 in our calendar forming the rough center point. In the rational intellectual climate of our times, it is unfashionable to take doomsday prophecies seriously. The general consensus is that they are the products of superstitious minds and can safely be ignored. As I travelled around Mexico, however, I was from time to time bothered by a nagging intuition that the voices of the ancient sages might deserve a hearing after all. I mean, suppose by some crazy off-chance they weren't the superstitious savages we'd always believed them to be. Suppose they knew something we didn't. Most pertinent of all, suppose that their projected date for the end of the fifth sun turned out to be correct. Suppose, in other words, that some truly awful geological catastrophe is already unfolding deep in the bowels of the earth, as the wise men of the Maya predicted. In Peru and Bolivia, I had become aware of the obsessive concern with the calculation of time shown by the Incas and their predecessors. Now in Mexico, I discovered that the Maya, who believed that they had worked out the date of the end of the world, had been possessed by the same compulsion. Indeed, for these people, just about everything boiled down to numbers, the passage of the years and the manifestations of events. The belief was that if the numbers which lay beneath the manifestations could be properly understood, it would be possible to predict successfully the timing of the events themselves. I felt disinclined to ignore the obvious implications of the recurrent destructions of humanity depicted so vividly in Central American traditions. Coming complete with giants and floods, these traditions were eerily similar to those of the far-off Andean region. Meanwhile, however, I was keen to pursue another, related line of inquiry. This concerned the bearded, white-skinned deity named Quetzalcoatl, who was believed to have sailed to Mexico from across the seas in remote antiquity. Quetzalcoatl was credited with the invention of the advanced mathematical and calendrical formulae that the Maya were later to use to calculate the date of doomsday. He also bore a striking resemblance to Viracocha, the pale god of the Andes, who came to Tiwanaku in the time of darkness, bearing the gifts of light and civilization. Chapter 14. People of the Serpent. After spending so long immersed in the traditions of Viracocha, the bearded god of the distant Andes, I was intrigued to discover that Quetzalcoatl, the principal deity of the ancient Mexican pantheon, was described in terms that were extremely familiar. For example, one pre-Columbian myth collected in Mexico by the 16th century Spanish chronicler Juan de Torquemada asserted that Quetzalcoatl was a fair and ruddy-complexioned man with a long beard. Another spoke of him as Era Hombre Blanco, a large man, broad-browed with huge eyes, long hair and a great rounded beard, la barba grande y redonda. Another still described him as a mysterious person, a white man with strong formation of body, broad forehead, large eyes and a flowing beard. He was dressed in a long white robe reaching to his feet. He condemned sacrifices, except of fruits and flowers, and was known as the god of peace. When addressed on the subject of war, he is reported to have stopped up his ears with his fingers. According to a particularly striking Central American tradition, this wise instructor came from across the sea in a boat that moved by itself without paddles. He was a tall, bearded white man who taught people to use fire for cooking. He also built houses and showed couples that they could live together as husband and wife, and since people often quarreled in those days, he taught them to live in peace. Viracocha's Mexican twin. The listener will recall that Viracocha, in his journeys through the Andes, went by several different aliases. Quetzalcoatl did this too. In some parts of Central America, notably among the Quiche Maya, he was called Cucumats. Elsewhere, at Chichen Itza, for example, he was known as Cuculcan. When both these words were translated into English, they turned out to mean exactly the same thing: plumed or feathered serpent. This was also the meaning of Quetzalcoatl. There were other deities among the Maya in particular, whose identities seemed to merge closely with those of Quetzalcoatl. One was Wotan, a great civilizer, who was also described as pale-skinned, bearded, and wearing a long robe. Scholars could offer no translation for his name, but his principal symbol, like that of Quetzalcoatl, was a serpent. Another closely related figure was Itzamana, the Mayan god of healing, who was a robed and bearded individual. His symbol, too, was the rattlesnake. What emerged from all this, as the leading authorities agreed, was that the Mexican legends collected and passed on by Spanish chroniclers at the time of the conquest were often the confused and conflated products of extremely long oral traditions. Behind them all, however, it seems that there must lie some solid historical reality. In the judgment of Sylvanus Griswold Morley, the doyen of Maya studies, the great god Cuculcan, or feathered serpent, was the Mayan counterpart of the Aztec Quetzalcoatl, the Mexican god of light, learning and culture. In the Maya pantheon, he was regarded as having been the great organizer, the founder of cities, the former of laws and the teacher of the calendar. Indeed, his attributes and life history are so human that it is not improbable that he may have been an actual historical character, some great lawgiver and organizer, the memory of whose benefactions lingered long after his death, and whose personality was eventually deified. All the legends stated unambiguously that Quetzalcoatl, Cuculcan, Cucumats, Wotan, Itzamana had arrived in Central America from somewhere very far away, across the eastern sea, and that amid great sadness he had eventually sailed off again in the direction whence he had come. The legends added that he had promised solemnly that he would return one day. A clear echo of Viracocha, it would be almost perverse to ascribe to coincidence. In addition, it will be recalled that Viracocha's departure across the waves of the Pacific Ocean had been portrayed in the Andean traditions as a miraculous event. Quetzalcoatl's departure from Mexico also had a strange feel about it, for he was said to have sailed away on a raft of serpents. All in all, I felt Morley was right in looking for a factual historical background behind the Mayan and Mexican myths. What the traditions seemed to indicate was that the bearded, pale-skinned foreigner called Quetzalcoatl or Cuculcan or whatever had been not just one person, but probably several people who had come from the same place and had belonged to the same distinctively non-Indian ethnic type, bearded, white-skinned, etc. This wasn't only suggested by the existence of a family of obviously related but slightly different gods sharing the symbol of the snake. Quetzalcoatl, Cuculcan, Itzamana was quite explicitly portrayed in many of the Mexican and Mayan accounts as having been accompanied by attendants or assistants. Certain myths set out in the ancient Mayan religious texts, known as the books of Chilambalam, for instance, reported that the first inhabitants of Yucatan were the people of the serpent. They came from the east in boats across the water with their leader Itzamana, serpent of the east, a healer who could cure by laying on hands and who revived the dead. Cuculcan, stated in another tradition, came with 19 companions, 2 of whom were gods of fish, 2 others gods of agriculture, and a god of thunder. They stayed 10 years in Yucatan. Cuculcan made wise laws and then set sail and disappeared in the direction of the rising sun. According to the Spanish chronicler Las Casas, the natives affirmed that in ancient times there came to Mexico 20 men, the chief of whom was called Cuculcan. They wore flowing robes and sandals on their feet. They had long beards and their heads were bare. Cuculcan instructed the people in the arts of peace and caused various important edifices to be built. Meanwhile, Juan de Torquemada recorded this very specific pre-conquest tradition concerning the imposing strangers who had entered Mexico with Quetzalcoatl. They were men of good carriage, well-dressed, in long robes of black linen, open in front and without capes, cut low at the neck, with short sleeves that did not come to the elbow. These followers of Quetzalcoatl were men of great knowledge and cunning artists in all kinds of fine work. Like some long-lost twin of Viracocha, the white and bearded Andean deity, Quetzalcoatl was depicted as having brought to Mexico all the skills and sciences necessary to create a civilized life, thus ushering in a golden age. He was believed, for example, to have introduced the knowledge of writing to Central America, to have invented the calendar, and to have been a master builder who taught the people the secrets of masonry and architecture. He was the father of mathematics, metallurgy, and astronomy, and was said to have measured the earth. He also founded productive agriculture, and was reported to have discovered and introduced corn, literally the staff of life in these ancient lands. A great doctor and master of medicines, he was the patron of healers and diviners, and disclosed to the people the mysteries of the properties of plants. In addition, he was revered as a lawgiver, as a protector of craftsmen, and as a patron of all the arts. As might be expected of such a refined and cultured individual, he forbade the grisly practice of human sacrifice during the period of his ascendancy in Mexico. After his departure, the blood-spattered rituals were reintroduced with a vengeance. Nevertheless, even the Aztecs, the most vehement sacrificers ever to have existed in the long history of Central America, remembered the time of Quetzalcoatl with a kind of nostalgia. He was a teacher, recalled one legend, who taught that no living thing was to be harmed, and that sacrifices were to be made not of human beings, but of birds and butterflies. Cosmic struggle. Why did Quetzalcoatl go away? What went wrong? Mexican legends provided answers to these questions. They said that the enlightened and benevolent rule of the plumed serpent had been brought to an end by Tezcatlipoca, a malevolent god whose name meant smoking mirror, and whose cult demanded human sacrifice. It seemed that a near cosmic struggle between the forces of light and darkness had taken place in ancient Mexico, and that the forces of darkness had triumphed. The supposed stage for these events, now known as Tula, was not believed to be particularly old, not much more than 1,000 years anyway, but the legends surrounding it linked it to an infinitely more distant epoch. In those times, outside history, it had been known as Tolan. All the traditions agreed that it had been at Tolan that Tezcatlipoca had vanished Quetzalcoatl and forced him to quit Mexico. Fire serpents. Tula, Hidalgo province. I was sitting on the flat square summit of the unimaginatively named Pyramid B. The late afternoon sun was beating down out of a clear blue sky, and I was facing south, looking around. At the base of the pyramid, to the north and east, were murals depicting jaguars and eagles, feasting on human hearts. Immediately behind me were ranged 4 pillars and 4 fearsome granite idols, each 9 feet tall. Ahead and to my left lay the partially unexcavated Pyramid C, a cactus-covered mound about 40 feet high, and further away were more mounds, not yet investigated by archaeologists. To my right was a ball court. In that long, eye-shaped arena, terrible gladiatorial games had been staged in ancient times. Teams, or sometimes just 2 individuals pitted against each other, would compete for possession of a rubber ball. The losers were decapitated. The idols on the platform behind me had a solemn and intimidating aura. I stood up to look at them more closely. Their sculptor had given them hard, implacable faces, hooked noses, and hollow eyes, and they seemed without sympathy or emotion. What interested me most, however, was not so much their ferocious appearance as the objects that they clutched in their hands. Archaeologists admitted that they didn't really know what these objects were, but had tentatively identified them anyway. This identification had stuck, and it was now received wisdom that spear throwers called atlatls were held in the right hands of the idols, and spears or arrows and incense bags in the left hands. It didn't seem to matter that the objects did not in any way resemble atlatls, spears, arrows, or incense bags. As I studied the objects themselves, I had the distinct sense that they were meant to represent devices which had originally been made out of metal. The right-hand device, which seemed to emerge from a sheath or handguard, was lozenge-shaped with a curved lower edge. The left-hand device could have been an instrument or weapon of some kind. I remembered legends which related that the gods of ancient Mexico had armed themselves with zihucoatl, fire serpents. These apparently emitted burning rays, capable of piercing and dismembering human bodies. Was it fire serpents that the Tula idols were holding? What, for that matter, were fire serpents? Whatever they were, both devices looked like pieces of technology, and both in certain ways resembled the equally mysterious objects in the hands of the idols in the Calasasilla at Tiwanaku. Serpent Sanctuary. Santa and I had come to Tula Tolan because it had been closely associated both with Quetzalcoatl and with his arch-enemy, Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror. Ever young, omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, Tezcatlipoca was associated in the legends with night, darkness, and the sacred jaguar. He was invisible and implacable, appearing to men sometimes as a flying shadow, sometimes as a dreadful monster. Often depicted as a glaring skull, he was said to have been the owner of a mysterious object, the smoking mirror, after which he was named, which he made use of to observe from afar the activities of men and gods. Scholars quite reasonably suppose that it must have been a primitive obsidian scrying stone. Obsidian had an especial sanctity for the Mexicans, as it provided the sacrificial knives employed by the priests. The Spanish chronicler Bernal Diaz states that they called this stone Tezcat. From it, mirrors were also manufactured as divinatory media to be used by wizards. Representing the forces of darkness and rapacious evil, Tezcatlipoca was said in the legends to have been locked in a conflict with Quetzalcoatl that had continued over an immense span of years. At certain times, one seemed to be gaining the upper hand, at certain times the other. Finally, the cosmic struggle came to an end when good was vanquished by evil, and Quetzalcoatl driven out from Tolan. Thereafter, under the influence of Tezcatlipoca's nightmarish cult, human sacrifice was reintroduced throughout Central America. As we have seen, Quetzalcoatl was believed to have fled to the coast and to have been carried away on a raft of serpents. One legend says he burned his houses, built of silver and shells, buried his treasure, and set sail on the eastern sea, preceded by his attendants who had been changed into bright birds. This poignant moment of departure was supposedly staged at a place called Coatzacoalcos, meaning Serpent Sanctuary. There, before taking his leave, Quetzalcoatl promised his followers he would return one day, to overthrow the cult of Tezcatlipoca, and to inaugurate an era when the gods would again accept sacrifices of flowers and cease their clamor for human blood. Chapter 15. Mexican Babel. We drove southeast from Tula, bypassing Mexico City on an anarchic series of fast freeways that dragged us through the creeping edge of the capital's eye-watering, lung-searing pollution. Our route then took us up over pine-covered mountains, past the snowy peak of Popocatépetl, and thence along tree-lined lanes amid fields and farmsteads. In the late afternoon, we arrived at Cholula, a sleepy town with 11,000 inhabitants and a spacious main square. After turning east through the narrow streets, we crossed a railway line and pulled to a halt in the shadow of Tlachicoaltepetl, the man-made mountain we had come here to see. Once sacred to the peaceful cult of Quetzalcoatl, but now surmounted by an ornate Catholic church, this immense edifice was ranked among the most extensive and ambitious engineering projects ever undertaken anywhere in the ancient world. Indeed, with a base area of 45 acres at a height of 210 feet, it was 3 times more massive than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Though its contours were now blurred by age and its sides overgrown with grass, it was still possible to recognize that it had once been an imposing ziggurat, which had risen up towards the heavens in 4 clean-angled steps. Measuring almost half a kilometre along each side at its base, it had also succeeded in preserving a dignified but violated beauty. The past, though often dry and dusty, is rarely dumb. Sometimes it can speak with passion. It seemed to me that it did so here, bearing witness to the physical and psychological degradation visited upon the native peoples of Mexico when the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés almost casually beheaded a culture as a passerby might sweep off the head of a sunflower. In Cholula, a great centre of pilgrimage with a population of around 100,000 at the time of the conquest, this decapitation of ancient traditions and ways of life required that something particularly humiliating be done to the man-made mountain of Quetzalcoatl. The solution was to smash and desecrate the temple, which had once stood on the summit of the ziggurat, and replace it with a church. Cortés and his men were few, the Cholulans were many. When they marched into town, however, the Spaniards had one major advantage. Bearded and pale-skinned, dressed in shining armour, they looked like the fulfilment of a prophecy. Had it not always been promised that Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, would return from across the eastern sea with his band of followers? Because of this expectation, the naive and trusting Cholulans permitted the conquistadors to climb the steps of the ziggurat and enter the great courtyard of the temple. Their troops of gaily bedecked dancing girls greeted them, singing and playing on instruments, while stewards moved back and forth with heaped platters of bread and delicate cooked meats. One of the Spanish chroniclers, an eyewitness to the events that followed, reported that the adoring townsfolk of all ranks, unarmed, with eager and happy faces, crowded in to hear what the white men would say. Realizing from this incredible reception that their intentions were not suspected, the Spaniards closed and guarded all the entrances, drew their weapons of steel, and murdered their hosts. 6,000 died in this horrible massacre, which matched in its savagery the most blood-stained rituals of the Aztecs. Those of Cholula were caught unawares. With neither arrows nor shields did they meet the Spaniards. Just so, they were slain without warning. They were killed by pure treachery. It was ironic, I thought, that the conquistadors in both Peru and Mexico should have benefited in the same way from local legends that prophesied the return of a pale, bearded god. If that god was indeed a deified human, as seemed likely, he must have been a person of high civilization and exemplary character, or more probably 2 different people from the same background, one working in Mexico and providing the model for Quetzalcoatl, the other in Peru being the model for Viracocha. The superficial resemblance that the Spanish bore to those earlier fair-skinned foreigners opened many doors that would otherwise certainly have been closed. Unlike their wise and benevolent predecessors, however, Pizarro in the Andes and Cortés in Central America were ravening wolves. They ate up the lands and the peoples and the cultures they had seized upon. They destroyed almost everything. Tears for the past. Their eyes scaled with ignorance, bigotry, and greed. The Spanish erased a precious heritage of mankind when they arrived in Mexico. In so doing, they deprived the future of any detailed knowledge concerning the brilliant and remarkable civilizations which once flourished in Central America. What, for example, was the true history of the glowing idol that rested in a sacred sanctuary in the Mixtec capital Ayotlan? We know of this curious object through the writings of a 16th century eyewitness, Father Burgoa. The material was of marvellous value, for it was an emerald of the size of a thick pepper pod, upon which a small bird was engraved with the greatest skill, and with the same skill a small serpent coiled ready to strike. The stone was so transparent that it shone from its interior with the brightness of a candle flame. It was a very old jewel, and there is no tradition concerning the origin of its veneration and worship. What might we learn if we could examine this very old jewel today? And how old was it really? We shall never find out, because Father Benito, the first missionary of Ayotlan, seized the stone from the Indians. He had it ground up, although a Spaniard offered 3,000 ducats for it, stirred the powder in water, poured it upon the earth, and trod upon it. Equally typical of the profligate squandering of the intellectual riches concealed in the Mexican past was the shared fate of 2 gifts given to Cortés by the Aztec Emperor Montezuma. These were circular calendars, as big as cartwheels, one of solid silver and the other of solid gold. Both were elaborately engraved with beautiful hieroglyphs, which may have contained material of great interest. Cortés had them melted down for ingots on the spot. More systematically, all over Central America, vast repositories of knowledge accumulated since ancient times were painstakingly gathered, heaped up, and burned by zealous friars. In July 1562, for example, in the main square of Mani, just south of modern Merida in Yucatan province, Father Diego de Landa burned thousands of Maya codices, story paintings, and hieroglyphs inscribed on rolled-up deerskins. He also destroyed countless idols and altars, all of which he described as works of the devil, designed by the evil one to delude the Indians and to prevent them from accepting Christianity. Elsewhere, he elaborated on the same theme. We found great numbers of books written in the characters of the Indians, but as they contained nothing but superstitions and falsehoods of the devil, we burned them all, which the natives took most grievously and which gave them great pain. Not only the natives should have felt this pain, but anyone and everyone then and now who would like to know the truth about the past. Many other men of God, some even more ruthlessly efficient than Diego de Landa, participated in Spain's satanic mission to wipe clear the memory banks of Central America. Notable among these was Juan de Zumarraga, Bishop of Mexico, who boasted of having destroyed 20,000 idols and 500 Indian temples. In November 1530, he burned a Christianized Aztec aristocrat at the stake for having allegedly reverted to worship of the rain god, and later, in the marketplace at Texcoco, built a vast bonfire of astronomical documents, paintings, manuscripts, and hieroglyphic texts which the conquistadors had forcibly extracted from the Aztecs during the previous 11 years. As this irreplaceable storehouse of knowledge and history went up in flames, a chance to shake off at least some of the collective amnesia that clouds our understanding was lost to mankind forever. What remains to us of the written records of the ancient peoples of Central America? The answer, thanks to the Spanish, is less than 20 original codices and scrolls. We know from hearsay that many of the documents which the friars reduced to ashes contained records of ages past. What did these lost records say? What secrets did they hold? Gigantic men of deformed stature. Even while the orgy of book burning was still going on, some Spaniards began to realize that a truly great civilization had once existed in Mexico prior to the Aztecs. Oddly enough, one of the first to act on this realization was Diego de Landa. He appears to have undergone a Damascus Road experience after staging his auto da fe at Mani. In later years, determined to save what he could of the ancient wisdom he had once played such a large part in destroying, he became an assiduous gatherer of the traditions and oral histories of the native peoples of Yucatan. Bernardino de Sahagún, a Franciscan friar, was a chronicler to whom we owe much. A great linguist, he is reported to have sought out the most learned and often the oldest natives and asked each to paint in his Aztec picture writing as much as he could clearly remember of Aztec history, religion, and legend. In this way, Sahagún was able to accumulate detailed information on the anthropology, mythology, and social history of ancient Mexico, which he later set down in a learned 12-volume work. This was suppressed by the Spanish authorities. Fortunately, one copy has survived, though it is incomplete. Diego de Duran, a conscientious and courageous collector of indigenous traditions, was yet another Franciscan who fought to recover the lost knowledge of the past. He visited Cholula in AD 1585, a time of rapid and catastrophic change. There he interviewed a venerated elder of the town, said to have been more than 100 years old, who told him this story about the making of the great ziggurat. In the beginning, before the light of the sun had been created, this place, Cholula, was in obscurity and darkness. All was a plain, without hill or elevation, encircled in every part by water, without tree or created thing. Immediately after the light and the sun arose in the east, there appeared gigantic men of deformed stature who possessed the land. Enamored of the light and beauty of the sun, they determined to build a tower so high that its summit should reach the sky. Having collected materials for the purpose, they found a very adhesive clay and bitumen with which they speedily commenced to build the tower. And having reared it to the greatest possible altitude so that it reached the sky, the Lord of the heavens, enraged, said to the inhabitants of the sky, "Have you observed how they of the earth have built a high and haughty tower to mount hither, being enamored of the light of the sun and his beauty? Come and confound them, because it is not right that they of the earth, living in the flesh, should mingle with us." Immediately, the inhabitants of the sky sallied forth like flashes of lightning. They destroyed the edifice and divided and scattered its builders to all parts of the earth. It was this story, almost but not quite the biblical account of the Tower of Babel, which was itself a reworking of a far older Mesopotamian tradition, that had brought me to Cholula. The Central American and Middle Eastern tales were obviously closely related. Indeed, the similarities were unmissable. But there were also differences far too significant to be ignored. Of course, the similarities could be due to unrecorded pre-Columbian contacts between the cultures of the Middle East and the New World. But there was one way to explain the similarities and the differences in a single theory. Suppose that the two versions of the legend had evolved separately for several thousands of years, but prior to that, both had descended from the same remotely ancient ancestor. Remnants. Here's what the book of Genesis says about the tower that reached to heaven. Throughout the earth, men spoke the same language with the same vocabulary. Now as they moved eastwards, they found a plain in the land of Shinar where they settled. There they said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and bake them in the fire." For stone they used bricks, and for mortar they used bitumen. "Come," they said, "let us build ourselves a town and a tower with its top reaching heaven. Let us make a name for ourselves, so that we may not be scattered about the entire earth." Now Yahweh, the Hebrew God, came down to see the town and the tower that the sons of man had built. "So they are all a single people, with a single language," said Yahweh. "This is but the start of their undertakings. There will be nothing too hard for them to do. Come, let us go down and confuse their language on the spot, so that they can no longer understand one another." Yahweh scattered them thence over the whole face of the earth, and they stopped building the tower. It was named Babel, therefore, because there Yahweh confused the language of the whole earth. The verse which most interested me suggested very clearly that the ancient builders of the Tower of Babel had set out to create a lasting monument to themselves, so that their name would not be forgotten, even if their civilization and language were. Was it possible that the same considerations could have applied at Cholula? Only a handful of monuments in Mexico were thought by archaeologists to be more than 2,000 years old. Cholula was definitely one of them. Indeed, no one could say for sure in what distant age its ramparts had first begun to be heaped up. For thousands of years before development and extension of the site began in earnest around 300 BC, it looked as though some other older structure might have been positioned at the spot over which the great ziggurat of Quetzalcoatl now rose. There was a precedent for this, which further strengthened the intriguing possibility that the remnants of a truly ancient civilization might still be lying around in Central America, waiting to be recognized. For example, just south of the university campus of Mexico City, off the main road connecting the capital to Cuernavaca, stands a circular step pyramid of great complexity, with 4 galleries and a central staircase. It was partially excavated in the 1920s from beneath a mantle of lava. Geologists were called to the site to help date the lava and carried out a detailed examination. To everyone's surprise, they concluded that the volcanic eruption, which had completely buried 3 sides of this pyramid, and then gone on to cover about 60 square miles of the surrounding territory, must have taken place at least 7,000 years ago. This geological evidence seems to have been ignored by historians and archaeologists who do not believe that any civilization capable of building a pyramid could have existed in Mexico at such an early date. It is worth noting, however, that Byron Cummings, the American archaeologist who originally excavated the site for the National Geographical Society, was convinced by clearly demarcated stratification layers above and below the pyramid, laid down both before and after the volcanic eruption, that it was the oldest temple yet uncovered on the American continent. He went further than the geologists and stated categorically that this temple fell into ruins some 8,500 years ago. Pyramids upon pyramids. Going inside the Cholula pyramid really did feel like entering a man-made mountain. The tunnels, and there were more than 6 miles of them, were not old. They had been left behind by the teams of archaeologists who had burrowed here diligently from 1931 until funds ran out in 1966. Somehow, these narrow, low-ceilinged corridors had borrowed an atmosphere of antiquity from the vast structure all around them. Moist and cool, they offered an inviting and secretive darkness. Following a ribbon of torchlight, we walked deeper inside the pyramid. The archaeological excavations had revealed that it was not the product of one dynasty, as was thought to have been the case with the pyramids of Giza in Egypt, but that it had been built up over a very long period of time, 2,000 years or so at a conservative estimate. In other words, it was a collective project, created by an intergenerational labor force, drawn from the many different cultures, Olmec, Teotihuacan, Toltec, Zapotec, Mixtec, Cholulan, and Aztec, that had passed through Cholula since the dawn of civilization in Mexico. Though it was not known who had been the first builders here, as far as it had been possible to establish, the earliest major edifice on the site consisted of a tall, conical pyramid shaped like an upturned bucket, flattened at the summit where a temple had stood. Much later, a second, similar structure was imposed on top of this primordial mound. In other words, a second inverted bucket of clay and compacted stone was placed directly over the first, raising the temple platform to more than 200 feet above the surrounding plain. Thereafter, during the next 1,500 years or so, an estimated 4 or 5 other cultures contributed to the final appearance of the monument. This they did by extending its base in several stages, but never again by increasing its maximum height. In this way, almost as though a master plan were being implemented, the man-made mountain of Cholula gradually attained its characteristic 4-tier ziggurat shape. Today, its sides at the base are each almost 1,500 feet long, about twice the length of the sides of the Great Pyramid at Giza, and its total volume has been estimated at a staggering 3 million cubic meters. This makes it, as one authority succinctly states, the largest building ever erected on Earth. Why? Why go to all that trouble? And what sort of name for themselves were the peoples of Central America trying to make? Walking through the network of corridors and passageways, inhaling the cool, loamy air, I was uncomfortably conscious of the great weight and mass of the pyramid pressing down upon me. It was the largest building in the world, and it had been placed here in honor of a Central American deity of whom almost nothing was known. We had the conquistadors and the Catholic Church to thank for leaving us so deeply in the dark about the true story of Quetzalcoatl and his followers, the smashing and desecration of his ancient temple at Cholula, the destruction of idols, altars, and calendars, and the great bonfires made out of codices, paintings, and hieroglyphic scrolls had succeeded almost completely in silencing the voices of the past. But the legends did offer us one graphic and powerful piece of imagery, a memory of the gigantic men of deformed stature who were said to have been the original builders. Chapter 16. Serpent Sanctuary. From Cholula, we drove east, past the prosperous cities of Puebla, Orizaba, and Cordoba, towards Veracruz and the Gulf of Mexico. We crossed the mist-enshrouded peaks of the Sierra Madre Oriental, where the air was thin and cold, and then descended towards sea level onto tropical plains, overgrown with lush plantations of palms and bananas. We were heading into the heartlands of Mexico's oldest and most mysterious civilization, that of the so-called Olmecs, whose name meant rubber people. Dating back to the 2nd millennium BC, the Olmecs had ceased to exist 1,500 years before the rise of the Aztec Empire. The Aztecs, however, had preserved haunting traditions concerning them, and were even responsible for naming them after the rubber-producing area of Mexico's Gulf Coast, where they were believed to have lived. This area lies between modern Veracruz in the west and Ciudad del Carmen in the east. In it, the Aztecs found a number of ancient ritual objects produced by the Olmecs, and for reasons unknown, they collected these objects and placed them in positions of importance in their own temples. Looking at my map, I could see the blue line of the Coatzacoalcos River running into the Gulf of Mexico, more or less at the midpoint of the legendary Olmec homeland. The oil industry proliferates here now, where rubber trees once flourished, transforming a tropical paradise into something resembling the lowest circle of Dante's Inferno. Since the oil boom of 1973, the town of Coatzacoalcos, once easygoing but not very prosperous, had mushroomed into a transport and refining center with air-conditioned hotels and a population of 500,000. It lay close to the black heart of an industrial wasteland in which virtually everything of archaeological interest that had escaped the depredations of the Spanish at the time of the conquest had been destroyed by the voracious expansion of the oil business. It was therefore no longer possible, on the basis of hard evidence, to confirm or deny the intriguing suggestion that the legends seemed to make, that something of great importance must once have occurred here. I remembered that Coatzacoalcos meant serpent sanctuary. It was here, in remote antiquity, that Quetzalcoatl and his companions were said to have landed when they first reached Mexico, arriving from across the sea in vessels with sides that shone like the scales of serpents' skins. And it was from here, too, that Quetzalcoatl was believed to have sailed on his raft of serpents when he left Central America. Serpent Sanctuary, moreover, was beginning to look like the name for the Olmec homeland, which had included not only Coatzacoalcos, but several other sites in areas less blighted by development. First at Tres Zapotes, west of Coatzacoalcos, and then at San Lorenzo and La Venta, south and east of it, numerous pieces of characteristically Olmec sculpture had been unearthed. All were monoliths carved out of basalt and similarly durable materials. Some took the form of gigantic heads weighing up to 30 tons. Others were massive stelae engraved with encounter scenes, apparently involving two different races of mankind, neither of them American Indian. Whoever had produced these outstanding works of art had obviously belonged to a refined, well-organized, prosperous, and technologically advanced civilization. The problem was that absolutely nothing remained except the works of art from which anything could be deduced about the character and origins of that civilization. All that seemed clear was that the Olmecs, the archaeologists were happy to accept the Aztec designation, had materialized in Central America around 1500 BC with their sophisticated culture fully evolved. Santiago Tuxtla. We passed the night at the fishing port of Alvarado and continued our journey east the next day. The road we were following wound in and out of fertile hills and valleys, giving us occasional views of the Gulf of Mexico before turning inland. We passed green meadows filled with flame trees and little villages nestled in grassy hollows. Here and there we saw private gardens, where hulking pigs grubbed amongst piles of domestic refuse. Then we crested the brow of a hill and looked out across a giant vista of fields and forests bound only by the morning haze and the faint outlines of distant mountains. Some miles further on, we dropped into a hollow. At its bottom lay the old colonial town of Santiago Tuxtla. The place was a riot of colour. Garish shop fronts, red tile roofs, yellow straw hats, coconut palms, banana trees, kids in bright clothes. Several of the shops and cafes were playing music from loudspeakers. In the Zocalo, the main square, the air was thick with humidity and the fluttering wings and songs of bright-eyed tropical birds. A leafy little park occupied the centre of this square, and in the centre of the park, like some magic talisman, stood an enormous grey boulder, almost 10 feet tall, carved in the shape of a helmeted African head. Full-lipped and strong-nosed, its eyes serenely closed, and its lower jaw resting squarely on the ground, this head had a sombre and patient gravity. Here, then, was the first mystery of the Olmecs, a monumental piece of sculpture, more than 2,000 years old, which portrayed a subject with unmistakable Negroid features. There were, of course, no African blacks in the New World 2,000 years ago, nor did any arrive until the slave trade began, well after the conquest. There is, however, firm paleoanthropological evidence that one of the many different migrations into the Americas during the last Ice Age did consist of peoples of Negroid stock. This migration occurred around 15,000 BC. Known as the Cobata head, after the estate on which it was found, the huge monolith in the Zocalo was the largest of 16 similar Olmec sculptures so far excavated in Mexico. It was thought to have been carved not long before the time of Christ, and weighed more than 30 tons. Tres Zapotes. From Santiago Tuxtla, we drove 25 kilometers southwest through wild and lush countryside to Tres Zapotes, a substantial late Olmec center believed to have flourished between 500 BC and AD 100. Now reduced to a series of mounds scattered across maize fields, the site had been extensively excavated in 1939 to 40 by the American archaeologist Matthew Stirling. Historical dogmatists of that period, I remembered, had held tenaciously to the view that the civilization of the Mayas was the oldest in Central America. One could be precise about this, they argued, because the Mayan dot and bar calendrical system, which had recently been decoded, made possible accurate dating of huge numbers of ceremonial inscriptions. The earliest date ever found on a Mayan site corresponded to AD 228 of the Christian calendar. It therefore came as quite a jolt to the academic status quo when Stirling unearthed a stela at Tres Zapotes which bore an earlier date. Written in the familiar bar and dot calendrical code used by the Maya, it corresponded to 3 September 32 BC. What was shocking about this was that Tres Zapotes was not a Maya site, not in any way at all. It was entirely, exclusively, unambiguously Olmec. This suggested that the Olmecs, not the Maya, must have been the inventors of the calendar, and that the Olmecs, not the Maya, ought to be recognized as the mother culture of Central America. Despite determined opposition from gangs of furious Mayanists, the truth which Stirling Spade had unearthed at Tres Zapotes gradually came out. The Olmecs were much, much older than the Maya. They'd been a smart, civilized, technologically advanced people, and they did indeed appear to have invented the bar and dot system of calendrical notation, with the enigmatic starting date of 13 August 3114 BC, which predicted the end of the world in the epoch of AD 2012. Lying close to the Colander Stela at Tres Zapotes, Stirling also unearthed a giant head. I sat in front of that head now. Dated to around 100 BC, it was approximately 6 feet high, 18 feet in circumference, and weighed over 10 tons. Like its counterpart in Santiago Tuxtla, it was unmistakably the head of an African man, wearing a close-fitting helmet with long chin straps. The lobes of the ears were pierced by plugs, the pronounced negroid features were furrowed by deep frown lines on either side of the nose, and the entire face was concentrated forwards above thick, down-curving lips. The eyes were open and watchful, almond-shaped and cold. Beneath the curious helmet, the heavy brows appeared beetling and angry. Stirling was amazed by this discovery and reported, the head was a head only, carved from a single massive block of basalt, and it rested on a prepared foundation of unworked slabs of stone. Cleared of the surrounding earth, it presented an awe-inspiring spectacle. Despite its great size, the workmanship is delicate and sure, the proportions perfect. Unique in its character among Aboriginal American sculptures, it is remarkable for its realistic treatment. The features are bold and amazingly negroid in character. Soon afterwards, the American archaeologists made a second unsettling discovery at Tres Zapotes, children's toys, in the form of little wheeled dogs. These cute artifacts conflicted head-on with prevailing archaeological opinion, which held that the wheel had remained undiscovered in Central America until the time of the conquest. The dogmobiles proved, at the very least, that the principle of the wheel had been known to the Olmecs, Central America's earliest civilization. And if a people as resourceful as the Olmecs had worked out the principle of the wheel, it seemed highly unlikely that they would have used it just for children's toys. Chapter 17. The Olmec Enigma. After Tres Zapotes, our next stop was San Lorenzo, an Olmec site lying southwest of Coatzacoalcos, in the heart of the Serpent Sanctuary the legends of Quetzalcoatl made reference to. It was at San Lorenzo that the earliest carbon dates for an Olmec site, around 1500 BC, had been recorded by archaeologists. However, Olmec culture appeared to have been fully evolved by that epoch, and there was no evidence that the evolution had taken place in the vicinity of San Lorenzo. In this, there lay a mystery. The Olmecs, after all, had built a significant civilization which had carried out prodigious engineering works and had developed the capacity to carve and manipulate vast blocks of stone. Several of the huge monolithic heads weighing 20 tons or more had been moved as far as 60 miles overland after being quarried in the Tuxtla Mountains. So where, if not at ancient San Lorenzo, had their technological expertise and sophisticated organization been experimented with, evolved, and refined? Strangely, despite the best efforts of archaeologists, not a single solitary sign of anything that could be described as the developmental phase of Olmec society had been unearthed anywhere in Mexico, or for that matter, anywhere in the New World. These people, whose characteristic form of artistic expression was the carving of huge negroid heads, appeared to have come from nowhere. San Lorenzo. We reached San Lorenzo late in the afternoon. Here, at the dawn of history in Central America, the Olmecs had heaped up an artificial mound more than 100 feet high, as part of an immense structure some 4,000 feet in length and 2,000 feet in width. We climbed the dominant mound, now heavily overgrown with thick tropical vegetation, and from the summit we could see for miles across the surrounding countryside. A great many lesser mounds were also visible, and around about were several of the deep trenches the archaeologist Michael Coe had dug when he had excavated the site in 1966. Coe's team made a number of finds here, which included more than 20 artificial reservoirs, linked by a highly sophisticated network of basalt-lined troughs. Part of this system was built into a ridge. When it was rediscovered, water still gushed forth from it during heavy rains, as it had done for more than 3,000 years. The main line of the drainage ran from east to west. Into it, linked by joints made to an advanced design, 3 subsidiary lines were channeled. After surveying the site thoroughly, the archaeologists admitted that they could not understand the purpose of this elaborate system of sluices and waterworks. Nor were they able to come up with an explanation for another enigma. This was the deliberate burial, along specific alignments, of 5 of the massive pieces of sculpture showing negroid features, now widely identified as Olmec heads. These peculiar and apparently ritualistic graves also yielded more than 60 precious objects and artifacts, including beautiful instruments made of jade and exquisitely carved statuettes. Some of the statuettes had been systematically mutilated before burial. The way the San Lorenzo sculptures had been interred made it extremely difficult to fix their true age, even though fragments of charcoal were found in the same strata as some of the buried objects. Unlike the sculptures, these charcoal pieces could be carbon dated. They were, and produced readings in the range of 1200 BC. This did not mean, however, that the sculptures had been carved in 1200 BC. They could have been, but they could have originated in a period hundreds or even thousands of years earlier than that. It was by no means impossible that these great works of art, with their intrinsic beauty and an indefinable luminous power, could have been preserved and venerated by many different cultures before being buried at San Lorenzo. The charcoal associated with them proved only that the sculptures were at least as old as 1200 BC. It did not set any upper limit on their antiquity. La Venta. We left San Lorenzo as the sun was going down, heading for the city of Villahermosa, more than 150 kilometers to the east in the province of Tabasco. To get there, we rejoined the main road running from Acayucan to Villahermosa, and bypassing the port of Coatzacoalcos in a zone of oil refineries, towering pylons, and ultra-modern suspension bridges. The change of pace between the sleepy rural backwater where San Lorenzo was located and the pockmarked industrial landscape around Coatzacoalcos was almost shocking. Moreover, the only reason that the time-worn outlines of the Olmec site could still be seen at San Lorenzo was that oil had not yet been found there. It had, however, been found at La Venta, to the eternal loss of archaeology. We were now passing La Venta. Due north, off a slip road from the freeway, this sodium-lit petroleum city glowed in the dark like a vision of nuclear disaster. Since the 1940s, it had been extensively developed by the oil industry. An airstrip now bisected the site where a most unusual pyramid had once stood, and flaring smokestacks darkened the sky, which Olmec stargazers must once have searched for the rising of the planets. Lamentably, the bulldozers of the developers had flattened virtually everything of interest before proper excavations could be conducted, with the result that many of the ancient structures had not been explored at all. We will never know what they could have said about the people who built and used them. Matthew Stirling, who excavated Tres Zapotes, carried out the bulk of the archaeological work done at La Venta before progress and oil money erased it. Carbon dating suggested that the Olmecs had established themselves here between 1500 and 1100 BC, and had continued to occupy the site, which consisted of an island lying in the marshes to the east of the Tonala River until about 400 BC. Then construction was suddenly abandoned. All existing buildings were ceremonially defaced or demolished, and several huge stone heads and other smaller pieces of sculpture were ritually buried in peculiar graves, just as had happened at San Lorenzo. The La Venta graves were elaborate and carefully prepared, lined with thousands of tiny blue tiles, and filled up with layers of multicolored clay. At one spot, some 15,000 cubic feet of earth had been dug out of the ground to make a deep pit. Its floor had been carefully covered with serpentine blocks, and all the earth put back. 3 mosaic pavements were also found, intentionally buried beneath several alternating layers of clay and adobe. La Venta's principal pyramid stood at the southern end of the site, roughly circular at ground level. It took the form of a fluted cone, the rounded sides consisting of 10 vertical ridges with gullies between. The pyramid was 100 feet tall, almost 200 feet in diameter, and had an overall mass in the region of 300,000 cubic feet, an impressive monument by any standards. The remainder of the site stretched for almost half a kilometer along an axis that pointed precisely 8 degrees west of north. Centered on this axis, with every structure in flawless alignment, were several smaller pyramids and plazas, platforms and mounds, covering a total area of more than 3 square miles. There was something detached and odd about La Venta, a sense that its original function had not been properly understood. Archaeologists refer to it as a ceremonial center, and very probably that is what it was. If one were honest, however, one would have to admit that it could also have been several other things. The truth is that nothing is known about the social organization, ceremonies, and belief systems of the Olmecs. We do not know what language they spoke, or what traditions they passed to their children. We don't even know what ethnic group they belonged to. The exceptionally humid conditions of the Gulf of Mexico mean that not a single Olmec skeleton has survived. In reality, despite the names we have given them, and the views we've formed about them, these people are completely obscure to us. It is even possible that the enigmatic sculptures they left behind, which we presume depicted them, were not their work at all, but the work of a far earlier and forgotten people. Not for the first time, I found myself wondering whether some of the great heads and other remarkable artifacts attributed to the Olmecs might not have been handed down like heirlooms, perhaps over many millennia, to the cultures which eventually began to build the mounds and pyramids at San Lorenzo and La Venta. If so, then who are we speaking of when we use the label Olmec? The mound builders? Or the powerful and imposing men with negroid features who provided the models for the monolithic heads? Fortunately, some 50 pieces of Olmec monumental sculpture, including 3 of the giant heads, were rescued from La Venta by Carlos Pellicer Camara, a local poet and historian who intervened forcefully when he discovered that oil drilling by the Pemex company jeopardized the ruins. By determined lobbying of the politicians of Tabasco, within which La Venta lies, he arranged to have the significant finds moved to a park on the outskirts of the regional capital Villahermosa. Taken together, these finds constitute a precious and irreplaceable cultural record, or rather, a whole library of cultural records left behind by a vanished civilization. But nobody knows how to read the language of those records. Deus Ex Machina, Villahermosa, Tabasco province. I was looking at an elaborate relief that had been dubbed Man in Serpent by the archaeologists who found it at La Venta. According to expert opinion, it showed an Olmec wearing a headdress and holding an incense bag, enveloped by a feathered serpent. The relief was carved into a slab of solid granite, measuring about 4 feet wide by 5 feet high, and showed a man sitting with his legs stretched out in front of him as though he were reaching for pedals with his feet. He held a small, bucket-shaped object in his right hand. With his left, he appeared to be raising or lowering a lever. The headdress he wore was an odd and complicated garment. To my eye, it seemed more functional than ceremonial, although I could not imagine what its function might have been. On it, or perhaps on a console above it, were 2 X-shaped crosses. I turned my attention to the other principal element of the sculpture, the feathered serpent. On one level, it did indeed depict exactly that, a plumed or feathered serpent, the age-old symbol of Quetzalcoatl, whom the Olmecs therefore must have worshipped, or at the very least recognized. Scholars do not dispute this interpretation. It is generally accepted that Quetzalcoatl's cult was immensely ancient, originating in prehistoric times in Central America, and thereafter receiving the devotion of many cultures during the historic period. The feathered serpent in this particular sculpture, however, had certain characteristics that set it apart. It seemed to be more than just a religious symbol. Indeed, there was something rigid and structured about it that made it look almost like a piece of machinery. Whispers of ancient secrets. Later that day, I took shelter in the giant shadow cast by one of the Olmec heads Carlos Pellicer Camara had rescued from La Venta. It was the head of an old man, with a broad, flat nose and thick lips. The lips were slightly parted, exposing strong, square teeth. The expression of the face suggested an ancient, patient wisdom, and the eyes seemed to gaze unafraid into eternity, like those of the great Sphinx at Giza in Lower Egypt. It would probably be impossible, I thought, for a sculptor to invent all the different combined characteristics of an authentic racial type. The portrayal of an authentic combination of racial characteristics therefore implied strongly that a human model had been used. I walked around the great head a couple of times. It was 22 feet in circumference, weighed 19.8 tons, stood almost 8 feet high, had been carved out of solid basalt, and displayed clearly an authentic combination of racial characteristics. Indeed, like the other pieces I had seen at Santiago Tuxtla and at Tres Zapotes, it unmistakably and unambiguously showed a Negro. My own view is that the Olmec heads present us with physiologically accurate images of real individuals of Negroid stock, charismatic and powerful African men, whose presence in Central America 3,000 years ago has not yet been explained by scholars. Nor is there any certainty that the heads were actually carved in that epoch. Carbon dating of fragments of charcoal found in the same pits tells us only the age of the charcoal. Calculating the true antiquity of the heads themselves is a much more complex matter. It was with such thoughts that I continued my slow walk among the strange and wonderful monuments of La Venta. They whispered of ancient secrets. The secret of the man in the machine, the secret of the Negro heads, and last but not least, the secret of a legend brought to life. For it seemed that flesh might indeed have been put on the mythical bones of Quetzalcoatl, when I found that several of the La Venta sculptures contained realistic likenesses, not only of Negroes, but of tall, thin-featured, long-nosed, apparently Caucasian men with straight hair and full beards, wearing flowing robes. Chapter 18. Conspicuous Strangers. Matthew Sterling, the American archaeologist who excavated La Venta in the 1940s, made a number of spectacular discoveries there. The most spectacular of all was the stele of the bearded man. The plan of the ancient Olmec site, as I've said, lay along an axis pointing 8 degrees west of north. At the southern end of this axis, 100 feet tall, loomed the fluted cone of the Great Pyramid. Next to it, at ground level, was what looked like a curb, about a foot high, enclosing a spacious rectangular area 1/4 the size of an average city block. When the archaeologists began to uncover this curb, they found to their surprise that it consisted of the upper parts of a wall of columns. Further excavation through the undisturbed layers of stratification that had accumulated revealed that the columns were 10 feet tall. There were more than 600 of them, and they had been set together so closely that they formed a near-impregnable stockade. Hewn out of solid basalt and transported to La Venta from quarries more than 60 miles distant, the columns weighed approximately 2 tons each. Why all this trouble? What had the stockade been built to contain? Even before excavation began, the tip of a massive chunk of rock had been visible, jutting out of the ground in the center of the enclosed area, about 4 feet higher than the illusory curb, and leaning steeply forward. It was covered with carvings. These extended down out of sight beneath the layers of soil that filled the ancient stockade to a height of about 9 feet. Sterling and his team worked for 2 days to free the great rock. When exposed, it proved to be an imposing stele, 14 feet high, 7 feet wide, and almost 3 feet thick. The carvings showed an encounter between 2 tall men, both dressed in elaborate robes and wearing elegant shoes with turned-up toes. Either erosion or deliberate mutilation, quite commonly practiced on Olmec monuments, had resulted in the complete defacement of one of the figures. The other was intact. It so obviously depicted a Caucasian male with a high-bridged nose and a long flowing beard that the bemused archaeologists promptly christened it Uncle Sam. I walked slowly around the 20-ton stele, remembering as I did so that it had lain buried in the earth for more than 3,000 years. Only in the decades since Stirling's excavation had it seen the light of day again. What would its fate be now? Would it stand here for another 30 centuries as an object of awe and splendor for future generations to gawp at and revere? Or in such a great expanse of time, was it possible that circumstances might change so much that it would once again be buried and concealed? Perhaps neither would happen. I remembered the ancient calendrical system of Central America, which the Olmecs had initiated. According to them and to their more famous successors, the Mayas, there just weren't any great expanses of time left, let alone 3 millennia. The fifth sun was all used up, and a tremendous earthquake was building to destroy humanity in the epoch of AD 2012. I turned my attention back to the stele. Two things seemed to be clear. The encounter scene it portrayed must, for some reason, have been of immense importance to the Olmecs, hence the grandeur of the stele itself and the construction of the remarkable stockade of columns built to contain it. And as was the case with the Negro heads, it was obvious that the face of the bearded Caucasian man could only have been sculpted from a human model. The racial verisimilitude was too good for an artist to have invented it. The same went for 2 other Caucasian figures I was able to identify among the surviving monuments of La Venta. One was carved in low relief on a heavy and roughly circular slab of stone about 3 feet in diameter. Dressed in what looked like tight-fitting leggings, his features were those of an Anglo-Saxon. He had a full, pointed beard and wore a curious floppy cap on his head. In his left hand he extended a flag, or perhaps a weapon of some kind. His right hand, which he held across the middle of his chest, appeared to be empty. Around his slim waist was tied a flamboyant sash. The other Caucasian figure, this time carved on the side of a narrow pillar, was similarly bearded and attired. Who were these conspicuous strangers? What were they doing in Central America? When did they come? And what relationship did they have with those other strangers who had settled in this steamy rubber jungle, the ones who had provided the models for the great Negro heads? Some radical researchers, who rejected the dogma concerning the isolation of the New World prior to 1492, had proposed what looked like a viable solution to the problem. The bearded, thin-featured individuals could have been Phoenicians from the Mediterranean who had sailed through the Pillars of Hercules and across the Atlantic Ocean as early as the 2nd millennium BC. Advocates of this theory went on to suggest that the Negroes shown at the same sites were the slaves of the Phoenicians picked up on the coast of West Africa prior to the transatlantic run. The more consideration I gave to the strange character of the La Venta sculptures, the more dissatisfied I became with these ideas. Probably the Phoenicians and other Old World peoples had crossed the Atlantic ages before Columbus. There was compelling evidence for that, although it is outside the scope of this book. The problem was that the Phoenicians, who had left unmistakable examples of their distinctive handiwork in many parts of the ancient world, had not done so at the Olmec sites in Central America. Neither the Negro heads, nor the reliefs portraying bearded Caucasian men, showed any signs of anything remotely Phoenician in their style, handiwork, or character. Indeed, from a stylistic point of view, these powerful works of art seemed to belong to no known culture, tradition, or genre. They seemed to be without antecedents either in the New World or in the Old. They seemed rootless. And that, of course, was impossible, because all forms of artistic expression have roots somewhere. Hypothetical third party. It occurred to me that one plausible explanation might lie in a variant of the hypothetical third-party theory, originally put forward by a number of leading Egyptologists to explain one of the great puzzles of Egyptian history and chronology. The archaeological evidence suggested that rather than developing slowly and painfully, as is normal with human societies, the civilization of ancient Egypt, like that of the Olmecs, emerged all at once and fully formed. Indeed, the period of transition from primitive to advanced society appears to have been so short that it makes no kind of historical sense. Technological skills that should have taken hundreds or even thousands of years to evolve were brought into use almost overnight, and with no apparent antecedents whatever. For example, remains of the pre-dynastic period around 3500 BC show no trace of writing. Soon after that date, quite suddenly and inexplicably, the hieroglyphs familiar from so many of the ruins of ancient Egypt begin to appear in a complete and perfect state. Far from being mere pictures of objects or actions, this written language was complex and structured at the outset, with signs that represented sounds only and a detailed system of numerical symbols. Even the very earliest hieroglyphs were stylized and conventionalized, and it is clear that an advanced cursive script was in common usage by the dawn of the First Dynasty. What is remarkable is that there are no traces of evolution from simple to sophisticated, and the same is true of mathematics, medicine, astronomy, and architecture, and of Egypt's amazingly rich and convoluted religio-mythological system. Even the central content of such refined works as the Book of the Dead existed right at the start of the dynastic period. The majority of Egyptologists will not consider the implications of Egypt's early sophistication. These implications are startling, according to a number of more daring thinkers. John Anthony West, an expert on the early dynastic period, asks, how does a complex civilization spring full-blown into being? Look at a 1905 automobile and compare it to a modern one. There is no mistaking the process of development. But in Egypt there are no parallels. Everything is right there at the start. The answer to the mystery is, of course, obvious. But because it is repellent to the prevailing cast of modern thinking, it is seldom considered. Egyptian civilization was not a development. It was a legacy. West has been a thorn in the flesh of the Egyptological establishment for many years, but other more mainstream figures have also confessed puzzlement at the suddenness with which Egyptian civilization appeared. Walter Emery, late Edwards Professor of Egyptology at the University of London, summed up the problem. At a period, approximately 3,400 years before Christ, a great change took place in Egypt, and the country passed rapidly from a state of Neolithic culture with a complex tribal character to one of well-organized monarchy. At the same time, the art of writing appears, monumental architecture and the arts and crafts developed to an astonishing degree, and all the evidence points to the existence of a luxurious civilization. All this was achieved within a comparatively short period of time, for there appears to be little or no background to these fundamental developments in writing and architecture. One explanation could simply be that Egypt received its sudden and decisive cultural boost from some other known civilization of the ancient world. Sumer, on the lower Euphrates in Mesopotamia, is the most likely contender. Despite many basic differences, a variety of shared building techniques and architectural styles do suggest a link between the two regions, but none of these similarities is strong enough to infer that the connection could have been in any way causal, with one society directly influencing the other. On the contrary, as Professor Emery writes, the impression we get is of an indirect connection, and perhaps the existence of a third party, whose influence spread to both the Euphrates and the Nile. Modern scholars have tended to ignore the possibility of immigration to both regions from some hypothetical and as yet undiscovered area. However, a third party, whose cultural achievements were passed on independently to Egypt and Mesopotamia, would best explain the common features and fundamental differences between the two civilizations. Among other things, this theory sheds light on the mysterious fact that the Egyptians and Sumerian people of Mesopotamia appear to have worshipped virtually identical lunar deities who were among the oldest in their respective pantheons. Thoth in the case of the Egyptians, Sin in the case of the Sumerians. According to the eminent Egyptologist Sir E. A. Wallace Budge, the similarity between the two gods is too close to be accidental. It would be wrong to say that the Egyptians borrowed from the Sumerians or the Sumerians from the Egyptians, but it may be submitted that the literati of both peoples borrowed their theological systems from some common but exceedingly ancient source. The question, therefore, is this: what was that common but exceedingly ancient source, that hypothetical and as yet undiscovered area, that advanced third party to which both Budge and Emery refer? And if it left a legacy of high culture in Egypt and in Mesopotamia, why shouldn't it have done so in Central America? It's not good enough to argue that civilization took off much later in Mexico than it had in the Middle East. It is possible that the initial impulse could have been felt at the same time in both places, but that the subsequent outcome could have been completely different. On this scenario, the civilizers would have succeeded brilliantly in Egypt and in Sumer, creating lasting and remarkable cultures there. In Mexico, on the other hand, as also seems to have been the case in Peru, they suffered some serious setback, perhaps getting off to a good start when the gigantic stone heads and reliefs of bearded men were made, but going rapidly downhill. The light of civilization would never quite have been lost, but perhaps things didn't pick up again until around 1500 BC, the so-called Olmec horizon. By then, the great sculptures would have been hoary with age, ancient relics of immense spiritual power, their all but forgotten origins wrapped in myths of giants and bearded civilizers. If so, we may be gazing at faces from a much more remote past than we imagine when we stare into the almond eyes of one of the Negro heads, or into the angular, chiseled Caucasian features of Uncle Sam. It is by no means impossible that these great works preserve the images of peoples from a vanished civilization, which embraced several different ethnic groups. That, in a nutshell, is the hypothetical third-party theory as applied to Central America. The civilization of ancient Mexico did not emerge without external influence, and it did not emerge as a result of influence from the Old World. Instead, certain cultures in the Old World and in the New World may both have received a legacy of influence and ideas from a third party at some exceedingly remote date. Villahermosa to Oaxaca. Before leaving Villahermosa, I visited SICOM, the Center for Investigation of the Cultures of the Olmecs and Maya. I wanted to find out from the scholars there whether there were any other significant Olmec sites in the region. To my surprise, they suggested that I should look further afield. At Monte Alban, in Oaxaca province, hundreds of kilometers to the southwest, archaeologists had apparently unearthed Olmecoid artifacts and a number of reliefs thought to represent the Olmecs themselves. South and I had intended to drive straight on from Villahermosa into the Yucatan Peninsula, which lay northeast. The journey to Monte Alban would involve a huge detour, but we decided to make it, in the hope that it might shed further light on the Olmecs. Besides, it promised to be a spectacular drive over immense mountains and into the heart of the hidden valley where the city of Oaxaca lies. We drove almost due west, past the lost site of La Venta, past Coatzacoalcos once again, and on past Sayula and Loma Bonita to the road junction town of Tuxtepec. In so doing, by degrees, we left behind countryside scarred and blackened by the oil industry, crossed long gentle hillsides carpeted in lush green grass, and ran between fields ripe with crops. At Tuxtepec, where the Sierras really began, we turned sharply south, following Highway 175 to Oaxaca. On the map, it looked barely half the distance that we had driven from Villahermosa. The road, however, proved to be a complicated, nerve-wracking, muscle-wrenching, apparently endless zigzag of hairpin bends, narrow, winding, and precipitous, which went up into the clouds like a stairway to heaven. It took us through many different layers of alpine vegetation, each occupying a specialized climatological niche, until it brought us out above the clouds in a place where familiar plants flourished in giant forms, like John Wyndham's triffids, creating a surreal and alien landscape. It took 12 hours to drive the 700 kilometers from Villahermosa to Oaxaca. By the time the journey was over, my hands were blistered from gripping the steering wheel too tight for too long around too many hairpin bends. My eyes were blurred, and I kept having mental retrospectives of the vertiginous chasms we had skirted on Highway 175, in the mountains, where the triffids grew. The city of Oaxaca is famous for magic mushrooms, marijuana, and B.H. Lawrence, who wrote and set part of his novel, The Plumed Serpent, here in the 1920s. There is still a bohemian feel about the place, and until late at night, a current of excitement seems to ripple among the crowds filling its bars and cafes, narrow cobbled streets, old buildings, and spacious plazas. We checked into a room overlooking one of the 3 open courtyards in the Hotel Las Golondrinas. The bed was comfortable, there were starry skies overhead, but tired as I was, I couldn't sleep. What kept me awake was the idea of the civilizers, the bearded gods, and their companions. In Mexico, as in Peru, they seemed to have confronted failure. That was what the legends implied, and not only the legends, as I discovered when we reached Monte Alban the next morning. Chapter 19. Adventures in the Underworld, Journeys to the Stars. The hypothetical third-party theory explains the similarities and the fundamental differences between ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia by proposing that both received a common legacy of civilization from the same remote ancestor. No serious suggestions have been made as to where that ancestral civilization might have been located, its nature, or when it flourished. Like a black hole in space, it cannot be seen, yet its presence can be deduced from its effects on things that can be seen, in this case the civilizations of Sumer and Egypt. Is it possible that the same mysterious ancestor, the same invisible source of influence, could also have left its mark in Mexico? If so, we would expect to find certain cultural similarities between Mexico's ancient civilizations and those of Sumer and Egypt. We would also expect to be confronted by immense differences resulting from the long period of divergent evolution which separated all these areas in historical times. We would, however, expect the differences to be less between Sumer and Egypt, which were in regular contact with each other during the historical period, than between the 2 Middle Eastern cultures and the cultures of far-off Central America, which enjoyed at most only haphazard, slight, and intermittent contacts prior to the discovery of the New World by Columbus in AD 1492. Eaters of the dead, earth monsters, star kings, dwarves, and other relatives. For some curious reason that has not been explained, the ancient Egyptians had a special liking and reverence for dwarves. So too did the civilized peoples of ancient Central America, right back to Olmec times. In both cases, it was believed that dwarves were directly connected to the gods. And in both cases, dwarves were favored as dancers and were shown as such in works of art. In Egypt's early dynastic period, more than 4,500 years ago, an ennead of 9 omnipotent deities was particularly adored by the priesthood of Heliopolis. Likewise in Central America, both the Aztecs and the Mayas believed in an all-powerful system of 9 deities. The Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the ancient Quiche Maya of Mexico and Guatemala, contains several passages which clearly indicate a belief in stellar rebirth, the reincarnation of the dead as stars. After they had been killed, for example, the hero twins named as Hunapu and Ishbalanque rose up in the midst of the light, and instantly they were lifted into the sky. Then the arch of heaven and the face of the earth were lighted, and they dwelt in heaven. At the same time ascended the twins' 400 companions who had also been killed, and so they again became the companions of Hunahpu and Zubalanque, and they were changed into stars in the sky. The majority of the traditions of the god king Quetzalcoatl, as we have seen, focus on his deeds and teachings as a civilizer. His followers in ancient Mexico, however, also believed that his human manifestation had experienced death, and that afterwards he was reborn as a star. It is therefore curious, at the very least, to discover that in Egypt, in the Pyramid Age, more than 4,000 years ago, the state religion revolved around the belief that the deceased pharaoh was reborn as a star. Ritual incantations were chanted, the purpose of which was to facilitate the dead monarch's rapid rebirth in the heavens. O king, you are this great star, the companion of Orion, who traverses the sky with Orion. You ascend from the east of the sky, being renewed in your due season and rejuvenated in your due time. We have encountered the Orion constellation before, on the plains of Nazca, and we shall encounter it again. Meanwhile, let us consider the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. Parts of its contents are as old as the civilization of Egypt itself, and it serves as a sort of Baedeker for the transmigration of the soul. It instructs the deceased on how to overcome the dangers of the afterlife, enables him to assume the form of several mythical creatures, and equips him with the passwords necessary for admission to the various stages or levels of the underworld. Is it a coincidence that the peoples of ancient Central America preserved a parallel vision of the perils of the afterlife? There it was widely believed that the underworld consisted of 9 strata, through which the deceased would journey for 4 years, overcoming obstacles and dangers on the way. The strata had self-explanatory names like place where the mountains crash together, place where the arrows are fired, mountain of knives, and so on. In both ancient Central America and ancient Egypt, it was believed that the deceased's voyage through the underworld was made in a boat, accompanied by paddler gods, who ferried him from stage to stage. The tomb of Doublecomb, an 8th century ruler of the Mayan city of Tikal, was found to contain a representation of this scene. Similar images appear throughout the Valley of the Kings in Upper Egypt, notably in the tomb of Thutmose III, an 18th dynasty pharaoh. Is it a coincidence that the passengers in the bark of the dead pharaoh, and in the canoe in which Doublecomb makes his final journey, include, in both cases, a dog or dog-headed deity, a bird or bird-headed deity, and an ape or ape-headed deity? The 7th stratum of the ancient Mexican underworld was called the place where beasts devour hearts. Is it a coincidence that one of the stages of the ancient Egyptian underworld, the Hall of Judgment, involved an almost identical series of symbols? At this crucial juncture, the deceased's heart was weighed against a feather. If the heart was heavy with sin, it would tip the balance. The god Thoth would note the judgment on his palate, and the heart would immediately be devoured by a fearsome beast, part crocodile, part hippopotamus, part lion, that was called the Eater of the Dead. Finally, let us turn again to Egypt of the Pyramid Age and the privileged status of the pharaoh, which enabled him to circumvent the trials of the underworld and to be reborn as a star. Ritual incantations were part of the process. Equally important was a mysterious ceremony known as the opening of the mouth, always conducted after the death of the pharaoh and believed by archaeologists to date back to pre-dynastic times. The high priest and 4 assistants participated, wielding the peshen kef, a ceremonial cutting instrument. This was used to open the mouth of the deceased god king, an action thought necessary to ensure his resurrection in the heavens. Surviving reliefs and vignettes showing this ceremony leave no doubt that the mummified corpse was struck a hard physical blow with the peshen kef. In addition, evidence has recently emerged, which indicates that one of the chambers within the Great Pyramid at Giza may have served as the location for the ceremony. All this finds a strange, distorted twin in Mexico. We have seen the prevalence of human sacrifice there in pre-conquest times. Is it coincidental that the sacrificial venue was a pyramid, that the ceremony was conducted by a high priest and 4 assistants, that a cutting instrument, the sacrificial knife, was used to strike a hard physical blow to the body of the victim, and that the victim's soul was believed to ascend directly to the heavens, sidestepping the perils of the underworld? As such coincidences continue to multiply, it is reasonable to wonder whether there may not be some underlying connection. This is certainly the case when we learn that the general term for sacrifice throughout ancient Central America was pachi, meaning to open the mouth. Could it be, therefore, that what confronts us here, in widely separated geographical areas and at different periods of history, is not just a series of startling coincidences, but some faint and garbled common memory originating in the most distant antiquity? It doesn't seem that the Egyptian ceremony of the opening of the mouth influenced directly the Mexican ceremony of the same name, or vice versa for that matter. The fundamental differences between the two cases rule that out. What does seem possible, however, is that their similarities may be the remnants of a shared legacy, received from a common ancestor. The peoples of Central America did one thing with that legacy, and the Egyptians another, but some common symbolism and nomenclature was retained by both. This is not the place to expand on the sense of an ancient and elusive connectedness that emerges from the Egyptian and Central American evidence. Before moving on, however, it is worth noting that a similar connectedness links the belief systems of pre-Columbian Mexico with those of Sumer in Mesopotamia. Again, the evidence is more suggestive of an ancient common ancestor than of any direct influence. Take the case of Oannes, for example. Oannes is the Greek rendering of the Sumerian Uan, the name of the amphibious being described in Part 2, believed to have brought the arts and skills of civilization to Mesopotamia. Legends dating back at least 5,000 years relate that Uan lived under the sea, emerging from the waters of the Persian Gulf every morning to civilize and tutor mankind. Is it a coincidence that Uana, in the Mayan language, means he who has his residence in water? Let us also consider Tiamat, the Sumerian goddess of the oceans and of the forces of primitive chaos, always shown as a ravening monster. In Mesopotamian tradition, Tiamat turned against the other deities and unleashed a holocaust of destruction before she was eventually destroyed by the celestial hero Marduk. She opened her mouth, Tiamat, to swallow him. He drove in the evil wind, so that she could not close her lips. The terrible winds filled her belly. Her heart was seized. She held her mouth wide open. He let fly an arrow. It pierced her belly. Her inner parts he clove. He split her heart. He rendered her powerless and destroyed her life. He felled her body and stood upright on it. How do you follow an act like that? Marduk could. Contemplating his adversary's monstrous corpse, he conceived works of art, and a great plan of world creation began to take shape in his mind. His first move was to split Tiamat's skull and cut her arteries. Then he broke her into 2 parts like a dried fish, using one half to roof the heavens and the other to surface the earth. From her breasts he made mountains, from her spittle clouds, and he directed the rivers Tigris and Euphrates to flow from her eyes. A strange and violent legend, and a very old one. The ancient civilizations of Central America had their own version of this story. Here Quetzalcoatl, in his incarnation as the creator deity, took the role of Marduk, while the part of Tiamat was played by Cipactli, the great earth monster. Quetzalcoatl seized Cipactli's limbs as she swam in the primeval waters, and wrenched her body in half, one part forming the sky, and the other the earth. From her hair and skin he created grass, flowers and herbs, from her eyes wells and springs, from her shoulders mountains. Are the peculiar parallels between the Sumerian and Mexican myths pure coincidence? Or could both have been marked by the cultural fingerprints of a lost civilization? If so, the faces of the heroes of that ancestral culture may indeed have been carved in stone and passed down as heirlooms through thousands of years, sometimes in full view, sometimes buried, until they were dug up for the last time by archaeologists in our era and given labels like Olmec Head and Uncle Sam. The faces of those heroes also appear at Monte Alban, where they seem to tell a sad story. Monte Alban, the downfall of masterful men. A site thought to be about 3,000 years old, Monte Alban stands on a vast, artificially flattened hilltop overlooking Oaxaca. It consists of a huge rectangular area, the Grand Plaza, which is enclosed by groups of pyramids and other buildings laid out in precise geometrical relationships to one another. The overall feel of the place is one of harmony and proportion, emerging from a well-ordered and symmetrical plan. Following the advice of Sycom, whom I had spoken to before leaving Villahermosa, I made my way first to the extreme southwest corner of the Monte Alban site. There, stacked loosely against the side of a low pyramid, were the objects I had come all this way to see, several dozen engraved stelae depicting Negroes and Caucasians, equal in life, equal in death. If a great civilization had indeed been lost to history, and if these sculptures told part of its story, the message conveyed was one of racial equality. No one who has seen the pride or felt the charisma of the great Negro heads from La Venta could seriously imagine that the original subjects of these magisterial sculptures could have been slaves. Neither did the lean-faced bearded men look as if they would have bent their knees to anyone. They too had an aristocratic demeanor. At Monte Alban, however, there seemed to be carved in stone a record of the downfall of these masterful men. It did not look as if this could have been the work of the same people who made the La Venta sculptures. The standard of craftsmanship was far too low for that, but what was certain, whoever they were, and however inferior their work, was that these artists had attempted to portray the same Negroid subjects and the same goatee-bearded Caucasians as I had seen at La Venta. There the sculptures had reflected strength, power, and vitality. Here at Monte Alban, the remarkable strangers were corpses. All were naked, most were castrated, some were curled up in fetal positions as though to avoid showers of blows, others lay sprawled slackly. Archaeologists said the sculptures showed the corpses of prisoners captured in battle. What prisoners? From where? The location, after all, was Central America, the New World, thousands of years before Columbus, so wasn't it odd that these images of battlefield casualties showed not a single Native American, but only and exclusively Old World racial types? For some reason, Orthodox academics did not find this puzzling, even though, by their reckoning, the carvings were extremely old, dating to somewhere between 1000 and 600 BC. As at other sites, this time frame had been derived from tests on associated organic matter, not on the carvings themselves, which were incised on granite stele, and therefore hard to date objectively. Legacy. An as yet undeciphered, but fully elaborated hieroglyphic script had been found at Monte Alban, much of it carved on the same stele as the crude Caucasian and Negro figures. Experts accepted that it was the earliest known writing in Mexico. It was also clear that the people who had lived here had been accomplished builders and more than usually preoccupied with astronomy. An observatory, consisting of a strange arrowhead-shaped structure, lay at an angle of 45 degrees to the main axis, which was deliberately tilted several degrees from north-south. Crawling into this observatory, I found it to be a warren of tiny, narrow tunnels and steep internal stairways, giving sightlines to different regions of the sky. The people of Monte Alban, like the people of Tresopotes, left definite evidence of their knowledge of mathematics in the form of bar and dot computations. They had also used the remarkable calendar, introduced by the Olmecs and much associated with the later Maya, which predicted the end of the world in the epoch of AD 2012. If the calendar and the preoccupation with time had been part of the legacy of an ancient and forgotten civilization, the Maya must be ranked as the most faithful and inspired inheritors of that legacy. Time, as the archaeologist Eric Thompson put it in 1950, was the supreme mystery of Maya religion, a subject which pervaded Maya thought to an extent without parallel in the history of mankind. As I continued my journey through Central America, I felt myself drawn ever more deeply into the labyrinths of that strange and awesome riddle. Chapter 20. Children of the First Men. Palenque, Chiapas province. Evening was settling in. I sat just beneath the northeast corner of the Mayan Temple of the Inscriptions and gazed north over the darkening jungle, where the land dropped away towards the floodplain of the Usumacinta. The temple consisted of 3 chambers and rested on top of a 9-stage pyramid almost 100 feet tall. The clean and harmonious lines of this structure gave it a sense of delicacy, but not of weakness. It felt strong, rooted into the earth, enduring, a creature of pure geometry and imagination. Looking to my right, I could see the palace, a spacious rectangular complex on a pyramidal base, dominated by a narrow 4-storied tower thought to have been used as an observatory by Maya priests. Around above me, where bright-feathered parrots and macaws skimmed the treetops, a number of other spectacular buildings lay half-swallowed by the encroaching forest. These were the Temple of the Foliated Cross, the Temple of the Sun, the Temple of the Count, and the Temple of the Lion, all names made up by archaeologists. So much of what the Maya had stood for, cared about, believed in, and remembered from earlier times was irretrievably lost. Though we'd long ago learned to read their dates, we were only just beginning to make headway with the deciphering of their intricate hieroglyphs. I stood and climbed the last few steps into the central chamber of the temple. Set into the rear wall were 2 great grey slabs, and inscribed on them, in regimented rows like pieces on a checkerboard, were 620 separate Mayan glyphs. These took the form of faces, monstrous and human, together with a writhing bestiary of mythical creatures. What was being said here? No one knew for sure, because the inscriptions, a mixture of word pictures and phonetic symbols, had not yet been fully decoded. It was evident, however, that a number of the glyphs referred to epochs thousands of years in the past, and spoke of people and gods who had played their parts in prehistoric events. Pakal's tomb. To the left of the hieroglyphs, let into the huge flagstones of the temple floor, was a steep, descending internal stairway. This led to a room buried deep in the bowels of the pyramid, where the tomb of Lord Pakal lay. The stairs of highly polished limestone blocks were narrow and surprisingly slippery and moist. Adopting a crabbed, sideways stance, I switched on my torch and stepped gingerly down into the gloom, steadying myself against the southern wall as I did so. This damp stairway had been a secret place from the date when it was originally sealed, in AD 683, until June 1952, when the Mexican archaeologist Alberto Ruz lifted the flagstones in the temple floor. Although a second such tomb was found at Palenque in 1994, Ruz had the honor of being the first man to discover such a feature inside a New World pyramid. The stairway had been intentionally filled with rubble by its builders, and it took 4 more years before the archaeologists cleared it out completely and reached the bottom. When they had done so, they entered a narrow, core-bell vaulted chamber, spread out on the floor in front of them, were the mouldering skeletons of 5 or possibly 6 young victims of sacrifice. A huge triangular slab of stone was visible at the far end of the chamber. When it was removed, Ruz was confronted by a remarkable tomb. He described it as an enormous room that appeared to be graven in ice, a kind of grotto whose walls and roof seemed to have been planed in perfect surfaces, or an abandoned chapel, whose cupola was draped with curtains of stalactites, and from whose floor arose thick stalagmites like the dripping of a candle. The room, also roofed with a corbel vault, was 30 feet long and 23 feet high. Around the walls, in stucco relief, could be seen the striding figures of the Lords of the Night, the Ennead of 9 deities who ruled over the hours of darkness. Centre stage, and overlooked by these figures, was a huge monolithic sarcophagus lidded with a 5-ton slab of richly carved stone. Inside the sarcophagus was a tall skeleton, draped with a treasure trove of jade ornaments. A mosaic death mask of 200 fragments of jade was affixed to the front of the skull. These, supposedly, were the remains of Pakal, a ruler of Palenque in the 7th century AD. The inscription stated that this monarch had been 80 years old at the time of his death, but the jade-draped skeleton the archaeologists found in the sarcophagus appeared to belong to a man half that age. Having reached the bottom of the stairway, some 85 feet below the floor of the temple, I crossed the chamber where the sacrificial victims had lain and gazed directly into Pakal's tomb. The air was dank, full of mildew and damp rot, and surprisingly cold. The sarcophagus, set into the floor of the tomb, had a curious shape, flared strikingly at the feet like an ancient Egyptian mummy case. These were made of wood and were equipped with wide bases, since they were frequently stood upright. But Pakal's coffin was made of solid stone and was uncompromisingly horizontal. Why then had the Mayan artificers gone to so much trouble to widen its base when they must have known that it served no useful purpose? Could they have been slavishly copying a design feature from some ancient model long after the raison d'etre for the design had been forgotten? Like the beliefs concerning the perils of the afterlife, might Pakal's sarcophagus not be an expression of a common legacy linking ancient Egypt with the ancient cultures of Central America? Rectangular in shape, the heavy stone lid of the sarcophagus was 10 inches thick, 3 feet wide, and 12.5 feet long. It, too, seemed to have been modelled on the same original as the magnificent engraved blocks the ancient Egyptians had used for this exact purpose. Indeed, it would not have looked out of place in the Valley of the Kings. But there was one major difference. The scene carved on top of the sarcophagus lid was unlike anything that ever came out of Egypt. Lit in my torch beam, it showed a clean-shaven man, dressed in what looked like a tight-fitting bodysuit, the sleeves and leggings of which were gathered into elaborate cuffs at the wrists and ankles. The man lay semi-reclined in a bucket seat, which supported his lower back and thighs, the nape of his neck resting comfortably against some kind of headrest, and he was peering forward intently. His hands seemed to be in motion, as though they were operating levers and controls, and his feet were bare, tucked up loosely in front of him. Was this supposed to be Pakal, the Maya king? If so, why was he shown operating some kind of machine? The Maya weren't supposed to have had machines. They weren't even supposed to have discovered the wheel. Yet with its side panels, rivets, tubes, and other gadgets, the structure Pakal reclined in resembled a technological device much more strongly than it did the transition of one man's living soul to the realms of the dead, as one authority claimed, or the king falling back into the fleshless jaws of the earth monster, as another argued. I remembered Man in Snake, the Olmec relief described in chapter 17. It too had looked like a naive depiction of a piece of technology. Furthermore, Man in Snake had come from La Venta, where it had been associated with several bearded figures, apparently Caucasians. Pakal's tomb was at least 1,000 years younger than any of the La Venta treasures. Nevertheless, a tiny jade statuette was found lying close to the skeleton inside the sarcophagus, and it appeared to be much older than the other grave goods also placed there. It depicted an elderly Caucasian, dressed in long robes with a goatee beard. Pyramid of the Magician. Uxmal, Yucatan. On a stormy afternoon, 700 kilometers north of Palenque, I began to climb the steps of yet another pyramid. It was a steep building, oval rather than square in plan, 240 feet long at the base and 120 feet wide. It was, moreover, very high, rising 120 feet above the surrounding plain. Since time out of mind, this edifice, which did look like the castle of a necromancer, had been known as the Pyramid of the Magician, and also as the House of the Dwarf. These names were derived from a Maya legend, which asserted that a dwarf with supernatural powers had raised the entire building in just one night. The steps, as I climbed them, seemed more and more perversely narrow. My instinct was to lean forward, flatten myself against the side of the pyramid, and cling on for dear life. Instead, I looked up at the angry, overcast sky above me. Flocks of birds circled, screeching wildly, as though seeking refuge from some impending disaster, and the thick mass of low-lying cloud that had blotted out the sun a few hours earlier was now so agitated by high winds that it seemed to boil. The Pyramid of the Magician was by no means unique in being associated with the supernatural powers of dwarves, whose architectural and masonry skills were widely renowned in Central America. Construction work was easy for them, asserted one typical Maya legend. All they had to do was whistle, and heavy rocks would move into place. A very similar tradition, as we may recall, claimed that the gigantic stone blocks of the mysterious Andean city of Tiwanaku had been carried through the air to the sound of a trumpet. In both Central America and in the far-off regions of the Andes, therefore, strange sounds had been associated with the miraculous levitation of massive rocks. What was I to make of this? Maybe through some fluke, two almost identical fantasies could have been independently invented in both these geographically remote areas. But that didn't seem very likely. Equally worthy of consideration was the possibility that common recollections of an ancient building technology could have been preserved in stories such as these, a technology capable of lifting huge blocks of stone off the ground with miraculous ease. Could it be relevant that memories of almost identical miracles were preserved in ancient Egypt? There, in one typical tradition, a magician was said to have raised into the air a huge vault of stone, 200 cubits long and 50 cubits broad. The sides of the stairway I was climbing were richly decorated, with what the 19th century American explorer John Lloyd Stephens described as a species of sculptured mosaic. Oddly, although the Pyramid of the Magician had been built long centuries before the conquest, the symbol most frequently featured in these mosaics was a close approximation of the Christian cross. Indeed, there were two distinct kinds of Christian crosses. One, the wide-pawed croix pate, favoured by the Knights Templar and other crusading orders in the 12th and 13th century, the other the X-shaped St. Andrew's cross. After climbing a further shorter flight of steps, I reached the temple at the very top of the Magician's Pyramid. It consisted of a single corbel-vaulted chamber, from the ceiling of which large numbers of bats hung suspended. Like the birds and the clouds, they were visibly distressed by the sense of a huge storm brewing. In a furry mass, they shuffled restlessly upside down, folding and unfolding their small leathery wings. I took a rest on the high platform that surrounded the chamber. From here, looking down, I could see many more crosses. They were everywhere, literally all over this bizarre and ancient structure. I remembered the Andean city of Tiwanaku, and the crosses that had been carved there, in distant pre-Columbian times, on some of the great blocks of stone lying scattered around the building, known as Pumapunku. Man in Snake, the Olmec sculpture from La Venta, had also been engraved with two St. Andrew's crosses, long before the birth of Christ. And now, here at the Pyramid of the Magician in the Mayan site of Uxmal, I was confronted by crosses yet again. Bearded men, serpents, crosses. How likely was it to be an accident that symbols as distinctive as these should repeat themselves in widely separated cultures and at different periods of history? Why were they so often built into the fabric of sophisticated works of art and architecture? A Science of Prophecy. Not for the first time, I suspected that I might be looking at signs and icons left behind by some cult or secret society which had sought to keep the light of civilization burning in Central America, and perhaps elsewhere, through long ages of darkness. I thought it notable that the motifs of the bearded man, the plumed serpent, and the cross all tended to crop up whenever and wherever there were hints that technologically advanced and as yet unidentified civilization might once have been in contact with the native cultures. And there was a sense of great age about this contact, as though it took place at such an early date that it had been almost forgotten. I thought again about the sudden way the Olmecs had emerged, around the middle of the second millennium BC, out of the swirling mists of opaque prehistory. All the archaeological evidence indicated that from the beginning they had venerated huge stone heads and stele showing bearded men. I found myself increasingly drawn to the possibility that some of these remarkable pieces of sculpture could have been part of a vast inheritance of civilization, handed down to the peoples of Central America many thousands of years before the second millennium BC, and thereafter entrusted to the safekeeping of a secret wisdom cult, perhaps the cult of Quetzalcoatl. Much had been lost. Nevertheless, the tribes of this region, in particular the Maya, the builders of Palenque and Uxmal, had preserved something even more mysterious and wonderful than the enigmatic monoliths, something which declared itself even more persistently to be the legacy of an older and a higher civilization. We see in the next chapter that it was the mystical science of an ancient stargazing folk, the science of time and measurement and prediction, a science of prophecy even, that the Maya had preserved most perfectly from the past. With it they inherited memories of a terrible, earth-destroying flood, and an idiosyncratic legacy of empirical knowledge, knowledge of a high order which they shouldn't really have possessed, knowledge that we have only reacquired very recently. Chapter 21. A computer for calculating the end of the world. The Maya knew where their advanced learning originated. It was handed down to them, they said, from the first men, the creatures of Quetzalcoatl, whose names had been Balamquitze, jaguar with the sweet smile, Balamacab, jaguar of the night, Mahukuta, the distinguished name, and Ikibalam, jaguar of the moon. According to the Popol Vuh, these forefathers were endowed with intelligence. They saw, and instantly they could see far. They succeeded in seeing, they succeeded in knowing, all that there is in the world. The things hidden in the distance they saw without first having to move. Great was their wisdom. Their sight reached to the forests, the rocks, the lakes, the seas, the mountains, and the valleys. In truth, they were admirable men. They were able to know all, and they examined the four corners, the 4 points of the arch of the sky, and the round face of the earth. The achievements of this race aroused the envy of several of the most powerful deities. It is not well that our creatures should know all opined these gods. Must they perchance be the equals of ourselves, their makers, who can see afar, who know all and see all? Must they also be gods? Obviously, such a state of affairs could not be allowed to continue. After some deliberation, an order was given, and appropriate action was taken. Let their sight reach only to that which is near. Let them see only a little of the face of the earth. Then the heart of heaven blew mist into their eyes, which clouded their sight, as when a mirror is breathed upon. Their eyes were covered, and they could only see what was close. Only that was clear to them. In this way, the wisdom and all the knowledge of the first men were destroyed. Anyone familiar with the Old Testament will remember that the reason for the expulsion of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden had to do with similar divine concerns. After the first men had eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil, the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become as one of us, to know good and evil. Now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever, let us send him forth from the Garden of Eden. The Popol Vuh is accepted by scholars as a great reservoir of uncontaminated pre-Columbian tradition. It is therefore puzzling to find such similarities between these traditions and those recorded in the Genesis story. Moreover, like so many of the other Old World, New World links we have identified, the character of the similarities is not suggestive of any kind of direct influence of one region on the other, but of two different interpretations of the same set of events. Thus, for example, the biblical Garden of Eden looks like a metaphor for the state of blissful, almost godlike knowledge that the first men of the Popol Vuh enjoyed. The essence of this knowledge was the ability to see all and to know all. Was this not precisely the ability Adam and Eve acquired after eating the forbidden fruit which grew on the branches of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Finally, just as Adam and Eve were driven out of the garden, so were the 4 first men of the Popol Vuh deprived of their ability to see far. Thereafter, their eyes were covered, and they could only see what was close. Both the Popol Vuh and Genesis therefore tell the story of mankind's fall from grace. In both cases, this state of grace was closely associated with knowledge, and the reader is left in no doubt that the knowledge in question was so remarkable that it conferred godlike powers on those who possessed it. The Bible, adopting a dark and muttering tone of voice, calls it the knowledge of good and evil, and has nothing further to add. The Popol Vuh is much more informative. It tells us that the knowledge of the first men consisted of the ability to see things hidden in the distance, that they were astronomers who examined the 4 corners, the 4 points of the arch of the sky, and that they were geographers who succeeded in measuring the round face of the earth. Geography is about maps. In part 1, we saw evidence suggesting that the cartographers of an as yet unidentified civilization might have mapped the planet with great thoroughness at an early date. Could the Popol Vuh be transmitting some garbled memory of that same civilization when it speaks nostalgically of the first men and of the miraculous geographical knowledge they possessed? Geography is about maps, and astronomy is about stars. Very often, the two disciplines go hand in hand, because stars are essential for navigation on long seagoing voyages of discovery, and long seagoing voyages of discovery are essential for the production of accurate maps. Is it accidental that the first men of the Popol Vuh were remembered not only for studying the round face of the earth, but for their contemplation of the arch of heaven? And is it a coincidence that the outstanding achievement of Mayan society was its observational astronomy, upon which, through the medium of advanced mathematical calculations, was based a clever, complex, sophisticated, and very accurate calendar? Knowledge out of place. In 1954, J. Eric Thompson, a leading authority on the archaeology of Central America, confessed to a deep sense of puzzlement at a number of glaring disparities he had identified between the generally unremarkable achievements of the Mayas as a whole and the advanced state of their astrocalendrical knowledge. What mental quirks, he asked, led the Maya intelligentsia to chart the heavens, yet failed to grasp the principle of the wheel, to visualize eternity, as no other semi-civilized people has ever done, yet ignore the short step from Corbel to True Arch, to count in millions, yet never to learn to weigh a sack of corn? Perhaps the answer to these questions is much simpler than Thompson realized. Perhaps the astronomy, the deep understanding of time, and the long-term mathematical calculations were not quirks at all. Perhaps they were the constituent parts of a coherent but very specific body of knowledge that the Maya had inherited more or less intact from an older and wiser civilization. Such an inheritance would explain the contradictions observed by Thompson, and there is no need for any dispute on this point. We already know that the Maya received their calendar as a legacy from the Olmecs. 1,000 years earlier, the Olmecs were using exactly the same system. The real question should be, where did the Olmecs get it? What kind of level of technological and scientific development was required for a civilization to devise a calendar as good as this? Take the case of the solar year. In modern Western society, we still make use of a solar calendar, which was introduced in Europe in 1582 and is based on the best scientific knowledge then available, the famous Gregorian calendar. The Julian calendar, which it replaced, computed the period of the Earth's orbit around the Sun at 365.25 days. Pope Gregory XIII's reform substituted a finer and more accurate calculation, 365.2425 days. Thanks to scientific advances since 1582, we now know that the exact length of the solar year is 365.2422 days. The Gregorian calendar therefore incorporates a very small plus error, just 0.0003 of a day, pretty impressive accuracy for the 16th century. Strangely enough, though its origins are wrapped in the mists of antiquity far deeper than the 16th century, the Mayan calendar achieved even greater accuracy. It calculated the solar year at 365.2420 days, a minus error of only 0.0002 of a day. Similarly, the Maya knew the time taken by the moon to orbit the Earth. Their estimate of this period was 29.528395 days, extremely close to the true figure of 29.530588 days computed by the finest modern methods. The Mayan priests also had in their possession very accurate tables for the prediction of lunar and solar eclipses, and were aware that these could occur only within plus or minus 18 days of the node, when the moon's path crosses the apparent path of the sun. Finally, the Maya were remarkably accomplished mathematicians. They possessed an advanced technique of metrical calculation by means of a checkerboard device we ourselves have only discovered or rediscovered in the last century. They also understood perfectly and used the abstract concept of zero, and were acquainted with place numerations. These are esoteric fields. As Thomson observed, the cipher, naught, and place numerations are so much parts of our cultural heritage and seem such obvious conveniences that it is difficult to comprehend how their invention could have been long delayed. Yet neither ancient Greece, with its great mathematicians, nor ancient Rome, had any inkling of either naught or place numeration. To write 1848 in Roman numerals requires 11 letters: M, D, C, 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 X, L, V, I, I, I. Yet the Maya had a system of place-value notation, very much like our own, at a time when the Romans were still using their clumsy method. Isn't it a bit odd that this otherwise unremarkable Central American tribe should at such an early date have stumbled upon an innovation which Otto Nogebar, the historian of science, has described as one of the most fertile inventions of humanity? Someone else's science? Let us now consider the question of Venus, a planet that was of immense symbolic importance to all the ancient peoples of Central America who identified it strongly with Quetzalcoatl, or Cucumatz, or Kukulkan, as the plumed serpent was known in the Maya dialects. Unlike the ancient Greeks, but like the ancient Egyptians, the Maya understood that Venus was both the morning star and the evening star. They understood other things about it as well. The synodical revolution of a planet is the period of time it takes to return to any given point in the sky, as viewed from Earth. Venus revolves around the Sun every 224.7 days, while the Earth follows its own slightly wider orbit. The composite result of these two motions is that Venus rises in exactly the same place in the Earth's sky approximately every 584 days. Whoever invented the sophisticated calendrical system inherited by the Maya had been aware of this and had found ingenious ways to integrate it with other interlocking cycles. Moreover, it is clear from the mathematics which brought these cycles together that the ancient calendar masters had understood that 584 days was only an approximation and that the movements of Venus are by no means regular. They had therefore worked out the exact figure established by today's science for the average synodical revolution of Venus over very long periods of time. That figure is 583.92 days, and it was knitted into the fabric of the Mayan calendar in numerous intricate and complex ways. For example, to reconcile it with the so-called sacred year, the Tzolk'in of 260 days, which was divided into 13 months of 20 days each, the calendar called for a correction of 4 days to be made every 61 Venus years. In addition, during every 5th cycle, a correction of 8 days was made at the end of the 57th revolution. Once these steps were taken, the Tzolk'in and the synodical revolution of Venus were intermeshed so tightly that the degree of error to which the equation was subject was staggeringly small, 1 day in 6,000 years. And what made this all the more remarkable was that a further series of precisely calculated adjustments kept the Venus cycle and the Tzolk'in not only in harmony with each other, but in exact relationship with the solar year. Again, this was achieved in a manner which ensured that the calendar was capable of doing its job virtually error-free over vast expanses of time. Why did the semi-civilized Maya need this kind of high-tech precision? Or did they inherit in good working order a calendar engineered to fit the needs of a much earlier and far more advanced civilization? Consider the crowning jewel of Maya calendrics, the so-called long count. This system of calculating dates also expressed beliefs about the past, notably the widely held belief that time operated in great cycles, which witnessed recurrent creations and destructions of the world. According to the Maya, the current great cycle began in darkness on 8 Kamku, a date corresponding to 13 August 3114 BC in our own calendar. As we've seen, it was also believed that the cycle would end amid global destruction in the epoch of AD 2012 in our calendar. The function of the long count was to record the elapse of time since the beginning of the current great cycle, literally to count off, one by one, the years remaining to our present creation. The long count is perhaps best envisaged as a sort of celestial adding machine, constantly calculating and recalculating the scale of our growing debt to the universe. So at any rate, thought the Maya. Calculations on the long count computer were not, of course, done in numbers. The Maya used their own notation, which they had derived from the Olmecs, who had derived it from nobody knows. This notation was a combination of dots, signifying ones or units or multiples of 20, bars, signifying fives or multiples of 5 times 20, and a shell glyph, signifying 0. Spans of time were counted by days, kin, periods of 20 days, uinal, computing years of 360 days, tun, periods of 20 tuns, known as katun, and periods of 20 katuns, known as baktun. There were also 8,000 tun periods, piktun, and 160,000 tun periods, kalaptun, to mop up even larger calculations. All this should make clear that although the Maya believed themselves to be living in one great cycle that would surely come to a violent end, they also knew that time was infinite, and that it proceeded with its mysterious revolutions regardless of individual lives or civilizations. As Thomson summed up in his great study on the subject, in the Maya scheme, the road over which time had marched stretched into a past so distant that the mind of man cannot comprehend its remoteness. Yet the Maya undauntedly retrod that road, seeking its starting point. A fresh view, leading further backward, unfolded at every stage. The mellowed centuries blended into millennia, and they into tens of thousands of years, as those tireless inquirers explored deeper and still deeper into the eternity of the past. On a stela at Quiriga in Guatemala, a date over 90 million years ago is computed. On another, a date over 300 million years before that is given. These are actual computations, stating correctly day and month positions, and are comparable to calculations in our calendar, given giving the month positions on which Easter would have fallen at equivalent distances in the past. The brain reels at such astronomical figures. Isn't this all a bit avant-garde for a civilization that didn't otherwise distinguish itself in many ways? It's true that Mayan architecture was good within its limits, but there was precious little else that these jungle-dwelling Indians did, which suggested they might have had the capacity or the need to conceive of really long periods of time. It's been a good deal less than 2 centuries since the majority of Western intellectuals abandoned Bishop Ussher's opinion that the world was created in 4004 BC and accepted that it must be infinitely older than that. In plain English, this means that the ancient Maya had a far more accurate understanding of the true immensity of geological time and of the vast antiquity of our planet than did anyone in Britain, Europe, or North America until Darwin propounded the theory of evolution. So how come the Maya got handy with big periods like hundreds of millions of years? Was it a freak cultural development, or did they inherit the calendrical and mathematical tools which facilitated and enabled them to develop this sophisticated understanding? If an inheritance was involved, it's legitimate to ask what the original inventors of the Mayan calendar's computer-like circuitry had intended it to do. What had they designed it for? Had they simply conceived of all its complexities to concoct a challenge to the intellect, a sort of tremendous anagram, as one authority claims, or could they have had a more pragmatic and important objective in mind? We've seen that the obsessive concern of Mayan society, and indeed of all the ancient cultures of Central America, was with calculating, and if possible, postponing, the end of the world. Could this be the purpose the mysterious calendar was designed to fulfill? Could it have been a mechanism for predicting some terrible cosmic or geological catastrophe? Chapter 22. City of the Gods. The overwhelming message of a large number of Central American legends is that the fourth age of the world ended very badly. A catastrophic deluge was followed by a long period during which the light of the sun vanished from the sky, and the air was filled with a tenebrous darkness. Then, the gods gathered together at Teotihuacan, the place of the gods, and wondered anxiously who was to be the next sun. Only the sacred fire, the material representation of Huehueteotl, the god who gave life its beginnings, could be seen in the darkness, still quaking following the recent chaos. Someone will have to sacrifice himself, throw himself into the fire, they cried. Only then will there be a sun. A drama ensued, in which 2 deities, Nanahuatzin and Tequistecatl, immolated themselves for the common good. One burned quickly in the center of the sacred fire. The other roasted slowly on the embers at its edge. The gods waited for a long time, until eventually the sky started to glow red as at dawn. In the east appeared the great sphere of the sun, life-giving and incandescent. It was at this moment of cosmic rebirth that Quetzalcoatl manifested himself. His mission was with humanity of the fifth age. He therefore took the form of a human being, a bearded white man, just like Viracocha. In the Andes, Viracocha's capital was Tiwanaku. In Central America, Quetzalcoatl's was the supposed birthplace of the fifth sun, Teotihuacan, the city of the gods. The citadel, the temple, and the map of heaven. Teotihuacan, 50 kilometers northeast of Mexico City. I stood in the airy enclosure of the citadel and looked north across the morning haze towards the pyramids of the sun and the moon. Set amid grey-green scrub country and ringed by distant mountains, these two great monuments played their parts in a symphony of ruins strung out along the axis of the so-called Street of the Dead. The citadel lay at the approximate midpoint of this wide avenue, which ran perfectly straight for more than 4 kilometers. The pyramid of the moon was at its northern extreme, the pyramid of the sun offset somewhat to its east. In the context of such a geometric site, an exact north-south or east-west orientation might have been expected. It was therefore surprising that the architects who had planned Teotihuacan had deliberately chosen to incline the Street of the Dead 15 degrees 30 minutes east of north. There were several theories as to why this eccentric orientation had been selected, but none was especially convincing. Growing numbers of scholars, however, were beginning to wonder whether astronomical alignments might have been involved. One, for example, had proposed that the Street of the Dead might have been built to face the setting of the Pleiades at the time when it was constructed. Another, Professor Gerald Hawkins, had suggested that a Sirius Pleiades axis could also have played a part, and Stansbury Hagar, secretary of the Department of Ethnology at the Brooklyn Institute of the Arts and Sciences, had suggested that the street might represent the Milky Way. Indeed, Hagar went further than this, seeing the portrayal of specific planets and stars in many of the pyramids, mounds, and other structures that hovered like fixed satellites around the axis of the Street of the Dead. His complete thesis was that Teotihuacan had been designed as a kind of map of heaven. It reproduced on Earth a supposed celestial plan of the sky world, where dwelt the deities and spirits of the dead. During the 1960s and 1970s, Hagar's intuitions were tested in the field by Hugh Harleston Jr., an American engineer resident in Mexico, who carried out a comprehensive mathematical survey of Teotihuacan. Harleston reported his findings in October 1974 at the International Congress of Americanists. His paper, which was full of daring and innovative ideas, contained some particularly curious information about the citadel and about the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, located at the eastern extreme of this great square compound. The temple was regarded by scholars as one of the best preserved archaeological monuments in Central America. This was because the original prehistoric structure had been partially buried beneath another much later mound immediately in front of it to the west. Excavation of that mound had revealed the elegant 6-stage pyramid that now confronted me. It stood 72 feet high, and its base covered an area of 82,000 square feet. Still bearing traces of the original multicolored paints which had coated it in antiquity, the exposed temple was a beautiful and strange sight. The predominant sculptural motif was a series of huge serpent heads, protruding 3-dimensionally out of the facing blocks and lining the sides of the massive central stairway. The elongated jaws of these oddly humanoid reptiles were heavily endowed with fangs, and the upper lips with a sort of handlebar moustache. Each serpent's thick neck was ringed by an elaborate plume of feathers, the unmistakable symbol of Quetzalcoatl. What Harleston's investigations had shown was that a complex mathematical relationship appeared to exist among the principal structures lined up along the Street of the Dead, and indeed beyond it. This relationship suggested something extraordinary, namely that Teotihuacan might originally have been designed as a precise scale model of the solar system. At any rate, if the center line of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl were taken as denoting the position of the sun, markers laid out northwards from it along the axis of the Street of the Dead seemed to indicate the correct orbital distances of the inner planets, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, Saturn, represented by the so-called Sun Pyramid, Uranus by the Moon Pyramid, and Neptune and Pluto by as yet unexcavated mounds some kilometers further north. If these correlations were more than coincidental, then at the very least they indicated the presence at Teotihuacan of an advanced observational astronomy, one not surpassed by modern science until a relatively late date. Uranus remained unknown to our own astronomers until 1787, Neptune until 1846, and Pluto until about 1930. Even the most conservative estimate of Teotihuacan's antiquity, by contrast, suggested that the principal ingredients of the site plan, including the citadel, the Street of the Dead, and the pyramids of the sun and the moon, must date back at least to the time of Christ. No known civilization of that epoch, either in the Old World or in the New, is supposed to have had any knowledge at all of the outer planets, let alone to have possessed accurate information concerning their orbital distances from each other and from the sun. Egypt and Mexico. More coincidences? After completing his studies of the pyramids and avenues of Teotihuacan, Stansbury Hagar concluded, "We have not yet realized either the importance or the refinement or the widespread distribution throughout ancient America of the astronomical cult of which the celestial plan was a feature and of which Teotihuacan was one of the principal centers." But was this just an astronomical cult, or was it something approximating more closely to what we might call a science? And whether cult or science, was it realistic to suppose that it had enjoyed widespread distribution only in the Americas when there was so much evidence linking it to other parts of the ancient world? For example, archaeoastronomers, making use of the latest star mapping computer programs, had recently demonstrated that the three world-famous pyramids on Egypt's Giza Plateau formed an exact terrestrial diagram of the three belt stars in the constellation of Orion. Nor was this the limit of the celestial map the ancient Egyptian priests had created in the sands on the west bank of the Nile. Included in their overall vision, as we shall see in parts 6 and 7, there was a natural feature, the river Nile, which was exactly where it should be, had it been designed to represent the Milky Way. The incorporation of a celestial plan into key sites in Egypt and in Mexico did not by any means exclude religious functions. On the contrary, whatever else they may have been intended for, it is certain that the monuments of Teotihuacan, like those of the Giza Plateau, played important religious roles in the lives of the communities they served. Thus, Central American traditions collected in the 16th century by Father Bernardino de Sahagún gave eloquent expression to a widespread belief that Teotihuacan had fulfilled at least one specific and important religious function in ancient times. According to these legends, the city of the gods was so known because the lords therein buried, after their death, did not perish, but turned into gods. In other words, it was the place where men became gods. It was additionally known as the place of those who had the road of the gods, and the place where gods were made. Was it a coincidence, I wondered, that this seemed to have been the religious purpose of the three pyramids of Giza? The archaic hieroglyphs of the pyramid texts, the oldest coherent body of writing in the world, left little room for doubt that the ultimate objective of the rituals carried out within these colossal structures was to bring about the deceased pharaoh's transfiguration, to throw open the doors of the firmament, and to make a road, so that he might ascend into the company of the gods. The notion of pyramids as devices designed, presumably in some metaphysical sense, to turn men into gods, was, it seemed to me, too idiosyncratic and peculiar to have been arrived at independently in both ancient Egypt and Mexico. So too was the idea of using the layout of sacred sites to incorporate a celestial plan. Moreover, there were other strange similarities that deserved to be considered. Just as at Giza, three principal pyramids had been built at Teotihuacan: the Pyramid Temple of Quetzalcoatl, the Pyramid of the Sun, and the Pyramid of the Moon. Just as at Giza, the site plan was not symmetrical, as one might have expected, but involved two structures in direct alignment with each other, while the third appeared to have been deliberately offset to one side. Finally, at Giza, the summits of the Great Pyramid and the Pyramid of Khafre were level, even though the former was a taller building than the latter. Likewise, at Teotihuacan, the summits of the Pyramids of the Sun and the Moon were level, even though the former was taller. The reason was the same in both cases. The Great Pyramid was built on lower ground than the Pyramid of Khafre, and the Pyramid of the Sun on lower ground than the Pyramid of the Moon. Could all this be coincidence? Was it not more logical to conclude that there was an ancient connection between Mexico and Egypt? For reasons I have outlined in chapters 18 and 19, I doubted whether any direct causal link was involved, at any rate within historic times. Once again, however, as with the Mayan calendar and as with the early maps of Antarctica, was it not worth keeping an open mind to the possibility that we might be dealing with a legacy, that the pyramids of Egypt and the ruins of Teotihuacan might express the technology, the geographical knowledge, the observational astronomy, and perhaps also the religion of a forgotten civilization of the past which had once, as the Popol Vuh claimed, examined the four corners, the 4 points of the arch of the sky, and the round face of the earth. There was widespread agreement amongst academics concerning the antiquity of the Giza pyramids, thought to be about 4,500 years old. No such unanimity existed with regard to Teotihuacan. Neither the Street of the Dead, nor the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, nor the Pyramids of the Sun and the Moon had ever been definitively dated. The majority of scholars believed that the city had flourished between 100 BC and AD 600, but others argued strongly that it must have risen to prominence much earlier, between 1500 and 1000 BC. There were others still who sought largely on geological grounds to push the foundation date back to 4000 BC, before the eruption of the nearby volcano Zitli. Amid all this uncertainty about the age of Teotihuacan, I had not been surprised to discover that no one had the faintest idea of the identity of those who had actually built the largest and most remarkable metropolis ever to have existed in the pre-Columbian New World. All that could be said for sure was this: when the Aztecs, on their march to imperial power, first stumbled upon the mysterious city in the 12th century AD, its colossal edifices and avenues were already old beyond imagining, and so densely overgrown that they seemed more like natural features than works of man. Attached to them, however, was a thread of local legend, passed down from generation to generation, which asserted that they had been built by giants, and that their purpose had been to transform men into gods. Hints of forgotten wisdom. Leaving the Temple of Quetzalcoatl behind me, I recrossed the citadel in a westerly direction. There was no archaeological evidence that this enormous enclosure had ever served as a citadel, or for that matter, that it had any kind of military or defensive function at all. Like so much else about Teotihuacan, it had clearly been planned with painstaking care and executed with enormous effort, but its true purpose remained unidentified by modern scholarship. Even the Aztecs, who had been responsible for naming the Pyramids of the Sun and the Moon, an attribution which had stuck, though no one had any idea what the original builders had called them, had failed to invent a name for the citadel. It had been left to the Spaniards to label it as they did. An understandable conceit, since the 36-acre central patio of La Ciudadela was surrounded by massively thick embankments more than 23 feet high and some 1,500 feet long on each side. My walk had now brought me to the western extreme of the patio. I climbed a steep set of stairs that led to the top of the embankment and turned north onto the Street of the Dead. Once again, I had to remind myself that this was almost certainly not what the Teotihuacanos, whoever they were, had called the immense and impressive avenue. The Spanish name, Calle de los Muertos, was of Aztec origin, apparently based on speculation that the numerous mounds on either side of the street were graves, which, as it happened, they were not. We have already considered the possibility that the Way of the Dead may have served as a terrestrial counterpart of the Milky Way. Of interest in this regard is the work of another American, Alfred E. Schlemmer, who, like Hugh Harleston Jr., was an engineer. Schlemmer's field was technological forecasting, with specific reference to the prediction of earthquakes, on which he presented a paper at the 11th National Convention of Chemical Engineers in Mexico City in October 1971. Schlemmer's argument was that the Street of the Dead might never have been a street at all. Instead, it might originally have been laid out as a row of linked reflecting pools, filled with water, which had descended through a series of locks from the Pyramid of the Moon at the northern extreme to the Citadel in the south. As I walked steadily northwards towards the still distant Moon Pyramid, it seemed to me that this theory had several points in its favour. For a start, the street was blocked at regular intervals by high partition walls, at the foot of which the remains of well-made sluices could clearly be seen. Moreover, the lie of the land would have facilitated a north-south hydraulic flow, since the base of the Moon Pyramid stood on ground that was approximately 100 feet higher than the area in front of the Citadel. The partitioned sections could easily have been filled with water and might indeed have served as reflecting pools, creating a spectacle far more dramatic than those offered by the Taj Mahal or the fabled Shalimar Gardens. Finally, the Teotihuacan Mapping Project, financed by the National Science Foundation in Washington, D.C., and led by Professor René Million of the University of Rochester, had demonstrated conclusively that the ancient city had possessed many carefully laid out canals and systems of branching waterways, artificially dredged into straightened portions of a river which formed a network within Teotihuacan and ran all the way to Lake Texcoco, now 10 miles distant, but perhaps closer in antiquity. There was much argument about what this vast hydraulic system had been designed to do. Schlemmer's contention was that the particular waterway he had identified had been built to serve a pragmatic purpose, as a long-range seismic monitor, part of an ancient science no longer understood. He pointed out that remote earthquakes can cause standing waves to form on a liquid surface right across the planet, and suggested that the carefully graded and spaced reflecting pools of the Street of the Dead might have been designed to enable Teotihuacanos to read from the standing waves formed there the location and strength of earthquakes around the globe, thus allowing them to predict such an occurrence in their own area. There was, of course, no proof of Schlemmer's theory. However, when I remembered the fixation with earthquakes and floods apparent everywhere in Mexican mythology, and the equally obsessive concern with forecasting future events evident in the Maya calendar, I felt less inclined to dismiss the apparently far-fetched conclusions of the American engineer. If Schlemmer were right, if the ancient Teotihuacanos had indeed understood the principles of resonant vibration and had put them into practice in seismic forecasting, the implication was that they were the possessors of an advanced science. And if people like Hagar and Hardeston were right, if, for example, a scale model of the solar system had also been built into the basic geometry of Teotihuacan, this too suggested that the city was founded by a scientifically evolved civilization not yet identified. I continued to walk northwards along the Street of the Dead and turned east towards the Pyramid of the Sun. Before reaching this great monument, however, I paused to examine a ruined patio, the principal feature of which was an ancient temple which concealed a perplexing mystery beneath its rock floor. Chapter 23. The Sun and the Moon and the Way of the Dead. Some archaeological discoveries are heralded with much fanfare. Others, for various reasons, are not. Among this latter category must be included the thick and extensive layer of sheet mica found sandwiched between two of the upper levels of the Teotihuacan Pyramid of the Sun when it was being probed for restoration in 1906. The lack of interest which greeted this discovery, and the absence of any follow-up studies to determine its possible function, is quite understandable because the mica, which had a considerable commercial value, was removed and sold as soon as it had been excavated. The culprit was apparently Leopoldo Bartres, who had been commissioned to restore the time-worn pyramid by the Mexican government. There has also been a much more recent discovery of mica at Teotihuacan, in the Mica Temple, and this too has passed almost without notice. Here the reason is harder to explain, because there has been no looting, and the mica remains on site. One of a group of buildings, the Mica Temple is situated around a patio about 1,000 feet south of the west face of the Pyramid of the Sun. Directly under a floor paved with heavy rock slabs, archaeologists financed by the Viking Foundation excavated two massive sheets of mica, which had been carefully and purposefully installed at some extremely remote date by a people who must have been skilled in cutting and handling this material. The sheets are 90 feet square and form two layers, one laid directly on top of the other. Mica is not a uniform substance, but contains trace elements of different metals depending on the kind of rock formation in which it is found. Typically, these metals include potassium and aluminium, and also in varying quantities, ferrous and ferric iron, magnesium, lithium, manganese, and titanium. The trace elements in Teotihuacan's Mica Temple indicate that the underfloor sheets belong to a type which occurs only in Brazil, some 2,000 miles away. Clearly, therefore, the builders of the temple must have had a specific need for this particular kind of mica, and were prepared to go to considerable lengths to obtain it. Otherwise, they could have used the locally available variety more cheaply and simply. Mica does not leap to mind as an obvious, general-purpose flooring material. Its use to form layers underneath the floor, and thus completely out of sight, seems especially bizarre when we remember that no other ancient structure in the Americas, or anywhere else in the world, has been found to contain a feature like this. It is frustrating that we will never be able to establish the exact position, let alone the purpose of the large sheet that Bartres excavated and removed from the Pyramid of the Sun in 1906. The two intact layers in the Mica Temple, on the other hand, resting as they do in a place where they had no decorative function, look as though they were designed to do a particular job. Let us note in passing that mica possesses characteristics which suit it especially well for a range of technological applications. In modern industry, it is used in the construction of capacitors, and is valued as a thermal and electric insulator. It is also opaque to fast neutrons, and can act as a moderator in nuclear reactions. Erasing messages from the past. Pyramid of the Sun, Teotihuacan. Having climbed more than 200 feet up a series of flights of stone stairs, I reached the summit and looked towards the zenith. It was midday, 19 May, and the sun was directly overhead, as it would be again on 25 July. On these two dates, and not by accident, the west face of the pyramid was oriented precisely to the position of the setting sun. A more curious but equally deliberate effect could be observed on the equinoxes 21 March and 21 September. Then the passage of the sun's rays from south to north resulted at noon in the progressive obliteration of a perfectly straight shadow that ran along one of the lower stages of the western facade. The whole process, from complete shadow to complete illumination, took exactly 66.6 seconds. It had done so without fail, year in, year out, ever since the pyramid had been built, and would continue to do so until the giant edifice crumbled into dust. What this meant, of course, was that at least one of the many functions of the pyramid had been to serve as a perennial clock, precisely signaling the equinoxes and thus facilitating calendar corrections as and when necessary for a people apparently obsessed, like the Maya, with the elapse and measuring of time. Another implication was that the master builders of Teotihuacan must have possessed an enormous body of astronomic and geodetic data, and referred to this data to set the sun pyramid at the precise orientation necessary to achieve the desired equinoctial effects. This was planning and architecture of a high order. It had survived the passage of the millennia, and it had survived the wholesale remodeling of much of the pyramid's outer shell, conducted in the first decade of the 20th century by the self-styled restorer, Leopoldo Bartres. In addition to plundering precious evidence that might have helped us towards a better understanding of the purposes for which the enigmatic structure had been built, this repulsive lackey of Mexico's corrupt dictator Porfirio Diaz had removed the outer layer of stone, mortar, and plaster to a depth of more than 20 feet from the entire northern, eastern, and southern faces. The result was catastrophic. The underlying adobe surface began to dissolve in heavy rains and to exhibit plastic flow, which threatened to destroy the whole edifice. Although the slippage was halted with hasty remedial measures, nothing could change the fact that the sun pyramid had been deprived of almost all its original surface features. By modern archaeological standards, this was, of course, an unforgivable act of desecration. Because of it, we will never learn the significance of the many sculptures, inscriptions, reliefs, and artifacts that had almost certainly been removed with those 20 feet of the outer shell. Nor was this the only, or even the most regrettable consequence of Bartres' grotesque vandalism. There was startling evidence which suggested that the unknown architects of the Pyramid of the Sun might have intentionally incorporated scientific data into many of the key dimensions of the great structure. This evidence had been gathered and extrapolated from the intact west face, which, not accidentally, was also the face where the intended equinoctial effects could still be seen. But thanks to Bartres, no similar information was likely to be forthcoming from the other three faces because of the arbitrary alterations imposed upon them. Indeed, by drastically distorting the original shape and size of so much of the pyramid, the Mexican restorer had possibly deprived posterity of some of the most important lessons Teotihuacan had to teach. Eternal numbers. The transcendental number known as pi is fundamental to advanced mathematics. With a value slightly in excess of 3.14, it is the ratio of the diameter of a circle to its circumference. In other words, if the diameter of a circle is 12 inches, the circumference of that circle will be 12 inches times 3.14 equals 37.68 inches. Likewise, since the diameter of a circle is exactly double the radius, we can use pi to calculate the circumference of any circle from its radius. In this case, however, the formula is the length of the radius multiplied by 2 pi. As an illustration, let us take again a circle of 12 inches diameter. Its radius will be 6 inches, and its circumference can be obtained as follows. 6 inches by 2 by 3.14 equals 37.68 inches. Similarly, a circle with a radius of 10 inches will have a circumference of 67.8 inches, 10 inches by 2 by 3.14, and a circle with a radius of 7 inches will have a circumference of 43.96 inches, 7 inches by 2 by 3.14. These formulae, using the value of pi for calculating circumference from either diameter or radius, apply to all circles, no matter how large or how small, and also, of course, to all spheres and hemispheres. They seem relatively simple with hindsight. Yet their discovery, which represented a revolutionary breakthrough in mathematics, is thought to have been made late in human history. The orthodox view is that Archimedes in the 3rd century BC was the first man to calculate pi correctly at 3.14. Scholars do not accept that any of the mathematicians of the New World ever got anywhere near pi before the arrival of the Europeans in the 16th century. It is therefore disorienting to discover that the Great Pyramid of Giza, built more than 2,000 years before the birth of Archimedes, and the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, which vastly predates the conquest, both incorporate the value of pi. They do so, moreover, in much the same way, and in a manner which leaves no doubt that the ancient builders on both sides of the Atlantic were thoroughly conversant with this transcendental number. The principal factors involved in the geometry of any pyramid are 1. The height of the summit above the ground, and 2. The perimeter of the monument at ground level. Where the Great Pyramid is concerned, the ratio between the original height, 481.3949 feet, and the perimeter, 3,023.16 feet, turns out to be the same as the ratio between the radius and the circumference of a circle, i.e. 2 pi. Thus, if we take the pyramid's height and multiply it by 2 pi, as we would with the circle's radius to calculate its circumference, we get an accurate readout of the monument's perimeter. 481.3949 feet times 2 times 3.14 equals 3,023.16 feet. Alternatively, if we turn the equation around and start with the circumference at ground level, we get an equally accurate readout of the height of the summit. 3,023.16 feet divided by 2 divided by 3.14 equals 481.3949 feet. Since it is almost inconceivable that such a precise mathematical correlation could have come about by chance, we're obliged to conclude that the builders of the Great Pyramid were indeed conversant with pi, and that they deliberately incorporated its value into the dimensions of their monument. Now let us consider the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan. The angle of its sides is 43.5 degrees, as opposed to 52 degrees in the case of the Great Pyramid. The Mexican monument has the gentler slope, because the perimeter of its base at 2,932.8 feet is not much smaller than that of its Egyptian counterpart, while its summit is considerably lower, approximately 233.5 feet prior to Bartres' restoration. The 2 pi formula, which worked at the Great Pyramid, does not work with these measurements. A 4 pi formula does. Thus, if we take the height of the Pyramid of the Sun, 233.5 feet, and multiply it by 4 pi, we once again obtain a very accurate readout of the perimeter. 233.5 feet times 4 times 3.14 equals 2,932.76 feet, a discrepancy of less than half an inch from the true figure of 2,932.8 feet. This surely can no more be a coincidence than the pi relationship extrapolated from the dimensions of the Egyptian monument. Moreover, the very fact that both structures incorporate pi relationships when none of the other pyramids on either side of the Atlantic does, strongly suggests not only the existence of advanced mathematical knowledge in antiquity, but some sort of underlying common purpose. As we've seen, the desired height-perimeter ratio of the Great Pyramid, 2 pi, called for the specification of a tricky and idiosyncratic angle of slope for its sides, 52 degrees. Likewise, the desired height-perimeter ratio of the Pyramid of the Sun, 4 pi, called for the specification of an equally eccentric angle of slope, 43.5 degrees. If there had been no ulterior motive, it would surely have been simpler for the ancient Egyptian and Mexican architects to have adopted for 45 degrees, which they could easily have obtained and checked by bisecting a right angle. What could have been the common purpose that led the pyramid builders on both sides of the Atlantic to such lengths to structure the value of pi so precisely into these two remarkable monuments? Since there seems to have been no direct contact between the civilizations of Mexico and Egypt in the periods when the pyramids were built, is it not reasonable to deduce that both, at some remote date, inherited certain ideas from a common source? Is it possible that the shared idea expressed in the Great Pyramid and the Pyramid of the Sun could have to do with spheres, since these, like pyramids, are three-dimensional objects, while circles, for example, have only 2 dimensions? The desire to symbolize spheres in 3-dimensional monuments with flat surfaces would explain why so much trouble was taken to ensure that both incorporated unmistakable pi relationships. Furthermore, it seems likely that the intention of the builders of both these monuments was not to symbolize spheres in general, but to focus attention on one sphere in particular, the planet Earth. It will be a long while before orthodox archaeologists are prepared to accept that some peoples of the ancient world were advanced enough in science to have possessed good information about the shape and size of the Earth. However, according to the calculations of Livio Catulo Stecchini, an American professor of the history of science and an acknowledged expert on ancient measurement, the evidence for the existence of such anomalous knowledge in antiquity is irrefutable. Stecchini's conclusions, which relate mainly to Egypt, are particularly impressive because they are drawn from mathematical and astronomical data which by common consent are beyond serious dispute. A fuller examination of these conclusions and of the nature of the data on which they rest is presented in Part 7. At this point, however, a few words from Stecchini may shed further light on the mystery that confronts us. The basic idea of the Great Pyramid was that it should be a representation of the northern hemisphere of the Earth, a hemisphere projected on flat surfaces, as is done in mapmaking. The Great Pyramid was a projection on 4 triangular surfaces. The apex represented the pole, and the perimeter represented the equator. This is the reason why the perimeter is in relation 2 pi to the height. The Great Pyramid represents the northern hemisphere on a scale of 1 to 43,200. In part 7, we shall see why this scale was chosen. Mathematical City. Rising up ahead of me as I walked towards the northern end of the Street of the Dead, the Pyramid of the Moon, mercifully undamaged by restorers, had kept its original form as a 4-stage ziggurat. The Pyramid of the Sun, too, had consisted of 4 stages, but Bartres had whimsically sculpted in a 5th stage between the original 3rd and 4th levels. There was, however, one original feature of the Pyramid of the Sun that Bartres had been unable to despoil, a subterranean passageway leading from a natural cave under the west face. After its accidental discovery in 1971, this passageway was thoroughly explored. 7 feet high, it was found to run eastwards for more than 300 feet until it reached a point close to the pyramid's geometrical center. Here it debouched into a second cave of spacious dimensions, which had been artificially enlarged into a shape very similar to that of a 4-leaf clover. The leaves were chambers, each about 60 feet in circumference, containing a variety of artifacts, such as beautifully engraved slate discs and highly polished mirrors. There was also a complex drainage system of interlocking segments of carved rock pipes. This last feature was particularly puzzling because there was no known source of water within the pyramid. The sluices, however, left little doubt that water must have been present in antiquity, most probably in very large quantities. This brought to mind the evidence for water having once run in the Street of the Dead, the sluices and partition walls I had seen earlier to the north of the citadel, and Schlemmer's theory of reflecting pools and seismic forecasting. Indeed, the more I thought about it, the more it seemed that water had been the dominant motif at Teotihuacan. Though I had hardly registered it that morning, the temple of Quetzalcoatl had been decorated not only with effigies of the plumed serpent, but with unmistakable aquatic symbolism, notably an undulating design suggestive of waves and large numbers of beautiful carvings of seashells. With these images in my mind, I reached the wide plaza at the base of the Pyramid of the Moon and imagined it filled with water as it might have been to a depth of about 10 feet. It would have looked magnificent, majestic, powerful, and serene. The Acapana Pyramid in far-off Tiwanaku had also been surrounded by water, which had been the dominant motif there, just as I now found it to be at Teotihuacan. I began to climb the Pyramid of the Moon. It was smaller than the Pyramid of the Sun, indeed less than half the size, and was estimated to be made up of about 1 million tons of stone and earth, as against 2.5 million tons in the case of the Pyramid of the Sun. The two monuments, in other words, had a combined weight of 3.5 million tons. It was thought unlikely that this quantity of material could have been manipulated by fewer than 15,000 men, and it was calculated that such a workforce would have taken at least 30 years to complete such an enormous task. Sufficient labourers would certainly have been available in the vicinity. The Teotihuacan mapping project had demonstrated that the population of the city in its heyday could have been as large as 200,000, making it a bigger metropolis than Imperial Rome of the Caesars. The project had also established that the main monuments visible today covered just a small part of the overall area of ancient Teotihuacan. At its peak, the city had extended across more than 12 square miles, and had incorporated some 50,000 individual dwellings in 2,000 apartment compounds, 600 subsidiary pyramids and temples, and 500 factory areas specializing in ceramic, figurine, lapidary, shell, basalt, slate, and ground stonework. At the top level of the Pyramid of the Moon, I paused and turned slowly around. Across the valley floor, which sloped gently downhill to the south, the whole of Teotihuacan now stretched before me, a geometrical city, designed and built by unknown architects in the time before history began. In the east, overlooking the arrow-straight Street of the Dead, loomed the Pyramid of the Sun, eternally printing out the mathematical message it had been programmed with long ages ago, a message which seemed to direct our attention to the shape of the earth. It almost looked as though the civilization that had built Teotihuacan had made a deliberate choice to encode complex information in enduring monuments, and to do it using a mathematical language. Why a mathematical language? Perhaps because, no matter what extreme changes and transformations human civilization might go through, the radius of a circle multiplied by 2 pi, or half the radius multiplied by 4 pi, would always give the correct figure for that circle's circumference. In other words, a mathematical language could have been chosen for practical reasons. Unlike any verbal tongue, such a code could always be deciphered, even by people from unrelated cultures, living thousands of years in the future. Not for the first time, I felt myself confronted by the dizzying possibility that an entire episode in the story of mankind might have been forgotten. Indeed, it seemed to me then, as I overlooked the mathematical city of the gods from the summit of the Pyramid of the Moon, that our species could have been afflicted with some terrible amnesia, and that the dark period so blithely and dismissively referred to as prehistory might turn out to conceal unimagined truths about our own past. What is prehistory, after all, if not a time forgotten, a time for which we have no records? What is prehistory, if not an epoch of impenetrable obscurity, through which our ancestors passed, but about which we have no conscious remembrance? It was out of this epoch of obscurity, configured in mathematical code, along astronomical and geodetic lines, that Teotihuacan, with all its riddles, was sent down to us. And out of that same epoch came the great Olmec sculptures, the inexplicably precise and accurate calendar the Mayans inherited from their predecessors, the inscrutable geoglyphs of Nazca, the mysterious Andean city of Tiwanaku, and so many other marvels of which we do not know the provenance. It is almost as though we have awakened into the daylight of history from a long and troubled sleep, and yet continue to be disturbed by the faint but haunting echoes of our dreams. Part 4. The Mystery of the Myths. Section 1. A Species with Amnesia. Chapter 24. Echoes of Our Dreams. In some of the most powerful and enduring myths that we have inherited from ancient times, our species seems to have retained a confused but resonant memory of a terrifying global catastrophe. Where do these myths come from? Why, though they derive from unrelated cultures, are their storylines so similar? Why are they laden with common symbolism? And why do they so often share the same stock characters and plots? If they are indeed memories, why are there no historical records of the planetary disaster they seem to refer to? Could it be that the myths themselves are historical records? Could it be that these cunning and immortal stories, composed by anonymous geniuses, were the medium used to record such information and pass it on in the time before history began? And the ark went upon the face of the waters. There was a king in ancient Sumer who sought eternal life. His name was Gilgamesh. We know of his exploits because the myths and traditions of Mesopotamia, inscribed in cuneiform script upon tablets of baked clay, have survived. Many thousands of these tablets, some dating back to the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC, have been excavated from the sands of modern Iraq. They transmit a unique picture of a vanished culture, and remind us that even in those days of lofty antiquity, human beings preserved memories of times still more remote, times from which they were separated by the interval of a great and terrible deluge. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor. Returning, he rested. He engraved on a stone the whole story. The story that Gilgamesh brought back had been told to him by a certain Utnapishtim, a king who had ruled thousands of years earlier, who had survived the Great Flood, and who had been rewarded with the gift of immortality because he had preserved the seeds of humanity and of all living things. It was long, long ago, said Utnapishtim, when the gods dwelt on earth. Anu, lord of the firmament. Enlil, the enforcer of divine decisions. Ishtar, goddess of war and sexual love. And Ea, lord of the waters, man's natural friend and protector. In those days, the world teemed, the people multiplied, the world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great god was aroused by the clamour. Enlil heard the clamour, and he said to the gods in council, "The uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by reason of the Babel." So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Ea, however, took pity on Utnapishtim. Speaking through the reed wall of the king's house, he told him of the imminent catastrophe, and instructed him to build a boat in which he and his family could survive. Tear down your house and build a boat. Abandon possessions and look for life. Despise worldly goods and save your soul. Tear down your house, I say, and build a boat with her dimensions in proportion, her width and length in harmony. Put aboard the seed of all living things into the boat. In the nick of time, Utnapishtim built the boat as ordered. I loaded into her all that I had, he said, loaded her with the seed of all living things. I put on board all my kith and kin, put on board cattle, wild beasts from open country, all kinds of craftsmen. The time was fulfilled. When the first light of dawn appeared, a black cloud came up from the base of the sky. It thundered within where Adad, lord of the storm, was riding. A stupor of despair went up to heaven when the god of the storm turned daylight to darkness, when he smashed the land like a cup. On the first day, the tempest blew swiftly and brought the flood. No man could see his fellow, nor could the people be distinguished from the sky. Even the gods were afraid of the flood. They withdrew. They went up to the heaven of Anu and crouched in the outskirts. The gods cowered like curs, while Ishtar cried, shrieking aloud, "Have I given birth unto these mine own people, only to glut with their bodies the sea as though they were fish?" Meanwhile, continued Utnapishtim, for 6 days and nights the wind blew. Torrent and tempest and flood overwhelmed the world. Tempest and flood raged together like warring hosts. When the 7th day dawned, the storm from the south subsided. The sea grew calm. The flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world, and there was silence. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. All mankind had returned to clay. I opened a hatch, and light fell on my face. Then I bowed low. I sat down, and I wept. The tears streamed down my face, for on every side was the waste of water. 40 leagues distant, there appeared a mountain, and there the boat grounded. On the mountain of Nizir, the boat held fast. She held fast and did not budge. When the 7th day dawned, I loosed a dove and let her go. She flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. Then I loosed a swallow, and she flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. I loosed a raven. She saw that the waters had retreated. She ate, she flew around, she cawed, and she did not come back. Utnapishtim knew that it was now safe to disembark. I poured out a libation on the mountaintop. I heaped up wood and cane and cedar and myrtle. When the gods smelled the sweet savour, they gathered like flies over the sacrifice. These texts are not by any means the only ones to come down to us from the ancient land of Sumer. In other tablets, some almost 5,000 years old, others less than 3,000 years old, the Noah figure of Utnapishtim is known variously as Zisudra, Zisutros, or Atrahasis. Even so, he is always instantly recognizable as the same patriarchal character, forewarned by the same merciful god, who rides out the same universal flood in the same storm-tossed ark, and whose descendants repopulate the world. There are many obvious resemblances between the Mesopotamian flood myth and the famous biblical story of Noah and the deluge. Scholars argue endlessly about the nature of these resemblances. What really matters, however, is that in each sphere of influence the same solemn tradition has been preserved for posterity, a tradition which tells in graphic language of a global catastrophe and of the near-total annihilation of mankind. Central America. The identical message was preserved in the Valley of Mexico, far away across the world from Mounts Ararat and Nizir. There, culturally and geographically isolated from Judeo-Christian influences, long ages before the arrival of the Spaniards, stories were told of a great deluge. As the listener will recall from part 3, it was believed that this deluge had swept over the entire earth at the end of the 4th sun. Destruction came in the form of torrential rain and floods, the mountains disappeared, and men were transformed into fish. According to Aztec mythology, only 2 human beings survived, a man, Coxcoxtli, and his wife, Xochiquetzal, who had been forewarned of the cataclysm by a god. They escaped in a huge boat that they had been instructed to build and came to ground on the peak of a tall mountain. There they descended, and afterwards had many children who were dumb, until the time when a dove on top of a tree gave them the gift of languages. These languages differed so much that the children could not understand one another. A related Central American tradition, that of the Meco-Akanasex, is in even more striking conformity with the story as we have it in Genesis and in the Mesopotamian sources. According to this tradition, the god Tezcatlipoca determined to destroy all mankind with a flood, saving only a certain Tespi, who embarked in a spacious vessel with his wife, his children, and large numbers of animals and birds, as well as supplies of grains and seeds, the preservation of which were essential to the future subsistence of the human race. The vessel came to rest on an exposed mountaintop, after Tezcatlipoca had decreed that the waters of the flood should retire. Wishing to find out whether it was now safe for him to disembark, Tespi sent out a vulture, which, feeding on the carcasses with which the earth was now strewn, did not return. The man then sent out other birds, of which only the hummingbird came back, with a leafy branch in its beak. With this sign that the land had begun to renew itself, Tespi and his family went forth from their ark, multiplied, and repopulated the earth. Memories of a terrible flood resulting from divine displeasure are also preserved in the Popol Vuh. According to this archaic text, the great god decided to create humanity soon after the beginning of time. It was an experiment, and he began it with figures made of wood that looked like men and talked like men. These creatures fell out of favor because they did not remember their creator, and so a flood was brought about by the heart of heaven. A great flood was formed, which fell on the heads of the wooden creatures. A heavy resin fell from the sky, the face of the earth was darkened, and a black rain began to fall by day and by night. The wooden figures were annihilated, destroyed, broken up, and killed. Not everyone perished, however. Like the Aztecs and the Meco-Akanasex, the Maya of the Yucatan and Guatemala believed that a Noah figure and his wife, the Great Father and the Great Mother, had survived the flood to populate the land anew, thus becoming the ancestors of all subsequent generations of humanity. South America. Moving to South America, we encounter the Chibcas of central Colombia. According to their myths, they had originally lived as savages, without laws, agriculture, or religion. Then one day there appeared among them an old man of a different race. He wore a thick, long beard, and his name was Bochica. He taught the Chibcas how to build huts and live together in society. His wife, who was very beautiful and named Chia, appeared after him, but she was wicked and enjoyed thwarting her husband's altruistic efforts. Since she could not overcome his power directly, she used magical means to cause a great flood in which the majority of the population died. Bochica was very angry and exiled Chia from the earth to the sky, where she became the moon given the task of lighting the nights. He also caused the waters of the flood to dissipate and brought down the few survivors from the mountains where they had taken refuge. Thereafter, he gave them laws, taught them to cultivate the land, and instituted the worship of the sun with periodic festivals, sacrifices, and pilgrimages. He then divided the power to govern among two chiefs, and spent the remainder of his days on earth living in quiet contemplation as an ascetic. When he ascended to heaven, he became a god. Farther south still, the Canarians, an Indian tribe of Ecuador, relate an ancient story of a flood from which two brothers escaped by going to the top of a high mountain. As the water rose, the mountain grew higher, so that the two brothers survived the disaster. When they were discovered, the Tupinamba Indians of Brazil venerated a series of civilizing or creator heroes. The first of these heroes was Monan, ancient, old, who was said to have been the creator of mankind, but who then destroyed the world with flood and fire. Peru, as we heard in part 2, is particularly rich in flood legends. A typical story tells of an Indian who was warned by a lama of a deluge. Together, the man and the lama fled to a high mountain called Vilcapampa. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw that all kinds of birds and animals had already taken refuge there. The sea began to rise and covered all the plains and mountains except the top of Vilcapampa. And even there, the waves dashed up so high that the animals were forced to crowd into a narrow area. 5 days later, the water ebbed, and the sea returned to its bed. But all human beings except one were drowned, and from him are descended all the nations on earth. The Araucanians of pre-Columbian Chile preserved a tradition that there was once a flood which very few Indians escaped. The survivors took refuge on a high mountain called Thegtheg, the Thundering, or the Glittering, which had 3 peaks and the ability to float on water. In the far south of the continent, a Yamana legend from Tierra del Fuego states, the Moon Woman caused the flood. This was at the time of the Great Upheaval. Moon was filled with hatred towards human beings. At that time, everybody drowned with the exception of those few who were able to escape to the 5 mountain peaks that the water did not cover. Another Tierra del Fuegan tribe, the Pehuenche, associate the flood with a prolonged period of darkness. The sun and the moon fell from the sky, and the world stayed that way, without light, until finally 2 giant condors carried both the sun and the moon back up to the sky. North America. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Americas, among the Inuit of Alaska, there existed a tradition of a terrible flood, accompanied by an earthquake which swept so rapidly over the face of the earth that only a few people managed to escape in their canoes or take refuge on the tops of the highest mountains, petrified with terror. The Luiseno of Lower California had a legend that a flood covered the mountains and destroyed most of mankind. Only a few were saved because they fled to the highest peaks, which were spared when all the rest of the world was inundated. The survivors remained there until the flood ended. Farther north, similar flood myths were recorded amongst the Hurons, and a legend of the Montagnais, belonging to the Algonquin family, related how Michabo, or the Great Hare, re-established the world after the flood with the help of a raven, an otter, and a muskrat. Lind's History of the Dakotas, an authoritative work of the 19th century, which preserved many indigenous traditions that would otherwise have been lost, reports an Iroquois myth that the sea and waters had at one time infringed upon the land, so that all human life was destroyed. The Chickasaws asserted that the world had been destroyed by water, but that one family was saved, and 2 animals of every kind. The Sioux also spoke of a time when there was no dry land, and when all men disappeared from existence. Water, water, everywhere. How far, and how widely, across the myth memories of mankind, do the ripples of the Great Flood spread? Very widely indeed. More than 500 deluge legends are known around the world, and in a survey of 86 of these, 20 Asiatic, 3 European, 7 African, 46 American, and 10 from Australia and the Pacific, the specialist researcher Dr. Richard Andre concluded that 62 were entirely independent of the Mesopotamian and Hebrew accounts. For example, early Jesuit scholars, who were among the first Europeans to visit China, had the opportunity in the Imperial Library to study a vast work consisting of 4,320 volumes, said to have been handed down from ancient times and to contain all knowledge. This great book included a number of traditions which told of the consequences that followed when mankind rebelled against the high gods and the system of the universe fell into disorder. The planets altered their courses, the sky sank lower towards the north, the sun, moon, and stars changed their motions, the earth fell to pieces, and the waters in its bosom rushed upwards with violence and overflowed the earth. In the Malaysian tropical forest, the Chewang people believe that every so often their own world, which they call Earth 7, turns upside down so that everything is flooded and destroyed. However, through the agency of the creator god Tohan, the flat new surface of what had previously been the underside of Earth 7 is molded into mountains, valleys, and plains. New trees are planted, and new humans born. A flood myth of Laos and northern Thailand has it that beings called the Thens lived in the upper kingdom long ages ago, while the masters of the lower world were 3 great men, Pu Leng Sweng, Kun Khan, and Kun Ket. One day the Thens announced that before eating any meal, people should give them a part of their food as a sign of respect. The people refused, and in a rage, the Thens created a flood which devastated the whole earth. The 3 great men built a raft on top of which they made a small house and embarked with a number of women and children. In this way, they and their descendants survived the deluge. In similar fashion, the Karens of Burma have traditions of a global deluge from which 2 brothers were saved on a raft. Such a deluge is also part of the mythology of Vietnam, where a brother and sister are said to have survived in a great wooden chest, which also contained 2 of every kind of animal. Several Aboriginal Australian peoples, especially those whose traditional homelands are along the tropical northern coast, ascribe their origins to a great flood, which swept away the previous landscape and society. Meanwhile, in the origin myths of a number of other tribes, the cosmic serpent Yolungur, associated with the rainbow, is held responsible for the deluge. There are Japanese traditions, according to which the Pacific islands of Oceania were formed after the waters of a great deluge had receded. In Oceania itself, a myth of the native inhabitants of Hawaii tells how the world was destroyed by a flood and later recreated by a god named Tangaloa. The Samoans believe that there was once an inundation that wiped out almost all mankind. It was survived only by 2 human beings, who put to sea in a boat which eventually came to rest in the Samoan archipelago. Greece, India, and Egypt. On the other side of the world, Greek mythology too is haunted by memories of a deluge. Here, however, as in Central America, the inundation is not viewed as an isolated event, but as one of a series of destructions and remakings of the world. The Aztecs and the Maya spoke in terms of successive suns or epochs, of which our own was thought to be the 5th and last. In similar fashion, the oral traditions of ancient Greece, collected and set down in writing by Hesiod in the 8th century BC, related that prior to the present creation, there had been 4 earlier races of men on earth. Each of these was thought more advanced than the one that followed it, and each, at the appointed hour, had been swallowed up in a geological cataclysm. The first and most ancient creation had been mankind's golden race, who had lived like the gods, free from care, without trouble or woe. With ageless limbs they revelled at their banquets. When they died, it was as men overcome by sleep. With the passing of time, and at the command of Zeus, this golden race eventually sank into the depths of the earth. It was succeeded by the silver race, which was supplanted by the bronze race, which was replaced by the race of heroes, which was followed by the iron race, our own, the 5th and most recent creation. It is the fate of the bronze race that is of particular interest to us here. Described in the myths as having the strength of giants and mighty hands on their mighty limbs, these formidable men were exterminated by Zeus, king of the gods, as a punishment for the misdeeds of Prometheus, the rebellious titan who had presented humanity with the gift of fire. The mechanism the vengeful deity used to sweep the earth clean was an overwhelming flood. In the most widespread version of the story, Prometheus impregnated a human female. She bore him a son named Deucalion, who ruled over the country of Phthia in Thessaly, and took to wife Pyrrha, the red blonde, daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora. When Zeus reached his fateful decision to destroy the bronze race, Deucalion, forewarned by Prometheus, made a wooden box, stored in it all that was necessary, and climbed into it with Pyrrha. The king of the gods caused mighty rains to pour from heaven, flooding the greater part of the earth. All mankind perished in this deluge, save a few who had fled to the highest mountains. It also happened at this time that the mountains of Thessaly were split asunder, and the whole country as far as the Isthmus and the Peloponnese became a single sheet of water. Deucalion and Pyrrha floated over this sea in their box for 9 days and nights, finally landing on Mount Parnassus. There, after the rains had ceased, they disembarked and sacrificed to the gods. In response, Zeus sent Hermes to Deucalion with permission to ask for whatever he wished. He wished for human beings. Zeus then bade him take stones and throw them over his shoulder. The stones Deucalion threw became men, and those that Pyrrha threw became women. As the Hebrews looked back on Noah, so the Greeks of ancient historical times looked back upon Deucalion as the ancestor of their nation and as the founder of numerous towns and temples. A similar figure was revered in Vedic India more than 3,000 years ago. One day, the story goes, when a certain wise man named Manu was making his ablutions, he found in the hollow of his hand a tiny little fish, which begged him to allow it to live. Taking pity on it, he put it in a jar. The next day, however, it had grown so much bigger that he had to carry it to a lake. Soon the lake was too small. "Throw me into the sea," said the fish, which was in reality a manifestation of the god Vishnu, "and I shall be more comfortable." Then he warned Manu of a coming deluge. He sent him a large ship, with orders to load it with 2 of every living species and the seeds of every plant, and then to go on board himself. Manu had only just carried out these orders when the ocean rose and submerged everything, and nothing was to be seen but Vishnu in his fish form, now a huge, one-horned creature with golden scales. Manu moored his ark to the horn of the fish, and Vishnu towed it across the brimming waters until it came to rest on the exposed peak of the mountain of the north. The fish said, "I have saved thee. Fasten the vessel to a tree, that the water may not sweep it away while thou art on the mountain, and in proportion as the waters decrease, thou shalt descend." Manu descended with the waters. The deluge had carried away all creatures, and Manu remained alone. With him, and with the animals and plants he had saved from destruction, began a new age of the world. After a year, there emerged from the waters a woman who announced herself as the daughter of Manu. The couple married and produced children, thus becoming the ancestors of the present race of mankind. Last but by no means least, ancient Egyptian traditions also refer to a great flood. A funerary text, discovered in the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, for example, tells of the destruction of sinful humanity by a deluge. The reasons for this catastrophe are set out in chapter 175 of the Book of the Dead, which attributes the following speech to the moon god, Thoth. "They have fought fights, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created hostilities, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble and oppression. Therefore, I am going to blot out everything which I have made. This earth shall enter into the watery abyss by means of a raging flood, and will become even as it was in primeval time." On the trail of a mystery. With the words of Thoth, we have come full circle to the Sumerian and biblical floods. The earth was filled with violence, says Genesis, and God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, "The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth." Like the flood of Deucalion, the flood of Manu, and the flood that destroyed the Aztecs' 4th son, the biblical deluge was the end of a world age. A new age succeeded it, our own, populated by the descendants of Noah. From the very beginning, however, it was understood that this age too would in due course come to a catastrophic end. As the old song puts it, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, the fire next time. The scriptural source for this prophecy of world destruction is to be found in 2 Peter 3. We must be careful to remember that during the last days there are bound to be people who will be scornful and who will say, "Everything goes on as it has since it began at the creation." They are choosing to forget that there were heavens at the beginning, and that the earth was formed by the word of God out of water, and between the waters, so that the world of that time was destroyed by being flooded by water. But by the same word, the present sky and earth are destined for fire, and are only being reserved until judgment day, so that all sinners may be destroyed. The day of the Lord will come, as a thief in the night. And then with a roar, the sky will vanish, the elements will catch fire and fall apart, and the earth, and all that it contains, will be burnt up. The Bible, therefore, envisages 2 ages of the world, our own being the second and last. Elsewhere, in other cultures, different numbers of creations and destructions are recorded. In China, for instance, the perished ages are called Kis, 10 of which are said to have elapsed from the beginning of time until Confucius. At the end of each Kis, in a general convulsion of nature, the sea is carried out of its bed, mountains spring up out of the ground, rivers change their course, human beings and everything are ruined, and the ancient trace is effaced. Buddhist scriptures speak of 7 suns, each brought to an end by water, fire, or wind. At the end of the 7th sun, the current world cycle, it is expected that the earth will break into flames. Aboriginal traditions of Sarawak and Sabah recall that the sky was once low, and tell us that 6 suns perished. At present, the world is illuminated by the 7th sun. Similarly, the Sibylline books speak of 9 suns that are 9 ages, and prophesy 2 ages yet to come, those of the 8th and the 9th sun. On the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the Hopi Indians of Arizona, who are distant relatives of the Aztecs, recorded 3 previous suns, each culminating in a great annihilation, followed by the gradual re-emergence of mankind. In Aztec cosmology, of course, there were 4 suns prior to our own. Such minor differences, concerning the precise number of destructions and creations envisaged in this or that mythology, should not distract us from the remarkable convergence of ancient traditions evident here. All over the world, these traditions appear to commemorate a widespread series of catastrophes. In many cases, the character of each successive cataclysm is obscured by the use of poetic language and the piling up of metaphor and symbols. Quite frequently also, at least two different kinds of disaster may be portrayed as having occurred simultaneously, most frequently floods and earthquakes, but sometimes fire and a terrifying darkness. All this contributes to the creation of a confused and jumbled picture. The myths of the Hopi, however, stand out for their straightforwardness and simplicity. What they tell us is this. The first world was destroyed as a punishment for human misdemeanors by an all-consuming fire that came from above and below. The second world ended when the terrestrial globe toppled from its axis and everything was covered with ice. The third world ended in a universal flood. The present world is the fourth. Its fate will depend on whether or not its inhabitants behave in accordance with the Creator's plans. We are on the trail of a mystery here, and while we may never hope to fathom the plans of the Creator, we should be able to reach a judgment concerning the riddle of our converging myths of global destruction. Through these myths, the voices of the ancients speak to us directly. What are they trying to say? Chapter 25. The Many Masks of the Apocalypse. Like the Hopi Indians of North America, the Avestic Aryans of pre-Islamic Iran believed that there were three epochs of creation prior to our own. In the first epoch, men were pure and sinless, tall and long-lived, but at its close the Evil One declared war against Ahura Mazda, the holy god, and a tumultuous cataclysm ensued. During the second epoch, the Evil One was unsuccessful. In the third, good and evil were exactly balanced. In the fourth epoch, the present age of the world, evil triumphed at the outset and has maintained its supremacy ever since. The end of the fourth epoch is predicted soon. But it is the cataclysm at the end of the first epoch that interests us here. It is not a flood, and yet it converges in so many ways with many global flood traditions that some connection is strongly suggested. The Avestic scriptures take us back to a time of paradise on earth, when the remote ancestors of the ancient Iranian people lived in the fabled Aryana Vaejo, the first good and happy creation of Ahura Mazda, that flourished in the first age of the world, the mythical birthplace and original home of the Aryan race. In those days, Aryana Vaejo enjoyed a mild and productive climate, with 7 months of summer and 5 of winter. Rich in wildlife and in crops, its meadows flowing with streams, this garden of delights was converted into an uninhabitable wasteland of 10 months winter and only 2 months summer as a result of the onslaught of Angra the Evil One. The first of the good lands and countries which Ahura Mazda created was Aryana Vaejo. Then Angra who is full of death, created an opposition to the same, a mighty serpent and snow. 10 months of winter are there now, 2 months of summer, and these are cold as to the water, cold as to the earth, cold as to the trees. There all around falls deep snow. That is the direst of plagues. The listener will agree that a sudden and drastic change in the climate of Aryana Vaejo is indicated. The Avestic scriptures leave us in no doubt about this. Earlier, they describe a meeting of the celestial gods called by Ahura Mazda, and tell us that the fair Yima, the good shepherd of high renown in the Aryana Vaejo, attended this meeting with all his excellent mortals. It is at this point that the strange parallels with the traditions of the biblical flood begin to crop up. For Ahura Mazda takes advantage of the meeting to warn Yima of what is about to happen as a result of the powers of the Evil One. And Ahura Mazda spake unto Yima, saying, Yima the fair, upon the material world a fatal winter is about to descend, that shall bring a vehement destroying frost. Upon the corporeal world will the evil of winter come, wherefore snow will fall in great abundance. And all 3 sorts of beasts shall perish, those that live in the wilderness, and those that live on the tops of the mountains, and those that live in the depths of the valleys, under the shelter of stables. Therefore make thee a var, a hypogeum or underground enclosure, the length of a riding ground to all 4 corners. Thither bring thou the representatives of every kind of beast, great and small, of the cattle, of the beasts of burden, and of men, of dogs, of birds, and of the red burning fires. There shalt thou make water flow. Thou shalt put birds in the trees along the water's edge in verdure which is everlasting. There put specimens of all plants, the loveliest and most fragrant, and of all fruits the most succulent. All these kinds of things and creatures shall not perish so long as they are in the var. But put there no deformed creature, nor impotent, nor mad, neither wicked, nor deceitful, nor rancorous, nor jealous, nor a man with irregular teeth, nor a leper. Apart from the scale of the enterprise, there is only one real difference between Yima's divinely inspired var and Noah's divinely inspired ark. The ark is a means of surviving a terrible and devastating flood, which will destroy every living creature by drowning the world in water. The var is a means of surviving a terrible and devastating winter, which will destroy every living creature by covering the earth with a freezing blanket of ice and snow. In the Bundahish, another of the Zoroastrian scriptures, believed to incorporate ancient material from a lost part of the original Avesta, more information is provided on the cataclysm of glaciation that overwhelmed Aryana Vaejo. When Angra sent the vehement destroying frost, he also assaulted and deranged the sky. The Bundahish tells us that this assault enabled the Evil One to master 1/3 of the sky and overspread it with darkness as the encroaching ice sheets tightened their grip. Indescribable cold, fire, earthquakes, and derangement of the skies. The Avestic Aryans of Iran, who are known to have migrated to Western Asia from some other distant homeland, are not the only possessors of archaic traditions which echo the basic setting of the Great Flood in ways unlikely to be coincidental. Indeed, though these are most commonly associated with the deluge, the familiar themes of the divine warning and of the salvation of a remnant of mankind from a universal disaster are also found in many different parts of the world in connection with the sudden onset of glacial conditions. In South America, for example, Toba Indians of the Gran Chaco region that sprawls across the modern borders of Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile still repeat an ancient myth concerning the advent of what they call the Great Cold, where warning comes from a semi-divine hero figure named Asin. Asin told a man to gather as much wood as he could and to cover his hut with a thick layer of thatch because a time of great cold was coming. As soon as the hut had been prepared, Asin and the man shut themselves inside and waited. When the great cold set in, shivering people arrived to beg a firebrand from them. Asin was hard and gave embers only to those who had been his friends. The people were freezing, and they cried the whole night. At midnight, they were all dead, young and old, men and women. This period of ice and sleet lasted for a long time, and all the fires were put out. Frost was as thick as leather. As in the Avestic traditions, it seems that the great cold was accompanied by great darkness. In the words of one Toba elder, these afflictions were sent because when the earth is full of people, it has to change. The population has to be thinned out to save the world. In the case of the long darkness, the sun simply disappeared and the people starved. As they ran out of food, they began eating their children. Eventually, they all died. The Mayan Popol Vuh associates the flood with much hail, black rain and mist, and indescribable cold. It also says that this was a period when it was cloudy and twilight all over the world. The faces of the sun and the moon were covered. Other Maya sources confirm that these strange and terrible phenomena were experienced by mankind in the time of the ancients. The earth darkened. It happened that the sun was still bright and clear. Then at midday, it got dark. Sunlight did not return till the 26th year after the flood. The listener may recall that many deluge and catastrophe myths contain references not only to the onset of a great darkness, but to other changes in the appearance of the heavens. In Tierra del Fuego, for instance, it was said that the sun and the moon fell from the sky, and in China, that the planets altered their courses. The sun, moon, and stars changed their motions. The Incas believed that in ancient times, the Andes were split apart when the sky made war on the earth. The Tarahumara of northern Mexico have preserved world destruction legends based on a change in the sun's path. An African myth from the lower Congo states that long ago, the sun met the moon and threw mud at it, which made it less bright. When this meeting happened, there was a great flood. The Cato Indians of California say simply that the sky fell. And ancient Greco-Roman myths tell that the flood of Deucalion was immediately preceded by awesome celestial events. These events are graphically symbolized in the story of how Phaethon, child of the sun, harnessed his father's chariot, but was unable to guide it along his father's course. Soon, the fiery horses felt how their reins were in an unpracticed hand. Rearing and swerving aside, they left their wonted way. Then all the earth was amazed to see that the glorious sun, instead of holding his stately, beneficent course across the sky, seemed to speed crookedly overhead and to rush down in wrath like a meteor. This is not the place to speculate on what may have caused the alarming disturbances in the patterns of the heavens that are linked with cataclysm legends from all over the world. For our purposes at present, it's sufficient to note that such traditions seem to refer to the same derangement of the sky that accompanied the fatal winter and spreading ice sheets described in the Iranian Avesta. Other linkages occur. Fire, for example, often follows or precedes the flood. In the case of Phaethon's adventure with the sun, the grass withered, the crops were scorched, the woods went up in fire and smoke, then beneath them the bare earth cracked and crumbled, and the blackened rocks burst asunder under the heat. Volcanism and earthquakes are also mentioned frequently in association with the flood, particularly in the Americas. The Araucanians of Chile say quite explicitly that the flood was the result of volcanic eruptions accompanied by violent earthquakes. The Mam Maya of Santiago Chimaltenango in the western highlands of Guatemala retain memories of a flood of burning pitch, which they say was one of the instruments of world destruction. And in the Gran Chaco of Argentina, the Mataco Indians tell of a black cloud that came from the south at the time of the flood and covered the whole sky. Lightning struck and thunder was heard, yet the drops that fell were not like rain, they were like fire. A monster chased the sun. There is one ancient culture that perhaps preserves more vivid memories in its myths than any others, that of the so-called Teutonic tribes of Germany and Scandinavia, a culture best remembered through the songs of the Norse skalds and sages. The stories those songs retell have their roots in a past which may be much older than scholars imagine, and which combine familiar images with strange symbolic devices and allegorical language to recall a cataclysm of awesome magnitude. In a distant forest in the east, an aged giantess brought into the world a whole brood of young wolves, whose father was Fenrir. One of these monsters chased the sun to take possession of it. The chase was for long in vain, but each season the wolf grew in strength, and at last he reached the sun. Its bright rays were one by one extinguished. It took on a blood-red hue, then entirely disappeared. Thereafter, the world was enveloped in hideous winter. Snowstorms descended from all points of the horizon. War broke out all over the earth. Brother slew brother. Children no longer respected the ties of blood. It was a time when men were no better than wolves, eager to destroy one another. Soon the world was going to sink into the abyss of nothingness. Meanwhile, the wolf Fenrir, whom the gods had long ago so carefully chained up, broke his bonds at last and escaped. He shook himself, and the world trembled. The ash tree Yggdrasil, envisaged as the axis of the earth, was shaken from its roots to its topmost branches. Mountains crumbled or split from top to bottom, and the dwarves who had their subterranean dwellings in them sought desperately and in vain for entrances so long familiar but now disappeared. Abandoned by the gods, men were driven from their hearths, and the human race was swept from the surface of the earth. The earth itself was beginning to lose its shape. Already the stars were coming adrift from the sky, and falling into the gaping void. They were like swallows, weary from too long a voyage, who drop and sink into the waves. The giant Soot set the entire earth on fire. The universe was no longer more than an immense furnace. Flames spurted from fissures in the rocks. Everywhere there was the hissing of steam. All living things, all plant life were blotted out. Only the naked soil remained. But like the sky itself, the earth was no more than cracks and crevices. And now all the rivers, all the seas, rose and overflowed. From every side, waves lashed against waves. They swelled and boiled slowly over all things. The earth sank beneath the sea. Yet not all men perished in the great catastrophe. Enclosed in the wood itself of the ash tree Yggdrasil, which the devouring flames of the universal conflagration had been unable to consume, the ancestors of a future race of men had escaped death. In this asylum, they had found their only nourishment had been the morning dew. Thus it was that from the wreckage of the ancient world, a new world was born. Slowly, the earth emerged from the waves. Mountains rose again, and from them streamed cataracts of singing waters. The new world this Teutonic myth announces is our own. Needless to say, like the fifth son of the Aztecs and the Maya, it was created long ago, and is new no longer. Can it be a coincidence that one of the many Central American flood myths about the fourth epoch, for Atl, water, does not install the Noah couple in an ark, but places them instead in a great tree, just like Yggdrasil? For Atl was ended by floods. The mountains disappeared. 2 persons survived because they were ordered by one of the gods to bore a hole in the trunk of a very large tree and to crawl inside when the skies fell. The pair entered and survived. Their offspring repopulated the world. Isn't it odd that the same symbolic language keeps cropping up in ancient traditions from so many widely scattered regions of the world? How can this be explained? Are we talking about some vast subconscious wave of intercultural telepathy? Or could elements of these remarkable universal myths have been engineered long ages ago by clever and purposeful people? Which of these improbable propositions is the more likely to be true? Or are there other possible explanations for the enigma of the myths? We shall return to these questions in due course. Meanwhile, what are we to conclude about the apocalyptic visions of fire and ice, flood, volcanism and earthquakes which the myths contain? They have about them a haunting and familiar realism. Could this be because they speak to us of a past we suspect to be our own, but can neither remember clearly nor forget completely? Chapter 26. A species born in the Earth's long winter. In all that we call history, everything we clearly remember about ourselves as a species, humanity has not once come close to total annihilation. In various regions at various times, there have been terrible natural disasters, but there has not been a single occasion in the past 5,000 years when mankind as a whole can be said to have faced extinction. Has this always been so? Or is it possible, if we go back far enough, that we might discover an epoch when our ancestors were nearly wiped out? It is just such an epoch that seems to be the focus in the great myths of cataclysm. Scholars normally attribute these myths to the fantasies of ancient poets. But what if the scholars are wrong? What if some terrible series of natural catastrophes did reduce our prehistoric ancestors to a handful of individuals, scattered here and there across the face of the earth, far apart, and out of touch with one another? We are looking for an epoch that will fit the myths as snugly as the slipper on Cinderella's foot. In this search, however, there's obviously no point in investigating any period prior to the emergence on the planet of recognizably modern human beings. We're not interested here in Homo habilis or Homo erectus, or even Homo sapiens neanderthalensis. We are interested only in Homo sapiens sapiens, our own species, and we haven't been around very long. Students of early man disagree to some extent over how long we've been around. Some researchers, as we shall see, claim that partial human remains in excess of 100,000 years old may be fully modern. Others argue for a reduced antiquity in the range of 35 to 40,000 years, and yet others propose a compromise of 50,000 years, but no one knows for sure. The origin of fully modern humans, denoted by the subspecies name Homo sapiens sapiens, remains one of the great puzzles of paleoanthropology, admits one authority. About 3.5 million years of more or less relevant evolution are indicated in the fossil record. For all practical purposes, that record starts with a small bipedal hominid nicknamed Lucy, whose remains were discovered in 1974 in the Ethiopian section of East Africa's Great Rift Valley. With a brain capacity of 400 cubic centimeters, less than a third of the modern average, Lucy definitely wasn't human. But she wasn't an ape either, and she had some remarkably human-like features, notably her upright gait and the shape of her pelvis and back teeth. For these and other reasons, her species, classified as Australopithecus afarensis, has been accepted by the majority of paleoanthropologists as our earliest direct ancestor. About 2 million years ago, representatives of Homo habilis, the founder members of the Homo line, to which we ourselves belong, began to leave their fossilized skulls and skeletons behind. As time went by, this species showed clear signs of evolution towards an ever more gracile and refined form and towards a larger and more versatile brain. Homo erectus, who overlapped with and then succeeded Homo habilis, appeared about 1.6 million years ago, with a brain capacity in the region of 900 cubic centimeters, as against 700 cubic centimeters in the case of habilis. A million or so years after that, down to about 400,000 years ago, saw no significant evolutionary changes, or none attested to by surviving fossils. Then Homo erectus passed through the gates of extinction into hominid heaven, and slowly, very, very slowly, what the paleoanthropologists call the sapient grade began to appear. Exactly when the tradition to a more sapient form began is difficult to establish. Some believe the transition, which involved an increase in brain size and a decrease in the robustness of the skull bones, began as early as 400,000 years ago. Unfortunately, there are simply not enough fossils from this important period to be sure about what was happening. What was definitely not happening 400,000 years ago was the emergence of anything identifiable as our own storytelling, myth-making subspecies Homo sapiens sapiens. The consensus is that sapient humans must have evolved from Homo erectus, and it is true that a number of archaic sapient populations did come into existence between 400,000 and 100,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the relationship of these transitional species to ourselves is far from clear. As noted, the first contenders for membership of the exclusive club of Homo sapiens sapiens have been dated by some researchers to the latter part of this period, but these remains are all partial, and their identification is by no means universally accepted. The oldest, part of a skullcap, is a putative modern human specimen from about 113,000 BC. Around this date too, Homo sapiens neanderthalensis first appears, a quite distinct subspecies, which most of us know as Neanderthal man. Tall, heavily muscled, with prominent brow ridges and a protruding face, Neanderthal man had a bigger average brain size than modern humans, 1,400 cubic centimeters as against our 1,360 cubic centimeters. The possession of such a big brain was no doubt an asset to these intelligent, spiritually sensitive, resourceful creatures, and the fossil record suggests that they were the dominant species on the planet from about 100,000 years ago until 40,000 years ago. At some point during this lengthy and poorly understood period, Homo sapiens sapiens established itself, leaving behind fossil remains from about 40,000 years ago that are undisputably those of modern humans, and supplanting the Neanderthals completely by about 35,000 years ago. In summary, human beings like ourselves, whom we could pass in the street without blinking an eyelid if they were shaved and dressed in modern clothes, are creatures of the last 115,000 years at the very most, and more probably of only the last 50,000 years. It follows that if the myths of cataclysm we have reviewed do reflect an epoch of geological upheaval experienced by humanity, these upheavals took place within the last 115,000 years, and more probably within the last 50,000 years. Cinderella's slipper. It is a curious coincidence of geology and paleoanthropology that the onset and progress of the last ice age and the emergence and proliferation of modern man more or less shadow each other. Curious too is the fact that so little is known about either. In North America, the last ice age is called the Wisconsin glaciation, named for rock deposits studied in the state of Wisconsin, and its early phase has been dated by geologists to 115,000 years ago. There were various advances and retreats of the ice cap after that, with the fastest rate of accumulation taking place between 60,000 years ago and 17,000 years ago, a process culminating in the Tazewell advance, which saw the glaciation reach its maximum extent around 15,000 BC. By 13,000 BC, however, millions of square miles of ice had melted for reasons that have never properly been explained, and by 8,000 BC, the Wisconsin had withdrawn completely. The Ice Age was a global phenomenon, affecting both the northern and the southern hemispheres. Similar climatic and geological conditions therefore prevailed in many other parts of the world as well, notably in Eastern Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and South America. There was massive glaciation in Europe, where the ice reached outward from Scandinavia and Scotland to cover most of Great Britain, Denmark, Poland, Russia, large parts of Germany, all of Switzerland, and big chunks of Austria, Italy, and France. Known technically as the Wurm glaciation, this European ice age started about 70,000 years ago, a little later than its American counterpart, but attained its maximum extent at the same time, 17,000 years ago, and then experienced the same rapid withdrawal and shared the same terminal date. The crucial stages of Ice Age chronology thus appear to be 1. Around 60,000 years ago, when the Wurm and the Wisconsin and other glaciations were well underway. 2. Around 17,000 years ago, when the ice sheets had reached their maximum extent in both the Old World and the New. 3. The 7,000 years of deglaciation that followed. The emergence of Homo sapiens sapiens thus coincided with a lengthy period of geological and climatic turbulence, a period marked above all else by ferocious freezing and flooding. The many millennia during which the ice was remorselessly expanding must have been terrifying and awful for our ancestors. But those final 7,000 years of deglaciation, particularly the episodes of very rapid and extensive melting, must have been worse. Let us not jump to conclusions about the state of social or religious or scientific or intellectual development of human beings who lived through the sustained collapse of that tumultuous epoch. The popular stereotype may be wrong in assuming that they were all primitive cave dwellers. In reality, little is known about them, and almost the only thing that can be said is that they were men and women exactly like ourselves, physiologically and psychologically. It is possible that they came close to total extinction on several occasions during the upheavals they experienced. It is also possible that the great myths of cataclysm, to which scholars attribute no historical value, may contain accurate records and eyewitness accounts of real events. As we'll hear in the next chapter, if we are looking for an epoch that fits those myths as snugly as the slipper on Cinderella's foot, it would seem that the last ice age is it. Chapter 27. The face of the earth was darkened, and a black rain began to fall. Terrible forces were unleashed on all living creatures during the last ice age. We may deduce how these afflicted humanity from the firm evidence of their consequences for other large species. Often this evidence looks puzzling. As Charles Darwin observed after visiting South America, no one, I think, can have marveled more at the extinction of species than I have done. When I found in La Plata, Argentina, the tooth of a horse embedded with the remains of Mastodon, Megatherium, Toxodon, and other extinct monsters, which all coexisted at a very late geological period, I was filled with astonishment, for seeing that the horse, since its introduction by the Spaniards in South America, has run wild over the whole country and has increased its numbers at an unparalleled rate. I asked myself what could have so recently exterminated the former horse under conditions of life apparently so favorable. The answer, of course, was the Ice Age. That was what exterminated the former horses of the Americas and a number of other previously successful mammals. Nor were the extinctions limited to the New World. On the contrary, in different parts of the Earth, for different reasons and at different times, the long epoch of glaciation witnessed several quite distinct episodes of extinction. In all areas, the vast majority of the many destroyed species were lost in the final 7,000 years, from about 15,000 BC down to 8,000 BC. At this stage of our investigation, it is not necessary to establish the specific nature of the climatic, seismic, and geological events linked to the various advances and retreats of the ice sheets, which killed off the animals. We might reasonably guess that tidal waves, earthquakes, gigantic windstorms, and the sudden onset and remission of glacial conditions played their parts. But more important, whatever the actual agencies involved, is the stark empirical reality that mass extinctions of animals did take place as a result of the turmoil of the last ice age. This turmoil, as Darwin concluded in his journal, must have shaken the entire framework of the globe. In the New World, for example, more than 70 genera of large mammals became extinct between 15,000 BC and 8,000 BC, including all North American members of 7 families and one complete order, the Proboscidea. These staggering losses, involving the violent obliteration of more than 40 million animals, were not spread out evenly over the whole period. On the contrary, the vast majority of the extinctions occurred in just 2,000 years, between 11,000 BC and 9,000 BC. To put this in perspective, during the previous 300,000 years, only about 20 genera had disappeared. The same pattern of late and massive extinctions was repeated across Europe and Asia. Even far-off Australia was not exempt, losing perhaps 19 genera of large vertebrates, not all of them mammals, in a relatively short period of time. Alaska and Siberia, the sudden freeze. The northern regions of Alaska and Siberia appear to have been the worst hit by the murderous upheavals between 13,000 and 11,000 years ago. In a great swathe of death around the edge of the Arctic Circle, the remains of uncountable numbers of large animals have been found, including many carcasses with the flesh still intact, and astonishing quantities of perfectly preserved mammoth tusks. Indeed, in both regions, mammoth carcasses have been thawed to feed sled dogs, and mammoth steaks have featured on restaurant menus in Fairbanks. One authority has commented, hundreds of thousands of individuals must have been frozen immediately after death and remained frozen, otherwise the meat and ivory would have spoiled. Some powerful, general force was certainly at work to bring this catastrophe about. Dr. Dale Guthrie of the Institute of Arctic Biology has made an interesting point about the sheer variety of animals that flourished in Alaska before the 11th millennium BC. When learning of this exotic mixture of saber-toothed cats, camels, horses, rhinos, asses, deer with gigantic antlers, lions, ferrets, and saiga, one cannot help wondering about the world in which they lived. This great diversity of species, so different from that encountered today, raises the most obvious question. Is it not likely that the rest of the environment was also different? The Alaskan muck, in which the remains are embedded, is like a fine, dark grey sand. Frozen solid within this mass, in the words of Professor Hibben of the University of New Mexico, lie the twisted parts of animals and trees, intermingled with lenses of ice and layers of peat and mosses. Bison, horses, wolves, bears, lions, whole herds of animals were apparently killed together, overcome by some common power. Such piles of bodies of animals or men simply do not occur by any ordinary natural means. At various levels, stone artifacts have been found, frozen in situ at great depths and in association with Ice Age fauna, which confirms that men were contemporary with extinct animals in Alaska. Throughout the Alaskan mucks also, there is evidence of atmospheric disturbances of unparalleled violence. Mammoth and bison alike were torn and twisted as though by a cosmic hand in godly rage. In one place we can find the foreleg and shoulder of a mammoth, with portions of the flesh and toenails and hair still clinging to the blackened bones. Close by is the neck and skull of a bison, with the vertebrae clinging together with tendons and ligaments and the chitinous covering of the horns intact. There is no mark of knife or cutting instrument, as there would be if human hunters, for example, had been involved. The animals were simply torn apart and scattered over the landscape, like things of straw and string, even though some of them weighed several tons. Mixed with piles of bones are trees, also twisted and torn and piled in tangled groups, and the whole is covered with a fine, sifting muck, then frozen solid. Much the same picture emerges in Siberia, where catastrophic climatic changes and geological upheavals occurred at around the same time. Here, the frozen mammoth graveyards, mined for their ivory since the Roman era, were still yielding an estimated 20,000 pairs of tusks every decade at the beginning of the 20th century. Once again, some mysterious factor appears to have been at work in bringing about these mass extinctions. With their woolly coats and thick skins, mammoths are generally considered adapted to cold weather, and we are not surprised to come across their remains in Siberia. Harder to explain is the fact that human beings perished alongside them, as well as many other animals that in no sense can be described as cold-adapted species. The northern Siberian plains supported vast numbers of rhinoceroses, antelope, horses, bison, and other herbivorous creatures, while a variety of carnivores, including the saber-toothed cat, preyed upon them. Like the mammoths, these other animals ranged to the extreme north of Siberia, to the shores of the Arctic Ocean, and yet further north to the Lyakov and New Siberian Islands, only a very short distance from the North Pole. Researchers have confirmed that of the 34 animal species living in Siberia prior to the catastrophes of the 11th millennium BC, including mammoth, giant deer, cave hyena, and cave lions, no less than 28 were adapted only to temperate conditions. In this context, one of the most puzzling aspects of the extinctions, which runs quite contrary to what today's geographical and climatic conditions lead us to expect, is that the further north one goes, the more the mammoth and other remains increase in number. Indeed, some of the new Siberian islands, well within the Arctic Circle, were described by the explorers who first discovered them as being made up almost entirely of mammoth bones and tusks. The only logical conclusion, as the 19th century French zoologist Georges Cuvier put it, is that this eternal frost did not previously exist in those parts in which the animals were frozen, or they could not have survived in such a temperature. The same instant that these creatures were bereft of life, the country which they inhabited became frozen. There is a great deal of other evidence which suggests that a sudden freeze took place in Siberia during the 11th millennium BC. In his survey of the New Siberian Islands, the Arctic explorer Baron Eduard von Toll found the remains of a saber-toothed tiger and a fruit tree that had been 90 feet tall when it was standing. The tree was well preserved in the permafrost with its roots and seeds. Green leaves and ripe fruit still clung to its branches. At the present time, the only representative of tree vegetation on the islands is a willow that grows 1 inch high. Equally indicative of the cataclysmic change that took place at the onset of the Great Cold in Siberia is the food the extinct animals were eating when they perished. The mammoths died suddenly, in intense cold, and in great numbers. Death came so quickly that the swallowed vegetation is yet undigested. Grasses, bluebells, buttercups, tender sedges, and wild beans have been found, yet identifiable and undeteriorated in their mouths and stomachs. Needless to say, such flora does not grow anywhere in Siberia today. Its presence there in the 11th millennium BC compels us to accept that the region had a pleasant and productive climate, one that was temperate or even warm. Why the end of the last ice age in other parts of the world should have been the beginning of fatal winter in this former paradise is a question we shall postpone until part 8. What is certain, however, is that at some point between 12,000 to 13,000 years ago, a destroying frost descended with horrifying speed upon Siberia and has never relaxed its grip. In an eerie echo of the Avestic traditions, a land which had previously enjoyed 7 months of summer was converted almost overnight into a land of ice and snow with 10 months of harsh and frozen winter. 1,000 Krakatoas all at once. Many of the myths of cataclysm speak of times of terrible cold, of darkened skies, of black, burning, bituminous rain. For centuries, it must have been like that all the way across the arc of death, incorporating immense tracts of Siberia, the Yukon, and Alaska. Here, interspersed in the muck depths, and sometimes through the very piles of bones and tusks themselves, are layers of volcanic ash. There is no doubt that coincidental with the extinctions, there were volcanic eruptions of tremendous proportions. There is a remarkable amount of evidence of excessive volcanism during the decline of the Wisconsin ice cap. Far to the south of the frozen Alaskan mucks, thousands of prehistoric animals and plants were mired all at once in the famous La Brea tar pits of Los Angeles. Among the creatures unearthed were bison, horses, camels, sloths, mammoths, mastodons, and at least 700 saber-toothed tigers. A disarticulated human skeleton was also found, completely enveloped in bitumen, mingled with the bones of an extinct species of vulture. In general, the La Brea remains, broken, mashed, contorted, and mixed in a most heterogeneous mass, speak eloquently of a sudden and dreadful volcanic cataclysm. Similar finds of typical late Ice Age birds and mammals have been unearthed from asphalt at 2 other locations in California, Carpinteria and McKittrick. In the San Pedro Valley, mastodon skeletons were discovered still standing upright, engulfed in great heaps of volcanic ash and sand. Fossils from the glacial Lake Floristan in Colorado and from Oregon's John Day Basin were also excavated from tombs of volcanic ash. Although the tremendous eruption that created such mass graves may have been at their most intense during the last days of the Wisconsin, they appear to have been recurrent throughout much of the Ice Age, not only in North America, but in Central and South America, in the North Atlantic, in continental Asia, and in Japan. It is difficult to imagine what this widespread volcanism might have meant for people living in those strange and terrible times. But those who recall the cauliflower-shaped clouds of dust, smoke, and ash ejected into the upper atmosphere by the eruption of Mount St. Helens in 1980 will appreciate that a large number of such explosions, occurring sequentially over a sustained period at different points around the globe, would not only have had devastating local effects, but would have caused a severe deterioration in the world's climate. Mount St. Helens spat out an estimated 1 cubic kilometre of rock and was small scale by comparison with the typical volcanism of the Ice Age. A more representative impression would be the Indonesian volcano Krakatoa, which erupted in 1883 with such violence that more than 36,000 people were killed, and the explosion was heard 3,000 miles away. From the epicenter in the Sunda Strait, tsunamis 100 feet high roared across the Java Sea and the Indian Ocean, carrying steamships miles inland and causing flooding as far away as East Africa and the western coasts of the Americas. 18 cubic kilometers of rock and vast quantities of ash and dust were pumped into the upper atmosphere. Skies all over the world were noticeably darker for more than 2 years, and sunsets notably redder. Average global temperatures fell measurably during this period because volcanic dust particles reflect the sun's rays back into space. During the episodes of intense volcanism which characterized the Ice Age, we must envisage not one, but many Krakatoas. The combined effect would at first have been a great intensification of glacial conditions, as the light of the sun was cut by the boiling dust clouds, and as already low temperatures plummeted even further. Volcanoes also inject enormous volumes of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, so it is reasonable to suppose, as the dust began to settle during periods of relative calm, that a degree of global warming would have occurred. A number of authorities attribute the repeated advances and retreats of the great ice sheets to precisely this seesaw interaction between volcanism and climate. Global flooding. Geologists agree that by 8000 BC, the great Wisconsin and Würm ice caps had retreated. The Ice Age was over. However, the 7,000 years prior to that date had witnessed climatic and geological turbulence on a scale that was almost unimaginable. Lurching from cataclysm to disaster and from misfortune to calamity, the few scattered tribes of surviving humans must have led lives of constant terror and confusion. There would have been periods of quiescence when they might have hoped that the worst was over. While the melting of the giant glaciers continued, however, these episodes of tranquility would have been punctuated again and again by violent floods. Moreover, sections of the Earth's crust hitherto pressed down into the asthenosphere by billions of tons of ice would have been liberated by the thaw and begun to rise again, sometimes rapidly, causing devastating earthquakes and filling the air with terrible noise. Some times were much worse than others. The bulk of the animal extinctions took place between 11,000 BC and 9,000 BC, when there were violent and unexplained fluctuations of climate. In the words of geologist John Imbrie, a climatic revolution took place around 11,000 years ago. There were also greatly increased rates of sedimentation and an abrupt temperature increase of 6 to 10 degrees centigrade in the surface waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Another turbulent episode, again accompanied by mass extinctions, took place between 15,000 BC and 13,000 BC. We heard in the previous chapter that the Tazewell advance brought the ice sheets to their maximum extent around 17,000 years ago, and that a dramatic and prolonged thaw then ensued, completely deglaciating millions of square miles of North America and Europe in less than 2,000 years. There were some anomalies. All of western Alaska, the Yukon Territory in Canada, and most of Siberia, including the New Siberian Islands, now among the coldest parts of the world, remained unglaciated until the Ice Age was near its end. They acquired their present climate only about 12,000 years ago, apparently very abruptly, when the mammoths and other large mammals were frozen in their tracks. Elsewhere, the picture was different. Most of Europe was buried under ice 2 miles thick. So too was most of North America, where the ice cap had spread from centers near Hudson Bay to enshroud all of eastern Canada, New England, and much of the Midwest down to the 37th parallel, well to the south of Cincinnati in the Mississippi Valley, and more than halfway to the equator. At its peak, 17,000 years ago, it is calculated that the total ice volume covering the northern hemisphere was in the region of 6 million cubic miles. And of course, there were extensive glaciations in the southern hemisphere too, as we noted. The surplus water flow from which these numerous ice caps were formed had been provided by the world's seas and oceans, which were then about 400 feet lower than they are today. It was at this moment that the pendulum of climate swung violently in the opposite direction. The Great Meltdown began so suddenly, and over such vast areas, that it has been described as a sort of miracle. Geologists refer to it as the Bolling phase of warm climate in Europe and as the Brady interstadial in North America. In both regions, an ice cap that may have taken 40,000 years to develop disappeared for the most part in 2000. It must be obvious that this could not have been the result of gradually acting climatic factors usually called upon to explain ice ages. The rapidity of the deglaciation suggests that some extraordinary factor was affecting the climate. The dates suggest that this factor first made itself felt about 16,500 years ago, that it had destroyed most, perhaps 3/4 of the glaciers by 2,000 years later, and that the vast bulk of these dramatic developments took place in a millennium or less. Inevitably, the first consequence was a precipitous rise in sea levels, perhaps as much as 350 feet. Islands and land bridges disappeared, and vast sections of low-lying continental coastline were submerged. From time to time, great tidal waves rose up to engulf higher land as well. They ebbed away, but in the process left unmistakable traces of their presence. In the United States, Ice Age marine features are present along the Gulf Coast east of the Mississippi River, in some places at altitudes that may exceed 200 feet. In bogs covering glacial deposits in Michigan, skeletons of 2 whales were discovered. In Georgia, marine deposits occur at altitudes of 160 feet, and in northern Florida at altitudes of at least 240 feet. In Texas, well to the south of the farthest extents of the Wisconsin glaciation, the remains of Ice Age land mammals are found in marine deposits. Another marine deposit containing walrus, seals, and at least 5 genera of whales overlies the seaboard of the northeastern states and the Arctic coast of Canada. In many areas along the Pacific coast of North America, Ice Age marine deposits extend more than 200 miles inland. The bones of a whale have been found north of Lake Ontario, about 440 feet above sea level. A skeleton of another whale in Vermont, more than 500 feet above sea level, and another in the Montreal, Quebec area, about 600 feet above sea level. Flood myths from all over the world characteristically and recurrently describe scenes when humans and animals flee the rising tides and take refuge on mountaintops. The fossil record confirms that this did indeed happen during the melting of the ice sheets, and that the mountains were not always high enough to save the refugees from disaster. For example, fissures in the rocks on the tops of isolated hills in central France are filled with what is known as osseous breccia, consisting of the splintered bones of mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, and other animals. The 1,430 feet peak of Mount Guéné in Burgundy is capped by a breccia containing remains of mammoth, reindeer, horse, and other animals. Much further south, so too is the Rock of Gibraltar, where a human molar and some flints worked by Paleolithic man were discovered among the animal bones. Hippo remains, together with mammoth, rhinoceros, horse, bear, bison, wolf, and lion, have been found in England in the neighbourhood of Plymouth on the Channel. The hills around Palermo in Sicily disclosed an extraordinary quantity of bones of hippopotami in complete hecatombs. On the basis of this and other evidence, Joseph Prestwich, formerly professor of geology at Oxford University, concluded that Central Europe, England, and the Mediterranean islands of Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily were all completely submerged on several occasions during the rapid melting of the ice sheets. The animals naturally retreated as the waters advanced deeper into the hills until they found themselves embayed. They thronged together in vast multitudes, crushing into the more accessible caves until overtaken by the waters and destroyed. Rocky debris and large blocks from the sides of the hills were hurled down by the currents of water, crushing and smashing the bones. Certain communities of early man must have suffered in this general catastrophe. It is probable that similar flood disasters occurred in China at much the same time. In caves near Peking, bones of mammoths and buffaloes have been found in association with human skeletal remains. A number of authorities attribute the violent intermingling of mammoth carcasses with splintered and broken trees in Siberia to a great tidal wave that uprooted forests and buried the tangle of carnage in a flood of mud. In the polar region, this froze solid and has preserved the evidence in permafrost to the present. All over South America, too, Ice Age fossils have been unearthed, in which incongruous animal types, carnivores and herbivores, are mixed promiscuously with human bones. No less significant is the association over truly widespread areas of fossilized land and sea creatures mingled in no order and yet entombed in the same geological horizon. North America was also badly affected by flooding. As the great Wisconsin ice sheets melted, they created huge but temporary lakes, which filled up with incredible speed, drowning everything in their paths, then drained away in a few hundred years. Lake Agassiz, for example, the largest glacial lake in the New World, once occupied an area of 110,000 square miles, covering large parts of what are now Manitoba, Ontario, Saskatchewan in Canada, and North Dakota and Minnesota in the United States. Remarkably, it endured for less than a millennium, indicating a catastrophically sudden episode of melting and flooding, followed by a period of quiescence. A token of good faith. It was long believed that human beings did not reach the New World until around 11,000 years ago, but recent finds have steadily pushed that horizon back. Stone implements dating to 25,000 BC have been identified by Canadian researchers in the Old Crow Basin in the Yukon Territory of Alaska. In South America, as far south as Peru and Tierra del Fuego, human remains and artifacts have been found which have been reliably dated to 12,000 BC, with another group between 19,000 BC and 23,000 BC. With this and other evidence taken into account, a very reasonable conclusion on the peopling of the Americas is that it began at least 35,000 years ago, but may well have included waves of immigrants at later dates too. Those newly arriving Ice Age Americans, trekking in from Siberia across the Bering Land Bridge, would have faced the most appalling conditions between 17,000 and 10,000 years ago. It was then that the Wisconsin glaciers, all at once, went into their ferocious meltdown, forcing a 350-foot rise in global sea levels amid scenes of unprecedented climatic and geological turmoil. For 7,000 years of human experience, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and immense floods, interspersed with eerie periods of peace, must have dominated the day-to-day lives of the New World peoples. Perhaps this is why so many of their myths speak with such conviction of fire and floods and times of darkness, and of the creation and destruction of suns. Moreover, as we've heard, the myths of the New World are not in this respect isolated from those of the Old. All around the globe, a remarkable uniformity reveals itself over issues such as the Great Flood, and the Great Cold, and the time of the Great Upheaval. It is not just that the same experiences are being recounted again and again. That on its own would be quite understandable since the Ice Age and its after-effects were global phenomena. More curious by far is the way in which the same symbolic motifs keep recurring: the one good man and his family, the warning given by a god, the seeds of all living things saved, the survival ship, the enclosure against the cold, the trunk of a tree in which the progenitors of future humanity hide themselves, the birds and other creatures released after the flood to find land, and so on. Isn't it also odd that so many of the myths turn out to contain descriptions of figures like Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha, said to have come in the time of darkness, after the flood, to teach architecture, astronomy, science, and the rule of law to the scattered and devastated tribes of survivors? Who were these civilizing heroes? Were they figments of the primitive imagination? Or gods? Or men? If they were men, could they have tampered with the myths in some way, turning them into vehicles for transporting knowledge through time? Such notions seem fanciful. But as we shall hear in Part 5, astronomical data of a disturbingly accurate and scientific nature turns up repeatedly in certain myths as time-worn and as universal in their distribution as those of the Great Flood. Where did their scientific content come from? Part 5. The Mystery of the Myths. Section 2. The Precessional Code. Chapter 28. The Machinery of Heaven. Although a modern reader does not expect a text on celestial mechanics to read like a lullaby, he insists on his capacity to understand mythical images instantly, because he can respect as scientific only page-long approximation formulas and the like. He does not think of the possibility that equally relevant knowledge might once have been expressed in everyday language. He never suspects such a possibility, although the visible accomplishments of ancient cultures, to mention only the pyramids or metallurgy, should be a cogent reason for concluding that serious and intelligent men were at work behind the stage, men who were bound to have used a technical language. The quotation is from the late Giorgio de Santillana, professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In the chapters that follow, we shall be learning about his revolutionary investigations into ancient mythology. In brief, however, his proposition is this: long ages ago, serious and intelligent people devised a system for veiling the technical terminology of an advanced astronomical science behind the everyday language of myth. Is Santillana right? And if he's right, who were these serious and intelligent people, these astronomers, these ancient scientists, who worked behind the stage of prehistory? Let's start with some basics. The wild celestial dance. The Earth makes a complete circuit around its own axis once every 24 hours, and has an equatorial circumference of 24,902.45 miles. It follows, therefore, that a man standing still on the equator is in fact in motion, revolving with the planet at just over 1,000 miles per hour. Viewed from outer space, looking down on the North Pole, the direction of rotation is anti-clockwise. While spinning daily on its own axis, the Earth also orbits the Sun, again in an anti-clockwise direction, on a path which is slightly elliptical rather than completely circular. It pursues this orbit at truly breakneck speed, travelling as far along it in an hour, 66,600 miles, as the average motorist will drive in 6 years. To bring the calculations down in scale, this means that we are hurtling through space much faster than any bullet, at the rate of 18.5 miles every second. In the time that it has taken me to read this paragraph, we have voyaged about 550 miles further along the Earth's path around the Sun. With a year required to complete a full circuit, the only evidence we have of the tremendous orbital race we are participating in is the slow march of the seasons. And in the operations of the seasons themselves, it is possible to see a wondrous and impartial mechanism at work, distributing spring, summer, autumn, and winter fairly around the globe across the northern and southern hemispheres year in, year out, with absolute regularity. The Earth's axis of rotation is tilted in relation to the plane of its orbit, at about 23.5 degrees to the vertical. This tilt, which causes the seasons, points the North Pole and the entire northern hemisphere away from the Sun for 6 months a year, while the southern hemisphere enjoys its summer, and points the South Pole and the southern hemisphere away from the Sun for the remaining 6 months, while the northern hemisphere enjoys its summer. The seasons result from the annual variation in the angle at which the Sun's rays reach any particular point on the Earth's surface, and from the annual variation in the number of hours of sunlight received there at different times of the year. The Earth's tilt is referred to in technical language as its obliquity, and the plane of its orbit, extended outwards to form a great circle in the celestial sphere, is known as the ecliptic. Astronomers also speak of the celestial equator, which is an extension of the Earth's equator into the celestial sphere. The celestial equator is today inclined at about 23.5 degrees to the ecliptic, because the Earth's axis is inclined at 23.5 degrees to the vertical. This angle, termed the obliquity of the ecliptic, is not fixed and immutable for all time. On the contrary, as we heard in Chapter 11 in relation to the dating of the Andean city of Tiwanaku, it is subject to constant, though very slow, oscillations. These occur across a range of slightly less than 3 degrees, rising closest to the vertical at 22.1 degrees, and falling farthest away at 24.5 degrees. A full cycle, from 24.5 degrees to 22.1 degrees, and back again to 24.5 degrees, takes approximately 41,000 years to complete. So our fragile planet nods and spins while soaring along its orbital path. The orbit takes a year, and the spin takes a day, and the nod has a cycle of 41,000 years. A wild celestial dance seems to be going on as we skip and skim and dive through eternity, and we feel the tug of contradictory urges, to fall into the Sun on one hand, to make a break for the outer darkness on the other. Recondite influences. The Sun's gravitational domain, in the inner circles of which the Earth is held captive, is now known to extend more than 15 trillion miles into space, almost halfway to the nearest star. Its pull upon our planet is therefore immense. Also affecting us is the gravity of the other planets with which we share the solar system. Each of these exerts an attraction which tends to draw the Earth out of its regular orbit around the Sun. The planets are of different sizes, however, and revolve around the Sun at different speeds. The combined gravitational influence they are able to exert thus changes over time, in complex but predictable ways, and the orbit changes its shape constantly in response. Since the orbit is an ellipse, these changes affect its degree of elongation, known technically as its eccentricity. This varies from a low value close to 0, when the orbit approaches the form of a perfect circle, to a high value of about 6%, when it is at its most elongated and elliptical. There are other forms of planetary influence too. Thus, though no explanation has yet been forthcoming, it is known that shortwave radio frequencies are disturbed when Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars line up. And in this connection, evidence has also emerged of a strange and unexpected correlation between the positions of Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars in their orbits around the Sun, and violent electrical disturbances in the Earth's upper atmosphere. This would seem to indicate that the planets and the Sun share in a cosmic electrical balance mechanism that extends 1 billion miles from the center of our solar system. Such an electrical balance is not accounted for in current astrophysical theories. The New York Times, from which the above report is taken, does not attempt to clarify matters further. Its writers are probably unaware of just how much they sound like Berosus, a Chaldean historian, astronomer, and seer of the 3rd century BC, who made a deep study of the omens he believed would presage the final destruction of the world. He concluded, I, Berosus, interpreter of Belus, affirm that all the earth inherits will be consigned to flame when the 5 planets assemble in Cancer, so arranged in one row that a straight line may pass through their spheres. A conjunction of 5 planets that might have been expected to have profound gravitational effects did take place on the 5th of May in the year 2000, when Neptune, Uranus, Venus, Mercury, and Mars aligned with Earth on the other side of the Sun. Let us also note that modern astrologers who have charted the Mayan date for the end of the 5th sun calculate that there will be a most peculiar arrangement of planets at that time, indeed an arrangement so peculiar that it can only occur once in 45,200 years. From this extraordinary pattern, we might well expect an extraordinary effect. No one in his or her right mind would rush to accept such a proposition. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that multiple influences, many of which we do not fully understand, appear to be at work within our solar system. Among these influences, that of our own satellite, the Moon, is particularly strong. Earthquakes, for example, occur more often when the Moon is full, or when the Earth is between the Sun and the Moon, when the Moon is new, or between the Sun and the Earth, when the Moon crosses the meridian of the affected locality, and when the Moon is closest to the Earth on its orbit. Indeed, when the Moon reaches this latter point, technically referred to as its perigee, its gravitational attraction increases by about 6%. This happens once every 27 1/3 days. The tidal pull that it exerts on these occasions affects not only the great movements of our oceans, but those of the reservoirs of hot magma penned within the Earth's thin crust, which has been described as resembling a paper bag filled with honey or molasses, swinging along at a rate of more than 1,000 miles an hour in equatorial rotation and more than 66,000 miles an hour in orbit. The wobble of a deformed planet. All this circular motion, of course, generates immense centrifugal forces, and these, as Sir Isaac Newton demonstrated in the 17th century, cause the Earth's paper bag to bulge outwards at the equator. The corollary is a flattening at the poles. In consequence, our planet deviates slightly from the form of a perfect sphere, and is more accurately described as an oblate spheroid. Its radius at the equator, 3,963.374 miles, is about 14 miles longer than its polar radius, 3,949.921 miles. For billions of years, the flattened poles and the bulging equator have been engaged in a covert mathematical interaction with the recondite influence of gravity. Because the Earth is flattened, explains one authority, the Moon's gravity tends to tilt the Earth's axis, so that it becomes perpendicular to the Moon's orbit, and to a lesser extent the same is true for the Sun. At the same time, the equatorial bulge, the extra mass distributed around the equator, acts like the rim of a gyroscope to keep the Earth steady on its axis. Year in, year out, on a planetary scale, it is this gyroscopic effect that prevents the tug of the Sun and the Moon from radically altering the Earth's axis of rotation. The pull these two bodies jointly exert is, however, sufficiently strong to force the axis to precess, which means that it wobbles slowly in a clockwise direction opposite to that of the Earth's spin. This important motion is our planet's characteristic signature within the solar system. Anyone who has ever set a top spinning should be able to understand it without much difficulty. A top, after all, is simply another type of gyroscope. In full, uninterrupted spin, it stands upright. But the moment its axis is deflected from the vertical, it begins to exhibit a second behavior, a slow and obstinate reverse wobble around a great circle. This wobble, which is precession, changes the direction in which the axis points, while keeping constant its newly tilted angle. A second analogy, somewhat different in approach, may help to clarify matters a little further. 1. Envisage the Earth, floating in space, inclined at approximately 23.5 degrees to the vertical, and spinning around on its axis once every 24 hours. 2. Envisage this axis as a massively strong pivot or axle passing through the center of the Earth, exiting via the north and south poles and extending outwards from there in both directions. 3. Imagine that you are a giant striding through the solar system with orders to carry out a specific task. 4. Imagine approaching the tilted Earth, which because of your great size now looks no bigger to you than a mill wheel. 5. Imagine reaching out and grasping the two ends of the extended axis. 6. And imagine yourself slowly beginning to inter-rotate them, pushing one end, pulling the other. 7. The Earth was already spinning when you arrived. 8. Your orders, therefore, are not to get involved in its axial rotation, but rather to impart to it its other motion, that slow, clockwise wobble called precession. 9. To fulfill this commission, you will have to push the northern tip of the extended axis up and around a great circle in the northern celestial hemisphere, while at the same time pulling the southern tip around an equally large circle in the southern celestial hemisphere. This will involve a slow, swiveling, pedaling motion with your hands and shoulders. 10. Be warned, however, the mill wheel of the Earth is heavier than it looks. So much heavier, in fact, that it's going to take you 25,776 years to turn the two tips of its axis through one full precessional cycle, at the end of which they will be aiming at the same points in the celestial sphere as when you arrived. 11. Oh, and by the way, now that you've started the job, we may as well tell you that you're never going to be allowed to leave. As soon as one precessional cycle is over, another must begin, and another, and another, and another, and so on, endlessly, forever and ever and ever. 12. You can think of this, if you like, as one of the basic mechanisms of the solar system, or if you prefer, as one of the fundamental commandments of the divine will. In the process, little by little, as you slowly sweep the extended axis around the heavens, its two tips will point to one star after another in the polar latitudes of the southern celestial hemisphere, and sometimes, of course, to empty space, and to one star after another in the polar latitudes of the northern celestial hemisphere. We are talking here about a kind of musical chairs among the circumpolar stars, and what keeps everything in motion is the Earth's axial precession, a motion driven by giant gravitational and gyroscopic forces that is regular, predictable, and relatively easy to work out with the aid of modern equipment. Thus, for example, the northern pole star is presently Alpha Ursae Minoris, which we know as Polaris, but computer calculations enable us to state with certainty that in 3000 BC, Alpha Draconis occupied the pole position. At the time of the Greeks, the northern pole star was Beta Ursae Minoris, and in AD 14,000, it will be Vega. A great secret of the past. It will not hurt to remind ourselves of some of the fundamental data concerning the movements of the Earth and its orientation in space. It tilts at about 23.5 degrees to the vertical, an angle from which it can vary by as much as 1.5 degrees on either side over periods of 41,000 years. It completes a full precessional cycle once every 25,776 years. It spins on its own axis once every 24 hours. It orbits the Sun once every 365 days, actually 365.2422 days. The most important influence on its seasons is the angle at which the rays of the Sun strike it at various points on its orbital path. Let us also note that there are 4 crucial astronomical moments in the year, marking the official beginning of each of the 4 seasons. These moments, or cardinal points, which were of immense importance to the ancients, are the winter and summer solstices and the spring and autumn equinoxes. In the northern hemisphere, the winter solstice, the shortest day, falls on the 21st of December, and the summer solstice, the longest day, on the 21st of June. In the southern hemisphere, on the other hand, everything is literally upside down. Their winter begins on the 21st of June and summer on the 21st of December. The equinoxes, by contrast, are the 2 points in the year on which night and day are of equal length all over the planet. Once again, however, as with the solstices, the date that marks the onset of spring in the northern hemisphere, the 20th of March, marks that of autumn in the southern hemisphere, and the date for the onset of autumn in the northern hemisphere, the 22nd of September, marks the onset of spring in the southern hemisphere. Like the subtler variations of the seasons, all this is brought about by the benevolent obliquity of the planet. The northern hemisphere's summer solstice falls at that point in the orbit when the North Pole is aimed most directly towards the Sun. 6 months later, the winter solstice marks that point when the North Pole is aimed most directly away from the Sun. And logically enough, the reason that day and night are of exactly equal length all over the planet on the spring and autumn equinoxes is that these mark the 2 points when the Earth's axis of rotation lies broadside on to the Sun. Let us now take a look at a strange and beautiful phenomenon of celestial mechanics. This phenomenon is known as the precession of the equinoxes. It has rigid and repetitive mathematical qualities that can be analyzed and predicted precisely. It is, however, extremely difficult to observe, and even harder to measure accurately without sophisticated instrumentation. In this there may lie a clue to one of the great mysteries of the past. Chapter 29. The first crack in an ancient code. The plane of the Earth's orbit, projected outwards to form a great circle in the celestial sphere, is known as the ecliptic. Ringed around the ecliptic in a starry belt that extends approximately 7 degrees north and south are the 12 constellations of the zodiac: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpius, Sagittarius, Capricornus, Aquarius, and Pisces. These constellations are irregular in size, shape, and distribution. Nevertheless, and one assumes by chance, their spacing around the rim of the ecliptic is sufficiently even to bestow a sense of cosmic order upon the diurnal risings and settings of the Sun. To picture what is involved here, do the following. 1. Mark a dot in the center of a blank sheet of paper. 2. Draw a circle around the dot, about half an inch away from it. 3. Enclose that circle in a second, larger circle. The dot represents the Sun. The smaller of the 2 concentric circles represents the Earth's orbit. The larger circle represents the rim of the ecliptic. Around the perimeter of this larger circle, therefore, you should now draw 12 boxes, spacing them evenly to represent the constellations of the zodiac. Since there are 360 degrees in a circle, each constellation can be considered to occupy a space of 30 degrees along the ecliptic. The dot is the Sun. The inner of the 2 concentric circles is the Earth's orbit. We know that the Earth travels on this orbit in an anti-clockwise direction from the west towards the east, and that every 24 hours it also makes one complete rotation around its own axis, again from the west towards the east. From these 2 movements, 2 illusions result. 1. Each day, as the planet turns from west to east, the Sun, which is of course a fixed point, appears to move across the sky from east to west. 2. Roughly every 30 days, as the spinning Earth journeys along its orbital path around the Sun itself slowly appears to pass through one after another of the 12 zodiacal constellations, which are also fixed points, and again it appears to be moving in an east-west direction. On any particular day of the year, in other words, corresponding on our diagram to any point we care to choose around the inner concentric circle marking the Earth's orbit, it is obvious that the Sun will lie between an observer on the Earth and one of the 12 zodiacal constellations. On that day, what the observer will see, so long as he or she is up and about well before dawn, is the Sun rising in the east in the portion of the sky occupied by that particular constellation. Beneath the clear and unpolluted heavens of the ancient world, it is easy to understand how human beings might have felt reassured by regular celestial motions such as these. It is equally easy to understand why the 4 cardinal points of the year, the spring and autumn equinoxes, the winter and summer solstices, should everywhere have been accorded immense significance. Even greater significance was accorded to the conjunction of these cardinal points with the zodiacal constellations, but most significant of all was the constellation in which the Sun was observed to rise on the morning of the spring or vernal equinox. Because of the Earth's axial precession, the ancients discovered that this constellation was not fixed or permanent for all time, but that the honor of housing or carrying the Sun on the day of the vernal equinox circulated very, very slowly among all the constellations of the zodiac. In the words of Giorgio de Santillana, the Sun's position among the constellations at the vernal equinox was the pointer that indicated the hours of the precessional cycle, very long hours indeed, the equinoctial Sun occupying each zodiacal constellation for almost 2,200 years. The direction of the Earth's slow axial precession is clockwise, that is, from east to west, and thus in opposition to the direction of the planet's annual path around the Sun. In relation to the constellations of the zodiac lying fixed in space, this causes the point at which the spring equinox occurs to move stubbornly along the ecliptic in the opposite direction to the yearly course of the Sun, that is, against the right sequence of the zodiacal signs, Taurus, Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, instead of Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus. That, in a nutshell, is the meaning of precession of the equinoxes, and that is exactly what is involved in the notion of the dawning of the age of Aquarius. The famous line from the musical Hair refers to the fact that every year for the last 2,000 years or so, the Sun has risen in Pisces on the vernal equinox. The age of Pisces, however, is now approaching its end, and the vernal Sun will soon pass out of the sector of the Fish and begin to rise against the new background of Aquarius. The 25,776-year cycle of precession is the engine that drives this majestic celestial juggernaut along its never-ending tour of the heavens. but the details of exactly how precession moves the equinoctial points from Pisces into Aquarius and thence onwards around the zodiac are also worth knowing. Remember that the equinoxes occur on the only two occasions in the year when the Earth's tilted axis lies broadside onto the Sun. These are when the Sun rises due east all over the world, and day and night are of equal length. Because the Earth's axis is slowly but surely precessing in a direction opposite to that of its own orbit, the points at which it lies broadside onto the Sun must occur fractionally earlier in the orbit each year. These annual changes are so small as to be almost imperceptible. A 1 degree shift along the ecliptic, equivalent to the width of your little finger held up to the horizon, requires approximately 72 years to complete. However, as de Santillana points out, such minute changes add up in just under 2,200 years to a 30-degree passage through a complete house of the zodiac, and in just under 26,000 years to a 360-degree passage through a complete cycle of precession. When did the ancients first work out precession? In the answer to this question lies a great secret and mystery of the past. Before we try to penetrate the mystery and to learn the secret, we should acquaint ourselves with the official line. The Encyclopedia Britannica is as good a repository as any of conventional historical wisdom, and this is what it tells us about a scholar named Hipparchus, the supposed discoverer of precession. Hipparchus, born Nicaea, Bithynia, died after 127 BC, Rhodes, Greek astronomer and mathematician, who discovered the precession of the equinoxes. This notable discovery was the result of painstaking observations worked upon by an acute mind. Hipparchus observed the positions of the stars and then compared his results with those of Timocharis of Alexandria about 150 years earlier, and with even earlier observations made in Babylonia. He discovered that the celestial longitudes were different, and that this difference was of a magnitude exceeding that attributable to errors of observation. He therefore proposed precession to account for the size of the difference, and he gave a value of 45 or 46 seconds of arc for annual changes. This is very close to the figure of 50.274 seconds of arc accepted today. First, a point of terminology. Seconds of arc are the smallest subdivisions of a degree of arc. There are 60 of these arc seconds in one arc minute, 60 minutes in 1 degree, and 360 degrees in the full circle of Earth's path around the Sun. An annual change of 50.274 seconds of arc represents a distance somewhat under 1/60th of 1 degree, so that it takes roughly 72 years, an entire human lifetime, for the equinoctial sun to migrate just 1 degree along the ecliptic. It is because of the observational difficulties entailed in detecting this snail's pace rate of change that the value worked out by Hipparchus in the 2nd century BC is hailed in the Britannica as a notable discovery. Would this discovery seem so notable if it turned out to be a rediscovery? Would the mathematical and astronomical achievements of the Greeks shine so brightly if we could prove that the difficult challenge of measuring precession had been taken up thousands of years before Hipparchus? What if this heavenly cycle, almost 26,000 years long, had been made the object of precise scientific investigations long epochs before the supposed dawn of scientific thought? In seeking answers to such questions, there is much that may be relevant, which would never be accepted by any court of law as concrete proof. Let us not accept it either. We have seen that Hipparchus proposed a value of 45 or 46 seconds of arc for 1 year of precessional motion. Let us therefore not attempt to dislodge the Greek astronomer from his pedestal as the discoverer of precession unless we can find a significantly more accurate value recorded in a significantly more ancient source. Of course, there are many potential sources. At this point, however, in the interests of succinctness, we shall limit our inquiry to universal myths. We've already examined one group of myths in detail, the traditions of flood and cataclysm set out in Part 4, and we've seen that they possess a range of intriguing characteristics. 1. There is no doubt that they are immensely old. Take the Mesopotamian flood story, versions of which have been found inscribed on tablets from the earliest strata of Sumerian history, around 3000 BC. These tablets, handed down from the dawn of the recorded past, leave no room for doubt that the tradition of a world-destroying flood was ancient even then, and therefore originated long before the dawn. We cannot say how long. The fact remains that no scholar has ever been able to establish a date for the creation of any myth, let alone for these venerable and widespread traditions. In a very real sense, they seem always to have been around, part of the permanent baggage of human culture. 2. The possibility cannot be ruled out that this aura of vast antiquity is not an illusion. On the contrary, we've heard that many of the great myths of cataclysm seem to contain accurate eyewitness accounts of real conditions experienced by humanity during the last ice age. In theory, therefore, these stories could have been constructed at almost the same time as the emergence of our subspecies Homo sapiens sapiens, perhaps as long as 50,000 years ago. The geological evidence, however, suggests a more recent provenance, and we have identified the epoch 15,000 to 8,000 BC as the most likely. Only then, in the whole of human experience, were there rapid climatic changes on the convulsive scale the myths so eloquently describe. 3. The Ice Age and its tumultuous demise were global phenomena. It is therefore perhaps not surprising that the cataclysm traditions of many different cultures, widely scattered around the globe, should be characterized by a high degree of uniformity and convergence. 4. What is surprising, however, is that the myths not only describe shared experiences, but that they do so in what appears to be a shared symbolic language. The same literary motifs keep cropping up again and again, the same stylistic props, the same recognizable characters, and the same plots. According to Professor de Santillana, this type of uniformity suggests a guiding hand at work. In Hamlet's Mill, a seminal and original thesis on ancient myth written in collaboration with Hertha von Deschend, professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University, he argues that universality is in itself a test when coupled with a firm design. When something found, say, in China, turns up also in Babylonian astrological texts, then it must be assumed to be relevant if it reveals a complex of uncommon images which nobody could claim had risen independently by spontaneous generation. Take the origin of music. Orpheus and his harrowing death may be a poetic creation born in more than one instance in diverse places. But when characters who do not play the lyre, but blow pipes, get themselves flayed alive for various absurd reasons, and their identical end is rehearsed on several continents, then we feel we have got hold of something. For such stories cannot be linked by internal sequence. And when the Pied Piper turns up both in the German myth of Hamelin and in Mexico long before Columbus, and is linked in both places to certain attributes like the color red, it can hardly be a coincidence. Likewise, when one finds numbers like 108, or 9 multiplied by 13, reappearing under several multiples in the Vedas, in the temples of Angkor, in Babylon, in Heraclitus' dark utterances, and also in the Norse Valhalla, it is not accident. Connecting the great universal myths of cataclysm, is it possible that such coincidences that cannot be coincidences, and accidents that cannot be accidents, could denote the global influence of an ancient, though as yet unidentified guiding hand? If so, could it be that same hand, during and after the last ice age, which drew the series of highly accurate and technically advanced world maps reviewed in Part 1? And might not that same hand have left its ghostly fingerprints on another body of universal myths, those concerning the death and resurrection of gods, and great trees around which the earth and heavens turn, and whirlpools and churns and drills, and other similar revolving, grinding contrivances? According to Santillana and von Deschend, all such images refer to celestial events, and do so, furthermore, in the refined technical language of an archaic but immensely sophisticated astronomical and mathematical science. This language ignores local beliefs and cults. It concentrates on numbers, motions, measures, overall frame schemas, on the structure of numbers, on geometry. Where could such a language have come from? Hamlet's Mill is a labyrinth of brilliant but deliberately evasive scholarship, and offers us no straightforward answer to this question. Here and there, however, almost with embarrassment, inconclusive hints are dropped. For example, at one point, the authors say that the scientific language or code they believe they have identified is of awe-inspiring antiquity. On another occasion, they pin down the depth of this antiquity more precisely to a period at least 6,000 years before Virgil, in other words, 8,000 years ago or more. What civilization known to history could have developed and made use of a sophisticated technical language more than 8,000 years ago? The honest answer to this question is none, followed by a frank admission that what is being conjectured is nothing less than a forgotten episode of high technological culture in prehistoric times. Once again, Santillana and von Deschend are elusive when it comes to the crunch, speaking only of the legacy we all owe to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization that first dared to understand the world as created according to number, measure, and weight. The legacy, it is clear, has to do with scientific thinking and complex information of a mathematical nature. Because it is so extremely old, however, the passage of time has dissipated it. When the Greeks came upon the scene, the dust of centuries had already settled upon the remains of this great, worldwide archaic construction. Yet something of it survived in traditional rites, in myths, and fairy tales no longer understood. These are tantalizing fragments of a lost whole. They make one think of those mist landscapes, of which Chinese painters are masters, which show here a rock, here a gable, there the tip of a tree, and leave the rest to imagination. Even when the code shall have yielded, when the techniques shall be known, we cannot expect to gauge the thought of these remote ancestors of ours, wrapped as it is in its symbols, since the creating, ordering minds that devised the symbols have vanished forever. What we have here, therefore, are two distinguished professors of the history of science from esteemed universities on both sides of the Atlantic, claiming to have discovered the remnants of a coded, scientific language, many thousands of years older than the oldest human civilizations identified by scholarship. Moreover, though generally cautious, Santillana and von Deschend also claim to have broken part of that code. This is an extraordinary statement for two serious academics to have made. Chapter 30. The Cosmic Tree and the Mill of the Gods. In their brilliant and far-reaching study Hamlet's Mill, Professors de Santillana and von Deschend present a formidable array of mythical and iconographic evidence to demonstrate the existence of a curious phenomenon. For some inexplicable reason, at some unknown date, it seems that certain archaic myths from all over the world were co-opted, no other word will really do, to serve as vehicles for a body of complex technical data concerning the precession of the equinoxes. The importance of this astonishing thesis, as one leading authority on ancient measurement has pointed out, is that it has fired the first salvo in what may prove to be a Copernican revolution in current conceptions of the development of human culture. Hamlet's Mill was published in 1969, so the revolution has been a long time coming. During this period, however, the book has been neither widely distributed among the general public, nor widely understood by scholars of the remote past. This state of affairs has not come about because of any inherent problems or weaknesses in the work. Instead, in the words of Martin Vernal, professor of government studies at Cornell University, it has happened because few archaeologists, Egyptologists, and ancient historians have the combination of time, effort, and skill necessary to take on the very technical arguments of de Santillana. What those arguments predominantly concern is the recurrent and persistent transmission of a precessional message in a wide range of ancient myths. And strangely enough, many of the key images and symbols that crop up in these myths, notably those that concern a derangement of the heavens, are also to be found embedded in the ancient traditions of worldwide cataclysm, reviewed in chapters 24 and 25. In Norse mythology, for example, we saw how the wolf Fenrir, whom the gods had so carefully chained up, broke his bonds at last and escaped. He shook himself, and the world trembled. The ash tree Yggdrasil was shaken from its roots to its topmost branches. Mountains crumbled or split from top to bottom. The earth began to lose its shape. Already the stars were coming adrift in the sky. In the opinion of de Santillana and von Deschend, this myth mixes the familiar theme of catastrophe with the quite separate theme of precession. On the one hand, we have an earthly disaster on a scale that seems to dwarf even the flood of Noah. On the other, we hear that ominous changes are taking place in the heavens, and that the stars, which have come adrift in the sky, are dropping into the void. Such celestial imagery, repeated again and again with only relatively minor variations in myths from many different parts of the world, belongs to a category earmarked in Hamlet's Mill as not mere storytelling of the kind that comes naturally. Moreover, the Norse traditions that speak of the monstrous wolf Fenrir and of the shaking of Yggdrasil go on to report the final apocalypse in which the forces of Valhalla issue forth on the side of order to participate in the terrible last battle of the gods, a battle that will end in apocalyptic destruction. 500 doors, and 40 there are, I ween, in Valhalla's walls. 800 fighters through each door fair went to war, with the wolf they go. With a lightness of touch that is almost subliminal, this verse has encouraged us to count Valhalla's fighters, thus momentarily obliging us to focus our attention on their total number. 540 multiplied by 800 equals 432,000. This total, as we shall see in chapter 31, is mathematically linked to the phenomenon of precession. It is unlikely to have found its way into Norse mythology by accident, especially in a context that has previously specified a derangement of the heavens severe enough to have caused the stars to come adrift from their stations in the sky. To understand what is going on here, it's essential to grasp the basic imagery of the ancient message that Santillana and von Deschend claim to have stumbled upon. This imagery transforms the luminous dome of the celestial sphere into a vast and intricate piece of machinery, and like a mill wheel, like a churn, like a whirlpool, like a quern, this machine turns and turns and turns endlessly, its motions being calibrated all the time by the sun, which rises first in one constellation of the zodiac, then in another, and so on all the year round. The four key points of the year are the spring and autumn equinoxes, and the winter and summer solstices. At each point, naturally, the sun is seen to rise in a different constellation. Thus, if the sun rises in Pisces at the spring equinox, as it does at present, it must rise in Virgo at the autumn equinox, in Gemini at the winter solstice, and in Sagittarius at the summer solstice. On each of these four occasions for the last 2,000 years or so, this is exactly what the sun has been doing. As we've seen, however, precession of the equinoxes means that the vernal point will change in the not-so-distant future from Pisces to Aquarius. When that happens, the three other constellations marking the three other key points will change as well, from Virgo, Gemini and Sagittarius to Leo, Taurus and Scorpius, almost as though the giant mechanism of heaven has ponderously switched gears. This instinctively suggests a straight, upright post, but that would be an oversimplification. In the mythical context, it is best not to think of the axis in analytical terms, one line at a time, but to consider it and the frame to which it is connected as a whole. As radius automatically calls circle to mind, so axis should invoke the two determining great circles on the surface of the sphere, the equinoctial and solstitial colures. These colures are the imaginary hoops intersecting at the celestial North Pole, which connect the two equinoctial points on the Earth's path around the Sun, that is, where it stands on the 20th of March and the 22nd of September, and the two solstitial points, where it stands on the 21st of June and the 21st of December. The implication is that the rotation of the polar axis must not be disjointed from the great circles that shift along with it in heaven. The framework is thought of as all one with the axis. Santillana and von Deschend are certain that what confronts us here is not a belief, but an allegory. They insist that the notion of a spherical frame composed of two intersecting hoops suspended from an axis is not under any circumstances to be understood as the way in which ancient science envisaged the cosmos. Instead, it is to be seen as a thought tool, designed to focus the minds of people bright enough to crack the code upon the hard-to-detect astronomical fact of precession of the equinoxes. It is a thought tool that keeps on cropping up, in numerous disguises, all over the myths of the ancient world. At the mill with slaves. One example from Central America, which also provides a further illustration of the curious symbolic crossovers between myths of precession and myths of catastrophe, was summarized by Diego de Landa in the 16th century. Among the multitude of gods worshipped by these people, the Maya, were four whom they called by the name Bacab. These were, they say, four brothers, placed by God when he created the world at its four corners to sustain the heavens lest they fall. They also say that these Bacabs escaped when the world was destroyed by a deluge. It is the opinion of Santillana and von Deschend that the Mayan astronomer priests did not subscribe for a moment to the simple-minded notion that the Earth was flat with four corners. Instead, they say, the image of the four Bacabs is used as a technical allegory intended to shed light on the phenomenon of precession of the equinoxes. The Bacabs stand, in short, for the system of coordinates of an astrological age. They represent the equinoctial and solstitial colures, binding together the four constellations in which the sun continues to rise at the spring and autumn equinoxes and at the winter and summer solstices, or epochs of just under 2,200 years. Of course, it is understood that when the gears of heaven change, the old age comes crashing down, and a new age is born. All this, so far, is routine precessional imagery. What stands out, however, is the explicit linkage to an earthly disaster, in this case a flood, which the Bacabs survive. It may also be relevant that relief carvings at Chichen Itza unmistakably represent the Bacabs as being bearded and of European appearance. Be that as it may, the Bacab image, linked to a number of badly misunderstood references to the four corners of heaven, the quadrangular earth, and so on, is only one among many that seem to have been designed to serve as thought tools for precession. Archetypal amongst these is, of course, the mill of Santillana's title, Hamlet's Mill. It turns out that the Shakespearean character, whom the poet made one of us, the first unhappy intellectual, conceals a past as a legendary being, his features predetermined, pre-shaped by long-standing myth. In all of his many incarnations, this Hamlet remains strangely himself. The original Amlodi, or sometimes Amleth, as his name was in Icelandic legend, shows the same characteristics of melancholy and high intellect. He too is a son, dedicated to avenge his father, a speaker of cryptic but inescapable truths, an elusive carrier of fate who must yield once his mission is accomplished. In the crude and vivid imagery of the Norse, Amlodi was identified with the ownership of a fabled mill or quern, which in its time ground out gold and peace and plenty. In many of the traditions, two giant maidens, Fenja and Menja, were indentured to turn this great contraption, which could not be budged by any human strength. Something went wrong, and the two giantesses were forced to work day and night with no rest. Forth to the mill bench they were brought to set the grey stone in motion. He gave them no rest nor peace, attentive to the creak of the mill. Their song was a howl, shattering silence. Lower the bin and lighten the stones, yet he would have them grind more. Rebellious and angry, Fenja and Menja waited until everyone was asleep, and then began to turn the mill in a mad whirl, until its great props, though cased in iron, burst asunder. Immediately afterwards, in a confusing episode, the mill was stolen by a sea king named Mysinger, and loaded aboard his ship together with the giantesses. Mysinger ordered the pair to grind again, but this time they ground out salt. At midnight they asked him whether he was not weary of salt. He bade them grind longer. They had ground but a little longer, when down sank the ship. The huge props flew off the bin, the iron rivets burst, the shaft tree shivered, the bin shot down. When it reached the bottom of the sea, the mill continued to turn, but it ground out rock and sand, creating a vast whirlpool, the maelstrom. Such images, Santillana and von Deschend assert, signify precession of the equinoxes. The axis and iron props of the mill stand for a system of coordinates in the celestial sphere, and represent the frame of a world age. Actually, the frame defines a world age, because the polar axis and the colures form an invisible whole. The entire frame is thrown out of kilter if one part of it is moved. When that happens, a new pole star, with appropriate colures of its own, must replace the obsolete apparatus. Furthermore, the engulfing whirlpool belongs to the stock-in-trade of ancient fable. It appears in the Odyssey as Charybdis in the Straits of Messina, and again in other cultures in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. It is found there, too, curiously enough, with an overhanging fig tree to whose boughs the hero can cling as the ship goes down, whether it be Satyavata in India or Kai in Tonga. The persistence of detail rules out free invention. Such stories have belonged to the cosmographical literature since antiquity. The appearance of the whirlpool in Homer's Odyssey, which is a compilation of Greek myths more than 3,000 years old, should not surprise us, because the great mill of Icelandic legend appears there also, and does so, moreover, in familiar circumstances. It is the last night before the decisive confrontation. Odysseus, bent on revenge, has landed at Ithaca and is hiding under the magical spell of the goddess Athena, which protects him from recognition. Odysseus prays to Zeus to send him an encouraging sign before the great ordeal. Straightway Zeus thundered from shining Olympus, and goodly Odysseus was glad. Moreover, a woman, a grinder at the mill, uttered a voice of omen from within the house hard by, where stood the mills of the shepherd of the people. At these hand mills, 12 women in all plied their task, making meal of barley, and of wheat the marrow of men. Now all the others were asleep, for they had ground out their task of grain. But this one alone rested not yet, being the weakest of all. She now stayed her quern and spake the word. May the enemies of Odysseus on this day, for the last time, make their sweet feasting in his halls. They that have loosened my knees with cruel toil to grind their barley meal, may they now sup their last. Santillana and von Deschen argue that it is no accident that the allegory of the orb of heaven that turns around like a millstone and ever does something bad also makes an appearance in the biblical tradition of Samson, eyeless in Gaza, at the mill with slaves. His merciless captors unbind him, so that he can make sport for them in their temple. Instead, with his last strength, he takes hold of the middle pillars of that great structure and brings the whole edifice crashing down, killing everybody. Like Fenja and Menja, he gets his revenge. The theme resurfaces in Japan, in Central America, among the Maoris of New Zealand, and in the myths of Finland. There, the hamlet Samson figure is known as Kullervo, and the mill has a peculiar name, the Sampo. Like Fenja and Menja's mill, it is ultimately stolen and loaded on board a ship, and like their mill, it ends up being broken in pieces. It turns out that the word Sampo has its origins in the Sanskrit skamba, meaning pillar or pole. And in the Atharva Veda, one of the most ancient pieces of North Indian literature, we find an entire hymn dedicated to the skamba. In whom earth, atmosphere, in whom sky is set, where fire, moon, sun, wind stand fixed, the skamba sustains both heaven and earth, the skamba sustains the wide atmosphere, the skamba sustains the 6 wide directions, into the skamba entered all existence. Whitney, the translator, Atharva Veda 10.7, comments in some perplexity, skamba, literally prop, support, pillar, strangely used in this hymn as frame of the universe. Yet, with an awareness of the complex of ideas, linking cosmic mills and whirlpools and world trees and so on, the archaic Vedic usage should not seem so strange. What is being signaled here, as in all the other allegories, is the frame of a world age, that same heavenly mechanism that turns for more than 2,000 years, with the sun rising always in the same 4 cardinal points, and then slowly shifts those celestial coordinates to 4 new constellations for the next couple of thousand years. This is why the mill always breaks, why the huge props always fly off the bin in one way or another, why the iron rivets burst, why the shaft tree shivers. Precession of the equinoxes merits such imagery because, at widely separated intervals of time, it does indeed change or break the stabilizing coordinates of the entire celestial sphere. Openers of the way. What is remarkable about all this is the way that the mill, which continues to serve as an allegory for cosmic processes, stubbornly keeps on resurfacing all over the world, even where the context has been jumbled or lost. Indeed, in Santillana and von Deschen's argument, it doesn't really matter if the context is lost. The particular merit of mythical terminology, they say, is that it can be used as a vehicle for handing down solid knowledge, independently from the degree of insight of the people who do the actual telling of stories, fables, etc. What matters, in other words, is that certain central imagery should survive and continue to be passed on in retellings, however far these may drift from the original storyline. An example of such drift, coupled with the retention of essential imagery and information, is found among the Cherokees, whose name for the Milky Way, our own galaxy, is where the dog ran. In ancient times, according to Cherokee tradition, the people in the south had a corn mill, from which meal was stolen again and again. In due course, the owners discovered the thief, a dog, who ran off howling to his home in the north, with the meal dropping from his mouth as he ran, and leaving a white trail, where now we see the Milky Way, which the Cherokee call to this day, where the dog ran. In Central America, one of the many myths concerning Quetzalcoatl depicts him playing a key role in the regeneration of mankind after the all-destroying flood that ended the fourth sun. Together with his dog-headed companion Xolotl, he descends into the underworld to retrieve the skeletons of the people killed by the deluge. This he succeeds in doing, after tricking Mictlantecuhtli, the god of death, and the bones are brought to a place called Tamoanchan. There, like corn, they are milled into a fine meal on a grindstone. Upon this ground meal, the gods then release blood, thus creating the flesh of the current age of men. Santillana and von Deschen do not think that the presence of a canine character in both the above variants of the myth of the cosmic mill is likely to be accidental. They point out that Kullervo, the Finnish hamlet, is also accompanied by the black dog Musti. Likewise, after his return to his estates in Ithaca, Odysseus is first recognized by his faithful dog. And as anyone who has been to Sunday school will remember, Samson is associated with foxes, 300 of them, to be precise, which are members of the dog family. In the Danish version of the Hamlet saga, Amleth went on and a wolf crossed his path amid the thicket. Last but not least, an alternative recension of the Kullervo story from Finland has the hero, rather weirdly, being sent to Estonia to bark under the fence. He barked 1 year. Santillana and von Deschen are confident that all this doggishness is purposive, another piece of the ancient code, as yet unbroken, persistently tapping out its message from place to place. They list these and many other canine symbols among a series of morphological markers, which they have identified as likely to suggest the presence in ancient myths of scientific information concerning precession of the equinoxes. These markers may have had meanings of their own, or been intended simply to alert the target audience that a piece of hard data was coming up in the story being told. Beguilingly, sometimes they may also have been designed to serve as openers of the way, conduits to enable initiates to follow the trail of scientific information from one myth to another. Thus, even though none of the familiar mills and whirlpools is in sight, we should perhaps sit up and pay attention when we learn that Orion, the great hunter of Greek myth, was the owner of a dog. When Orion tried to ravish the virgin goddess Artemis, she produced a scorpion from the earth, which killed him and the dog. Orion was transported to the skies, where he became the constellation that bears his name today. His dog was transformed into Sirius, the dog star. Precisely the same identification of Sirius was made by the ancient Egyptians, who linked the Orion constellation specifically to their god Osiris. It is in ancient Egypt, too, that the character of the faithful celestial dog achieves its fullest and most explicit mythical elaboration in the form of Upuaut, a jackal-headed deity whose name means opener of the ways. If we follow this way opener to Egypt, turn our eyes to the constellation of Orion, and enter the potent myth of Osiris, we find ourselves enveloped in a net of familiar symbols. The listener will recall that the myth presents Osiris as the victim of a plot. The conspirators initially dispose of him by sealing him in a box and casting him adrift on the waters of the Nile. In this respect, does he not resemble Utnapishtim and Noah and Koshoshli and all the other deluge heroes in their arks or boxes or chests, riding out the waters of the flood? Another familiar element is the classic precessional image of the world tree and or roof pillar, in this case combined. The myth tells us how Osiris, still sealed inside his coffer, is carried out into the sea and washed up at Byblos. The waves lay him to rest among the branches of a tamarisk tree, which rapidly grows to a magnificent size, enclosing the coffer within its trunk. The king of the country, who much admires the tamarisk tree, cuts it down and fashions the part which contains Osiris into a roof pillar for his palace. Later Isis, the wife of Osiris, removes her husband's body from the pillar and takes it back to Egypt to undergo rebirth. The Osiris myth also includes certain key numbers. Whether by accident or by design, these numbers give access to a science of precession, as we shall see in the next chapter. Chapter 31. The Osiris Numbers. Archaeoastronomer Jane B. Sellers, who studied Egyptology at the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute, spends her winters in Portland, Maine, and summers at Ripley Neck, a 19th century enclave down east on Maine's rocky coast. There, she says, the night skies can be as clear as the desert, and no one minds if you read the pyramid texts out loud to the seagulls. One of the few serious scholars to have tested the theory advanced by Santillana and von Deschen in Hamlet's Mill, Sellers has been hailed for having drawn attention to the need to use astronomy, and more particularly precession, for the proper study of ancient Egypt and its religion. In her words, archaeologists by and large lack an understanding of precession, and this affects their conclusions concerning ancient myths, ancient gods, and ancient temple alignments. For astronomers, precession is a well-established fact. Those working in the field of ancient man have a responsibility to attain an understanding of it. It is Sellers' contention, eloquently expressed in her book The Death of Gods in Ancient Egypt, that the Osiris myth may have been deliberately encoded with a group of key numbers that are excess baggage as far as the narrative is concerned, but that offer an eternal calculus by which surprisingly exact values can be derived for the following. 1. The time required for the Earth's slow precessional wobble to cause the position of sunrise on the vernal equinox to complete a shift of 1 degree along the ecliptic in relation to the stellar background. 2. The time required for the sun to pass through one full zodiacal segment of 30 degrees. 3. The time required for the sun to pass through 2 full zodiacal segments totaling 60 degrees. 4. The time required to bring about the Great Return, that is, for the sun to shift 360 degrees along the ecliptic, thus fulfilling 1 complete precessional cycle, or great year. Computing the Great Return. The precessional numbers highlighted by Sellers in the Osiris myth are 360, 72, 30, and 12. Most of them are found in a section of the myth, which provides us with biographical details of the various characters. These have been conveniently summarized by E. A. Wallace Budge, formerly keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum. The goddess Nut, wife of the sun god Ra, was beloved by the god Geb. When Ra discovered the intrigue, he cursed his wife, and declared that she should not be delivered of a child in any month of any year. Then the god Thoth, who also loved Nut, played at tables with the moon, and won from her 5 whole days. These he joined to the 360 days, of which the year then consisted. On the first of these 5 days Osiris was brought forth, and at the moment of his birth a voice was heard to proclaim that the Lord of Creation was born. Elsewhere, the myth informs us that the 360-day year consists of 12 months of 30 days each, and in general, as Sellers observes, phrases are used which prompt simple mental calculations and an attention to numbers. Thus far, we have been provided with 3 of Sellers' precessional numbers, 360, 12, and 30. The 4th number, which occurs later in the text, is by far the most important. As we saw in Chapter 9, the evil deity known as Set led a group of conspirators in a plot to kill Osiris. The number of these conspirators was 72. With this last number in hand, suggests Sellers, we are now in a position to boot up and set running an ancient computer program. 12 equals the number of constellations in the zodiac. 30 equals the number of degrees allocated along the ecliptic to each zodiacal constellation. 72 equals the number of years required for the equinoctial sun to complete a precessional shift of 1 degree along the ecliptic. 360 equals the total number of degrees in the ecliptic. 72 multiplied by 30 equals 2160, the number of years required for the sun to complete a passage of 30 degrees along the ecliptic. In other words, to pass entirely through any one of the 12 zodiacal constellations. 2160 multiplied by 12, or 360 multiplied by 72, equals 25,920, the number of years in 1 complete precessional cycle, or great year, and thus the total number of years required to bring about the Great Return. Other figures and combinations of figures also emerge. For example, 36, the number of years required for the equinoctial sun to complete a precessional shift of half a degree along the ecliptic. 4,320, the number of years required for the equinoctial sun to complete a precessional shift of 60 degrees, that is, 2 zodiacal constellations. These, Sellers believes, constitute the basic ingredients of a precessional code, which appears again and again, with eerie persistence, in ancient myths and sacred architecture. In common with much esoteric numerology, it is a code in which it is permissible to shift decimal points to left or right at will, and to make use of almost any conceivable combinations, permutations, multiplications, divisions, and fractions of the essential numbers, all of which relate precisely to the rate of precession of the equinoxes. The preeminent number in the code is 72. To this is frequently added 36, making 108, and it is permissible to multiply 108 by 100 to get 10,800, or to divide it by 2 to get 54, which may then be multiplied by 10 and expressed as 540, or as 54,000, or as 540,000, or as 5,400,000, and so on. Also highly significant is 2,160, the number of years required for the equinoctial point to transit 1 zodiacal constellation, which is sometimes multiplied by 10 and by factors of 10 to give 216,000, 2,160,000, and so on, and sometimes by 2 to give 4,320, or 432,000, or 4,320,000 ad infinitum. Better than Hipparchus. If Sellers is correct in her hypothesis that the calculus needed to produce these numbers was deliberately encoded into the Osiris myth to convey precessional information to initiates, we are confronted by an intriguing anomaly. If they are indeed about precession, the numbers are out of place in time. The science they contain is too advanced for them to have been calculated by any known civilization of antiquity. Let us not forget that they occur in a myth which is present at the very dawn of writing in Egypt. Indeed, elements of the Osiris story are to be found in the pyramid texts, dating back to around 2450 BC, in a context which suggests that they were exceedingly old even then. Hipparchus, the so-called discoverer of precession, lived in the 2nd century BC. He proposed a value of 45 or 46 seconds of arc for 1 year of precessional motion. These figures yield a 1 degree shift along the ecliptic in 80 years at 45 arc seconds per annum, and in 78.26 years at 46 arc seconds per annum. The true figure, as calculated by modern science, is 71.6 years. If Sellers' theory is correct, therefore, the Osiris numbers, which give a value of 72 years, are significantly more accurate than those of Hipparchus. Indeed, within the obvious confines imposed by narrative structure, it is difficult to see how the number 72 could have been improved upon, even if the more precise figure had been known to the ancient mythmakers. One can hardly insert 71.6 conspirators into a story, but 72 will fit comfortably. Working from this rounded-up figure, the Osiris myth is capable of yielding a value of 2,160 years for a precessional shift through 1 complete house of the zodiac. The correct figure, according to today's calculations, is 2,148 years. The Hipparchus figures are 2,400 years and 2,347.8 years respectively. Finally, Osiris enables us to calculate 25,920 as the number of years required for the fulfillment of a complete precessional cycle through 12 houses of the zodiac. Hipparchus gives us either 28,800 or 28,173.6 years. The correct figure, by today's estimates, is 25,776 years. The Hipparchus calculations for the Great Return are therefore around 3,000 years out of kilter. The Osiris calculations miss the true figure by only 144 years, and may well do so because the narrative context forced a rounding up of the base number from the correct value of 71.6 to a more workable figure of 72. All this, however, assumes that Sellers is right to suppose that the numbers 360, 72, 30, and 12 did not find their way into the Osiris myth by chance, but were placed there deliberately by people who understood and had accurately measured precession. Is Sellers right? Times of decay. The Osiris myth is not the only one to incorporate the calculus for precession. The relevant numbers keep surfacing in various forms, multiples, and combinations all over the ancient world. An example was given in chapter 33, the Norse myth of the 432,000 fighters who sallied forth from Valhalla to do battle with the wolf. A glance back at that myth shows that it contains several permutations of precessional numbers. Likewise, as we saw in chapter 24, ancient Chinese traditions referring to a universal cataclysm were said to have been written down in a great text consisting of precisely 4,320 volumes. Thousands of miles away, is it a coincidence that the Babylonian historian Berosus, 3rd century BC, ascribed a total reign of 432,000 years to the mythical kings who ruled the land of Sumer before the flood? And is it likewise a coincidence that this same Berosus ascribed 2,160,000 years to the period between creation and universal catastrophe? Do the myths of ancient Amerindian peoples like the Maya also contain or enable us to compute numbers such as 72, 2,160, 4,320, etc.? We shall probably never know, thanks to the conquistadors and zealous friars who destroyed the traditional heritage of Central America and left us so little to work with. What we can say, however, is that the relevant numbers do turn up in relative profusion in the Mayan long count calendar. Details of that calendar were given in chapter 21. The numerals necessary for calculating precession are found there in these formulae. 1 Katun equals 7,200 days. 1 Tun equals 360 days. 2 Tuns equals 720 days. 5 Baktuns equals 720,000 days. 5 Katuns equals 36,000 days. 6 Katuns equals 43,200 days. 6 Tuns equals 2,160 days. 15 Katuns equals 2,160,000 days. Nor does it seem that Sellers' code is confined to mythology. In the jungles of Cambodia, the temple complex of Angkor looks as though it could have been purpose-built as a precessional metaphor. It has, for example, 5 gates, to each of which leads a road bridging the crocodile-infested moat that surrounds the whole site. Each of these roads is bordered by a row of gigantic stone figures, 108 per avenue, 54 on each side, 540 statues in all, and each row carries a huge Naga serpent. Furthermore, as Santillana and Vondeshen point out in Hamlet's Mill, the figures do not carry the serpent, but are shown to pull it, which indicates that these 540 statues are churning the Milky Ocean. The whole of Angkor thus turns out to be a colossal model set up with true Hindu fantasy and incongruousness to express the idea of precession. The same may be true of Java's famous temple of Borobudur, with its 72 bell-shaped stupas, and perhaps also the megalith of Baalbek in Lebanon, which are thought to be the world's biggest blocks of cut stone. Long predating Roman and Greek structures on the site, the 3 that make up the so-called trilithon are as tall as 5-story buildings, and weigh around 900 tons each. A 4th megalith is almost 80 feet in length and weighs 1,100 tons. Amazingly, these giant blocks were cut, perfectly shaped, and somehow transported to Baalbek from a quarry several miles away. In addition, they were skillfully incorporated at a considerable height above ground level into the retaining walls of a magnificent temple. This temple was surrounded by 54 columns of immense size and height. In the subcontinent of India, where the Orion constellation is known as Kalpurush, meaning Time Man, we find that Sellers' Osiris numbers are transmitted through a wide range of media in ways increasingly difficult to ascribe to chance. There are, for instance, 10,800 bricks in the Agni Kayana, the Indian fire altar. There are 10,800 stanzas in the Rig Veda, the most ancient of the Vedic texts and a rich repository of Indian mythology. Each stanza is made up of 40 syllables, with the result that the entire composition consists of 432,000 syllables, no more, no less. And in Rig Veda 1:164, a typical stanza, we read of the 12-spoked wheel in which 720 sons of Agni are established. In the Hebrew Kabbalah, there are 72 angels, through whom the Sephiroth, divine powers, may be approached or invoked by those who know their names and numbers. Rosicrucian tradition speaks of cycles of 108 years, 72 plus 36, according to which the secret brotherhood makes its influence felt. Similarly, the number 72 and its permutations and subdivisions are of great significance to the Chinese secret societies, known as triads. An ancient ritual requires that each candidate for initiation pay a fee, including 360 cash for making clothes, 108 cash for the purse, 72 cash for instruction, and 36 cash for decapitating the traitorous subject. The cash, the old universal brass coin of China with a square hole in the center, is of course no longer in circulation, but the numbers passed down in the ritual since time immemorial have survived. Thus, in modern Singapore, candidates for triad membership pay an entrance fee which is calculated according to their financial circumstances, but which must always consist of multiples of $1.80, $3.60, $7.20, $10.80, and thus $18, $36, $72, $108, or $360, $720, $1,080, and so on. Of all the secret societies, the most mysterious and archaic by far is undoubtedly the Hung League, which scholars believe to be the depository of the old religion of the Chinese. In one Hung initiation ritual, the neophyte is put through a question and answer session that goes, "What did you see on your walk?" "I saw 2 pots with red bamboo." "Do you know how many plants there were?" "In one plot were 36, and in the other 72 plants, together 108. "Did you take home some of them for your use?" "Yes, I took home 108 plants." "How can you prove that?" "I can prove it by a verse." "How does this verse run?" "The red bamboo from Canton is rare in the world. In the groves are 36 and 72. Who in the world knows the meaning of this? When we have set to work, we will know the secret." The atmosphere of intrigue that such passages generate is accentuated by the reticent behavior of the Hung League itself, an organization resembling the medieval European order of the Knights Templar and the higher degrees of modern Freemasonry in many ways that are beyond the remit of this book to describe. It is intriguing, too, that the Chinese character Hung, composed of water and many, signifies inundation, in other words, the flood. Finally, returning to India, let us note the content of the sacred scriptures known as the Puranas. These speak of 4 ages of the earth, called yugas, which together are said to extend to 12,000 divine years. The respective durations of these epochs in divine years are Krita Yuga, 4,800, Treta Yuga, 3,600, Dvapara Yuga, 2,500, Kali Yuga, 1,200. The Puranas also tell us that 1 year of the mortals is equivalent to 1 day of the gods. Furthermore, and exactly as in the Osiris myth, we discover that the number of days in the years of both gods and mortals has been artificially set at 360, so 1 year of the gods is equivalent to 360 mortal years. The Kali Yuga, therefore, at 1,200 years of the gods, turns out to have a duration of 432,000 mortal years. 1 Maha Yuga, or Great Age, made up of the 12,000 divine years contained in the 4 lesser yugas, is equivalent to 4,320,000 years of mortals. 1,000 such Maha Yugas, which constitute a Kalpa, or Day of Brahma, extend over 4,320,000,000 ordinary years. Again, supplying the digits for basic processional calculations. Separately, there are Manvantaras, periods of Manu, of which we are told in the scriptures that about 71 systems of 4 yugas elapse during each Manvantara. The listener will recall that 1 degree of processional motion along the ecliptic requires 71.6 years to complete, a number that can be rounded down to about 71 in India, just as easily as it was rounded up to 72 in ancient Egypt. The Kali Yuga, with a duration of 432,000 mortal years, is, by the way, our own. In the Kali Age, the scriptures say, shall decay, flourish, until the human race approaches annihilation. Dogs, uncles, and revenge. It was a dog that brought us to these decaying times. We came here by way of Sirius, the dog star, who stands at the heel of the giant constellation of Orion, where it towers in the sky above Egypt, in that land. As we've seen, Orion is Osiris, the god of death and resurrection, whose numbers, perhaps by chance, are 12, 30, 72, and 360. But can chance account for the fact that these and other prime integers of precession keep cropping up in supposedly unrelated mythologies from all over the world, and in such stolid but enduring vehicles as calendar systems and works of architecture? Santillana and von Deschent, Jane Sellers, and a growing body of other scholars rule out chance, arguing that the persistence of detail is indicative of a guiding hand. If they are wrong, we need to find some other explanation for how such specific and interrelated numbers, the only obvious function of which is to calculate precession, could by accident have got themselves so widely imprinted on human culture. But suppose they are not wrong. Suppose that a guiding hand really was at work behind the scenes. Sometimes, when you slip into Santillana's and von Deschent's world of myth and mystery, you can almost feel the influence of that hand. Take the business of the dog, or jackal, or wolf, or fox. The subtle way this shadowy canine slinks from myth to myth is peculiar, stimulating, then baffling you, always luring you onwards. Indeed, it was this lure we followed from the mill of Amlodi to the myth of Osiris in Egypt. Along the way, according to the design of the ancient sages, if Sellers, Santillana, and von Deschent are right, we were first encouraged to build a clear mental picture of the celestial sphere. Second, we were provided with a mechanistic model so that we could visualize the great changes precession of the equinoxes periodically affects in all the coordinates of the sphere. Finally, after allowing the dog Sirius to open the way for us, we were given the figures to calculate precession more or less exactly. Nor is Sirius, in his eternal station at Orion's heel, the only doggish character around Osiris. We saw in chapter 11 how Isis, who was both the wife and sister of Osiris, searched for her dead husband's body after he'd been murdered by Set, who incidentally was also her brother and the brother of Osiris. In this search, according to ancient tradition, she was assisted by dogs, jackals in some versions. Likewise, mythological and religious texts from all periods of Egyptian history assert that the jackal god Anubis ministered to the spirit of Osiris after his death and acted as his guide through the underworld. Surviving vignettes depict Anubis as virtually identical in appearance to Upuaut, the opener of the ways. Last but not least, Osiris himself was believed to have taken the form of a wolf when he returned from the underworld to assist his son Horus in the final battle against Set. Investigating this kind of material, one sometimes has the spooky sense of being manipulated by an ancient intelligence which has found a way to reach out to us across vast epochs of time, and for some reason has set us a puzzle to solve, in the language of myth. If it were just dogs that kept cropping up again and again, it would be easy to brush off such weird intuitions. The dog phenomenon seems more likely to be coincidence than anything else. But it isn't just dogs. The ways between the two very different myths of Osiris and Amlodi's mill, which nonetheless both seem to contain accurate scientific data about precession of the equinoxes, are kept open by another strange common factor. Family relationships are involved. Amlodi, Amleth, Hamlet is always a son who revenges the murder of his father by entrapping and killing the murderer. The murderer, furthermore, is always the father's own brother, that is, Hamlet's uncle. This is precisely the scenario of the Osiris myth. Osiris and Seth are brothers. Seth murders Osiris. Horus, the son of Osiris, then takes revenge upon his uncle. Another twist is that the Hamlet character often has some sort of incestuous relationship with his sister. In the case of Kullervo, the Finnish Hamlet, there's a poignant scene in which the hero, returning home after a long absence, meets a maiden in the woods gathering berries. They lie together. Only later do they discover that they are brother and sister. The maiden drowns herself at once. Later, with the black dog Musti padding along at his heels, Kullervo wanders into the forest and throws himself upon his sword. There are no suicides in the Egyptian myth of Osiris, but there is the incest of Osiris and his sister Isis. Out of their union is born Horus, the Avenger. So once again, it seems reasonable to ask, what is going on? Why are there all these apparent links and connections? Why do we have these strings of myths, ostensibly about different subjects, all of which prove capable in their own ways of shedding light on the phenomenon of precession of the equinoxes? And why do all these myths have dogs running through them, and characters who seem unusually inclined to incest, fratricide, and revenge? It surely drives skepticism beyond its limits to suggest that so many identical literary devices could keep on turning up purely by chance in so many different contexts. If not by chance, however, then who exactly was responsible for creating this intricate and clever connecting pattern? Who were the authors and designers of the puzzle, and what motives might they have had? Scientists with something to say. Whoever it was, they must have been smart. Smart enough to have observed the infinitesimal creep of precessional motion along the ecliptic, and to have calculated its rate at a value uncannily close to that obtained by today's advanced technology. It therefore follows that we are talking about highly civilized people. Indeed, we are talking about people who deserve to be called scientists. They must, moreover, have lived in extremely remote antiquity, because we can be certain that the creation and dissemination of the common heritage of precessional myths on both sides of the Atlantic did not take place in historic times. On the contrary, the evidence suggests that all these myths were tottering with age when what we call history began about 5,000 years ago. The great strength of the ancient stories was this. As well as being forever available for use and adaptation free of copyright, like intellectual chameleons, subtle and ambiguous, they had the capacity to change their color according to their surroundings. At different times, in different continents, the ancient tales could be retold in a variety of ways, but would always retain their essential symbolism and always continue to transmit the coded processional data they had been programmed with at the outset. But to what end? As we'll see in the next chapter, the long, slow cycles of precession are not limited in their consequences to a changing view of the sky. This celestial phenomenon, born of the Earth's axial wobble, has direct effects on the Earth itself. In fact, it appears to be one of the principal correlates of the sudden onset of ice ages and their equally sudden and catastrophic decay. Chapter 32. Speaking to the Unborn. It is understandable that a huge range of myths from all over the ancient world should describe geological catastrophes in graphic detail. Mankind survived the horror of the last ice age, and the most plausible source for our enduring traditions of flooding and freezing, massive volcanism, and devastating earthquakes is in the tumultuous upheavals unleashed during the Great Meltdown of 15,000 to 8,000 BC. The final retreat of the ice sheets and the consequent 300 to 400 foot rise in global sea levels took place only a few thousand years before the beginning of the historical period. It is therefore not surprising that all our early civilizations should have retained vivid memories of the vast cataclysms that had terrified their forefathers. Much harder to explain is the peculiar but distinctive way the myths of cataclysm seem to bear the intelligent imprint of a guiding hand. Indeed, the degree of convergence between such ancient stories is frequently remarkable enough to raise the suspicion that they must all have been written by the same author. Could that author have had anything to do with the wondrous deity or superhuman spoken of in so many of the myths we have reviewed, who appears immediately after the world has been shattered by a horrifying geological catastrophe and brings comfort and the gifts of civilization to the shocked and demoralized survivors? White and bearded, Osiris is the Egyptian manifestation of this universal figure, and it may not be an accident that one of the first acts he is remembered for in myth is the abolition of cannibalism among the primitive inhabitants of the Nile Valley. Viracocha, in South America, was said to have begun his civilizing mission immediately after a great flood. Quetzalcoatl, the discoverer of maize, brought the benefits of crops, mathematics, astronomy, and a refined culture to Mexico after the fourth sun had been overwhelmed by a destroying deluge. Could these strange myths contain a record of encounters between scattered Paleolithic tribes who had survived the last ice age and an as yet unidentified high civilization which passed through the same epoch? And could the myths be attempts to communicate? A message in the bottle of time. Of all the other stupendous inventions, Galileo once remarked, what sublimity of mind must have been his, who conceived how to communicate his most secret thoughts to any other person, though very distant either in time or place, speaking with those who are in the Indies, speaking to those who are not yet born, nor shall be this 1,000 or 10,000 years, and with no greater difficulty than the various arrangements of 24 little signs on paper. Let this be the seal of all the admirable inventions of men. If the precessional message, identified by scholars like Santillana, von Deschamps, and Jane Sellers, is indeed a deliberate attempt at communication by some lost civilization of antiquity, how come it wasn't just written down and left for us to find? Wouldn't that have been easier than encoding it in myths? Perhaps. Nevertheless, suppose that whatever the message was written on got destroyed or worn away after many thousands of years. Or suppose that the language in which it was inscribed was later forgotten utterly, like the enigmatic Indus Valley script which has been studied closely for more than half a century, but which has so far resisted all attempts at decoding. It must be obvious that in such circumstances, a written legacy to the future would be of no value at all, because nobody would be able to make sense of it. What one would look for, therefore, would be a universal language, the kind of language that would be comprehensible to any technologically advanced society in any epoch, even 1,000 or 10,000 years into the future. Such languages are few and far between, but mathematics is one of them, and the city of Teotihuacan may be the calling card of a lost civilization written in the eternal language of mathematics. Geodetic data, related to the exact positioning of fixed geographical points and to the shape and size of the Earth, would also remain valid and recognizable for tens of thousands of years, and might be most conveniently expressed by means of cartography or in the construction of giant geodetic monuments like the Great Pyramid of Egypt, as we shall see. Another constant in our solar system is the language of time, the great but regular intervals of time calibrated by the inchworm creep of precessional motion. Now, or 10,000 years in the future, a message that prints out numbers like 72 or 2,160 or 4,320 or 25,920 should be instantly intelligible to any civilization that has evolved a modest talent for mathematics and the ability to detect and measure the almost imperceptible reverse wobble that the sun appears to make along the ecliptic against the background of the fixed stars, 1 degree in 71.6 years, 30 degrees in 2,148 years, and so on. The sense that a correlation exists is strengthened by something else. It is neither as firm nor as definite as the number of syllables in the Rig Veda. Nevertheless, it feels relevant. Through powerful stylistic links and shared symbolism, myths to do with global cataclysms and with precession of the equinoxes quite frequently intermesh. A detailed interconnectedness exists between these two categories of tradition, both of which additionally bear what appear to be the recognizable fingerprints of a conscious design. Quite naturally, therefore, one is prompted to discover whether there might not be an important connection between precession of the equinoxes and global catastrophes. Mill of Pain. Although several different mechanisms of an astronomical and geological nature seem to be involved, and although not all of these are fully understood, the fact is that the cycle of precession does correlate very strongly with the onset and demise of ice ages. Several trigger factors must coincide, which is why not every shift from one astronomical age to another is implicated. Nevertheless, it is accepted that precession does have an impact on both glaciation and deglaciation at widely separated intervals. The knowledge that it does so has only been established by our own science since the late 1970s, yet the evidence of the myths suggests that the same level of knowledge might have been possessed by an as yet unidentified civilization in the depths of the last ice age. The clear suggestion we may be meant to grasp is that the terrible cataclysms of flood and fire and ice which the myths describe were in some way causally connected to the ponderous movements of the celestial coordinates through the great cycle of the zodiac. In the words of Santillana and von Deschamps, it was not a foreign idea to the ancients that the mills of the gods grind slowly, and that the result is usually pain. Three principal factors, all of which we have met before, are now known to be deeply implicated in the onset and retreat of ice ages, together, of course, with the diverse cataclysms that ensue from sudden freezes and thaws. These factors all have to do with variations in the Earth's orbital geometry. They are 1. The obliquity of the ecliptic. That is the angle of tilt of the planet's axis of rotation, which is also the angle between the celestial equator and the ecliptic. This, as we have seen, varies over immensely long periods of time, between 22.1 degrees, the closest point that the axis reaches to the vertical, and 24.5 degrees, the furthest it falls away from the vertical. 2. The eccentricity of the orbit. That is, whether the Earth's elliptical path around the Sun is more or less elongated in any given epoch. 3. Axial precession, which causes the 4 cardinal points on the Earth's orbit, the 2 equinoxes and the winter and summer solstices, to creep backwards very, very slowly around the orbital path. We are dipping our toes into the waters of a technical and specialized scientific discipline here, one largely outside the scope of this book. Readers seeking detailed information are referred to the multidisciplinary work of the US National Science Foundation's CliMAP project, and to a keynote paper by Professors J.D. Hayes and John Imbrie entitled Variations in the Earth's Orbit, Pacemaker of the Ice Ages. Briefly, what Hayes and Imbrie and others have proved is that the onset of ice ages can be predicted when the following evil and inauspicious conjunctions of celestial cycles occur. A. Maximum eccentricity, which takes the Earth millions of miles further away from the Sun at aphelion, the extremity of its orbit, than is normal. B. Minimum obliquity, which means that the Earth's axis and consequently the north and south poles stand much closer to the vertical than is normal. And 3. Precession of the equinoxes, which, as the great cycle continues, eventually causes winter in one hemisphere or the other to set in when the Earth is at perihelion, its closest point to the Sun. This in turn means that summer occurs at aphelion and is thus relatively cold, so that ice laid down in winter fails to melt during the following summer, and a remorseless build-up of glacial conditions occurs. Leveraged by the changing geometry of the orbit, global insolation, the differing amounts and intensity of sunlight received at various latitudes in any given epoch can thus be an important trigger for ice ages. Is it possible that the ancient mythmakers were trying to warn us of great danger when they so intricately linked the pain of global cataclysms to the slow grinding of the mill of heaven? This is a question we will return to in due course, but meanwhile it's enough to observe that by identifying the significant effects of orbital geometry on the planet's climate and well-being, and by combining this information with precise measurements of the rate of precessional motion, the unknown scientists of an unrecognized civilization seem to have found a way to catch our attention, to bridge the chasm of the ages, and to communicate with us directly. Whether or not we listen to what they have to say is, of course, entirely up to us. Part 6. The Giza Invitation. Egypt, Section 1. Chapter 33. Cardinal Points. Giza, Egypt, 16th of March 1993, 3:30 a.m. We walked through the deserted lobby of our hotel and stepped into the white Fiat waiting for us in the driveway outside. It was driven by a lean, nervous Egyptian named Ali, whose job it was to get us past the guards at the Great Pyramid and away again before sunrise. He was nervous because if things went wrong, Santa and I would be deported from Egypt and he would go to jail for 6 months. Of course, things were not supposed to go wrong. That was why Ali was with us. The day before, we paid him $150, which he had changed into Egyptian pounds and spread among the guards concerned. They, in return, had agreed to turn a blind eye to our presence during the next couple of hours. We drove to within half a mile of the pyramid, then walked the rest of the way, around the side of the steep embankment that looms above the village of Nazlet al-Saman and leads to the monument's north face. None of us said very much as we trudged through the soft sand, just out of range of the security lights. We felt excited and apprehensive at the same time. Ali was by no means certain that his bribes were going to work. For a while, we stood still in the shadows, gazing at the monstrous bulk of the pyramid, reaching into the darkness above us and blotting out the southern stars. Then a patrol of 3 men armed with shotguns and wrapped in blankets against the night chill came into view at the northeastern corner, about 50 yards away, where they stopped to share a cigarette. Indicating that we should stay put, Ali stepped forward into the light and walked over to the guards. He talked to them for several minutes, apparently arguing heatedly. Finally, he beckoned to us, indicating that we should join him. There's a problem, he explained. One of them, the captain here, he indicated a short, unshaven, disgruntled-looking fellow, is insisting that we pay an extra $30, otherwise the deal is off. What do you want to do? I fished around in my wallet, counted out $30, and handed the bills to Ali. He folded them and passed them to the captain. With an air of aggrieved dignity, the captain stuffed the money into his shirt pocket, and finally, we all shook hands. Okay, said Ali, let's go. Inexplicable precision. As the guards continued their patrol in a westerly direction along the northern face of the Great Pyramid, we made our way around the northeastern corner and along the base of the eastern face. I had long ago fallen into the habit of orienting myself according to the monument's sides. The northern face was aligned almost perfectly to true north, the eastern face almost perfectly to true east, the southern to true south, and the western face to true west. The average error was only around 3 minutes of arc, down to less than 2 minutes on the southern face. Incredible accuracy for any building in any epoch, and an inexplicable, almost supernatural feat here in Egypt 4,500 years ago when the Great Pyramid was supposed to have been built. An error of 3 arc minutes represents an infinitesimal deviation from true of less than 0.015%. In the opinion of structural engineers with whom I had discussed the Great Pyramid, the need for such precision was impossible to understand. From their point of view as practical builders, the expense, difficulty, and time spent achieving it would not have been justified by the apparent results, even if the base of the monument had been as much as 2 or 3 degrees out of true. An error of, say, 1%. The difference to the naked eye would still have been too small to be noticeable. On the other hand, the difference in the magnitude of the tasks required to achieve accuracy within 3 minutes as opposed to 3 degrees would have been immense. Obviously, therefore, the ancient master builders who had raised the pyramid at the very dawn of human civilization must have had powerful motives for wanting to get the alignments with the cardinal directions just right. Moreover, since they had achieved their objective with uncanny exactness, they must have been highly skilled, knowledgeable, and competent people with access to excellent surveying and setting out equipment. This impression was confirmed by many of the monument's other characteristics. For example, its sides at the base were all almost exactly the same length, demonstrating a margin of error far smaller than modern architects would be required to achieve today in the construction of, say, an average-sized office block. This was no office block, however. It was the Great Pyramid of Egypt, one of the largest structures ever built by man, and one of the oldest. Its north side was 755 feet, 4.9818 inches in length. Its west side was 755 feet, 9.1551 inches in length. Its east side was 755 feet, 10.4937 inches. Its south side, 756 feet, 0.9739 inches. This meant that there was a difference of less than 8 inches between its shortest and longest sides, an error amounting to a tiny fraction of 1% on an average side length of over 9,063 inches. Once again, I knew from an engineering perspective that the bare figures did not do justice to the enormous care and skill required to achieve them. I knew, too, that scholars had not yet come up with a convincing explanation of exactly how the pyramid builders had adhered consistently to such high standards of precision. What really interested me, however, was the even bigger question mark over another issue. Why had they imposed such exacting standards on themselves? If they had permitted a margin of error of 1 to 2% instead of less than 1/10 of 1%, they could have simplified their tasks with no apparent loss of quality. Why hadn't they done so? Why had they insisted on making everything so difficult? Why, in short, in a supposedly primitive stone monument built more than 4,500 years ago, were we seeing this strange, obsessional adherence to machine-age standards of precision? Black hole in history. Our plan was to climb the Great Pyramid, something that had been strictly illegal since 1983, when the messy falls of several foolhardy tourists had forced the government of Egypt to impose a ban. I realized that we were being foolhardy too, particularly in attempting to climb at night, and I didn't feel good about breaking what was basically a sensible law. By this stage, however, my intense interest in the pyramid and my desire to learn everything I could about it had overridden my common sense. Now, after parting company with the guard patrol at the northeastern corner of the monument, we continued to make our way surreptitiously along the eastern face towards the southeastern corner. There were dense shadows among the twisted and broken paving stones that separated the Great Pyramid from the 3 much smaller subsidiary pyramids lying immediately to its east. There were also 3 deep and narrow, rock-cut pits which resembled giant graves. These had been found empty by the archaeologists who had excavated them, but were shaped as though they had been intended to enclose the hulls of high-prowed, streamlined boats. Roughly halfway along the pyramid's eastern face, we encountered another patrol. This time it consisted of 2 guards, one of whom must have been 80 years old. His companion, a teenager with pustulant acne, informed us that the money Ali had paid was insufficient and that 50 more Egyptian pounds would be required if we were to proceed. I already had the notes in my hand and gave them to the lad without delay. I was past caring how much this was costing. I just wanted to make the climb and get down and away before dawn without being arrested. We walked on, reaching the southeastern corner at a little after 4:15 a.m. Very few modern buildings, even the houses we live in, have corners that consist of perfect 90-degree right angles. It is common for them to be a degree or more out of true. It doesn't make any difference structurally, and nobody notices such minute errors. In the case of the Great Pyramid, however, I knew that the ancient master builders had found a way to narrow the margin of error to almost nothing. Thus, while falling short of the perfect 90 degrees, the southeastern corner achieved an impressive 89 degrees, 56 minutes, 27 seconds. The northeastern corner measured 90 degrees, 3 minutes, 2 seconds. The southwestern, 90 degrees, 0 minutes, 33 seconds. And the northwestern was just 2 seconds of a degree out of true at 89 degrees, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. This was, of course, extraordinary. And like almost everything else about the Great Pyramid, it was also extremely difficult to explain. Such accurate building techniques, as accurate as the best we have today, could have evolved only after thousands of years of development and experimentation. Yet there was no evidence that any process of this kind had ever taken place in Egypt. The Great Pyramid and its neighbours at Giza had emerged out of a black hole in architectural history, so deep and so wide that neither its bottom nor its far side had ever been identified. Ships in the desert. Guided by the increasingly perspiring Ali, who had not yet explained why it was necessary for us to circumnavigate the pyramid before climbing it, we now began to make our way in a westerly direction along the monument's southern side. Here there were 2 further boat-shaped pits, one of which, though still sealed, had been investigated with fibre-optic cameras and was known to contain a high-prowed, sea-going vessel more than 100 feet long. The other pit had been excavated in the 1950s. Its contents, an even larger sea-going vessel, a full 141 feet in length, had been placed in the so-called Boat Museum, an ugly, modern structure that dangled on stilts beneath the south face of the Great Pyramid. Made of cedar wood, the beautiful ship in the museum was still in perfect condition 4,500 years after it had been built. With a displacement of around 40 tons, its design was particularly thought-provoking, incorporating, in the words of one expert, all the sea-going ship's characteristic properties, with prow and stern soaring upward, higher than in a Viking ship, to ride out the breakers and high seas, not to contend with the little ripples of the Nile. Another authority felt that the careful and clever design of this strange pyramid boat could potentially have made it a far more seaworthy craft than anything available to Columbus. Moreover, the experts agreed that it had been built to a pattern that could only have been created by shipbuilders from a people with a long, solid tradition of sailing on the open sea. Present, at the very beginning of Egypt's 3,000-year history, who had those as yet unidentified shipbuilders been? They had not accumulated their long, solid tradition of sailing on the open sea while ploughing the fields of the landlocked Nile Valley. So where and when had they developed their maritime skills? There was yet another puzzle. I knew that the ancient Egyptians had been very good at making scale models and representations of all manner of things for symbolic purposes. I therefore found it hard to understand why they would have gone to the trouble of manufacturing and then burying a boat as big and sophisticated as this if its only function, as the Egyptologists claimed, had been as a token of the spiritual vessel that would carry the soul of the deceased king to heaven. That could have been achieved as effectively with a much smaller craft, and only one would have been needed, not several. Logic therefore suggested that these gigantic vessels might have been intended for some other purpose altogether, or had some quite different and still unsuspected symbolic significance. We had reached the rough midpoint of the southern face of the Great Pyramid, when we at last realized why we were being taken on this long walkabout. The objective was for us to be relieved of moderate sums of money at each of the 4 cardinal points. The tally thus far was $30 at the northern face and 50 Egyptian pounds at the eastern face. Now I shelled out a further 50 Egyptian pounds to yet another patrol Ali was supposed to have paid off the day before. Ali, I hissed, when are we going to climb the pyramid? Right away, Mr. Graham, our guide replied. He walked confidently forward, gesturing directly ahead, then added, we shall ascend at the southwest corner. Chapter 34. Mansion of Eternity. Have you ever climbed a pyramid at night, fearful of arrest, with your nerves in shreds? It's a surprisingly difficult thing to do, especially where the Great Pyramid is concerned. Even though its top 31 feet are no longer intact, its presently exposed summit platform still stands more than 450 feet above ground level. It consists, moreover, of 203 separate courses of masonry, with the average course height being 2¼ feet. Averages don't tell you everything, as I discovered soon after we began the climb. The courses turned out to be of unequal depth, some barely reaching knee level, while others came up almost to my chest and created formidable obstacles. At the same time, the horizontal ledges between each of the steps were very narrow, often only a little wider than my foot, and many of the big limestone blocks which had looked so solid from below proved to be crumbling and broken. Somewhere around 30 courses up, Santa and I began to appreciate what we'd let ourselves in for. Our muscles were aching, and our knees and fingers stiff and bruised. Yet we were barely 1/7 of the way to the summit, and there were still more than 170 courses to climb. Another worry was the vertiginous drop steadily opening beneath us. Looking down along the ruptured contours that marked the line of the southwestern corner, I was taken aback to see how far we had already climbed. and experienced a momentary, giddying presentiment of how easy it would be for us to fall, head over heels like Jack and Jill, bouncing and jolting over the huge layers of stone, breaking our crowns at the bottom. Ali had permitted a pause of a few moments for us to catch our breaths, but now he signaled that we should press on and began to climb again. Still using the corner as a guideline, he rapidly disappeared into the darkness above. Somewhat less confidently, Santa and I followed. Time and motion. The 35th course of masonry was a hard one to clamber over, being made of particularly massive blocks much larger than any of the others we'd so far encountered except those at the very base, and estimated to weigh between 10 and 15 tons apiece. This contradicted engineering logic and common sense, both of which called for a progressive decrease in the size and weight of the blocks that had to be transported to the summit as the pyramid rose ever higher. Courses 1 to 18, which diminished from a height of about 55.5 inches at ground level to just over 23 inches at course 17, did obey this rule. Then suddenly, at course 19, the block height rose again to almost 36 inches. At the same time, the other dimensions of the blocks also increased, and their weight grew from the relatively maneuverable range of 2 to 6 tons that was common in the first 18 courses to the more ponderous and cumbersome range of 10 to 15 tons. These, therefore, were really big monoliths that had been carved out of solid limestone and raised more than 100 feet into the air before being placed faultlessly in position. To have worked effectively, the pyramid builders must have had nerves of steel, the agility of mountain goats, the strength of lions, and the confidence of trained steeplejacks. With the cold morning wind whipping around my ears and threatening to launch me into flight, I tried to imagine what it must have been like for them, poised dangerously at this and much higher altitudes, lifting, maneuvering, and positioning exactly an endless production line of chunky limestone monoliths, the smallest of which weighed as much as 2 modern family cars. How long had the pyramid taken to complete? How many men had worked on it? The consensus amongst Egyptologists was 2 decades and 100,000 men. It was also generally agreed that the construction project had not been a year-round affair, but had been confined, through labour force availability, to the annual 3-month agricultural layoff season imposed by the flooding of the Nile. As I continued to climb, I reminded myself of the implications of all this. It wasn't just the tens of thousands of blocks weighing 15 tons or more that the builders would have had to worry about. Year in, year out, the real crises would have been caused by the millions of average-sized blocks weighing, say, 2.5 tons that also had to be brought to the working plane. The pyramid has been reliably estimated to consist of a total of 2.3 million blocks. Assuming that the masons worked 10 hours a day, 365 days a year, the mathematics indicate that they would have needed to place 31 blocks in position every hour, about 1 block every 2 minutes, to complete the pyramid in 20 years. Assuming that construction work had been confined to the annual 3-month layoff, the problems multiplied. 4 blocks a minute would have had to be delivered, about 240 every hour. Such scenarios are, of course, the stuff construction managers' nightmares are made of. Imagine, for example, the daunting degree of coordination that must have been maintained between the masons of the quarries to ensure the requisite rate of block flow across the production site. Imagine also the havoc if even a single 2.5-ton block had been dropped from, say, the 175th course. The physical and managerial obstacles seemed staggering on their own, but beyond these was the geometrical challenge represented by the pyramid itself, which had to end up with its apex positioned exactly over the center of its base. Even the minutest error in the angle of incline of any one of the sides of the base would have led to a substantial misalignment of the edges at the apex. Incredible accuracy, therefore, had to be maintained throughout, at every course, hundreds of feet above the ground, with great stone blocks of killing weight. Rampant stupidity. How had the job been done? At the last count, there were more than 30 competing and conflicting theories attempting to answer that question. The majority of academic Egyptologists have argued that ramps of one kind or another must have been used. This was the opinion, for example, of Professor I.E.S. Edwards, a former keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum, who asserted categorically only one method of lifting heavy weights was open to the ancient Egyptians, namely by means of ramps composed of brick and earth which sloped upwards from the level of the ground to whatever height was desired. John Baines, Professor of Egyptology at Oxford University, agreed with Edwards' analysis and took it further. As the pyramid grew in height, the length of the ramp and the width of its base were increased in order to maintain a constant gradient, about 1 in 10, and to prevent the ramp from collapsing. Several ramps approaching the pyramid from different sides were probably used. To carry an inclined plane to the top of the Great Pyramid at a gradient of 1 in 10 would have required a ramp 4,800 feet long and more than 3 times as massive as the Great Pyramid itself, with an estimated volume of 8 million cubic meters as against the pyramid's 2.6 million cubic meters. Heavy weights could not have been dragged up any gradient steeper than this by any normal means. If a lesser gradient had been chosen, the ramp would have had to be even more absurdly and disproportionately massive. The problem was that mile-long ramps, reaching a height of 480 feet, could not have been made out of bricks and earth, as Edwards and other Egyptologists supposed. On the contrary, modern builders and architects have proved that such ramps would have caved in under their own weight if they consisted of any material less costly and less stable than the limestone ashlars of the pyramid itself. Since this obviously made no sense, besides, where had the 8 million cubic meters of surplus blocks been taken after completion of the work? Other Egyptologists had proposed the use of spiral ramps made of mud brick and attached to the sides of the pyramid. These would certainly have required less material to build, but they would also have failed to reach the top. They would have presented deadly and perhaps insurmountable problems to the teams of men attempting to drag the big blocks of stone around their hairpin corners, and they would have crumbled under constant use. Most problematic of all, such ramps would have cloaked the whole pyramid, thus making it impossible for the architects to check the accuracy of the setting out during building. But the pyramid builders had checked the accuracy of the setting out, and they had got it right, because the apex of the pyramid was poised exactly over the center of the base. Its angles and its corners were true. Each block was in the correct place, and each course had been laid down level, in near perfect symmetry, and with near perfect alignment to the cardinal points. Then, as though to demonstrate that such tour de force of technique were mere trifles, the ancient master builders had gone on to play some clever mathematical games with the monument's dimensions, presenting us, for example, as we heard in chapter 23, with an accurate use of the transcendental number pi in the ratio of its height to its base perimeter. For some reason, too, it had taken their fancy to place the Great Pyramid almost exactly on the 30th parallel, at latitude 29 degrees, 58 minutes, 51 seconds. This, as a former Astronomer Royal of Scotland once observed, was a sensible defalcation from 30 degrees, but not necessarily in error. For, if the original designer had wished that men should see with their body, rather than their mental eyes, the pole of the sky from the foot of the Great Pyramid at an altitude before them of 30 degrees, he would have to take account of the refraction of the atmosphere, and that would have necessitated the building standing not at 30 degrees, but at 29 degrees, 58 minutes, 22 seconds. Compared to the true position of 29 degrees, 58 minutes, 51 seconds, this was an error of less than half an arc minute, suggesting once again that the surveying and geodetic skills brought to bear here must have been of the highest order. Feeling somewhat overawed, we climbed on, past the 44th and 45th courses of the hulking and enigmatic structure. At the 46th course, an angry voice hailed us in Arabic from the plaza below, and we looked down to see a tiny, turbaned man dressed in a billowing kaftan. Despite the rage, he had unslung his shotgun and was preparing to take aim at us. The Guardian and the Vision. He was, of course, the guardian of the pyramid's western face, the patrolman of the fourth cardinal point, and he had not received the extra funds dispensed to his colleagues of the north, east, and south faces. I could tell from Ali's perspiration that we were in a potentially tricky situation. The guard was ordering us to come down at once so that he could place us under arrest. This, however, could probably be avoided with a further payment, Ali explained. I groaned. Offer him 100 Egyptian pounds. Too much, Ali cautioned. It will make the others resentful. I shall offer him 50. More words were exchanged in Arabic. Indeed, over the next few minutes, Ali and the guard managed to have quite a sustained conversation up and down the southwest corner of the pyramid at 4:40 in the morning. At one point, a whistle was blown. Then the guards of the southern face put in a brief appearance and stood in conference with the guard of the western face, who had now also been joined by 2 other members of his patrol. Just when it seemed that Ali had lost whatever argument he was having on our behalf, he smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. You will pay the extra £50 when we have returned to the ground, he explained. They're letting us continue, but they say that if any senior officer comes along and sees us, they will not be able to help us. We struggled upwards, in silence, for the next 10 minutes or so, until we'd reached the 100th course, roughly the halfway mark, and already well over 250 feet above the ground. We gazed over our shoulders to the southwest, where a once-in-a-lifetime vision of staggering beauty and power confronted us. The crescent moon, which hung low in the sky to the southeast, had emerged from behind a scudding cloudbank and projected its ghostly radiance directly at the northern and eastern faces of the neighbouring second pyramid, supposedly built by the 4th dynasty pharaoh Khafre, Khephren. This stunning monument, second only in size and majesty to the Great Pyramid itself, being just a few feet shorter and 48 feet narrower at the base, appeared lit up, as though energized from within by a pale and unearthly fire. Behind it, in the distance, slightly offset among the dark desert shadows, was the smaller pyramid of Menkaure, Mycerinus, measuring 356 feet along each side and some 215 feet in height. For a moment, against the glittering backdrop of an inky sky, I experienced the illusion of being in motion, of standing at the stern of some great ship of the heavens and looking back at 2 other vessels which seemed to follow in my wake, strung out in battle order behind me. So where was this convoy going, this squadron of pyramids? And were the prodigious structures all the work of megalomaniac pharaohs, as the Egyptologists believed? Or had they been designed by mysterious hands to voyage eternally through time and space towards some as yet unidentified objective? From this altitude, though the southern sky was partially occluded by the vast bulk of the pyramid of Khafre, I could see all the western sky as it arched down from the celestial North Pole towards the distant rim of the revolving planet. Polaris, the pole star, was far to my right in the constellation of the Little Bear. Low on the horizon, about 10 degrees north of west, Regulus, the poor star of the imperial constellation of Leo, was about to set. Under Egyptian skies. Just above the 150th course, Ali hissed at us to keep our heads down. A police car had come into view around the northwestern corner of the Great Pyramid and was now proceeding along the western flank of the monument with its blue light slowly flashing. We stayed motionless in the shadows until the car had passed. Then we began to climb again, with a renewed sense of urgency, heading as fast as we could towards the summit, which we now imagined we could see, jutting out above the misty, pre-dawn haze. For what seemed like 5 minutes, we climbed without stopping. When I looked up, however, the top of the pyramid still seemed as far away as ever. We climbed again, panting and sweating, and once again the summit drew back before us like some legendary Welsh peak. Then, just when we'd resigned ourselves to an endless succession of such disappointments, we found ourselves at the top, under a breathtaking canopy of stars, more than 450 feet above the surrounding plateau, on the most extraordinary viewing platform in the world. To our north and east, sprawled out across the wide sloping valley of the River Nile, lay the city of Cairo, a jumble of skyscrapers and flat traditional roofs, separated by the dark defiles of narrow streets and interspersed with the needlepoint minarets of 1,001 mosques. A film of reflected street lighting shimmered over the whole scene, closing the eyes of modern Cairenes to the wonder of the stars, but at the same time creating the hallucination of a fairyland, illuminated in greens and reds and blues and sulphurous yellows. I felt privileged to witness this strange electronic mirage from such an incredible vantage point, perched on the summit platform of the last surviving wonder of the ancient world, hovering in the sky over Cairo like Aladdin on his magic carpet. Not that the 203rd course of the Great Pyramid of Egypt could be described as a carpet. Measuring just under 30 feet on each side, as against the monument's side length of around 755 feet at the base, it consisted of several hundred waist-high limestone blocks, each of which weighed about 5 tons. The course was not completely level. A few blocks were missing or broken, and rising towards the southern end, there were the substantial remains of about half an additional step of masonry. Moreover, at the very centre of the platform, someone had arranged for a triangular wooden scaffold to be erected, through the middle of which rose a thick pole, just over 31 feet long, which marked the monument's original true height of 481.3949 feet. Beneath this, a scroll of graffiti had been carved into the limestone by generations of tourists. The complete ascent of the pyramid had taken us about half an hour, and it was now just after 5 a.m., the time of morning worship. Almost in unison, the voices of 1,001 muezzins rang out from the balconies of the minarets of Cairo, calling the faithful to prayer and reaffirming the greatness, the indivisibility, the mercy, and the compassion of God. Behind me, to the southwest, the top 22 courses of Khafre's pyramid, still clad with their original facing stones, seemed to float like an iceberg on the ocean of moonlight. Knowing that we could not stay long in this bewitching place, I sat down and gazed around at the heavens. Over to the west, across limitless desert sands, Regulus had now set beneath the horizon, and the rest of the lion's body was poised to follow. The constellations of Virgo and Libra were also dropping lower in the sky, and much farther to the north, I could see the great and little bears slowly pacing out their eternal cycle around the celestial pole. I looked southeast across the Nile Valley, and there was the crescent moon still spreading its spectral radiance from the bank of the Milky Way. Following the course of the celestial river, I looked due south. There, crossing the meridian, was the resplendent constellation of Scorpius, dominated by the first magnitude star Antares, a red supergiant, 300 times the diameter of the sun. Northeast, above Cairo, sailed Cygnus the Swan, his tail feathers marked by Deneb, a blue-white supergiant, visible to us across more than 1,800 light-years of interstellar space. Last but not least, in the northern sky, the dragon Draco coiled sinuously among the circumpolar stars. Indeed, 4,500 years ago, when the Great Pyramid was supposedly being built for the 4th dynasty pharaoh Khufu, Cheops, one of the stars of Draco had stood close to the celestial North Pole and had served as the pole star. This had been Alpha Draconis, also known as Thuban. With the passing of the millennia, however, it had gradually been displaced from its position by the remorseless celestial mill of the Earth's axial precession, so that the pole star today is Polaris in the Little Bear. I lay back, cushioned my head in my hands, and gazed directly up towards the zenith of heaven. Through the smooth, cold stones I rested on, I thought I could sense beneath me, like a living force, the stupendous gravity and mass of the pyramid. Thinking like giants. Covering a full 13.1 acres at the base, the Great Pyramid weighed about 6 million tons, more than all the buildings in the square mile of the City of London added together, and consisted, as we've seen, of roughly 2.3 million individual blocks of limestone and granite. To these had once been added a 22-acre mirror-like cladding, consisting of an estimated 115,000 highly polished casing stones, each weighing 10 tons, which had originally covered all 4 of its faces. After being shaken loose by a massive earthquake in AD 1301, the majority of the facing blocks had subsequently been removed for the construction of Cairo. Here and there around the base, however, I knew that enough had remained in position to permit the great 19th century archaeologist W.M. Flinders Petrie to carry out a detailed study of them. He'd been stunned to encounter tolerances of less than 1/100th of an inch, and cemented joints so precise and so carefully aligned that it was impossible to slip even the fine blade of a pocket knife between them. Merely to place such stones in exact contact would be careful work, he admitted, but to do so with cement in the joint seems almost impossible. It is to be compared to the finest optician's work on a scale of acres. Of course, the jointing of the casing stones was by no means the only almost impossible feature of the Great Pyramid. The alignments to true north, south, east, and west were almost impossible. So too were the near-perfect 90-degree corners and the incredible symmetry of the 4 enormous sides. And so were the engineering logistics of raising millions of huge stones, hundreds of feet in the air. Whoever they had been, therefore, the architects, engineers, and stonemasons who had designed and successfully built this stupendous monument must indeed have thought like men 100 feet tall, as Jean-François Champollion, the founder of modern Egyptology, had once observed. He had seen clearly what generations of his successors were to close their eyes to, that the pyramid builders could only have been men of giant intellectual stature. Beside the Egyptians of old, he had added, we in Europe are but Lilliputians. Chapter 35. Tombs and tombs only? Climbing down the Great Pyramid was more nerve-wracking than climbing up. We were no longer struggling against the force of gravity, so the physical effort was less, but the possibilities of a fatal fall seemed greatly magnified now that our attention was directed exclusively towards the ground rather than the heavens. We picked our way, with exaggerated care, towards the base of the enormous mountain of stone, sliding and slithering among the treacherous masonry blocks, feeling as though we had been reduced to ants. By the time we had completed the descent, the night was over, and the first wash of pale sunlight was filtering into the sky. We paid the 50 Egyptian pounds, promised to the guard of the pyramid's western face, and then, with a tremendous sense of release and exultation, we walked jauntily away from the monument in the direction of the pyramid of Khafre, a few hundred meters to the southwest. Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure, Cheops, Chephren, Mycerinus. Whether they were referred to by their Egyptian or their Greek names, the fact remained that these 3 pharaohs of the 4th dynasty, 2575 to 2467 BC, were universally acclaimed as the builders of the Giza pyramids. This had been the case at least since ancient Egyptian tour guides had told the Greek historian Herodotus that the Great Pyramid had been built by Khufu. Herodotus had incorporated this information into the oldest surviving written description of the monuments, which continued, Cheops, they said, reigned for 50 years, and on his death the kingship was taken over by his brother Chephren. He also made a pyramid. It is 40 feet lower than his brother's pyramid, but otherwise of the same greatness. Chephren reigned for 56 years. Then there succeeded Mycerinus, the son of Cheops. This man left a pyramid much smaller than his father's. Herodotus saw the monuments in the 5th century BC, more than 2,000 years after they'd been built. Nevertheless, it was largely on the foundation of his testimony that the entire subsequent judgment of history was based. All other commentators, up to the present, continued uncritically to follow in the Greek historian's footsteps. And down the ages, although it had originally been little more than hearsay, the attribution of the Great Pyramid to Khufu, the Second Pyramid to Khafre, and the Third Pyramid to Menkaure had assumed the stature of unassailable fact. Trivializing the mystery. Having parted company with Ali, Sartha and I continued our walk into the desert. Skirting the immense southwestern corner of the second pyramid, our eyes were drawn towards its summit. There we noted again the intact facing stones that still covered its top 22 courses. We also noticed that the first few courses above its base, each of which had a footprint of about a dozen acres, were composed of truly massive blocks of limestone, almost too high to clamber over, which were about 20 feet long and 6 feet thick. These extraordinary monoliths, as I was later to discover, weighed 200 tons apiece and belonged to a distinct style of masonry to be found at several different and widely scattered locations within the Giza necropolis. On its north and west sides, the second pyramid sat on a level platform, cut down out of the surrounding bedrock, and was thus enclosed within a wide trench, more than 15 feet deep in places. Walking due south, parallel to the monument's scarred western flank, we picked our way along the edge of this trench towards the much smaller third pyramid, which lay some 400 meters ahead of us in the desert. Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure. According to all Orthodox Egyptologists, the pyramids had been built as tombs, and only as tombs, for these 3 pharaohs. Yet there were some obvious difficulties with such assertions. For example, the spacious burial chamber of the Khafre pyramid was empty when it was opened in 1818 by the European explorer Giovanni Belzoni. Indeed, more than empty, the chamber was starkly, austerely bare. The polished granite sarcophagus which lay embedded in its floor had also been found empty, with its lid broken in 2 pieces nearby. How was this to be explained? To Egyptologists, the answer seemed obvious. At some early date, probably not many hundreds of years after Khafre's death, tomb robbers must have penetrated the chamber and cleared all its contents, including the mummified body of the pharaoh. Much the same thing seemed to have happened at the smaller third pyramid, towards which Sartha and I were now walking, that attributed to Menkaure. Here the first European to break in had been a British colonel, Howard Vyse, who had entered the burial chamber in 1837. He found an empty basalt sarcophagus, an anthropoid coffin lid made of wood, and some bones. The natural assumption was that these were the remains of Menkaure. Modern science had subsequently proved, however, that the bones and the coffin lid dated from the early Christian era, that is, from 2,500 years after the Pyramid Age, and thus represented the intrusive burial of a much later individual, quite a common practice throughout ancient Egyptian history. As to the basalt sarcophagus, well, it could have belonged to Menkaure. Unfortunately, however, nobody had the opportunity to examine it, because it had been lost at sea when the ship on which Weiss sent it to England had sunk off the coast of Spain. Since it was a matter of record that the sarcophagus had been found empty by Weiss, it was once again assumed that the body of the pharaoh must have been removed by tomb robbers. A similar assumption had been made about the body of Khufu, which was also missing. Here, the scholarly consensus, expressed as well as anyone by George Hart of the British Museum, was that no later than 500 years after Khufu's funeral, robbers had forced their way into the Great Pyramid to steal the burial treasure. The implication is that this incursion must have occurred by or before 2000 BC, since Khufu is believed to have died in 2528 BC. Moreover, it was assumed by Professor I.E.S. Edwards, a leading authority on these matters, that the burial treasure had been removed from the famous inner sanctum, now known as the King's Chamber, and that the empty granite sarcophagus which stood at the western end of that sanctum had once contained the king's body, probably enclosed within an inner coffin made of wood. All this is orthodox, mainstream, modern scholarship, which is unquestioningly accepted as historical fact and taught as such at universities everywhere. But suppose it isn't fact. The cupboard was bare. The mystery of the missing mummy of Khufu begins with the records of Caliph al-Ma'mun, a Muslim governor of Cairo in the 9th century AD. He had engaged a team of quarriers to tunnel their way into the pyramid's northern face, urging them on with promises that they would discover treasure. Through a series of lucky accidents, Ma'mun's hole, as archaeologists now refer to it, had joined up with one of the monument's several internal passageways, the descending corridor, leading downwards from the original concealed doorway in the northern face, the location of which, though known in classical times, had been forgotten by Ma'mun's day. By a further lucky accident, the vibrations that the Arabs had caused with their battering rams and drills dislodged a block of limestone from the ceiling of the descending corridor. When the socket from which it had fallen was examined, it was found to conceal the opening to another corridor, this time ascending into the bowels of the pyramid. There was a problem, however. The opening was blocked by a series of enormous plugs of solid granite, clearly contemporaneous with the construction of the monument, which were held in place by a narrowing of the lower end of the corridor. The quarriers were unable either to break or to cut through the plugs. They therefore tunneled into the slightly softer limestone surrounding them, and after several weeks of back-breaking toil, rejoined the ascending corridor higher up, having bypassed a formidable obstacle never before breached. The implications were obvious. Since no previous treasure seekers had penetrated this far, the interior of the pyramid must still be virgin territory. The diggers must have licked their lips with anticipation at the immense quantities of gold and jewels they could now expect to find. Similarly, though perhaps for different reasons, Ma'mun must have been impatient to be the first into any chambers that lay ahead. It was reported that his primary motive in initiating this investigation had not been an ambition to increase his vast personal wealth, but a desire to gain access to a storehouse of ancient wisdom and technology, which he believed to lie buried within the monument. In this repository, according to age-old tradition, the pyramid builders had placed instruments of iron, and arms which rust not, and glass which might be bended and yet not broken, and strange spells. But Ma'mun and his men found nothing, not even any down-to-earth treasure, and certainly not any high-tech, anachronistic, plastic or instruments of iron or rust-proof weapons or strange spells either. The erroneously named Queen's Chamber, which lay at the end of a long horizontal passageway that branched off from the ascending corridor, turned out to be completely empty, just a severe geometrical room. More disappointing still, the King's Chamber, which the Arabs reached after climbing the imposing Grand Gallery, also offered little of interest. Its only furniture was a granite coffer, just big enough to contain the body of a man. Later identified on no very good grounds as a sarcophagus, this undecorated stone box was approached with trepidation by Ma'mun and his team, who found it to be lidless and as empty as everything else in the pyramid. Why, how, and when exactly had the Great Pyramid been emptied of its contents? Had it been 500 years after Khufu's death, as the Egyptologists suggested? Or was it not more likely, as the evidence was beginning to suggest, that the inner chambers of the pyramid had been empty all along, from the very beginning, that is, from the day that the monument had originally been sealed? Nobody, after all, had reached the upper part of the ascending corridor before Ma'mun and his men, and it was certain, too, that nobody had cut through the granite plugs blocking the entrance to that corridor. Common sense ruled out the possibility of any earlier incursion, unless there was another way in. Bottlenecks in the well shaft. There was another way in. Farther down the descending corridor, more than 200 feet beyond the point where the plugged end of the ascending corridor had been found, lies the concealed entrance to another secret passageway, deep within the subterranean bedrock of the Giza Plateau. If Ma'mun had discovered this passageway, he could have saved himself a great deal of trouble, since it provided a ready-made route around the plugs blocking the ascending corridor. His attention, however, had been distracted by the challenge of tunneling past those plugs, and he made no effort to investigate the lower reaches of the descending corridor, which he ended up using as a dump for the tons of stone his diggers removed from the core of the pyramid. The full extent of the descending corridor was, however, well known and explored in classical times. The Greco-Roman geographer Strabo left quite a clear description of the large subterranean chamber it debouched into, at a depth of almost 600 feet below the apex of the pyramid. Graffiti from the period of the Roman occupation of Egypt was also found inside this underground chamber, confirming that it had once been regularly visited. Yet because it had been so cunningly hidden in the beginning, the secret doorway leading off to one side about 2/3 of the way down the western wall of the descending corridor remained sealed and undiscovered until the 19th century. What the doorway led to was a narrow well shaft, about 160 feet in extent, which rose almost vertically through the bedrock and then through more than 20 complete courses of the Great Pyramid's limestone core blocks until it joined up with the main internal corridor system at the base of the Grand Gallery. There is no evidence to indicate what the purpose of this strange architectural feature might have been, although several scholars have hazarded guesses. Indeed, the only thing that is clear is that it was engineered at the time of the construction of the pyramid and was not the result of an intrusion by tunneling tomb robbers. The question remains open, however, as to whether tomb robbers might have discovered the hidden entrance to the shaft and made use of it to siphon off the treasures from the king's and queen's chambers. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. Nevertheless, a review of the historical record indicates little in its favour. For example, the upper end of the well shaft was entered off the Grand Gallery by the Oxford astronomer John Greaves in 1638. He managed to descend to a depth of about 60 feet. In 1765, another Briton, Nathaniel Davison, penetrated to a depth of about 150 feet, but found his way blocked by an impenetrable mass of sand and stones. Later, in the 1830s, Captain G.B. Caviglia, an Italian adventurer, reached the same depth and encountered the same obstacle. More enterprising than his predecessors, he hired Arab workers to start excavating the rubble in the hope that there might be something of interest beneath it. Several days of digging in claustrophobic conditions followed before the connection with the descending corridor was discovered. Is it likely that such a cramped, blocked-up shaft could have been a viable conduit for the treasures of Khufu, supposedly the greatest pharaoh of the magnificent 4th dynasty? Even if it hadn't been choked with debris and sealed at the lower end, it could not have been used to bring out more than a tiny fraction of the treasures of a typical royal tomb. This is because the well shaft is only 3 feet in diameter and incorporates several tricky vertical sections. At the very least, therefore, when Mamun and his men battered their way into the king's chamber around the year AD 820, one would have expected some of the bigger and heavier pieces from the original burial still to be in place, like the statues and shrines that bulked so large in Tutankhamun's much later and presumably inferior tomb. But nothing was found inside Khufu's pyramid, making this and the alleged looting of Khafre's monument the only tomb robberies in the history of Egypt which achieved a clean sweep, leaving not a single trace behind, not a torn cloth, not a shard of broken pottery, not an unwanted figurine, not an overlooked piece of jewelry, just the bare floors and walls and the gaping mouths of empty sarcophagi. Not like other tombs. It was now after 6 in the morning, and the rising sun had bathed the summits of Khufu's and Khafre's pyramids with a fleeting blush of pastel pink light. Menkare's pyramid, being some 200 feet lower than the other two, was still in shadow, as Santa and I skirted its northwestern corner and continued our walk into the rolling sand dunes of the surrounding desert. I still had the tomb robbery theory on my mind. As far as I could see, the only real evidence in favour of it was the absence of grave goods and mummies that it had been invented to explain in the first place. All the other facts, particularly where the Great Pyramid was concerned, seemed to speak persuasively against any robbery having occurred. It was not just a matter of the narrowness and unsuitability of the well shaft as an escape route for bulky treasures. The other remarkable feature of Khufu's pyramid was the absence of inscriptions or decorations anywhere within its immense network of galleries, corridors, passageways and chambers, and the same was true of Khafre's and Menkare's pyramids. In none of these amazing monuments had a single word been written in praise of the pharaohs whose bodies they were supposed to house. This was exceptional. No other proven burial place of any Egyptian monarch had ever been found undecorated. The fashion throughout Egyptian history had been for the tombs of the pharaohs to be extensively decorated, beautifully painted from top to bottom, as in the Valley of Kings at Luxor, for example, and densely inscribed with the ritual spells and invocations required to assist the deceased on his journey towards eternal life, as in the 5th dynasty pyramids at Saqqara, just 20 miles to the south of Giza. Why had Khufu, Khafre, and Menkare done things so differently? Had they not built their monuments to serve as tombs at all, but for another and more subtle purpose? Or was it possible, as certain Arab and esoteric traditions maintained, that the Giza pyramids had been erected long before the 4th dynasty, by the architects of some earlier and more advanced civilization? Neither hypothesis was popular with Egyptologists, for reasons that were easy to understand. Moreover, while conceding that the 2nd and 3rd pyramids were completely devoid of internal inscriptions, lacking even the names of Khafre and Menkare, the scholars were able to cite certain hieroglyphic quarry marks, graffiti daubed on stone blocks before they left the quarry, found inside the Great Pyramid, which did seem to bear the name of Khufu. A certain smell. The discoverer of the quarry marks was Colonel Howard Weiss. During the destructive excavations he undertook at Giza in 1837. Extending an existing crawlway, he cut a tunnel into the series of narrow cavities called relieving chambers, which lay directly above the king's chamber. The quarry marks were found on the walls and ceilings of the top 4 of these cavities, and said things like this. The craftsman gang, how powerful is the white crown of Khnum Khufu? Khufu. Khnum Khufu. Year 17. It was all very convenient, right at the end of a costly and otherwise fruitless digging season. Just when a major archaeological discovery was needed to legitimize the expenses he'd run up, Weiss had stumbled upon the find of the decade, the first incontrovertible proof that Khufu had indeed been the builder of the hitherto anonymous Great Pyramid. One would have thought that a discovery of this nature would have settled conclusively any lingering doubts over the ownership and purpose of that enigmatic monument, but the doubts remained, largely because, from the beginning, a certain smell hung over Weiss's evidence. 1. It was odd that the marks were the only signs of the name Khufu ever found anywhere inside the Great Pyramid. 2. It was odd that they had been found in such an obscure, out-of-the-way corner of that immense building. 3. It was odd that they had been found at all in a monument otherwise devoid of inscriptions of any kind. 4. It was extremely odd that they had been found only in the top 4 of the 5 relieving chambers. Inevitably, suspicious minds began to wonder whether quarry marks might also have appeared in the lowest of these 5 chambers had that chamber too been discovered by Weiss, rather than by Nathaniel Davison 70 years earlier. 5. Last but not least, it was odd that several of the hieroglyphs in the quarry marks had been painted upside down, and that some were unrecognizable, while others had been misspelt or used ungrammatically. Was Weiss a forger? I know of one plausible case made to suggest he was exactly that, and although final proof will probably always be lacking, it seemed to me incautious of academic Egyptology to have accepted the authenticity of the quarry marks without question. Besides, there was alternative hieroglyphic evidence, arguably of purer provenance, which appeared to indicate that Khufu could not have built the Great Pyramid. Strangely, the same Egyptologists who readily ascribed immense importance to Weiss's quarry marks were quick to downplay the significance of these other contradictory hieroglyphs, which appeared on a rectangular limestone stela which now stood in the Cairo Museum. The inventory stela, as it was called, had been discovered at Giza in the 19th century by the French archaeologist Auguste Mariette. It was something of a bombshell, because its text clearly indicated that both the Great Sphinx and the Great Pyramid, as well as several other structures on the plateau, were already in existence long before Khufu came to the throne. The inscription also referred to Isis as the mistress of the pyramid, implying that the monument had been dedicated to the goddess of magic, and not to Khufu at all. Finally, there was a strong suggestion that Khufu's pyramid might have been one of the 3 subsidiary structures alongside the Great Pyramid's eastern flank. All this looked like damaging evidence against the orthodox chronology of ancient Egypt. It also challenged the consensus view that the Giza pyramids had been built as tombs and only as tombs. However, rather than investigating the anachronistic statements in the inventory stela, Egyptologists chose to devalue them. In the words of the influential American scholar James Henry Breasted, these references would be of the highest importance if the stela were contemporaneous with Khufu, but the orthographic evidences of its late date are entirely conclusive. Breasted meant that the nature of the hieroglyphic writing system used in the inscription was not consistent with that used in the 4th dynasty, but belonged to a more recent epoch. All Egyptologists concurred with this analysis, and the final judgment, still accepted today, was that the stela had been carved in the 21st dynasty, about 1,500 years after Khufu's reign, and was therefore to be regarded as a work of historical fiction. Thus, citing orthographic evidence, an entire academic discipline found reason to ignore the boat-rocking implications of the inventory stela, and at no time gave proper consideration to the possibility that it could have been based upon a genuine 4th dynasty inscription, just as the New English Bible, for example, is based on a much older original. Exactly the same scholars, however, had accepted the authenticity of a set of dubious quarry marks without demur, turning a blind eye to their orthographic and other peculiarities. Why the double standard? Could it have been because the information contained in the quarry marks conformed strictly to orthodox opinion that the Great Pyramid had been built as a tomb for Khufu, whereas the information in the inventory stela contradicted that opinion? Overview. By 7 in the morning, Santa and I had walked far out into the desert to the southwest of the Giza pyramids, and had made ourselves comfortable in the lee of a huge dune that offered an unobstructed panorama over the entire site. The date, 16th of March, was just a few days away from the spring equinox, one of the 2 occasions in the year when the sun rose precisely due east of wherever you stood in the world. Ticking out the days like the pointer of a giant metronome, it had bisected the horizon this morning at a point a hair's breadth south of due east, and had already climbed high enough to shrug off the Nile mists, which clung like a shroud to much of the city of Cairo. Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure, Cheops, Chephren, Mycerinus, whether you called them by their Egyptian or their Greek names, there was no doubt that the 3 famous pharaohs of the 4th dynasty had been commemorated by the most splendid, the most honourable, the most beautiful, and the most enormous monuments ever seen anywhere in the world. Moreover, it was clear that these pharaohs must indeed have been closely associated with the monuments, not only because of the folklore passed on by Herodotus, which surely had some basis in fact, but because inscriptions and references to Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure had been found in moderate quantities outside the 3 major pyramids at several different parts of the Giza necropolis. Such finds had been made consistently in and around the 6 subsidiary pyramids, 3 of which lay to the east of the Great Pyramid, and the other 3 to the south of the Menkaure Pyramid. Since much of this external evidence was ambiguous and uncertain, I found it difficult to understand why the Egyptologists were happy to go on citing it as confirmation of the tombs and tombs-only theory. The problem was that this same evidence was capable of supporting, as equally valid, a number of different and mutually contradictory interpretations. To give just one example, the close association observed between the 3 Great Pyramids and the 3 4th Dynasty pharaohs could indeed have come about because these pharaohs had built the pyramids as their tombs. But it could also have come about if the gigantic monuments of the Giza Plateau had been standing long before the dawn of the historical civilization known as Dynastic Egypt. In that case, it was only necessary to assume that in due course Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure had come along and built a number of the subsidiary structures around the 3 older pyramids, something that they would have had every reason to do, because in this way they could have appropriated the high prestige of the original anonymous monuments, and would almost certainly be viewed by posterity as their builders. There were other possibilities too. The point was, however, that the evidence for exactly who had built which Great Pyramid, when, and for what purpose, was far too thin on the ground to justify the dogmatism of the orthodox tombs and tombs-only theory. In all honesty, it was not clear who built the pyramids. It was not clear in what epoch they had been built, and it was not at all clear what their function had been. For all these reasons, they were surrounded by a wonderful, impenetrable air of mystery, and as I gazed down at them out of the desert, they seemed to march towards me across the dunes. Chapter 36. Anomalies. Viewed from our vantage point in the desert southwest of the Giza necropolis, the site plan of the 3 Great Pyramids seemed majestic, but bizarre. Menkaure's pyramid was closest to us, with Khafre's and Khufu's monuments behind it to the northeast. These 2 were situated along a near-perfect diagonal. A straight line, connecting the southwestern and northeastern corners of the pyramid of Khafre, would, if extended to the northeast, also pass through the southwestern and northeastern corners of the Great Pyramid. This, presumably, was not an accident. From where we sat, however, it was easy to see that if the same imaginary straight line was extended to the southwest, it would completely miss the 3rd pyramid, the entire body of which was offset to the east of the principal diagonal. Egyptologists refused to recognize any anomaly in this. Why should they? As far as they were concerned, there was no site plan at Giza. The pyramids were tombs, and tombs only, built for 3 different pharaohs over a period of about 75 years. It made sense to assume that each ruler would have sought to express his own personality and idiosyncrasies through his monument, and this was probably why Menkaure had stepped out of line. The Egyptologists were wrong. Though I was unaware of it that March morning in 1993, a breakthrough had been made, proving beyond doubt that the necropolis did have an overall site plan which dictated the exact positioning of the 3 pyramids, not only in relation to one another, but in relation to the River Nile a few kilometers east of the Giza Plateau. With eerie fidelity, this immense and ambitious layout modeled a celestial phenomenon, which was perhaps why Egyptologists, who pride themselves on looking exclusively at the ground beneath their feet, had failed to spot it. On a truly giant scale, as we'll learn in later chapters, it also reflected the same obsessive concern with orientations and dimensions demonstrated in each of the monuments. A singular oppression. Giza, Egypt, 16th of March, 1993, 8 a.m. At a little over 200 feet tall, and with a side length at the base of 356 feet, the 3rd pyramid was less than half the height, and well under half the mass, of the Great Pyramid. Nevertheless, it possessed a stunning and imposing majesty of its own. As we stepped out of the desert sunlight and into its huge geometrical shadow, I remembered what the Iraqi writer Abdul Latif had said about it when he had visited it in the 12th century. It appears small, compared with the other 2, but viewed at a short distance, and to the exclusion of these, it excites in the imagination a singular oppression, and cannot be contemplated without painfully affecting the sight. The lower 16 courses of the monument were still cased, as they had been since the beginning, with facing blocks quarried out of red granite, so extremely hard, in Abdul Latif's words, that iron takes a long time, with difficulty, to make an impression on it. Some of the blocks were very large. They were also closely and cunningly fitted together in a complex, interlocking, jigsaw puzzle pattern, strongly reminiscent of the Cyclopean masonry at Cuzco, Machu Picchu, and other locations in far-off Peru. As was normal, the entrance to the 3rd pyramid was situated in its northern face, well above the ground. From here, at an angle of 26 degrees, 2 minutes, a descending corridor lanced arrow straight down into the darkness. Oriented exactly north of south, this corridor was rectangular in section and so cramped that we had to bend almost double to fit into it. Where it passed through the masonry of the monument, its ceiling and walls consisted of well-fitted granite blocks, or surprisingly, these continued for some distance below ground level. At about 70 feet from the entrance, the corridor levelled off and opened out into a passageway where we could stand up. This led into a small antechamber, with carved panelling and grooves cut into its walls, apparently to take portcullis slabs. Reaching the end of the chamber, we had to crouch again to enter another corridor. Bent double, we proceeded south for about 40 feet before reaching the first of the 3 main burial chambers, if burial chambers they were. These sombre, soundless rooms were all hewn out of solid bedrock. The one that we stood in was rectangular in plan and oriented east to west. Measuring about 30 feet long by 15 feet wide by 15 feet high, it had a flat ceiling and a complex internal structure with a large irregular hole in its western wall leading into a dark cave-like space beyond. There was also an opening near the center of the floor, which gave access to a ramp sloping westwards, leading down to even deeper levels. We descended the ramp. It terminated in a short, horizontal passage to the right of which, entered through a narrow doorway, lay a small empty chamber. 6 cells, like the sleeping quarters of medieval monks, had been hewn out of its walls, 4 on the eastern side and 2 to the north. These were presumed by Egyptologists to have functioned as magazines for storing objects which the dead king wished to have close to his body. Coming out of this chamber, we turned right again, back into the horizontal passage. At its end lay another empty chamber, the design of which is unique among the pyramids of Egypt. Some 12 feet long by 8 wide, and oriented north to south, Its walls and extensively broken and damaged floor were fashioned out of a peculiarly dense chocolate-colored granite which seemed to absorb light and sound waves. Its ceiling consisted of 18 huge slabs of the same material, 9 on each side, laid in facing gables. Because they had been hollowed out from below to form a markedly concave surface, the effect of these great monoliths was of a perfect barrel vault, much as one might expect to find in the crypt of a Romanesque cathedral. Retracing our steps, we left the lower chambers and walked back up the ramp to the large, flat-roofed, rock-hewn room above. Passing through the ragged aperture in its western wall, we found ourselves looking directly at the upper sides of the 18 slabs which formed the ceiling of the chamber below. From this perspective, their true form as a pointed gable was immediately apparent. What was less clear was how they had been brought in here in the first place, let alone laid so perfectly in position. Each one must have weighed many tons, heavy enough to have made them extremely difficult to handle under any circumstances. And these were no ordinary circumstances, as though they had set out deliberately to make things more complicated for themselves. Or perhaps because they found such tasks simple, the pyramid builders had disdained to provide an adequate working area between the slabs and the bedrock above them. By crawling into the cavity, I was able to establish that the clearance varied from approximately 2 feet at the southern end to just a few inches at the northern end. In such a restricted space, there was no possibility that the monoliths could have been lowered into position. Logically, therefore, they must have been raised from the chamber floor. But how had that been done? The chamber was so small that only a few men could have worked inside it at any one time, too few to have had the muscle power to lift the slabs by brute force. Pulleys were not supposed to have existed in the pyramid age. Even if they had, there would have been insufficient room to set up, block and tackle. Had some unknown system of levers been used? Or might there be more substance than scholars realized to the ancient Egyptian legends that spoke of huge stones being effortlessly levitated by priests or magicians through the utterance of words of power? Not for the first time, when confronted by the mysteries of the pyramids, I knew that I was looking at an impossible engineering feat, which had nevertheless been carried out to astonishingly high and precise standards. Moreover, if Egyptologists were to be believed, the construction work had supposedly been undertaken at the dawn of human civilization by a people who had not accumulated any experience of massive construction projects. This was, of course, a startling cultural paradox, and one for which no adequate explanation had ever been offered by an orthodox academic. The moving finger writes, and having writ, it moves on. Leaving the underground chambers, which seemed to vibrate at the core of the third pyramid like the convoluted, multi-valved heart of some slumbering leviathan, we made our way along the narrow entrance corridor and into the open air. Our objective now was the second pyramid. We walked along its western flank, just under 708 feet in length, turned right, and eventually came to the point on its northern side, about 40 feet east of the main north-south axis, where the principal entrances were located. One of these was carved directly into the bedrock at ground level, about 30 feet in front of the monument. The other was cut into the northern face at a height of just under 50 feet. From the latter, a corridor sloped downwards at an angle of 25 degrees, 55 minutes. From the former, by which we now entered the pyramid, another descending corridor led deeply underground, then leveled off for a short distance, giving access to a subterranean chamber, then ascended steeply, and finally leveled off again into a long horizontal passageway, heading due south, into which also fed the upper corridor that sloped down from the entrance in the north face. High enough to stand up in, and lined at first with granite and then with smoothly polished limestone, the horizontal passageway was almost at ground level. That is, it lay directly beneath the pyramid's lowest course of masonry. It was also extremely long, running dead straight for a further 200 feet, until it debouched in the single burial chamber at the heart of the monument. As we've already noted, no mummy had ever been found in this latter chamber, nor any inscriptions, with the result that the so-called Pyramid of Khafre was wholly anonymous. Latter-day adventurers had, however, carved their names on its walls, notably the former circus strongman Giovanni Battista Belzoni, 1778 to 1823, who had forced his way into the monument in 1818. His huge and flamboyant graffito, daubed in black paint high on the south side of the chamber, was a reminder of basic human nature, the desire that all of us feel to be recognized and remembered. It was clear that Khafre himself had been far from immune from this ambition, since repeated references to him, as well as a number of flattering statues, appeared in the surrounding funerary complex. If he had indeed built the pyramid as his tomb, it seemed inconceivable that such a man would have failed to stamp his name and identity somewhere within its interior. I found myself wondering yet again why Egyptologists were so unwilling to consider the possibility that the funerary complex might have been Khafre's work and the pyramid someone else's. But who else's? In many ways this, rather than the absence of identifying marks, was the central problem. Prior to the reigns of Khufu, Khafre and Menkaure, there was not a single pharaoh whose name could be put forward as a candidate. Khufu's father Sneferu, the first king of the 4th dynasty, was believed to have built the so-called bent and red pyramids at Dashur, about 30 miles south of Giza, an attribution that was itself mysterious. If pyramids were indeed tombs, since it seemed strange that one pharaoh required 2 pyramids to be buried in. Sneferu was also credited by some Egyptologists with the construction of the collapsed pyramid at Maidum, although a number of authorities insisted that this was the tomb of Huni, the last king of the 3rd dynasty. The only other builders in the Archaic period had been Zoser, the second pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty, to whom was attributed the construction of the step pyramid at Saqqara, and Zoser's successor, Sekhemtet, whose pyramid also stood at Saqqara. Therefore, despite the lack of inscriptions, it was now assumed as obvious that the 3 pyramids at Giza must have been built by Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, and must have been intended to serve as their tombs. We need not reiterate here the many shortcomings of the tombs and tombs-only theory. However, these shortcomings were not limited to the Giza pyramids, but applied to all the other 3rd and 4th dynasty pyramids listed above. Not a single one of these monuments had ever been found to contain the body of a pharaoh or any signs whatsoever of a royal burial. Some of them were not even equipped with sarcophagi. For example, the collapsed pyramid at Maidum. The pyramid of Sekhemtet at Saqqara, first entered in 1954 by the Egyptian Antiquities Organization, did contain a sarcophagus, one which had certainly remained sealed and undisturbed since its installation in the tomb. Grave robbers had never succeeded in finding their way to it, but when it was opened, it was empty. So what was going on? How come more than 25 million tons of stone had been piled up to form pyramids at Giza, Dashur, Maidum and Saqqara if the only point of the exercise had been to install empty sarcophagi in empty chambers? Even admitting the hypothetical excesses of 1 or 2 megalomaniacs, it seemed unlikely that a whole succession of pharaohs would have sanctioned such wastefulness. Pandora's box. Buried beneath the 5 million tons of the second pyramid at Giza, Salta and I now stepped into the monument's spacious inner chamber, which might have been a tomb, but might equally have served some other, as yet unidentified purpose. Measuring 46.5 feet in length from east to west, and 16.5 feet in breadth from north to south, this naked and sterile apartment was topped off with an immensely strong gabled ceiling, reaching a height of 22.5 feet at its apex. The gable slabs, each a massive 20-ton limestone monolith, had been laid in position at an angle of 53 degrees, 7 minutes, 28 seconds, which exactly matched the angle of slope of the pyramid's sides. Here there were no relieving chambers, as there were above the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. Instead, for more than 4,000 years, perhaps far more, the gabled ceiling had taken the immense weight of the second largest stone building in the world. I looked slowly around the room, which reflected a yellowish-white radiance back at me. Quarried directly out of the living bedrock, its walls were not at all smoothly finished, as one might have expected, but were noticeably rough and irregular. The floor, too, was peculiar, of split-level design, with a step about a foot deep, separating its eastern and western halves. The supposed sarcophagus of Khafre lay near the western wall, embedded in the floor. Measuring just over 6 feet in length, quite shallow, and somewhat narrow to have contained the wrapped and embalmed mummy of a noble pharaoh, its smooth red granite sides reached to about knee-height. As I gazed into its dark interior, it seemed to gape like the doorway to another dimension. Chapter 37. Made by some god. I had climbed the Great Pyramid the night before, but as I approached it in the full glare of midday, I experienced no sense of triumph. On the contrary, standing at its base on the north side, I felt fly-sized and puny, an impermanent creature of flesh and blood, confronted with the awe-inspiring splendor of eternity. I had the impression that it might have been here forever, made by some god and set down bodily in the surrounding sand, as the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus commented in the 1st century BC. But which god had made it, if not the god king Khufu, whose name generations of Egyptians had associated with it? For the second time in 12 hours, I began to climb the monument. Up close, in this light, indifferent to human chronologies and subject only to the slow, erosive forces of geological time, it reared above me like a frowning, terrifying crag. Fortunately, I had only 6 courses to clamber over, assisted in places by modern steps, before reaching Mamun's hole, which now served as the pyramid's principal entrance. The original entrance, still well hidden in the 9th century when Mamun began tunneling, was some 10 courses higher, 55 feet above ground level, and 24 feet east of the main north-south axis. Protected by giant limestone gables, it contained the mouth of the descending corridor, which led downwards at an angle of 26 degrees, 31 minutes, 23 seconds. Strangely, although itself measuring only some 3 feet 5 inches by 3 feet 11 inches, this corridor was sandwiched between roofing blocks 8 feet 6 inches thick and 12 feet wide, and a flooring slab, known as the basement sheet, 2 feet 6 inches thick and 33 feet wide. Hidden structural features like these abounded in the Great Pyramid, manifesting both incredible complexity and apparent pointlessness. Nobody knew how blocks of this size had been successfully installed. Neither did anyone know how they had been set so carefully in alignment with other blocks, or at such precise angles because, as the listener will have realized, the 26-degree slope of the descending corridor was part of a deliberate and regular pattern. Nobody knew either why these things had been done. The beacon. Entering the pyramid through Mamun's hole did not feel right. It was like entering a cave or grotto cut into the side of a mountain. It lacked the sense of deliberate and geometrical purposefulness that would have been conveyed by the original descending corridor. Worse still, the dark and inauspicious horizontal tunnel leading inwards looked like an ugly, deformed thing, and still bore the marks of violence where the Arab workmen had alternately heated and chilled the stones with fierce fires and cold vinegar before attacking them with hammers and chisels, battering rams and borers. On the one hand, such vandalism seemed gross and irresponsible. On the other, a startling possibility had to be considered. Was there not a sense in which the pyramid seemed to have been designed to invite human beings of intelligence and curiosity to penetrate its mysteries? After all, if you were a pharaoh who wanted to ensure that his deceased body remained inviolate for eternity, would it make better sense, A, to advertise to your own and all subsequent generations the whereabouts of your burial place, or B, to choose some secret and unknown location of which you would never speak and where you might never be found? The answer was obvious. You would go for secrecy and seclusion, as the vast majority of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt had done. Why then, if it was indeed a royal tomb, was the Great Pyramid so conspicuous? Why did it occupy a ground area of more than 13 acres? Why was it almost 500 feet high? Why, in other words, if its purpose was to conceal and protect the body of Khufu, had it been designed so that it could not fail to attract the attention, in all epochs and under all imaginable circumstances, of treasure-crazed adventurers and of prying and imaginative intellectuals? It was simply not credible that the brilliant architects, stonemasons, surveyors, and engineers who had created the Great Pyramid could have been ignorant of basic human psychology. The vast ambition and the transcendent beauty, power, and artistry of their handiwork spoke of refined skills, deep insight, and a complete understanding of the symbols and primordial patterns by which the minds of men could be manipulated. Logic therefore suggested that the pyramid builders must also have understood exactly what kind of beacon they were piling up with such incredible precision on this windswept plateau on the west bank of the Nile in those high and faraway times. They must, in short, have wanted this remarkable structure to exert a perennial fascination, to be violated by intruders, to be measured with increasing degrees of exactitude, and to haunt the collective imagination of mankind, like a persistent ghost summoning intimations of a profound and long-forgotten secret. Mind games of the pyramid builders. The point where Mamun's hole intersected with the 26-degree descending corridor was closed off by a modern steel door. Beyond it, to the north, that corridor sloped up until it reached the gables of the monument's original entrance. To the south, as we've seen, the corridor sloped down for almost another 350 feet into the bedrock before opening out into a huge subterranean chamber 600 feet beneath the apex of the pyramid. The accuracy of this corridor was astonishing. From top to bottom, the average deviation from straight amounted to less than 1/4 of an inch in the sides and 3/10 of an inch on the roof. Passing the steel door, I continued through Mamun's tunnel, breathing in its ancient air and adjusting my eyes to the gloom of the low wattage bulbs that lit it. Then, ducking my head, I began to climb through the steep and narrow section, hacked upwards by the Arab diggers in their feverish thrust to bypass the series of granite plugs blocking the lower part of the ascending corridor. At the top of the tunnel, 2 of the original plugs could be seen, still in situ, but partially exposed by quarrying. Egyptologists assumed that they had been slid into their present position from above, all the way down the 129-foot length of the ascending corridor from the foot of the Grand Gallery. Builders and engineers, however, whose trend of thought was perhaps more practical, had pointed out that it was physically impossible for the plugs to have been installed in this way. Because of the leaf-thin clearance that separated them from the walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor, friction would have foiled any sliding operation in a matter of inches, let alone 100 feet. The puzzling implication was therefore that the ascending corridor must have been plugged while the pyramid was still being built. But why would anyone have wished to block the main entrance to the monument at such an early stage of its construction, even while continuing to enlarge and elaborate its inner chambers? Moreover, if the objective had been to deny intruders admission, wouldn't it have been much easier and more efficient to have plugged the descending corridor from its entrance in the north face to a point below its junction with the ascending corridor? That would have been the most logical way to seal the pyramid, and would have made plugs unnecessary in the ascending corridor. There was only one certainty. Since the beginning of history, the single known effect of the granite plugs had not been to prevent an intruder from gaining access. Instead, like Bluebeard's locked door, the barrier had magnetized Mamoon's attention and inflamed his curiosity so that he had felt compelled to tunnel his way past them, convinced that something of inestimable value must lie beyond them. Might this not have been what the pyramid builders had intended the first intruder who reached this far to feel? It would be premature to rule out such a strange and unsettling possibility. At any rate, thanks to Mamoon and to the predictable constants of human nature, I was now able to insert myself into the unblocked upper section of the original ascending corridor. A smoothly cut aperture, measuring 3 feet 5 inches wide by 3 feet 11 inches high, exactly the same dimensions as the descending corridor. It sloped up into the darkness at an angle of 26 degrees, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, as against 26 degrees, 31 minutes, 23 seconds in the descending corridor. What was this meticulous interest in the angle of 26 degrees? And was it a coincidence that it amounted to half of the angle of inclination of the pyramid sides, 52 degrees? The listener may recall the significance of this angle. It was a key ingredient of the sophisticated and advanced formula by which the design of the Great Pyramid had been made to correspond precisely to the dynamics of spherical geometry. Thus the original height of the monument, 481.3949 feet, and the perimeter of its base, 3023.16 feet, stood in the same ratio to each other as did the radius of a sphere to its circumference. This ratio was 2 pi, 2 times 3.14, and to express it, the builders had been obliged to specify the tricky and idiosyncratic angle of 52 degrees for the pyramid's sides, since any greater or lesser slope would have meant a different height to perimeter ratio. In Chapter 23, we saw that the so-called Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan in Mexico also expressed a knowledge and deliberate use of the transcendental number pi. In its case, the height, 233.5 feet, stood in a relationship of 4 pi to the perimeter of its base, 2,932.76 feet. The crux, therefore, was that the most remarkable monument of ancient Egypt and the most remarkable monument of ancient Mexico both incorporated pi relationships long before and far away from the official discovery of this transcendental number by the Greeks. Moreover, the evidence invited the conclusion that something was being signaled by the use of pi, almost certainly the same thing in both cases. Not for the first time, and not for the last, I was overwhelmed by a sense of contact with an ancient intelligence, not necessarily Egyptian or Mexican, which had found a way to reach out across the ages and draw people towards it like a beacon. Some might look for treasure. Others, captivated by the deceptively simple manner in which the builders had used pi to demonstrate their mastery of the secrets of transcendental numbers, might be inspired to search for further mathematical epiphanies. Bent almost double, my back brushing against the polished limestone ceiling, it was with such thoughts in my mind that I began to scramble up the 26-degree slope of the ascending corridor, which seemed to penetrate the vast bulk of the 6-million-ton building like a trigonometrical device. After I had banged my head on its ceiling a couple of times, however, I began to wonder why the ingenious people who designed it hadn't made it 2 or 3 feet higher. If they could erect a monument like this in the first place, which they obviously could, and equip it with corridors, surely it would not have been beyond their capabilities to make these corridors roomy enough to stand up in. Once again, I was tempted to conclude that it was the result of a deliberate decision by the pyramid builders. They had made the ascending corridor this way because they had wanted it this way, rather than because such a design had been forced upon them. Was their motive in the apparent madness of these archaic mind games? Unknown dark distance. At the top of the ascending corridor, I emerged into yet another inexplicable feature of the pyramid, the most celebrated architectural work to have survived from the Old Kingdom, the Grand Gallery. Soaring upwards at the continuing majestic angle of 26 degrees, and almost entirely vanishing into the airy gloom above, its spacious, corbelled vault made a stunning impression. It was not my intention to climb the Grand Gallery yet. Branching off due south at its base was a long horizontal passageway, 3 feet 9 inches high and 127 feet in length, that led to the Queen's Chamber. I wanted to revisit this room, which I had admired for its stark beauty since becoming acquainted with the Great Pyramid several years previously. Today, however, to my considerable irritation, the passageway was barred within a few feet of its entrance. The reason, though I was unaware of it at the time, was that a German robotics engineer named Rudolf Gantenbrink was at work within, slowly and painstakingly maneuvering a $250,000 robot up the narrow southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber. Hired by the Egyptian Antiquities Organization to improve the ventilation of the Great Pyramid, he had already used his high-tech equipment to clear debris from the King's Chamber's narrow southern shaft, believed by Egyptologists to have been designed as a ventilation shaft in the first place, and had installed an electric fan at its mouth. At the beginning of March 1993, he transferred his attentions to the Queen's Chamber, deploying Upuaut, a miniaturized remote-controlled robot camera, to explore its southern shaft. On the 22nd of March, some 200 feet along the steeply sloping shaft, which rose at an angle of 39.5 degrees and was only about 8 inches high by 9 inches wide, the floor and walls suddenly became very smooth, as Upuaut crawled into a section made of fine Tura limestone, the type normally used for lining sacred areas, such as chapels or tombs. That in itself was intriguing enough, but at the end of this corridor, apparently leading to a sealed chamber deep within the pyramid's masonry, was a solid limestone door, complete with metal fittings. It had long been known that neither this southern shaft nor its counterpart in the chamber's northern wall had any exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid. In addition, and equally inexplicably, neither had originally been fully cut through. For some reason, the builders had left the last 5 inches of stone intact in the last block over the mouth of each of the shafts, thus rendering them invisible and inaccessible to any casual intruder. Why? To make sure they would never be found? Or to make sure that they would be found, someday, under the right circumstances? After all, there had from the beginning been 2 conspicuous shafts in the King's Chamber, penetrating the north and south walls. It should not have been beyond the mental powers of the pyramid builders to predict that sooner or later some inquiring person would be tempted to look for shafts in the Queen's Chamber as well. In the event, nobody did look, for more than 1,000 years after Caliph Mamun had opened the monument to the world in AD 820. Then, in 1872, an English engineer named Wayman Dixon, a Freemason, who had been led to suspect the existence of the shafts by their presence in the King's Chamber above, went tapping around the Queen's Chamber's walls and located them. He opened the southern shaft first, setting his carpenter and man-of-all-work, Bill Grundy, to jump a hole with a hammer and steel chisel at that place. So to work the faithful fellow went, and with a will which soon began to make a way into the soft limestone at this point, when lo, after a comparatively very few strokes, flop went the chisel, right into something or other. The something or other Bill Grundy's chisel had reached turned out to be a rectangular, horizontal, tubular channel, about 9 inches by 8 inches in transverse breadth and height, going back 7 feet into the wall, and then rising at an angle into an unknown dark distance. It was up that angle, and into that unknown dark distance, 121 years later, that Rudolf Gantenbrink sent his robot, the technology of our species having finally caught up with our powerful instincts to pry. Those instincts were clearly no weaker in 1872 than in 1993. Among the many interesting things the remote-controlled camera succeeded in filming in the Queen's Chamber shafts was the far end of a long, sectioned metal rod of 19th century design, which Wayman Dixon and the faithful Bill Grundy had secretly stuffed up the intriguing channel. Predictably, they had assumed that if the pyramid builders had gone to the trouble of constructing and then concealing the shafts, then they must have hidden something worth looking for inside them. The notion that there might have been an intention from the outset to stimulate such investigations would seem quite implausible if the final upshot of the discovery and exploration of the shafts had been a dead end. Instead, as we've seen, a door was found, a sliding, portcullis door with curious metal fittings and an enticing gap at its base, beneath which the laser spot projected by Gantenbrink's robot was seen to disappear entirely. Once again, there seemed to be a clear invitation to proceed further. The latest in a long line of invitations, which had encouraged Caliph Mamun and his diggers to break into the central passageways and chambers of the monument, which had waited for Wayman Dixon to test the hypothesis that the walls of the Queen's Chamber might contain concealed shafts, and which had then waited again until arousing the curiosity of Rudolf Gantenbrink, whose high-tech robot revealed the existence of the hidden door and brought within reach whatever secrets or disappointments or further invitations might lie behind it. The Queen's Chamber. We shall hear more of Rudolf Gantenbrink and Upuaut in later chapters. On the 16th of March 1993, however, knowing nothing of this, I was frustrated to find the Queen's Chamber closed and glared resentfully through the metal grille that barred its entrance corridor. I remembered that the height of that corridor, 3 feet 9 inches, was not constant. Approximately 110 feet due south from where I stood, and only about 15 feet from the entrance to the chamber, a sudden downward step in the floor increased the standing room to 5 foot 8 inches. Nobody had come up with a convincing explanation for this peculiar feature. The Queen's Chamber itself, apparently empty since the day it was built, measured 17 feet 2 inches from north to south, and 18 feet 10 inches from east to west. It was equipped with an elegant gabled ceiling, 20 feet 5 inches in height, which lay exactly along the east-west axis of the pyramid. Its floor, however, was the opposite of elegant and looked unfinished. There was a constant, salty emanation through its pale, rough-hewn limestone walls, giving rise to much fruitless speculation. In the north and south walls, still bearing the incised legend, "Opened, 1872, were the rectangular apertures discovered by Wayman Dixon, which led into the dark distance of the mysterious shafts. The western wall was quite bare. Offset a little over 2 feet to the south of its centre line, the eastern wall was dominated by a niche in the form of a corbel vault, 15 feet 4 inches high and 5 feet 2 inches wide at the base. Originally 3 feet 5 inches deep, a further cavity had been cut in the back of this niche in medieval times by Arab treasure seekers looking for hidden chambers. They had found nothing. Egyptologists had also been unable to come to any persuasive conclusions about the original function of the niche, or for that matter, of the Queen's Chamber as a whole. All was confusion, all was paradox, all was mystery. Instrument. The Grand Gallery had its mysteries too. Indeed, it was among the most mysterious of all the internal features of the Great Pyramid. Measuring 6 feet 9 inches wide at the floor, its walls rose vertically to a height of 7 feet 6 inches. Above that level, 7 further courses of masonry, each one projecting inwards some 3 inches beyond the course immediately below it, carried the vault to its full height of 28 feet and its culminating width of 3 feet 5 inches. Remember that structurally, the gallery was required to support, forever, the multi-million-ton weight of the upper 3/4 of the largest and heaviest stone monument ever built on planet Earth. Was it not quite remarkable that a group of supposed technological primitives had not only envisaged and designed such a feature, but had completed it successfully more than 4,500 years before our time? Even if they had made the gallery only 20 feet long and had sought to erect it on a level plane, the task would have been difficult enough, indeed extraordinarily difficult. But they had opted to erect this astonishing corbel vault at a slope of 26 degrees, and to extend its length to a staggering 153 feet. Moreover, they had made it with perfectly dressed limestone megaliths throughout, huge, smoothly polished blocks, carved into sloping parallelograms and laid together so closely and with such rigorous precision that the joints were almost invisible to the naked eye. The pyramid builders had also included some interesting symmetries in their work. For example, the culminating width of the gallery at its apex was 3 feet 5 inches, while its width at the floor was 6 feet 9 inches. At the exact center of the floor, running the entire length of the gallery, and sandwiched between flat-topped masonry ramps, each 1 foot 8 inches wide, there was a sunken channel 2 feet deep and 3 feet 5 inches wide. What could have been the purpose of this slot, and why had it been necessary for it to mirror so precisely the width and form of the ceiling, which also looked like a slot sandwiched between the 2 upper courses of masonry? I knew that I was not the first person to have stood at the foot of the Grand Gallery, and to have been overtaken by the disorienting sense of being in the inside of some enormous instrument of some sort. Who was to say that such intuitions were completely wrong? Or, for that matter, that they were right? No record as to function remained, other than in mystical and symbolic references in certain ancient Egyptian liturgical texts. These appeared to indicate that the pyramids had been seen as devices designed to turn dead men into immortal beings, to throw open the doors of the firmament and make a road, so that the deceased pharaoh might ascend into the company of the gods. I had no difficulty accepting that such a belief system might have been at work here, and obviously it could have provided a motive for the whole enterprise. Nevertheless, I was still puzzled why more than 6 million tons of physical apparatus, intricately interlaced with channels and tubes, corridors and chambers, had been deemed necessary to achieve a mystical, spiritual, and symbolic objective. Being inside the Grand Gallery did feel like being inside an enormous instrument. It had an undeniable aesthetic impact upon me, admittedly a heavy and domineering one, but it was also completely devoid of decorative features and of anything, figures of deities, reliefs of liturgical texts and so on, which might be suggestive of worship or religion. The primary impression it conveyed was one of strict functionalism and purposefulness, as though it had been built to do a job. At the same time, I was aware of its focused solemnity of style and gravity of manner, which seemed to demand nothing less than serious and complete attention. By now, I had climbed steadily through about half the length of the gallery. Ahead of me, and behind, shadows and light played tricks amid the looming stone walls. Pausing, I turned my head, looking upwards through the gloom towards the vaulted ceiling, which supported the crushing weight of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. It suddenly hit me how dauntingly and disturbingly old it was, and how completely my life at this moment depended on the skills of the ancient builders. The hefty blocks that spanned the distant ceiling were examples of those skills, every one of them laid at a slightly steeper gradient than that of the gallery. As the great archaeologist and surveyor Flinders Petrie had observed, this had been done in order that the lower edge of each stone should hitch like a pawl into a ratchet cut into the top of the walls. Hence no stone can press on the one below it so as to cause a cumulative pressure all down the roof, and each stone is separately upheld by the side walls which it lies across. And this was the work of a people whose civilization had only recently emerged from Neolithic hunter-gathering. I began to walk up the gallery once again, using the 2-foot-deep central flooring slot. A modern wooden covering fitted with helpful slats and side railings made the ascent relatively easy. In antiquity, however, the floor had been smoothly polished limestone, which at a gradient of 26 degrees must have been almost impossible to climb. How had it been done? Had it been done at all? Looming ahead at the end of the Grand Gallery was the dark opening to the King's Chamber, beckoning each and every inquiring pilgrim into the heart of the enigma. Chapter 38. Interactive three-dimensional game. Reaching the top of the Grand Gallery, I clambered over a chunky granite step about 3 feet high. I remember that it lay, like the roof of the Queen's Chamber, exactly along the east-west axis of the Great Pyramid, and therefore marked the point of transition between the northern and southern halves of the monument. Somewhat like an altar in appearance, the step also provided a solid horizontal platform immediately in front of the low square tunnel that served as the entrance to the King's Chamber. Pausing for a moment, I looked back down the gallery, taking in once again its lack of decoration, its lack of religious iconography, and its absolute lack of any of the recognizable symbolism normally associated with the archaic belief system of the ancient Egyptians. All that registered upon the eye, along the entire 153-foot length of this magnificent geometrical cavity, was its disinterested regularity and its stark, machine-like simplicity. Looking up, I could just make out the opening of a dark aperture chiseled into the top of the eastern wall above my head. Nobody knew when or by whom this foreboding hole had been cut, or how deep it had originally penetrated. It led to the first of the 5 relieving chambers above the King's Chamber, and had been extended in 1837 when Howard Vyse had used it to break through to the remaining 4. Looking down again, I could just make out the point at the bottom of the gallery's western wall, where the near-vertical well shaft began its precipitous 160-foot descent through the core of the pyramid to join the descending corridor far below ground level. Why would such a complicated apparatus of pipes and passageways have been required? At first sight, it didn't make sense, but then nothing about the Great Pyramid did make sense unless you were prepared to devote a great deal of attention to it. In unpredictable ways, when you did that, it would from time to time reward you. If you were sufficiently numerous, for example, as we've seen, it would respond to your basic inquiries into its height and base perimeter by printing out the value of pi. And if you were prepared to investigate further, as we shall see, it would download other useful mathematical tidbits, each a little bit more complex and abstruse than its predecessor. There was a programmed feel about this whole process, as though it had been carefully prearranged. Not for the first time, I found myself willing to consider the possibility that the pyramid might have been designed as a gigantic challenge or learning machine, or better still, as an interactive three-dimensional puzzle set down in the desert for humanity to solve. Antechamber. Just over 3 feet 6 inches high, the entry passage to the King's Chamber required all humans of normal stature to stoop. About 4 feet farther on, however, I reached the antechamber, where the roof level rose suddenly to 12 feet above the floor. The east and west walls of the antechamber were composed of red granite, into which were cut 4 opposing pairs of wide, parallel slots, assumed by Egyptologists to have held thick portcullis slabs. 3 of these pairs of slots extended all the way to the floor and were empty. The 4th, the northernmost, had been cut down only as far as the roof level of the entry passage, that is, 3 feet 6 inches above floor level, and still contained a hulking sheet of granite, perhaps 9 inches thick and 6 feet high. There was a horizontal space of only 21 inches between this suspended stone portcullis and the northern end of the entry passage from which I had just emerged. There was also a gap of a little over 2 feet deep between the top of the portcullis and the ceiling. Whatever function it was designed to serve, it was hard to agree with the Egyptologists that this peculiar structure could have been intended to deny access to tomb robbers. Genuinely puzzled, I ducked under it and then stood up again in the southern portion of the antechamber, which was some 10 feet long and maintained the same roof height of 12 feet. Though much worn, the grooves for the 3 further portcullis slabs were still visible in the eastern and western walls. There was no sign of the slabs themselves, and indeed it was difficult to see how such cumbersome pieces of stone could have been installed in so severely constricted a working space. I remember that Flinders Petrie, who had systematically surveyed the entire Gizeh necropolis in the late 19th century, had commented on a similar puzzle in the second pyramid. The granite portcullis in the lower passage shows great skill in moving masses, as it would need 40 or 60 men to lift it, yet it has been moved and raised into place in a narrow passage where only a few men could possibly reach it. Exactly the same observations applied to the portcullis slabs of the Great Pyramid, if they were portcullis slabs, gateways capable of being raised and lowered. The problem was that the physics of raising and lowering them required that they be shorter than the full height of the antechamber, so that they could be drawn into the roof space to allow the entry and exit of legitimate individuals prior to the closure of the tomb. This meant, of course, that when the bottom edges of the slabs were lowered to the floor to block the antechamber at that level, an equal and opposite space would have opened up between the top edges of the slabs and the ceiling, through which any enterprising tomb robber would certainly have been able to climb. The antechamber clearly qualified as another of the pyramid's many thought-provoking paradoxes, in which complexity of structure was combined with apparent pointlessness of function. An exit tunnel, the same height and width as the entrance tunnel, and lined with solid red granite, led off from the antechamber's southern wall, also made of granite, but incorporating a 12-inch thick limestone layer at its very top. After about a further 9 feet, the tunnel debouched into the King's Chamber, a massive, sombre, red room made entirely of granite, which radiated an atmosphere of prodigious energy and power. Stone enigmas. I moved into the centre of the King's Chamber, the long axis of which was perfectly oriented east to west, while the short axis was equally perfectly oriented north to south. The room was exactly 19 feet 1 inch in height, and formed a precise 2x1 rectangle measuring 34 feet 4 inches long by 17 feet 2 inches wide, with a floor consisting of 15 massive granite paving stones, and walls composed of 100 gigantic granite blocks, each weighing 70 tons or more, and laid in 5 courses, and with a ceiling spanned by 9 further granite blocks, each weighing approximately 50 tons. The effect was of intense and overwhelming compression. At the chamber's western end was the object which, if the Egyptologists were to be believed, the entire Great Pyramid had been built to house. That object, carved out of one piece of dark, chocolate-coloured granite, containing peculiarly hard granules of feldspar, quartz and mica, was the lidless coffer, presumed to have been the sarcophagus of Khufu. Its interior measurements were 6 feet 6.6 inches in length, 2 feet 10.42 inches in depth, and 2 feet 2.81 inches in width. Its exterior measurements were 7 feet 5.62 inches in length, 3 feet 5.31 inches in depth, and 3 feet 2.5 inches in width, an inch too wide, incidentally, for it to have been carried up through the lower and now plugged entrance to the ascending corridor. Some routine mathematical games were built into the dimensions of the sarcophagus. For example, it had an internal volume of 1,166.4 litres and an external volume of exactly twice that at 2,332.8 litres. Such a precise coincidence could not have been arrived at accidentally. The walls of the coffer had been cut to machine-age tolerances by craftsmen of enormous skill and experience. It seemed, moreover, as Flinders Petrie admitted with some puzzlement after completing his painstaking survey of the Great Pyramid, that these craftsmen had access to tools such as we ourselves have only now reinvented. Petrie examined the sarcophagus particularly closely and reported that it must have been cut out of its surrounding granite block with straight saws 8 feet or more in length. Since the granite was extremely hard, he could only assume that these saws must have had bronze blades, the hardest metal then supposedly available, inset with cutting points made of even harder jewels. The character of the work would certainly seem to point to diamond as being the cutting jewel, and only the considerations of its rarity in general and its absence from Egypt interfere with this conclusion. An even bigger mystery surrounded the hollowing out of the sarcophagus, obviously a far more difficult enterprise than separating it from a block of bedrock. Here Petrie concluded that the Egyptians must have adapted their sawing principle into a circular instead of a rectilinear form, curving the blade round into a tube which drilled out a circular groove by its rotation. Thus, by breaking away the cores left in such grooves, they were able to hollow out large holes with a minimum of labour. These tubular drills varied from 1/4 of an inch to 5 inches diameter, and from 1/30th to 1/5 of an inch thick. Of course, as Petrie admitted, no actual jewelled drills or saws had ever been found by Egyptologists. The visible evidence of the kinds of drilling and sawing that had been done, however, compelled him to infer that such instruments must have existed. He became especially interested in this, and extended his study to include not only the King's Chamber sarcophagus, but many other granite artifacts and granite drill cores which he collected at Giza. The deeper his research, however, the more puzzling the stone-cutting technology of the ancient Egyptians became. The amount of pressure shown by the rapidity with which the drills and saws pierced through the hard stones is very surprising, Petrie reported. Probably a load of at least a ton or two was placed on the 4-inch drills cutting in granite. On the granite core number 7, the spiral of the cut sinks 1 inch in the circumference of 6 inches, a rate of ploughing out which is astonishing. These rapid spiral grooves cannot be ascribed to anything but the descent of the drill into the granite under enormous pressure. Wasn't it peculiar that at the supposed dawn of human civilization, more than 4,500 years ago, the ancient Egyptians had acquired what sounded like industrial-age drills, packing a ton or more of punch and capable of slicing through hard stones like hot knives through butter? Petrie could come up with no explanation for this conundrum, nor was he able to explain the kind of instrument used to cut hieroglyphs into a number of diorite bowls with 4th dynasty inscriptions which he found at Giza. The hieroglyphs are incised with a very free cutting point. They are not scraped or ground out, but are ploughed through the diorite with rough edges to the line. This bothered the logical Petrie because he knew that diorite was one of the hardest stones on earth, far harder even than iron. Yet here it was in ancient Egypt, being cut with incredible power and precision by some as yet unidentified graving tool. As the lines are only 1/150th of an inch wide, Petrie reported, it is evident that the cutting point must have been much harder than quartz, and tough enough not to splinter when so fine an edge was being employed. Probably only 1/200th of an inch wide. Parallel lines are graved only 1/30th of an inch apart from centre to centre. In other words, Petrie was envisaging an instrument with a needle-sharp point of exceptional, unprecedented hardness, capable of penetrating and furrowing diorite with ease, and capable also of withstanding the enormous pressures required throughout the operation. What sort of instrument was that? By what means would the pressure have been applied? How could sufficient accuracy have been maintained to scour parallel lines at intervals of just 1/30th of an inch? At least it was possible to conjure a mental picture of the circular drills with jewelled teeth, which Petrie supposed must have been used to hollow out the King's Chamber sarcophagus. I found, however, that it was not so easy to do the same for the unknown instrument capable of incising hieroglyphs into diorite at 2500 BC, at any rate, not without assuming the existence of a far higher level of technology than Egyptologists were prepared to consider. Nor was it just a few hieroglyphs, or a few diorite bowls. During my travels in Egypt, I had examined many stone vessels, dating back in some cases to pre-dynastic times, that had been mysteriously hollowed out of a range of materials such as diorite, basalt, quartz crystal, and metamorphic schist. For example, more than 30,000 such vessels had been found in the chambers beneath the 3rd dynasty step pyramid of Zoser at Saqqara. That meant that they were at least as old as Zoser himself, in other words around 2650 BC. Theoretically, they could have been even older than that, because identical vessels had been found in pre-dynastic strata dated to 4000 BC and earlier, and because the practice of handing down treasured heirlooms from generation to generation had been deeply ingrained in Egypt since time immemorial. Whether they were made in 2500 BC or 4000 BC or even earlier, the stone vessels from the step pyramid were remarkable for their workmanship, which once again seemed to have been accomplished by some as yet unimagined, and indeed almost unimaginable tool. Why unimaginable? Because many of the vessels were tall vases with long, thin, elegant necks and widely flared interiors, often incorporating fully hollowed-out shoulders. No instrument yet invented was capable of carving vases into shapes like these, because such an instrument would have had to have been narrow enough to have passed through the necks, and strong enough and of the right shape to have scoured out the shoulders and the rounded interiors. And how could sufficient upward and outward pressure have been generated and applied within the vases to achieve these effects? The tall vases were by no means the only enigmatic vessels unearthed from the Pyramid of Zoser and from a number of other archaic sites. There were monolithic urns with delicate ornamental handles left attached to their exteriors by the carvers. There were bowls, again with extremely narrow necks like the vases, and with widely flared, pot-bellied interiors. There were also open bowls, and almost microscopic vials, and occasional strange wheel-shaped objects cut out of metamorphic schist, with inwardly curled edges planed down so fine that they were almost translucent. In all cases, what was really perplexing was the precision with which the interiors and the exteriors of these vessels had been made to correspond, curve matching curve, over absolutely smooth, polished surfaces with no tool marks visible. There was no technology known to have been available to the ancient Egyptians capable of achieving such results, nor for that matter would any stone carver today be able to match them, even if he were working with the best tungsten carbide tools. The implication, therefore, is that an unknown or secret technology had been put to use in ancient Egypt. Ceremony of the sarcophagus. Standing in the king's chamber, facing west, the direction of death amongst both the ancient Egyptians and the Maya, I rested my hands lightly on the gnarled granite edge of the sarcophagus, which Egyptologists insist had been built to house the body of Khufu. I gazed into its murky depths, where the dim electric lighting of the chamber seemed hardly to penetrate, and saw specks of dust swirling in a golden cloud. It was just a trick of light and shadow, of course, but the king's chamber was full of such illusions. I remembered that Napoleon Bonaparte had paused to spend the night alone here during his conquest of Egypt in the late 18th century. The next morning, he had emerged, pale and shaken, having experienced something which had profoundly disturbed him, but about which he never afterwards spoke. Had he tried to sleep in the sarcophagus? Acting on impulse, I climbed into the granite coffer and lay down, face upwards, my feet pointed towards the south and my head to the north. Napoleon was a little guy, so he must have fitted comfortably. There was plenty of room for me, too. But had Khufu been here as well? I relaxed and tried not to worry about the possibility of one of the pyramid guards coming in and finding me in this embarrassing and probably illegal position. Hoping that I would remain undisturbed for a few minutes, I folded my hands across my chest and gave voice to a sustained, low-pitched tone, something I had tried out several times before at other points in the king's chamber. On those occasions, in the center of the floor, I had noticed that the walls and ceilings seemed to collect the sound, to gather and to amplify it and project it back at me, so that I could sense the returning vibrations through my feet and scalp and skin. Now, in the sarcophagus, I was aware of very much the same effect, although seemingly amplified and concentrated many times over. It was like being in the soundbox of some giant resonant musical instrument designed to emit forever just one reverberating note. The sound was intense and quite disturbing. I imagined it rising out of the coffer and bouncing off the red granite walls and ceiling of the king's chamber, shooting up through the northern and southern ventilation shafts and spreading across the Giza plateau like a sonic mushroom cloud. With this ambitious vision in my mind, and with the sound of my low-pitched note echoing in my ears and causing the sarcophagus to vibrate around me, I closed my eyes. When I opened them a few minutes later, it was to behold a distressing sight. 6 Japanese tourists, of mixed ages and sexes, had congregated around the sarcophagus, 2 of them standing to the east, 2 to the west, and 1 each to the north and south. They all looked amazed. And I was amazed to see them. Because of recent attacks by armed Islamic extremists, there were now almost no tourists at Giza, and I had expected to have the king's chamber to myself. What does one do in a situation like this? Gathering as much dignity as I could muster, I stood upright, smiling, and dusted myself off. The Japanese stepped back, and I climbed out of the sarcophagus. Cultivating a business-like manner, as though I did things like this all the time, I strolled to the point 2/3 of the way along the northern wall of the king's chamber, where the entrance to what Egyptologists refer to as the northern ventilation shaft is located, and began to examine it minutely. Some 8 inches wide by 9 inches high, it was, I knew, more than 200 feet in length, and emerged into open air at the pyramid's 103rd course of masonry. Presumably by design rather than by accident, it pointed to the circumpolar regions of the northern heavens at an angle of 32 degrees, 30 minutes. This, in the pyramid age, around 2500 BC, would have meant that it was directed on the upper culmination of Alpha Draconis, a prominent star in the constellation of Draco. Much to my relief, the Japanese rapidly completed their tour of the king's chamber and left, stooping, without a backward glance. As soon as they had gone, I crossed over to the other side of the room to take a look at the southern shaft. Since I had last been here some months before, its appearance had changed horribly. Its mouth now contained a massive electrical air conditioning unit, installed by Rudolf Gantenbrink, who even now was turning his intentions to the neglected shafts of the queen's chamber. Since Egyptologists were satisfied that the king's chamber shafts had been built for ventilation purposes, they saw nothing untoward in using modern technology to improve the efficiency of this task. Yet wouldn't horizontal shafts have been more effective than sloping ones, if their primary purpose had been ventilation and easier to build? It was therefore unlikely to be an accident that the southern shaft of the king's chamber targeted the southern heavens at 45 degrees. During the Pyramid Age, this was the location for the meridian transit of Zeta Orionis, the lowest of the 3 stars of Orion's belt, an alignment I was to discover in due course that would turn out to be of the utmost significance for future pyramid research. The Game Master. Now that I had the chamber to myself again, I walked over to the western wall on the far side of the sarcophagus and turned to face east. The huge room had an endless capacity to generate indications of mathematical gameplay. For example, its height, 19 feet 1 inch, was exactly half the length of its floor diagonal, 38 feet 2 inches. Moreover, since the king's chamber formed a perfect 1x2 rectangle, was it conceivable that the pyramid builders were unaware that they had also made it express and exemplify the golden section? Known as phi, the golden section was another irrational number like pi that could not be worked out arithmetically. Its value was the square root of 5 plus 1 divided by 2, equivalent to 1.61803. This proved to be the limiting value of the ratio between successive numbers in the Fibonacci series, the series of numbers beginning 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, in which each term is the sum of the 2 previous terms. Phi could also be obtained schematically by dividing a line A to B at a point C in such a way that the whole line A to B was longer than the first part A to C in the same proportion as the first part A to C was longer than the remainder C to B. This proportion, which had been proven particularly harmonious and agreeable to the eye, had supposedly been first discovered by the Pythagorean Greeks, who incorporated it into the Parthenon at Athens. There is absolutely no doubt, however, that Phi was illustrated and obtained at least 2,000 years previously in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid at Giza. To understand how, it is necessary to envisage the rectangular floor of the chamber as being divided into 2 imaginary squares of equal sides, with the side length of each square being given a value of 1. If either of these 2 squares were then split in half, thus forming 2 new rectangles, and if the diagonal of the rectangle nearest to the center line of the king's chamber were swung down to the base, the point where its tip touched the base would be phi, or 1.618 in relation to the side length, that is 1, of the original square. The Egyptologists considered all this was pure chance, yet the pyramid builders had done nothing by chance. Whoever they had been, I found it hard to imagine more systematic and mathematically minded people. I'd had quite enough of their mathematical games for one day. As I left the king's chamber, however, I could not forget that it was located in line with the 50th course of the Great Pyramid's masonry at a height of almost 150 feet above the ground. This meant, as Flinders Petrie pointed out with some astonishment, that the builders had managed to place it at the level where the vertical section of the pyramid was halved, and where the area of the horizontal section was half that of the base, where the diagonal from corner to corner was equal to the length of the base, and where the width of the face was equal to half the diagonal of the base, confidently and efficiently fooling around with more than 6 million tons of stone, creating galleries and chambers and shafts and corridors more or less at will, achieving near-perfect symmetry, near-perfect right angles, and near-perfect alignments to the cardinal points. The mysterious builders of the Great Pyramid had found the time to play a great many other tricks as well with the dimensions of the vast monument. Why did their minds work this way? What had they been trying to say or do? And why, so many thousands of years after it was built, did the monument still exert a magnetic influence upon so many people from so many different walks of life who came into contact with it? There was a sphinx in the neighborhood, so I decided that I would put these riddles to it. Chapter 39. Place of the Beginning. Giza, Egypt, 16th of March 1993, 3:30 p.m. It was mid-afternoon by the time I left the Great Pyramid. Retracing the route that Santa and I had followed the night before, when we climbed the monument, I walked eastwards, along the northern face, southwards, along the flank of the eastern face, clambered over mounds of rubble and ancient tombs that clustered closely in this part of the necropolis, and came out onto the sand-covered limestone bedrock of the Giza Plateau, which sloped down towards the south and east. At the bottom of this long, gentle slope, about half a kilometre from the southeastern corner of the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx crouched in his rock-hewn pit. 66 feet high and more than 240 feet long, with a head measuring 13 feet 8 inches wide, he was, by a considerable margin, the largest single piece of sculpture in the world, and the most renowned. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun. Approaching the monument from the northwest, I crossed the ancient causeway that connected the second pyramid with the so-called Valley Temple of Khafre, a most unusual structure located just 50 feet south of the Sphinx itself on the eastern edge of the Giza necropolis. This temple had long been believed to be far older than the time of Khafre. Indeed, throughout much of the 19th century, the consensus among scholars was that it had been built in remote prehistory and had nothing to do with the architecture of dynastic Egypt. What changed all that was the discovery, buried within the temple precincts, of a number of inscribed statues of Khafre. Most were pretty badly smashed, but one, found upside down in a deep pit in an antechamber, was almost intact, life-sized and exquisitely carved out of black, jewel-hard diorite. It showed the 4th dynasty pharaoh, seated on his throne, gazing with serene indifference towards infinity. At this point, the razor-sharp reasoning of Egyptology was brought to bear, and a solution of almost awe-inspiring brilliance was worked out. Statues of Khafre had been found in the Valley Temple. Therefore, the Valley Temple had been built by Khafre. The normally sensible Flinders Petrie summed up. The fact that the only datable remains found in the temple were statues of Khafre shows that it is of his period, since the idea of his appropriating an earlier building is very unlikely. But why was the idea so unlikely? Throughout the history of dynastic Egypt, many pharaohs appropriated the buildings of their predecessors, sometimes deliberately striking out the cartouches of the original builders and replacing them with their own. There was no good reason to assume that Khafre would have been deterred from linking himself to the Valley Temple, particularly if it had not been associated in his mind with any previous historical ruler, but with the great gods, said by the ancient Egyptians to have brought civilization to the Nile Valley in the distant and mythical epoch they spoke of as the first time. In such a place of archaic and mysterious power, which he does not appear to have interfered with in any other way, Khafre might have thought that the setting up of beautiful and lifelike statues of himself could bring eternal benefits. And if among the gods, the Valley Temple had been associated with Osiris, whom it was every pharaoh's objective to join in the afterlife, Khafre's use of statues to forge a strong symbolic link would be even more understandable. Temple of the Giants. After crossing the causeway, the route I had chosen to reach the Valley Temple took me through the rubble of a mastaba field, where lesser notables of the 4th dynasty had been buried in subterranean tombs under bench-shaped platforms of stone. Mastaba is a modern Arabic word meaning bench, hence the name given to these tombs. I walked along the southern wall of the temple itself, recalling that this ancient building was almost as perfectly oriented north to south as was the Great Pyramid, with an error of just 12 arc minutes. The temple was square in plan, 147 feet along each side. It was built into the slope of the plateau, which was higher in the west than in the east. In consequence, while its western wall stood only a little over 20 feet tall, its eastern wall exceeded 40 feet. Viewed from the south, the impression was of a wedge-shaped structure, squat and powerful, resting firmly on bedrock. A closer examination revealed that it incorporated several characteristics quite alien and inexplicable to the modern eye, which must have seemed almost as alien and inexplicable to the ancient Egyptians. For a start, there was the stark absence, both inside and out, of inscriptions and other identifying marks. In this respect, as the listener will appreciate, the Valley Temple could be compared with a few of the other anonymous and frankly undatable monuments on the Giza Plateau, including the Great Pyramids, and also with a mysterious structure at Abydos, known as the Osirion, which we consider in detail in a later chapter, but otherwise bore no resemblance to the typical and well-known products of ancient Egyptian art and architecture, all copiously decorated, embellished, and inscribed. Another important and unusual feature of the Valley Temple was that its core structure was built entirely of gigantic limestone megaliths. The majority of these measured about 18 feet long, by 10 feet wide, by 8 feet high, and some were as large as 30 feet long, by 12 feet wide, by 10 feet high. Routinely exceeding 100 tons in weight, each was heavier than a modern diesel locomotive, and there were hundreds of blocks. Was this in any way mysterious? Egyptologists did not seem to think so. Indeed, few of them had bothered to comment, except in the most superficial manner, either on the staggering size of these blocks or the mind-bending logistics of how they might have been put in place. As we have seen, monoliths of up to 70 tons, each about as heavy as 100 family-sized cars, had been lifted to the level of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, again without provoking much comment from the Egyptological fraternity, so the lack of curiosity about the Valley Temple was perhaps no surprise. Nevertheless, the block size was truly extraordinary, seeming to belong not just to another epoch, but to another ethic altogether, one that reflected incomprehensible aesthetic and structural concerns and suggested a scale of priorities utterly different from our own. Why, for example, insist on using these cumbersome monoliths when you could simply slice each of them up into 10 or 20 or 40 or 80 smaller and more maneuverable blocks? Why make things so difficult for yourself when you could achieve much the same visual effect with much less effort? And how had the builders of the Valley Temple lifted these colossal megaliths to heights of more than 40 feet? At present, there are only 2 land-based cranes in the world that could lift weights of this magnitude. At the very frontiers of construction technology, these are both vast industrialized machines, with booms reaching more than 220 feet into the air, which require on-board counterweights of 160 tons to prevent them from tipping over. The preparation time for a single lift is around 6 weeks, and calls for the skills of specialized teams of up to 20 men. In other words, modern builders, with all the advantages of high-tech engineering at their disposal, can barely hoist such huge weights. Was it not therefore somewhat surprising that the builders at Giza had hoisted such weights on an almost routine basis? Moving closer to the temple's looming southern wall, I observed something else about the huge limestone blocks. Not only were they ridiculously large, but as though to complicate still further an almost impossible task, they had been cut and fitted into multi-angled, jigsaw puzzle patterns similar to those employed in the Cyclopean stone structures at Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu in Peru. Another point I noticed was that the temple walls appeared to have been constructed in 2 stages. The first stage, most of which was intact, though deeply eroded, consisted of the strong and heavy core of megalithic limestone blocks. Onto both sides of these had been grafted a facade of dressed granite which, as we shall see, was largely intact in the interior of the building, but had mainly fallen away on the outside. A closer look at some of the remaining exterior facing blocks where they had become detached from the core revealed a curious fact. When they had been placed here in antiquity, the backs of these blocks had been cut to fit into and around the deep coves and scallops of existing weathering patterns on the limestone core. The presence of those patterns seemed to imply that the core blocks must have stood here, exposed to the elements, for an immense span of time before they had been faced with granite. Lord of Rostow. I now moved around to the entrance of the Valley Temple, located near the northern end of the 43-foot-high eastern wall. Here I saw that the granite facing was still in perfect condition, consisting of huge slabs weighing between 70 and 80 tons apiece, which protected the underlying limestone core blocks like a suit of armor. Incorporating a tall, narrow, roofless corridor, this dark and imposing portal ran east to west at first, then made a right-angle turn to the south, leading me into a spacious antechamber. It was here that the life-size diorite statue of Khafre had been found, upside down, and apparently ritually buried, at the bottom of a deep pit. Lining the entire interior of the antechamber was a majestic jigsaw puzzle of smoothly polished granite facing blocks which continued through the whole building. Exactly like the blocks on some of the bigger and more bizarre pre-Inca monuments in Peru, these incorporated multiple, finely chiseled angles in the joints and presented a complex overall pattern. Of particular note was the way certain blocks wrapped around corners and were received by re-entering angles cut into other blocks. From the antechamber I passed through an elegant corridor, which led west into a spacious, T-shaped hall. I found myself standing at the head of the T, looking further westwards along an imposing avenue of monolithic columns. Reaching almost 15 feet in height and measuring 41 inches on each side, all these columns supported granite beams, which were again 41 inches square. A row of 6 further columns, also supporting beams, ran along the north-south axis of the T. The overall effect was of massive but refined simplicity. What was this building for? According to the Egyptologists who attributed it to Khafre, its purpose was obvious. It had been designed, they said, as a venue for certain of the purification and rebirth rituals required for the funeral of the pharaoh. The ancient Egyptians themselves, however, had left no inscriptions confirming this. On the contrary, the only written evidence that has come down to us indicated that the Valley Temple could not, originally at any rate, have had anything to do with Khafre, for the simple reason that it was built before his reign. This written evidence is the inventory stela, referred to in chapter 35, which also indicated a much greater age for the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. What the inventory stela had to say about the Valley Temple was that it had been standing during the reign of Khafre's predecessor Khufu, when it had been regarded not as a recent, but as a remotely ancient building. Moreover, it was clear from the context that it was not thought to have been the work of any earlier pharaoh. Instead, it was believed to have come down from the first time, and to have been built by the gods, who had settled in the Nile Valley in that remote epoch. It was referred to quite explicitly as the House of Osiris, Lord of Rostow, Rostow being an archaic name for the Gizeh necropolis. As we shall see in part 7, Osiris was in many respects the Egyptian counterpart of Viracocha and Quetzalcoatl, the civilizing deities of the Andes and of Central America. With them he shared not only a common mission, but a vast heritage of common symbolism. It seemed appropriate, therefore, that the house, or sanctuary, or temple of such a wise teacher and lawgiver should have been established at Gizeh, within sight of the Great Pyramid, and in the immediate vicinity of the Great Sphinx. Vastly, remotely, fabulously ancient. Following the directions given in the inventory stela, which stated that the Sphinx lay on the northwest of the House of Osiris, I made my way to the north end of the western wall that enclosed the Valley Temple's T-shaped hall. I passed through a monolithic doorway and entered a long, sloping, alabaster-floored corridor, also oriented northwest, which eventually opened out onto the lower end of the causeway that led up to the second pyramid. From the edge of the causeway, I had an unimpeded view of the Sphinx, immediately to my north. As long as a city block, as high as a 6-story building, it was perfectly oriented due east, and thus faced the rising sun on the 2 equinoctial days of the year, man-headed, lion-bodied, crouched as though ready at last to move its slow thighs after millennia of stony sleep. It had been carved in one piece out of a single ridge of limestone on a site that must have been meticulously pre-selected. The exceptional characteristic of this site, as well as overlooking the valley of the Nile, was that its geological makeup incorporated a knoll of hard rock jutting at least 30 feet above the general level of the limestone ridge. From this knoll, the head and neck of the Sphinx had been carved, while beneath it, the vast rectangle of limestone that would be shaped into the body had been isolated from the surrounding bedrock. The builders had done this by excavating an 18-foot wide, 25-foot deep trench all around it, creating a freestanding monolith. The first and lasting impression of the Sphinx and of its enclosure is that it is very, very old. Not a mere handful of thousands of years like the 4th dynasty Egyptian pharaohs, but vastly, remotely, fabulously old. This was how the ancient Egyptians, in all periods of their history, regarded the monument which they believed guarded the splendid place of the beginning of all time, and which they revered as the focus of a great magical power extending over the whole region. This, as we have already seen, is the general message of the inventory stela. More specifically, it is also the message of the Sphinx stela, erected here in around 1400 BC by Thutmosis IV, an 18th dynasty pharaoh. Still standing between the paws of the Sphinx, this granite tablet records that prior to Thutmosis' rule, the monument had been covered up to its neck in sand. Thutmosis liberated it by clearing all the sand, and erected the stela to commemorate his work. There have been no significant changes in the climate of the Gizeh Plateau over the last 5,000 years. It therefore follows that throughout this entire period, the Sphinx enclosure must have been as susceptible to sand encroachment as when Thutmosis cleared it, and indeed as it still is today. Recent history proves that the enclosure can fill up rapidly if left unattended. In 1818, Captain Caviglia had it cleared of sand for the purposes of his excavations, and in 1886, when Gaston Maspero came to re-excavate the site, he was obliged to have it cleared of sand once again. 39 years later, in 1925, the sands had returned in full force, and the Sphinx was buried to its neck when the Egyptian Service des Antiquités undertook its clearance and restoration once more. Does this not suggest that the climate could have been very different when the Sphinx enclosure was carved out? What would have been the sense of creating this immense statue if its destiny were merely to be engulfed by the shifting sands of the Eastern Sahara? However, since the Sahara is a young desert, and since the Gizeh area in particular was wet and relatively fertile 11,000 to 15,000 years ago, is it not worth considering another scenario altogether? Is it not possible that the Sphinx enclosure was carved out during those distant green millennia when topsoil was still anchored to the surface of the plateau by the roots of grasses and shrubs, and when what is now a desert of wind-blown sand more closely resembled the rolling savannas of modern Kenya and Tanzania? Under such congenial climatic conditions, the creation of a semi-subterranean monument like the Sphinx would not have outraged common sense. The builders would have had no reason to anticipate the slow desiccation and desertification of the plateau that would ultimately follow. Yet is it feasible to imagine that the Sphinx could have been built when Giza was still green, long, long ago? As we shall see, such ideas are anathema to modern Egyptologists, who are nevertheless obliged to admit, to quote Dr. Mark Lehner, director of the Giza Mapping Project, that there is no direct way to date the Sphinx itself, because the Sphinx is carved right out of natural rock. In the absence of more objective tests, Lehner went on to point out, archaeologists had to date things by context, and the context of the Sphinx, that is, the Giza necropolis, a well-known 4th dynasty site, made it obvious that the Sphinx belonged to the 4th dynasty as well. Such reasoning was not regarded as axiomatic by Lehner's distinguished predecessors in the 19th century, who were at one time convinced that the Sphinx long predated the 4th dynasty. Whose Sphinx is it anyway? In his Passing of Empires, published in 1900, the distinguished French Egyptologist Gaston Maspero, who made a special study of the content of the Sphinx stela erected by Thutmosis IV, wrote, "The stela of the Sphinx bears on line 13 the cartouche of Khafre in the middle of a gap. There, I believe, is an indication of a renovation and clearance of the Sphinx carried out under this prince, and consequently, the more or less certain proof that the Sphinx was already covered with sand during the time of Khufu and his predecessors." The equally distinguished Auguste Mariette agreed, naturally enough, since he had been the finder of the inventory stela, which, as we've seen, asserted matter-of-factly that the Sphinx was standing on the Giza plateau long before the time of Khufu. Also generally concurring were Brugsch, Egypt under the Pharaohs, London, 1891, Petrie, Sayce, and many other eminent scholars of the period. Travel writers such as John Ward affirmed that the Great Sphinx must be numberless years older even than the pyramids. And as late as 1904, Wallace Budge, the respected keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum, had no hesitation in making this unequivocal assertion: the oldest and finest human-headed lion statue is the famous Sphinx at Giza. This marvellous object was in existence in the days of Khafre, the builder of the second pyramid, and was most probably very old, even at that early period. The Sphinx was thought to be connected in some way with foreigners, or with a foreign religion, which dated from pre-dynastic times. Between the beginning and the end of the 20th century, however, Egyptologists' views about the antiquity of the Sphinx changed dramatically. Today, there is not a single orthodox Egyptologist who would even discuss, let alone consider seriously, the wild and irresponsible suggestion, once a commonplace, that the Sphinx might have been built thousands of years before Khafre's reign. According to Dr. Zahi Hawass, for example, director of Giza and Saqqara for the Egyptian Antiquities Organization, many such theories have been put forward but have gone with the wind because we Egyptologists have solid evidence to state that the Sphinx is dated to the time of Khafre. Likewise, Carol Redmont, an archaeologist at the University of California's Berkeley campus, was incredulous when it was suggested to her that the Sphinx might be thousands of years older than Khafre. There is just no way that could be true, she protested. The people of that region would not have had the technology, the governing institutions, or even the will to build such a structure thousands of years before Khafre's reign. When I first started to research this issue, I had assumed, as Hawass appeared to claim, that some incontrovertible new evidence must have been found which had settled the identity of the monument's builders. This was not the case. Indeed, there are only 3 contextual reasons why the construction of the anonymous, uninscribed, and enigmatic Sphinx is now so confidently attributed to Khafre. 1. Because of the cartouche of Khafre on line 13 of the Sphinx stela erected by Thutmosis IV. Maspero gave a perfectly reasonable explanation for the presence of this cartouche. Thutmosis had been a restorer of the Sphinx and had paid due tribute to an earlier restoration of the monument, one undertaken during the 4th dynasty by Khafre. This explanation, which bears the obvious implication that the Sphinx must already have been old in Khafre's time, is rejected by modern Egyptologists. With their usual telepathic like-mindedness, they now agree that Thutmosis put the cartouche on the stela to recognize that Khafre had been the original builder and not a mere restorer. Since there had only ever been this single cartouche, and since the texts on either side of it were missing when the stela was excavated, is it not a little premature to come to such hard and fast conclusions? What sort of science is it that allows the mere presence of the cartouche of a 4th dynasty pharaoh on a stela erected by an 18th dynasty pharaoh to determine the entire identification of an otherwise anonymous monument? Besides, even that cartouche has now flaked off and cannot be examined. 2. Because the Vali temple next door is also attributed to Khafre. That attribution, based on statues which may well have been intrusive, is shaky to say the least. It has nevertheless received the wholehearted endorsement of Egyptologists who, in the process, decided to attribute the Sphinx to Khafre too, since the Sphinx and the Vali temple are so obviously connected. 3. Because the face of the Sphinx is thought to resemble the intact statue of Khafre found in the pit of the Vali temple. This, of course, is a matter of opinion. I have never seen the slightest resemblance between the two faces. Nor, for that matter, had forensic artists from the New York Police Department who had recently been brought in to do an identikit comparison between the Sphinx and the statue. All in all, therefore, as I stood overlooking the Sphinx in the late afternoon of the 16th of March 1993, I considered that the jury was still very much out on the correct attribution of this monument, either to Khafre on the one hand, or to the architects of an as yet unidentified high civilization of prehistoric antiquity on the other. No matter what the current flavour of the month or century happened to be with the Egyptologists, the fact was that both scenarios were plausible. What was needed, therefore, was some completely hard and unambiguous evidence which would settle the matter, one way or the other. Part 7. Lord of Eternity. Egypt, Section 2. Chapter 40. Are there any secrets left in Egypt? During the early evening of the 26th of November 1922, the British archaeologist Howard Carter, together with his sponsor Lord Carnarvon, entered the tomb of a youthful pharaoh of the 18th dynasty who had ruled Egypt from 1352 to 1343 BC. The name of that pharaoh, which has since resounded around the world, was Tutankhamun. 2 nights later, on the 28th of November, the tomb's treasury was breached. It was filled with a huge golden shrine and gave access to another chamber beyond. Rather unusually, this chamber, although heaped with a dazzling array of precious and beautiful artifacts, had no door. Its entrance was watched over by an extraordinarily lifelike effigy of the jackal-headed mortuary god Anubis. With his ears erect, the god crouched dog-like, 4 paws stretched out, on the lid of a gilded wooden casket, perhaps 4 feet long, 3 feet high, and 2 feet wide. The Egyptian Museum, Cairo, December 1993. Still perched astride his casket, but now locked away in a dusty glass display case, Anubis held my attention for a long, quiet moment. His effigy had been carved out of stuccoed wood, entirely covered with black resin, and then painstakingly inlaid with gold, alabaster, calcite, obsidian, and silver, materials used to particular effect in the eyes, which glittered watchfully, with an unsettling sense of fierce and focused intelligence. At the same time, his finely etched ribs and lithe musculature gave off an aura of understated strength, energy, and grace. Captured by the force field of this occult and powerful presence, I was vividly reminded of the universal myths of precession I had been studying during the past year. Canine figures moved back and forth among these myths in a manner which at times had seemed almost plotted in the literary sense. I had begun to wonder whether the symbolism of dogs, wolves, jackals, and so on might have been deliberately employed by the long-dead mythmakers to guide initiates through a maze of clues to secret reservoirs of lost scientific knowledge. Amongst these reservoirs, I suspected, was the myth of Osiris. Much more than a myth, it had been dramatized and performed each year in ancient Egypt in the form of a mystery play, a plotted literary artifact passed down as a treasured tradition since prehistoric times. This tradition, as we saw in Part 5, contained values for the rate of precessional motion that were so accurate and so consistent it was extremely difficult to attribute them to chance. Nor did it seem likely to be an accident that the jackal god had been assigned a role center stage in the drama, serving as the spirit guide of Osiris on his journey through the underworld. It was tempting, too, to wonder whether there was any significance in the fact that in ancient times, Anubis had been referred to by Egyptian priests as the guardian of the secret and sacred writings. Under the grooved edge of the gilded casket on which his effigy now crouched was found an inscription, initiated into the secrets. Alternative translations of the same hieroglyphic text rendered it variously as he who is upon the secrets and as guardian of the secrets. But were there any secrets left in Egypt? After more than a century of intensive archaeological investigations, could the sands of this antique land yield any further surprises? Bauval's stars and West's stones. In 1993, there was an astonishing new discovery which suggested that there was much still to learn about ancient Egypt. The discoverer, moreover, was not some astigmatic archaeologist sifting his way through the dust of ages, but an outsider to the field, Robert Bauval, a Belgian construction engineer with a flair for astronomy, who observed a correlation in the sky that the experts had missed in their fixation with the ground at their feet. What Bauval saw was this. As the three belt stars of the Orion constellation crossed the meridian at Giza, they lay in a not quite straight line high in the southern heavens. The lower two stars, Al-Nitak and Al-Nilam, formed a perfect diagonal, but the third star, Mintaka, appeared to be offset to the observer's left, that is, towards the east. Curiously enough, as we saw in Chapter 36, this was exactly the site plan of the three enigmatic pyramids of the Giza Plateau. Bauval realized that an aerial view of the Giza necropolis would show the Great Pyramid of Khufu occupying the position of Al-Nitak, and the second pyramid of Khafre occupying the position of Al-Nilam, while the third pyramid of Menkaure was offset to the east of the diagonal formed by the other two, thus completing what seemed at first to be a vast diagram of the stars. Was this indeed what the Giza pyramids represented? I knew that Bauval's later work, which had been wholeheartedly endorsed by mathematicians and astronomers, had borne out his inspired hunch. His evidence, reviewed fully in Chapter 49, showed that the three pyramids were an unbelievably precise terrestrial map of the three stars of Orion's belt, accurately reflecting the angles between each of them, and even, by means of their respective sizes, providing some indication of their individual magnitudes. Moreover, this map extended outwards to the north and south to encompass several other structures on the Giza Plateau, once again with faultless precision. However, the real surprise revealed by Bauval's astronomical calculations was this. Despite the fact that some aspects of the Great Pyramid did relate astronomically to the Pyramid Age, the Giza monuments as a whole were so arranged as to provide a picture of the skies, which altered their appearance down the ages as a result of precession of the equinoxes, not as they had looked in the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BC, but as they had looked, and only as they had looked, around the year 10,450 BC. I had come to Egypt to go over the Giza site with Robert Bauval and to question him about his star correlation theory. In addition, I wanted to canvass his views on what sort of human society, if any, could have had the technological know-how such a very long while ago to measure accurately the altitudes of the stars and to devise a plan as mathematical and ambitious as that of the Giza necropolis. I had also come to meet another researcher who had challenged the orthodox chronology of ancient Egypt with a well-founded claim to have found hard evidence of a high civilization in the Nile Valley in 10,000 BC or earlier. Like Bauval's astronomical data, the evidence had always been available, but had failed to attract the attention of established Egyptologists. The man responsible for bringing it before the public now was the American scholar John Anthony West, who argued that the specialists had missed it, not because they had failed to find it, but because they had found it and failed to interpret it properly. West's evidence focused on certain key structures, notably the Great Sphinx and the Valley Temple at Giza, and much farther south, the mysterious Osirion at Abydos. He argued that these desert monuments showed many scientifically unmistakable signs of having been weathered by water, an erosive agent they could only have been exposed to in sufficient quantities during the damp pluvial period that accompanied the end of the last ice age around the 11th millennium BC. The implication of this peculiar and extremely distinctive pattern of precipitation-induced weathering was that the Osirion, the Sphinx, and other associated structures were built before 10,000 BC. A British investigative journalist summed up the effect. West is really an academic's worst nightmare, because here comes somebody way out of left field with a thoroughly well-thought-out, well-presented, coherently described theory, full of data they can't refute, and it pulls the rug out from beneath their feet. So how do they deal with it? They ignore it. They hope it'll go away. And it won't go away. The reason the new theory would not under any circumstances go away, despite its rejection by droves of competent Egyptologists, was that it had won widespread support from another scientific branch of scholarship, geology. Dr. Robert Schoch, a professor of geology at Boston University, had played a prominent role in validating West's estimates concerning the true age of the Sphinx, and his views had been endorsed by almost 300 of his peers at the 1992 Annual Convention of the Geological Society of America. Since then, most often out of the public eye, an acrimonious dispute had begun to smoulder between the geologists and the Egyptologists. And though very few people other than John West were prepared to say as much, what was at stake in this dispute was a complete upheaval in accepted views about the evolution of human civilization. According to West, we are told that the evolution of human civilization is a linear process, that it goes from stupid cavemen to smart old us with our hydrogen bombs and striped toothpaste. But the proof that the Sphinx is many, many thousands of years older than the archaeologists think it is, that it preceded by many thousands of years even dynastic Egypt, means that there must have been, at some distant point in history, a high and sophisticated civilization, just as all the legends affirm. My own travels and research during the preceding 4 years had opened my eyes to the electrifying possibility that those legends could be true, and this was why I had come back to Egypt to meet West and Bauval. I was struck by the way in which their hitherto disparate lines of inquiry had converged so convincingly on what appeared to be the astronomical and geological fingerprints of a lost civilization, one that might or might not have originated in the Nile Valley, but that seemed to have had a presence here as far back as the 11th millennium BC. The Way of the Jackal. Anubis, guardian of the secrets, god of the funerary chamber, jackal-headed opener of the ways of the dead, guide and companion to Osiris. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, closing time at the Cairo Museum, when Santa pronounced herself satisfied with her photographs of the sinister black effigy. Down below us, guards were whistling and clapping their hands as they sought to herd the last few sightseers out of the halls. But up on the second floor of the 100-year-old building, where ancient Anubis crouched in his millennial watchfulness, all was quiet, all was still. We left the somber museum and walked down into the sunlight, still bathing Cairo's bustling Tahrir Square. Anubis, I reflected, had shared his duties as spirit guide and guardian of the secret writings with another god, whose type and symbol had also been the jackal, and whose name, Upuaut, literally meant opener of the ways. Both these canine deities had been linked since time immemorial with the ancient town of Abydos in Upper Egypt, the original god of which, Khenti-Amentiu, the strangely named foremost of the Westerners, had also been represented as a member of the dog family, usually lying recumbent on a black standard. Was there any significance in the repeated recurrence at Abydos of all this mythical and symbolic doggishness, with its promise of high secrets waiting to unfold? It seemed worthwhile trying to find out, since the extensive ruins there included the structure known as the Osirion, which West's geological research had indicated might be far older than the archaeologists thought. Besides, I had already arranged to meet West in a few days in the Upper Egyptian town of Luxor, less than 200 kilometers south of Abydos. Rather than flying directly to Luxor from Cairo as I had originally planned, I now realized that it would be perfectly feasible to go by road and to visit Abydos and a number of other sites along the way. Our driver, Mohammed Walili, was waiting for us in an underground car park just off Tahrir Square. A large, genial, elderly man, he owned a battered white Peugeot taxi, normally to be found standing in the rank outside the Mina House Hotel at Giza. Over the last few years, on our frequent research trips to Cairo, we had struck up a friendship with him, and he now worked with us whenever we were in Egypt. We haggled for some time about the appropriate daily rate for the long return journey to Abydos and Luxor. Many matters had to be taken into account, including the fact that some of the areas we would be passing through had recently been targets of terrorist attacks by Islamic militants. Eventually, we agreed on a price and arranged to set off early the following morning. Chapter 41. City of the Sun, Chamber of the Jackal. Mohammed picked us up at our hotel in Heliopolis at 6 a.m., where it was still half dark. We drank small cups of thick black coffee at a roadside stall, and then drove west, along dusty streets still almost deserted, towards the River Nile. I had asked Mohammed to take us through Maidan al-Masala Square, which was dominated by one of the world's oldest intact Egyptian obelisks. Weighing an estimated 350 tons, this was a pink granite monolith, 170 feet high, erected by Pharaoh Senuseret I, 1971 to 1928 BC. It had originally been one of a pair at the gateway of the great Heliopolitan Temple of the Sun. In the 4,000 years since then, the temple itself had entirely vanished, as had the second obelisk. Indeed, almost all of ancient Heliopolis had now been obliterated, cannibalized for its handsome dressed stones and ready-made building materials by countless generations of the citizens of Cairo. Heliopolis, City of the Sun, was referred to in the Bible as On, but was originally known in the Egyptian language as Inu, or Inu Mehret, meaning the pillar, or the northern pillar. It was a district of immense sanctity, associated with a strange group of 9 solar and stellar deities, and was old beyond reckoning when Senuseret chose it as the site for his obelisk. Indeed, together with Giza and the distant southern city of Abydos, Inu Heliopolis was believed to have been part of the first land that emerged from the primeval waters at the moment of creation, the land of the first time, where the gods had commenced their rule on earth. Heliopolitan theology rested on a creation myth, distinguished by a number of unique and curious features. It taught that in the beginning, the universe had been filled with a dark and watery nothingness, called the Nun. Out of this inert cosmic ocean described as shapeless, black with the blackness of the blackest night, rose a mound of dry land on which Ra, the sun god, materialized in his self-created form as Atum, sometimes depicted as an old, bearded man leaning on a staff. The sky had not been created. The earth had not been created. The children of the earth and the reptiles had not been fashioned in that place. I, Atum, was one by myself. There existed no other who worked with me. Conscious of being alone, this blessed and immortal being contrived to create 2 divine offspring, Shu, god of the air and dryness, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. I thrust my phallus into my closed hand. I made my seed to enter my hand. I poured it into my own mouth. I evacuated under the form of Shu. I passed water under the form of Tefnut. Despite such apparently inauspicious beginnings, Shu and Tefnut, who were always described as twins and frequently depicted as lions, grew to maturity, copulated, and produced offspring of their own. Geb, the god of the earth, and Nut, the goddess of the sky. These two also mated, creating Osiris and Isis, Set and Nephthys, and so completed the Ennead, the full company of the 9 gods of Heliopolis. Of the 9, Ra, Shu, Geb, and Osiris were said to have ruled in Egypt as kings, followed by Horus, and lastly, for 3,226 years, by the ibis-headed wisdom god Thoth. Who were these people, or creatures, or beings, or gods? Were they figments of the priestly imagination, or symbols, or ciphers? Were the stories told about them vivid myth memories of real events which had taken place thousands of years previously? Or were they perhaps part of a coded message from the ancients that had been transmitting itself over and over again down the epochs, a message only now beginning to be unraveled and understood? Such notions seemed fanciful. Nevertheless, I could hardly forget that out of this very same Heliopolitan tradition, the great myth of Isis and Osiris had flowed, covertly transmitting an accurate calculus for the rate of precessional motion. Moreover, the priests of Inu, whose responsibility it had been to guard and nurture such traditions, had been renowned throughout Egypt for their high wisdom and their proficiency in prophecy, astronomy, mathematics, architecture, and the magic arts. They were also famous for their possession of a powerful and sacred object known as the benben. The Egyptians called Heliopolis Inu, the pillar, because tradition had it that the benben had been kept here in remote pre-dynastic times, when it had balanced on top of a pillar of rough-hewn stone. The benben was believed to have fallen from the skies. Unfortunately, it had been lost so long before that its appearance was no longer remembered by the time Senuseret took the throne in 1971 BC. In that period, the 12th dynasty, all that was clearly recalled was that the benben had been pyramidal in form, thus providing, together with the pillar on which it stood, a prototype for the shape of all future obelisks. The name benben was likewise applied to the pyramidion or apex stone, usually placed on top of pyramids. In a symbolic sense, it was also associated closely and directly with Ra Atum, of whom the ancient text said, "You became high on the height. You rose up as the benben stone in the mansion of the Phoenix." Mansion of the Phoenix described the original temple at Heliopolis where the benben had been housed. It reflected the fact that the mysterious object had also served as an enduring symbol for the mythical phoenix, the divine Bennu bird, whose appearances and disappearances were believed to be linked to violent cosmic cycles and to the destruction and rebirth of world ages. Connections and similarities. Driving through the suburbs of Heliopolis at around 6:30 in the morning, I closed my eyes and tried to summon up a picture of the landscape as it might have looked in the mythical first time, after the island of creation, the primordial mound of Ra Atum, had risen out of the floodwaters of the Nun. It was tempting to see a connection between this imagery and the Andean traditions that spoke of the emergence of the civilizer god Viracocha from the waters of Lake Titicaca after an earth-destroying flood. Moreover, there was the figure of Osiris to consider, a conspicuously bearded figure, like Viracocha and like Quetzalcoatl as well, remembered for having abolished cannibalism among the Egyptians, for having taught them agriculture and animal husbandry, for introducing them to such arts as writing, architecture, and music. The similarities between the Old and New World traditions were hard to miss, but even harder to interpret. It was possible they were just a series of beguiling coincidences. On the other hand, it was possible that they might reveal the fingerprints of an ancient and unidentified global civilization, fingerprints that were essentially the same, whether they appeared in the myths of Central America, or of the high Andes, or of Egypt. The priests of Heliopolis, after all, had taught of the creation, but who had taught them? Had they sprung out of nowhere, or was it more likely that their doctrine, with all its complex symbolism, was the product of a long refinement of religious ideas? If so, when and where had these ideas developed? I looked up to discover that we had left Heliopolis behind and were winding our way through the noisy and crowded streets of downtown Cairo. We crossed over to the west bank of the Nile by way of the 6th of October Bridge and soon afterwards entered Giza. 15 minutes later, passing the massive bulk of the Great Pyramid on our right, we turned south on the road to Upper Egypt, a road which followed the meridional course of the world's longest river through a landscape of palms and green fields fringed by the encroaching red wastes of pitiless deserts. The ideas of the Heliopolitan priesthood had influenced every aspect of secular and religious life in ancient Egypt. But had those ideas developed locally, or had they been introduced to the Nile Valley from elsewhere? The traditions of the Egyptians provided an unambiguous answer to questions such as these. All the wisdom of Heliopolis was a legacy, they said, and this legacy had been passed to humankind by the gods. Gift of the gods. About 10 miles south of the Great Pyramid, we pulled off the main road to visit the necropolis of Saqqara. Rearing up on the desert's edge, the site was dominated by a 6-tier ziggurat, the step pyramid of the 3rd dynasty pharaoh Zoser. This imposing monument, almost 200 feet tall, was dated to approximately 2650 BC. It stood within its own compound, surrounded by an elegant enclosure wall, and was reckoned by archaeologists to be the earliest massive construction of stone ever attempted by humanity. Tradition had it that its architect was the legendary Imhotep, Great of Magic, a high priest of Heliopolis, whose other titles were sage, sorcerer, astronomer, and doctor. We shall have more to say about the step pyramid and its builder in a later chapter, but on this occasion I had not come to Saqqara to see it. My sole objective was to spend a few moments in the burial chamber of the nearby pyramid of Unas, a 5th dynasty pharaoh, who had reigned from 2356 to 2323 BC. The walls of this chamber, which I had visited several times before, were inscribed from floor to ceiling with the most ancient of the pyramid texts, an extravaganza of hieroglyphic inscriptions giving voice to a range of remarkable ideas, in acute contrast to the mute and unadorned interiors of the 4th dynasty pyramids at Giza. A phenomenon exclusively of the 5th and 6th dynasties, 2465 to 2152 BC, the pyramid texts were sacred writings, parts of which were thought to have been composed by the Heliopolitan priesthood in the late 3rd millennium BC, and parts of which had been received and handed down by them from pre-dynastic times. It was the latter parts of these texts, dating to a remote and impenetrable antiquity, which had particularly aroused my curiosity when I'd begun to research them a few months previously. I had also been amused and a little intrigued by the strange way that 19th century French archaeologists appeared almost to have been directed to the hidden chamber of the pyramid texts by a mythological opener of the ways. According to reasonably well-documented reports, an Egyptian foreman of the excavations at Saqqara had been up and about at dawn one morning and had found himself by the side of a ruined pyramid, looking into the bright amber eyes of a lone desert jackal. It was as if the animal were taunting his human observer and inviting the puzzled man to chase him. Slowly, the jackal sauntered towards the north face of the pyramid, stopping for a moment before disappearing into a hole. The bemused Arab decided to follow his lead. After slipping through the narrow hole, he found himself crawling into the dark bowels of the pyramid. Soon he emerged into a chamber, and lifting his light, saw that the walls were covered from top to bottom with hieroglyphic inscriptions. These were carved with exquisite craftsmanship into the solid limestone and painted over with turquoise and gold. Today, the hieroglyph-lined chamber beneath the ruined pyramid of Unas is still reached through the north face by the long descending passage the French archaeological team excavated soon after the foreman's astonishing discovery. The chamber consists of 2 rectangular rooms, separated by a partition wall into which is set a low doorway. Both rooms are covered by a gabled ceiling, painted with myriads of stars. Emerging stooped from the cramped passage, Santa and I entered the first of the 2 rooms and passed through the connecting doorway into the second. This was the tomb chamber proper, with the massive black granite sarcophagus of Unas at its western end, and the strange utterances of the pyramid texts proclaiming themselves from every wall. Speaking to us directly, rather than through riddles and mathematical legerdemain like the unadorned walls of the Great Pyramid, what were the hieroglyphs saying? I knew that the answer depended to some extent on which translation you were using, largely because the language of the pyramid texts contained so many archaic forms and so many unfamiliar mythological allusions that scholars were obliged to fill in the gaps in their knowledge with guesswork. Nevertheless, it was generally agreed that the late R.O. Faulkner, a professor of the ancient Egyptian language at University College London, had produced the most authoritative version. Faulkner, whose translation I had studied line by line, described the texts as constituting the oldest corpus of Egyptian funerary literature now extant, and added, "They are the least corrupt of all such collections, and are of fundamental importance to the student of Egyptian religion." The reason why the texts were so important, as many scholars agreed, was that they were the last completely open channel connecting the relatively short period of the past that humanity remembers to the far longer period that has been forgotten. They vaguely disclose to us a vanished world of thought and speech, the last of the unnumbered aeons, through which prehistoric man has passed, till finally he enters the historic age. It was hard to disagree with sentiments like these. The texts did disclose a vanished world, but what intrigued me most about this world was the possibility that it might have been inhabited not only by primitive savages, as one would have expected in remote prehistory, but paradoxically, by men and women whose minds had been enlightened by a scientific understanding of the cosmos. The overall picture was equivocal. There were genuinely primitive elements locked into the pyramid texts alongside the loftier sequences of ideas. Nevertheless, every time I immersed myself in what Egyptologists call these ancient spells, I was impressed by the strange glimpses they seemed to afford of a high intelligence at work, darting from behind layers of incomprehension, reporting on experiences that prehistoric man should never have had, and expressing notions he should never have been able to formulate. In short, the effect of the texts, achieved through the medium of hieroglyphs, was akin to the effect of the Great Pyramid, achieved through the medium of architecture. In both cases, the dominant impression was of anachronism, of advanced technological processes used or described at a period in human history when there was supposed to have been no technology at all. Chapter 42. Anachronisms and Enigmas. I looked around the grey-walled chamber of Unas, up and down the long registers of hieroglyphs in which the pyramid texts were inscribed. They were written in a dead language. Nevertheless, the constant affirmation, repeated over and over again in these ancient compositions, was that of life, eternal life, which was to be achieved through the pharaoh's rebirth as a star in the constellation of Orion. As the listener will recall from chapter 19, where we compared Egyptian beliefs with those of ancient Mexico, there were several utterances which voiced this aspiration explicitly. O king, you are this great star, the companion of Orion, who traverses the sky with Orion. You ascend from the east of the sky, being renewed in your due season and rejuvenated in your due time. Though undeniably beautiful, there was nothing inherently extraordinary about these sentiments, and it was by no means impossible to attribute them to a people assessed by the French archaeologist Gaston Maspero as having always remained half-savage. Furthermore, since Maspero had been the first Egyptologist to enter the Pyramid of Unas, and was considered a great authority on the texts, it was hardly surprising that his opinions should have shaped all academic responses to this literature since he'd begun to publish translations from it in the 1880s. Maspero, with a little help from a jackal, had brought the pyramid texts to the world. Thereafter, the dominance of his particular prejudices about the past had functioned as a filter on knowledge, inhibiting variant interpretations of the more opaque or puzzling utterances. This seemed to me to be unfortunate, to say the least. What it meant was that despite the technical and scientific puzzles raised by monuments like the Great Pyramid of Giza, scholars had ignored the implications of some striking passages in the texts. These passages sounded suspiciously like attempts to express complex technical and scientific imagery in an entirely inappropriate idiom. Maybe it was a coincidence, but the result resembled the outcome that we might expect today if we were to try to translate Einstein's theory of relativity into Chaucerian English, or to describe a supersonic aircraft in vocabulary derived from Middle High German. Broken images of a lost technology. Take, for example, some of the peculiar equipment and accessories designated for the pharaoh's use as he journeyed to his eternal resting place among the stars. The gods who are in the sky are brought to you. The gods who are on earth assemble for you. They place their hands under you. They make a ladder for you, that you may ascend on it into the sky. The doors of the sky are thrown open to you. The doors of the starry firmament are thrown open for you. The ascending pharaoh was identified with, and frequently referred to, as an Osiris. Osiris himself, as we've seen, was frequently linked to and associated with the constellation of Orion. Osiris Orion was said to have been the first to have climbed the great ladder the gods had made, and several utterances left no doubt that this ladder had not extended upwards from earth to heaven, but downwards from heaven to earth. It was described as a rope ladder, and the belief was that it had hung from an iron plate, suspended in the sky. Were we dealing here, I wondered, simply with the bizarre imaginings of half-savage priests, or might there be some other explanation for illusions such as these? In utterance 261, the king is a flame, moving before the wind to the end of the sky and to the end of the earth. The king travels the air and traverses the earth. There is brought to him a way of ascent to the sky. Switching to dialogue, utterance 310 proclaimed, O you, whose vision is in his face, and whose vision is in the back of his head, bring this to me. What ferry boat shall be brought to you? Bring me, it flies and alights. Utterance 332, supposedly spoken by the king himself, confided, I am this one who has escaped from the coiled serpent. I have ascended in a blast of fire, having turned myself about. The two skies go to me. And in utterance 669, it was asked, Wherewith can the king be made to fly up? The reply was given, There shall be brought to you the Hunwa bark. And a little text is missing here of the Hun bird. You shall fly up therewith. You shall fly up and alight. Other passages also seem to me worthy of more thorough investigation than they have received from scholars. Here are a few examples. O my father, great king, the aperture of the sky window is opened for you. The door of the sky at the horizon opens to you. The gods are glad at meeting you. May you sit on this iron throne of yours as the great one who is in Heliopolis. O king, may you ascend. The sky reels at you. The earth quakes at you. The imperishable stars are afraid of you. I have come to you, O you whose seats are hidden, that I may embrace you in the sky. The earth speaks. The gate of the earth god is open. The doors of Geb are opened for you. May you remove yourself to the sky upon your iron throne. O my father the king, such is your going when you have gone as a god. Your travelling as a celestial being. You stand in the conclaves of the horizon, and sit on this throne of iron at which the gods marvel. The constant references to iron, though easy to overlook, were puzzling. Iron, I knew, had been a rare metal in ancient Egypt, particularly in the Pyramid Age, when it had supposedly only been available in meteoritic form. Yet here, in the pyramid texts, there seemed to be an embarrassment of iron riches, iron plates in the sky, iron thrones, and elsewhere an iron scepter, and even iron bones for the king. In the ancient Egyptian language, the name for iron had been bajar, a word that literally meant metal of heaven, or divine metal. The knowledge of iron was thus regarded as yet another gift from the gods. Repositories of a lost science. What other fingerprints might these gods have left behind in the pyramid texts? In my readings, here and there amongst the most archaic of the utterances, I have come across several metaphors that seemed to refer to the passage of epochs of processional time. These metaphors stood out from the surrounding material because they were expressed in what had become a clear and familiar terminology to me, that of the archaic scientific language identified by Santillana and von Deschend in Hamlet's Mill. The listener may recall that a cosmic diagram of the four props of the sky was one of the standard thought tools employed in that ancient language. Its purpose was to assist visualization of the four imaginary bands conceived as framing, supporting, and defining a processional world age. These were what astronomers call the equinoctial and solstitial colures, and were seen as hooping down from the celestial North Pole and marking the four constellations against the background of which, for periods of 2,160 years at a time, the sun would consistently rise on the spring and autumn equinoxes and on the winter and summer solstices. The pyramid texts appear to contain several versions of this diagram. Moreover, as is so often the case with prehistoric myths which transmit hard astronomical data, the precessional symbolism is interwoven tightly with violent images of terrestrial destruction, as though to suggest that the breaking of the mill of heaven, that is, the transition every 2,160 years from one zodiacal age to another, could, under ill-omened circumstances, bring catastrophic influences to bear on terrestrial events. Thus it was said that Ra-Atum, the god who created himself, was originally king over gods and men together, but mankind schemed against his sovereignty, for he began to grow old. His bones became silver, his flesh gold, and his hair as lapis lazuli. When he realized what was happening, the aged sun god, so reminiscent of Tonatiuh, the bloodthirsty fifth son of the Aztecs, determined that he would punish this insurrection by killing off most of the human race. The instrument of the havoc he unleashed was symbolized at times as a raging lioness wading in blood, and at times as the fearsome lion-headed goddess Sekhmet, who poured fire out of herself and savaged mankind in an ecstasy of slaughter. The terrible destruction continued unabated for a long period. Then at last Ra intervened to save the lives of a remnant, the ancestors of present humanity. This intervention took the form of a flood, which the lioness thirstily lapped up and then fell asleep. When she awoke, she was no longer interested in pursuing the destruction, and peace descended upon the devastated world. Meanwhile, Ra had resolved to draw away from what was left of his creation. As I live, my heart is weary of staying with mankind. I have gone on killing them almost to the very last one. So the insignificant remnant is not my affair. The sun god then rose into the sky on the back of the sky goddess Nut, who, for the purposes of the precessional metaphor about to be delivered, had transformed herself into a cow. Before very long, in a close analogy to the shaft tree that shivered on Amlodi's wildly gyrating mill, the cow grew dizzy and began to shake and to tremble because she was so high above the earth. When she complained to Ra about this precarious state of affairs, he commanded, "Let my son Shu be put beneath Nut to keep guard for me over the heavenly supports which exist in the twilight. Put her above your head and keep her there." As soon as Shu had taken his place beneath the cow and had stabilized her body, the heavens above and the earth beneath came into being. At the same moment, the four legs of the cow, as Egyptologist Wallace Budge commented in his classic study, The Gods of the Egyptians, became the four props of heaven at the four cardinal points. Like most scholars, Budge understandably assumed that the cardinal points referred to in this ancient Egyptian tradition had strictly terrestrial connotations, and that heaven represented nothing more than the sky above our heads. He took it for granted that the point of the metaphor was for us to envisage the cow's four legs as positioned at the 4 points of the compass, north, south, east, and west. He also thought, and even today, few Egyptologists would disagree with him, that the simple-minded priests of Heliopolis had actually believed that the sky had four corners, which were supported on four legs, and that Shu, the sky-bearer par excellence, had stood immobile like a pillar at the center of the whole edifice. Reinterpreted in the light of Santillana and von Deschen's findings, however, Shu and the four legs of the celestial cow look much more like the components of an archaic scientific symbol, depicting the frame of a precessional world age, the polar axis, Shu, and the colures, the four legs or props, marking the equinoctial and solstitial cardinal points in the annual round of the sun. Moreover, it is tempting to speculate which world age was being signaled here. With a cow involved, it could have been the age of Taurus, although the Egyptians knew the difference between bulls and cows as well as anyone. But a much more likely contender, at any rate on purely symbolic grounds, was the age of Leo, from approximately 10,970 to 8,810 BC. The reason is that Sekhmet, the agent of the destruction of mankind referred to in the myth, was leonine in form. What better way to symbolize the troubled birth of the new world age of Leo than to depict its harbinger as a rampaging lion, particularly since the age of Leo coincided with the final ferocious meltdown of the last ice age, during which huge numbers of animal species all over the earth were suddenly and violently rendered extinct. Mankind survived the immense floods and earthquakes and rapid changes of climate that took place, but very probably in much reduced numbers and much reduced circumstances. The train of the sun and the dweller in Sirius. Of course, the ability to recognize and define precessional world ages in myth implies that the ancient Egyptians possessed better observational astronomy and a more sophisticated understanding of the mechanics of the solar system than any ancient people have hitherto been credited with. There is no doubt that knowledge of this caliber, if it existed at all, would have been highly regarded by the ancient Egyptians, who would have transmitted it from generation to generation in a secretive manner. Indeed, it would have ranked among the highest arcana entrusted to the keeping of the priestly elite at Heliopolis, and would have been passed on, in the main, through an oral and initiatory tradition. If by chance it had found its way into the pyramid texts, is it not likely that its form would have been veiled by metaphors and allegories? I walked slowly across the dusty floor of the tomb chamber of Unas, noting the heavy stillness in the air, casting my eyes over the faded blue and gold inscriptions. Expressed in coded language several millennia before Copernicus and Galileo, some of the passages inscribed on these walls seem to offer clues to the true heliocentric nature of the solar system. In one, for example, Ra, the sun god, was depicted as seated upon an iron throne, encircled by lesser gods who moved around him constantly and who were said to be in his train. Likewise, in another passage, the deceased pharaoh was urged to stand at the head of the two halves of the sky and weigh the words of the gods, the aged ones, who revolve around Ra. If the aged ones and the encircling gods revolving around Ra should prove to be parts of a terminology referring to the planets of our solar system, the original authors of the pyramid texts must have enjoyed access to some remarkably advanced astronomical data. They must have known that the Earth and the planets revolved around the sun, rather than vice versa. The problem this raises is that neither the ancient Egyptians at any stage in their history, nor even their successors the Greeks, or for that matter the Europeans until the Renaissance, are supposed to have possessed cosmological data of anything approaching this quality. How therefore can its presence be explained in compositions which date back to the dawn of Egyptian civilization? Another, and perhaps related mystery, concerns the star Sirius, which the Egyptians identified with Isis, the sister and consort of Osiris, and the mother of Horus. In a passage addressed to Osiris himself, the pyramid texts state, "Thy sister Isis cometh unto thee, rejoicing in her love for thee. Thou settest her upon thee, thy issue entereth into her, and she becometh great with child like the star Sept, Sirius the dog star. Horus Sept cometh forth from thee in the form of Horus, dweller in Sept." Many interpretations of this passage are, of course, possible. What intrigued me, however, was the clear implication that Sirius was to be regarded as a dual entity, in some way comparable to a woman great with child. Moreover, after the birth or coming forth of that child, the text makes a special point of reminding us that Horus remained a dweller in Sept, presumably suggesting that he stayed close to his mother. Sirius is an unusual star, a sparkling point of light, particularly prominent in the winter months in the night skies of the northern hemisphere. It consists of a binary star system. In other words, it is in fact, as the pyramid texts suggest, a dual entity. The major component, Sirius A, is what we see. Sirius B, on the other hand, the dwarf star which revolves around Sirius A, is absolutely invisible to the naked eye. Its existence did not become known to Western science until 1862, when US astronomer Alvin Clark spotted it through one of the largest and most advanced telescopes of the day. How could the scribes, who wrote the pyramid texts, possibly have obtained the information that Sirius was two stars in one? In The Sirius Mystery, an important book published in 1976, I knew that the American author Robert Temple had offered some extraordinary answers to this question. His study focused on the traditional beliefs of the Dogon tribe of West Africa, beliefs in which the binary character of Sirius was explicitly described, and in which the correct figure of 50 years was given for the period of the orbit of Sirius B around Sirius A. Temple argued cogently that this high-quality technical information had been passed down to the Dogon from the ancient Egyptians through a process of cultural diffusion, and that it was to the ancient Egyptians that we should look for an answer to the Sirius mystery. He also concluded that the ancient Egyptians must have received the information from intelligent beings from the region of Sirius. Like Temple, I had begun to suspect that the more advanced and sophisticated elements of Egyptian science made sense only if they were understood as parts of an inheritance. Unlike Temple, I saw no urgent reason to attribute that inheritance to extraterrestrials. To my mind, the anomalous star knowledge the Heliopolitan priests had apparently possessed was more plausibly explained as the legacy of a lost human civilization, which against the current of history had achieved a high level of technological advancement in remote antiquity. It seemed to me that the building of an instrument capable of detecting Sirius B might not have been beyond the ingenuity of the unknown explorers and scientists who originated the remarkable maps of the prehistoric world discussed in Part 1. Nor would it have daunted the unknown astronomers and measurers of time who bequeathed to the ancient Maya a calendar of amazing complexity, a database about the movements of the heavenly bodies which could only have been the product of thousands of years of accurately recorded observations, and a facility with very large numbers that seemed more appropriate to the needs of a complex technological society than to those of a primitive Central American kingdom. Millions of years and the movements of the stars. Very large numbers also appeared in the pyramid texts, in the symbolic boat of millions of years, for example, in which the sun god was said to navigate the dark and airless wastes of interstellar space. Thoth, the god of wisdom, he who reckons in heaven, the counter of the stars, the measurer of the earth, was specifically empowered to grant a life of millions of years to the deceased pharaoh. Osiris, king of eternity, lord of everlasting, was described as traversing millions of years in his life. And figures like tens of millions of years, as well as the more mind-boggling 1 million of millions of years, occurred often enough to suggest that some elements at least of ancient Egyptian culture must have evolved for the convenience of scientifically minded people with more than passing insight into the immensity of time. Such a people would of course have required an excellent calendar, one that would have facilitated complex and accurate calculations. It was therefore not surprising to learn that the ancient Egyptians, like the Maya, had possessed such a calendar, and that their understanding of its workings seems to have declined, rather than improved, as the ages went by. It was tempting to see this as the gradual erosion of a corpus of knowledge inherited an extremely long time ago, an impression supported by the ancient Egyptians themselves, who made no secret of their belief that their calendar was a legacy which they had received from the gods. We consider the possible identity of these gods in more detail in the following chapters. Whoever they were, they must have spent a great deal of their time observing the stars, and they had accumulated a fund of advanced and specialized knowledge concerning the star Sirius in particular. Further evidence for this came in the form of the most useful calendrical gift which the gods supposedly gave to the Egyptians, the Sothic or Syrian cycle. The Sothic cycle was based on what is referred to in technical jargon as the periodic return of the heliacal rising of Sirius, which is the first appearance of this star after a seasonal absence, rising at dawn just ahead of the sun in the eastern portion of the sky. In the case of Sirius, the interval between one such rising and the next amounts to exactly 365.25 days, a mathematically harmonious figure, uncomplicated by further decimal points, which is just 12 minutes longer than the duration of the solar year. The curious thing about Sirius is that out of an estimated 2,000 stars in the heavens visible to the naked eye, it is the only one to rise heliacally at this precise and nicely rounded interval of 365.25 days, a unique product of its proper motion, the speed of its own movement through space, combined with the effects of the precession of the equinoxes. Moreover, it is known that the day of the heliacal rising of Sirius, New Year's Day in the ancient Egyptian calendar, was traditionally calculated at Heliopolis, where the pyramid texts were compiled, and announced ahead of time to all the other major temples up and down the Nile. I remember that Sirius was referred to directly in the pyramid texts by her name of the New Year. Together with other relevant utterances, this confirmed that the Sothic calendar was at least as old as the texts themselves, and their origins stretched back into the mists of distant antiquity. The great enigma, therefore, is this. In such an early period, who could have possessed the necessary know-how to observe and take note of the coincidence of the period of 365.25 days with the heliacal rising of Sirius, a coincidence described by the French mathematician R.A. de Lubic's as an entirely exceptional celestial phenomenon? We cannot but admire de Lubic's comments, the greatness of a science capable of discovering such a coincidence. The double star of Sirius was chosen because it was the only star that moves the needed distance and in the right direction against the background of the other stars. This fact, known 4,000 years before our time and forgotten until our day, obviously demands an extraordinary and prolonged observation of the sky. It was such a legacy, built out of long centuries of precise observational astronomy and scientific record-keeping, that Egypt seems to have benefited from at the beginning of the historical period, and that was expressed in the pyramid texts. In this, too, there lies a mystery. Copies or translations? Writing in 1934, the year of his death, Wallace Budge, former keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum and the author of an authoritative hieroglyphic dictionary, made this frank admission. The pyramid texts are full of difficulties of every kind. The exact meanings of a large number of words found in them are unknown. The construction of the sentence often baffles all attempts to translate it, and when it contains wholly unknown words, it becomes an unsolved riddle. It is only reasonable to suppose that these texts were often used for funerary purposes, but it is quite clear that their period of use in Egypt was little more than 100 years. Why they were suddenly brought into use at the end of the 5th dynasty and ceased to be used at the end of the 6th dynasty is inexplicable. Could the answer be that they were copies of an earlier literature, which Unas, the last pharaoh of the 5th dynasty, together with several of his successors in the 6th dynasty, had attempted to fix forever in stone in the tomb chambers of their own pyramids? Budge thought so, and felt the evidence suggested that some at least of the source documents must have been exceedingly old. Several passages bear evidence that the scribes who drafted the copies from which the cutters of the inscriptions worked did not understand what they were writing. The general impression is that the priests who drafted the copies made extracts from several compositions of different ages and having different contents. All this assumed that the source documents, whatever they were, must have been written in an archaic form of the ancient Egyptian language. There was, however, an alternative possibility, which Budge failed to consider. Suppose that the tasks of the priests had been not only to copy material, but to translate into hieroglyphs texts originally composed in another language altogether. If that language had included a technical terminology and references to artifacts and ideas for which no equivalent terms existed in ancient Egyptian, this would provide an explanation for the strange impression given by certain of the utterances. Moreover, if the copying and translating of the original source documents had been completed by the end of the 6th dynasty, it was easy to understand why no more pyramid texts had ever been carved. The project would have come to a halt when it had fulfilled its objective, which would have been to create a permanent hieroglyphic record of a sacred literature that had already been tottering with age when Unas had taken the throne of Egypt in 2356 BC. Last records of the first time. Because we wanted to cover as much of the distance to Abydos as was possible before nightfall, Santa and I reluctantly decided that it was time to get back on the road. Although we had originally intended to spend only a few minutes, the somber gloom and ancient voices of the Unas tomb chamber had lulled our senses, and almost 2 hours had passed since our arrival. Stooping, we left the tomb and climbed the steeply angled passageway to the exit, where we paused to allow our eyes to adjust to the harsh mid-morning sunlight. As we did so, I took the opportunity to look over the pyramid itself, which had fallen into such a crumbling and thoroughly dilapidated state that its original form was barely recognizable. The core masonry, reduced to little more than a nondescript heap of rubble, was evidently of poor quality, and even the facing blocks, some of which were still intact, lacked the finesse and careful workmanship demonstrated by the older pyramids at Giza. This was hard to explain in conventional historical terms. If the normal evolutionary processes that govern the development of architectural skills and ideas had been at work in Egypt, one would have expected to find the opposite to be true. The design, engineering, and masonry of the Unas pyramid should have been superior to those of the Giza group, which, according to orthodox chronology, had been built about 2 centuries previously. The uncomfortable fact that this was not the case, in other words, Giza was better than Unas, and not vice versa, created knotty challenges for Egyptologists, and raised questions to which no satisfactory answers had been supplied. To reiterate the central problem, everything about the 3 stunning and superb pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure proclaimed that they were the end products of hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years of accumulated architectural and engineering experience. This was not supported by the archaeological evidence, which left no doubt that they were among the earliest pyramids ever built in Egypt. In other words, they were not the products of the mature phase of that country's pyramid building experiment, but anomalously were the creations of its infancy. A further mystery also cried out for solution. In the 3 great pyramids at Giza, Egypt's 4th dynasty had reared up mansions of eternity, unprecedented and unsurpassed masterpieces of stone, hundreds of feet high, weighing millions of tons apiece, which incorporated many extremely advanced features. No pyramids of comparable quality were ever built again. But only a little later, beneath the smaller, shabbier superstructures of the 5th and 6th dynasty pyramids, a sort of hall of records seemed to have been deliberately created, a permanent exhibition of copies or translations of archaic documents, which was, at the same time, an unprecedented and unsurpassed masterpiece of scribal and hieroglyphic art. In short, like the pyramids at Giza, it seemed that the pyramid texts had burst upon the scene with no apparent antecedents and had occupied centre stage for approximately 100 years before ceasing operations, never to be bettered. Presumably, the ancient kings and sages who had arranged these things had known what they were doing. If so, their minds must have contained a plan, and they must have intended a strong connection to be seen between the completely uninscribed but technically brilliant pyramids at Giza and the brilliantly inscribed but technically slipshod pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties. I suspected, too, that at least part of the answer to the problem might lie in the pyramid field of Dashur, which we passed 15 minutes after leaving Saqqara. It was here that the so-called bent and red pyramids were located. Attributed to Sneferu, Khufu's father, these 2 monuments, by all accounts very well preserved, had been closed to the public many years ago. A military base had been built around them, and they had, for a long while, been impossible to visit under any circumstances, ever. As we continued our journey south, through the bright colours of that December day, I was overtaken by a compelling sense that the Nile Valley had been the scene of momentous events for humanity long before the recorded history of mankind began. All the most ancient records and traditions of Egypt spoke of such events and associated them with the epoch during which the gods had ruled on earth, the fabled first time, which was called Zep Tepi. We shall delve into these records in the next 2 chapters. Chapter 43. Looking for the first time. Here is what the ancient Egyptians said about the first time, Zep Tepi, when the gods ruled in their country. They said it was a golden age, during which the waters of the abyss receded, the primordial darkness was banished, and humanity, emerging into the light, was offered the gifts of civilization. They spoke also of intermediaries between gods and men, the Urshu, a category of lesser divinities whose title meant the Watchers. And they preserved particularly vivid recollections of the gods themselves, puissant and beautiful beings called the Neteru, who lived on earth with humankind and exercised their sovereignty from Heliopolis and other sanctuaries up and down the Nile. Some of these Neteru were male, and some female, but all possessed a range of supernatural powers, which included the ability to appear at will as men or women, or as animals, birds, reptiles, trees, or plants. Paradoxically, their words and deeds seem to have reflected human passions and preoccupations. Likewise, although they were portrayed as stronger and more intelligent than humans, it was believed that they could grow sick, or even die, or be killed, under certain circumstances. Records of prehistory. Archaeologists are adamant that the epoch of the gods, which the ancient Egyptians called the first time, is nothing more than a myth. The ancient Egyptians, however, who may have been better informed about their past than we are, did not share this view. The historical records they kept in their most venerable temples included comprehensive lists of all the kings of Egypt, lists naming every pharaoh of every dynasty recognized by scholars today. Some of these lists went even further, reaching back beyond the historical horizon of the first dynasty into the uncharted depths of a remote and profound antiquity. 2 lists of kings in this category have survived the ravages of the ages, and having been exported from Egypt, are now preserved in European museums. We shall consider these lists in more detail later in this chapter. They are known respectively as the Palermo stone, dating from the 5th dynasty around the 25th century BC, and the Turin papyrus, a 19th dynasty temple document inscribed in a cursive form of hieroglyphs known as hieratic, and dated to the 13th century BC. In addition, we have the testimony of a Heliopolitan priest named Manetho. In the 3rd century BC, he compiled a comprehensive and widely respected history of Egypt, which provided extensive king lists for the entire dynastic period. Like the Turin papyrus and the Palermo stone, Manetho's history also reached much further back into the past to speak of a distant epoch when gods had ruled in the Nile Valley. Manetho's complete text has not come down to us, although copies of it seem to have been in circulation as late as the 9th century AD. Fortuitously, however, fragments of it were preserved in the writings of the Jewish chronicler Josephus, AD 60, and of Christian writers such as Africanus, AD 300, Eusebius, AD 340, and George Syncellus, AD 800. These fragments, in the words of the late Professor Michael Hoffman of the University of South Carolina, provide the framework for modern approaches to the study of Egypt's past. This is quite true. Nevertheless, Egyptologists are prepared to use Manetho only as a source for the historical, dynastic period, and repudiate the strange insights he provides into prehistory when he speaks of the remote golden age of the first time. Why should we be so selective in our reliance on Manetho? What is the logic of accepting 30 historical dynasties from him and rejecting all that he has to say about earlier epochs? Moreover, since we know that his chronology for the historical period has been vindicated by archaeology, isn't it a bit premature for us to assume that his pre-dynastic chronology is wrong because excavations have not yet turned up evidence confirming it? Gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead. If we are to allow Manetho to speak for himself, we have no choice but to turn to the texts in which the fragments of his work are preserved. One of the most important of these is the Armenian version of the Chronica of Eusebius. It begins by informing us that it is extracted from the Egyptian history of Manetho, who composed his account in 3 books. These deal with the gods, the demigods, the spirits of the dead, and the mortal kings who ruled Egypt. Citing Manetho directly, Eusebius begins by reeling off a list of the gods, which consists essentially of the familiar Ennead of Heliopolis, Ra, Osiris, Isis, Horus, Set, and so on. These were the first to hold sway in Egypt. Thereafter, the kingship passed from one to another in unbroken succession through 13,900 years. After the gods, demigods reigned for 1,255 years, and again another line of kings held sway for 1,817 years. Then came 30 more kings, reigning for 1,790 years, and then again 10 kings, ruling for 350 years. There followed the rule of the spirits of the dead for 5,813 years. The total of all these periods adds up to 24,925 years, and takes us far beyond the biblical date for the creation of the world, sometime in the 5th millennium BC. Because it suggested that biblical chronology was wrong, this created difficulties for Eusebius, a staunchly Christian commentator. But after a moment's thought, he overcame the problem in an inspired way. The year, he said, I take to be a lunar one, consisting that is of 30 days. What we now call a month, the Egyptians used formally to style a year. Of course, they did no such thing. By means of this sleight of hand, however, Eusebius and others succeeded in boiling down Manetho's grand pre-dynastic span of almost 25,000 years into a sanitized dollop a bit over 2,000 years, which fits comfortably into the 2,242 years Orthodox biblical chronology allows between Adam and the flood. A different technique for downplaying the disturbing chronological implications of Manetho's evidence is employed by the monk George Syncellus, circa AD 800. This commentator, who relies entirely on invective, writes, Manetho, chief priest of the accursed temples of Egypt, tells us of gods who never existed. These, he said, reigned for 11,895 years. Several other curious and contradictory numbers crop up in the fragments. In particular, Manetho is repeatedly said to have given the enormous figure of 36,525 years for the entire duration of the civilization of Egypt, from the time of the gods down to the end of the 30th and last dynasty of mortal kings. This figure, of course, incorporates the 365.25 days of the Sothic year, the interval between 2 consecutive heliacal risings of Sirius, as described in the last chapter. More likely by design than by accident, it also represents 25 cycles of 1,460 Sothic years, and 25 cycles of 1,461 calendar years, since the ancient Egyptian civil calendar was constructed around a vague year of 365 days exactly. What, if anything, does all this mean? It's hard to be sure. Out of the welter of numbers and interpretations, however, there is one aspect of Manetho's original message that comes through loud and clear. Irrespective of everything we have been taught about the orderly progress of history, what he seems to be telling us is that civilized beings, either gods or men, were present in Egypt for an immensely long period before the advent of the First Dynasty, around 3,100 BC. Diodorus Siculus and Herodotus. In this assertion, Manetho finds much support among classical writers. In the 1st century BC, for example, the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus visited Egypt. He is rightly described by C.H. Oldfather, his most recent translator, as an uncritical compiler who used good sources and reproduced them faithfully. In plain English, what this means is that Diodorus did not try to impose his prejudices and preconceptions on the material he collected. He is therefore particularly valuable to us because his informants included Egyptian priests who he questioned about the mysterious past of their country. This is what they told him. At first, gods and heroes ruled Egypt for a little less than 18,000 years, the last of the gods to rule being Horus, the son of Isis. Mortals have been kings of their country, they say, for a little less than 5,000 years. Let us review these figures uncritically and see what they add up to. Diodorus was writing in the 1st century BC. If we journey back from there for 5,000 years, during which the mortal kings supposedly ruled, we get to around 5,100 BC. If we go even further back, to the beginning of the age of gods and heroes, we find that we have arrived at 23,100 BC, when the world was still firmly in the grip of the last ice age. Long before Diodorus, Egypt was visited by another and more illustrious Greek historian, the great Herodotus, who lived in the 5th century BC. He too, it seems, consorted with priests, and he too managed to tune in to traditions that spoke of the presence of a high civilization in the Nile Valley at some unspecified date in remote antiquity. Herodotus outlines these traditions of an immense prehistoric period of Egyptian civilization in Book 2 of his history. In the same document, he also hands on to us, without comment, a peculiar nugget of information which had originated with the priests of Heliopolis. During this time, they said, there were 4 occasions when the sun rose out of his wonted place, twice rising where he now sets, and twice setting where he now rises. What is all this about? According to the French mathematician Choisy de Lubics, what Herodotus is transmitting to us, perhaps unwittingly, is a veiled and garbled reference to a period of time. That is, to the time that it takes for sunrise on the vernal equinox to precess against the stellar background through 1.5 complete cycles of the zodiac. As we've seen, the equinoctial sun spends roughly 2,160 years in each of the 12 zodiacal constellations. A full cycle of precession of the equinoxes therefore takes almost 26,000 years to complete, 12 times 2,160 years. It follows that 1.5 cycles takes nearly 39,000 years, 18 times 2,160 years. In the time of Herodotus, the sun on the vernal equinox rose due east at dawn against the stellar background of Aries, at which moment the constellation of Libra was in opposition, lying due west where the sun would set 12 hours later. If we wind the clock of precession back half a cycle, however, 6 houses of the zodiac, or approximately 13,000 years, we find that the reverse configuration prevails. The vernal sun now rises due east in Libra, while Aries lies due west in opposition. A further 13,000 years back, the situation reverses itself once more, with the vernal sun rising again in Aries, and with Libra in opposition. This takes us to 26,000 years before Herodotus. If we then step back another 13,000 years, another half precessional cycle, to 39,000 years before Herodotus, the vernal sunrise returns to Libra, and Aries is again in opposition. The point is this: with 39,000 years, we have an expanse of time during which the sun can be described as twice rising, where he now sets, that is, in Libra, in the time of Herodotus, and again at 13,000 and 39,000 years earlier, and as twice setting, where he now rises, that is, in Aries in the time of Herodotus, and again at 13,000 and 39,000 years earlier. If Schwaller's interpretation is correct, and there is every reason to suppose it is, it suggests that the Greek historians' priestly informants must have had access to accurate records of the precessional motion of the sun going back at least 39,000 years before their own era. The Turin Papyrus and the Palermo Stone. The figure of 39,000 years accords surprisingly closely with the testimony of the Turin Papyrus, one of the 2 surviving ancient Egyptian king lists that extends back into prehistoric times, before the First Dynasty. Originally in the collection of the King of Sardinia, the brittle and crumbling 3,000-year-old papyrus was sent in a box without packing to its present home in the Museum of Turin. as any schoolchild could have predicted, it arrived broken into countless fragments. Scholars were obliged to work for years to piece together and make sense of what remained, and they did a superb job. Nevertheless, more than half the contents of this precious record proved impossible to reconstruct. What might we have learned about the first time if the Turin papyrus had remained intact? The surviving fragments are tantalizing. In one register, for example, we read the names of 10 Nitaru, with each name inscribed in a cartouche, that's an oblong enclosure, in much the same style adopted in later periods for the historical kings of Egypt. The number of years that each neter was believed to have reigned was also given, but most of these numbers are missing from the damaged document. In another column, there appears a list of the mortal kings who ruled in Upper and Lower Egypt after the gods, but prior to the supposed unification of the kingdom under Menes, the first pharaoh of the first dynasty in 3100 BC. From the surviving fragments, it is possible to establish that 9 dynasties of these pre-dynastic pharaohs were mentioned. Among them were the venerables of Memphis, the venerables of the north, and lastly, the Shemsu-Hor, the companions or followers of Horus, who ruled until the time of Menes. The final 2 lines of the column, which seem to represent a summing up or inventory, are particularly provocative. They read, Venerables, Shemsu-Hor, 13,420 years, reigns before the Shemsu-Hor, 23,200 years, total, 36,620 years. The other king list that deals with prehistoric times is the Palermo stone, which does not take us as far back into the past as the Turin papyrus. The earliest of its surviving registers record the reigns of 120 kings, who ruled in Upper and Lower Egypt in the late pre-dynastic period, centuries immediately prior to the country's unification in 3100 BC. Once again, however, we really have no idea how much other information, perhaps relating to far earlier periods, might originally have been inscribed on this enigmatic slab of black basalt, because it too has not come down to us intact. Since 1887, the largest single part has been preserved in the Museum of Palermo in Sicily, a second piece is on display in Egypt in the Cairo Museum, and a third, much smaller fragment is in the Petrie collection at the University of London. These are reckoned by archaeologists to have been broken out of the centre of a monolith, which would originally have measured about 7 feet long by 2 feet high stood on its long side. Furthermore, as one authority has observed, it is quite possible, even probable, that many more pieces of this invaluable monument remain, if we only knew where to look. As it is, we are faced with the tantalizing knowledge that a record of the name of every king of the archaic period existed, together with the number of years of his reign and the chief events which occurred during his occupation of the throne. And these events were compiled in the 5th dynasty, only about 700 years after the unification, so that the margin of error would in all probability have been very small. The late Professor Walter Emery, whose words these are, was naturally concerned about the absence of much-needed details concerning the archaic period, 3200 BC to 2900 BC, the focus of his own specialist interests. We should also spare a thought, however, for what an intact Palermo stone might have told us about even earlier epochs, notably Zep Tepi, the golden age of the gods. The deeper we penetrate into the myths and memories of Egypt's long past, and the closer we approach to the fabled first time, the stranger the landscapes that surround us become, as we shall see. Chapter 44. Gods of the First Time. According to Heliopolitan theology, the 9 original gods who appeared in Egypt in the first time were Ra, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Set. The offspring of these deities included well-known figures, such as Horus and Anubis. In addition, other companies of gods were recognized, notably at Memphis and Hermopolis, where there were important and very ancient cults dedicated to Ptah and to Thoth. These first-time deities were all, in one sense or another, gods of creation, who had given shape to chaos through their divine will. Out of that chaos, they formed and populated the sacred land of Egypt, wherein for many thousands of years they ruled among men as divine pharaohs. What was chaos? The Heliopolitan priests who spoke to the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus in the 1st century BC put forward the thought-provoking suggestion that chaos was a flood, identified by Diodorus with the earth-destroying flood of Deucalion, the Greek Noah figure. In general, they say that if in the flood which occurred in the time of Deucalion most living things were destroyed, it is probable that the inhabitants of southern Egypt survived rather than any others. Or if, as some maintain, the destruction of living things was complete, and the earth then brought forth again new forms of animals, nevertheless, even on such a supposition, the first genesis of living things fittingly attaches to this country. Why should Egypt have been so blessed? Diodorus was told that it had something to do with its geographical situation, with the great exposure of its southern regions to the heat of the sun, and with the vastly increased rainfall, which the myths said the world had experienced in the aftermath of the universal deluge. For when the moisture from the abundant rains, which fell among other peoples, was mingled with the intense heat which prevails in Egypt itself, the air became very well tempered for the first generation of all living things. Curiously enough, Egypt does enjoy a special geographical situation. As is well known, the latitude and longitude lines, which intersect just beside the Great Pyramid, 30 degrees north and 31 east, cross more dry land than any others. Curiously too, at the end of the last ice age, when millions of square miles of glaciation were melting in northern Europe, when rising sea levels were flooding coastal areas all around the globe, and when the huge volume of extra moisture released into the atmosphere through the evaporation of the ice fields was being dumped as rain, Egypt benefited for several thousands of years from an exceptionally humid and fertile climate. It is not difficult to see how such a climate might indeed have been remembered as well-tempered for the first generation of all living things. The question therefore has to be asked, whose information about the past are we receiving from Diodorus, and is the apparently accurate description of Egypt's lush climate at the end of the last ice age a coincidence, or is an extremely ancient tradition being transmitted to us here, a memory, perhaps, of the first time? Breath of the divine serpent. Ra was believed to have been the first king of the first time, and ancient myths say that as long as he remained young and vigorous, he reigned peacefully. The passing years took their toll on him, however, and he is depicted at the end of his rule as an old, wrinkled, stumbling man with a trembling mouth from which saliva ceaselessly dribbles. Shu followed Ra as king on earth, but his reign was troubled by plots and conflicts. Although he vanquished his enemies, he was in the end so ravaged by disease that even his most faithful followers revolted against him. Weary of reigning, Shu abdicated in favour of his son Geb, and took refuge in the skies after a terrifying tempest which lasted 9 days. Geb, the third divine pharaoh, duly succeeded Shu to the throne. His reign was also troubled, and some of the myths describing what took place reflect the odd idiom of the pyramid texts in which a non-technical vocabulary seems to wrestle with complex technical and scientific imagery. For example, one particularly striking tradition speaks of a golden box in which Ra had deposited a number of objects described respectively as his rod, or cane, a lock of his hair, and his uraeus, a rearing cobra with its hood extended, fashioned out of gold, which was worn on the royal headdress. A powerful and dangerous talisman, this box, together with its bizarre contents, remained enclosed in a fortress on the eastern frontier of Egypt until a great many years after Ra's ascent to heaven. When Geb came to power, he ordered that it should be brought to him and unsealed in his presence. In the instant that the box was opened, a bolt of fire, described as the breath of the divine serpent, ushered from it, struck dead all Geb's companions, and gravely burned the god king himself. It is tempting to wonder whether what we are confronted by here might not be a garbled account of a malfunctioning man-made device, a confused, awe-stricken recollection of a monstrous instrument devised by the scientists of a lost civilization. Weight is added to such extreme speculations when we remember that this is by no means the only golden box in the ancient world that functioned like a deadly and unpredictable machine. It has a number of quite unmissable similarities to the Hebrews' enigmatic Ark of the Covenant, which also struck innocent people dead with bolts of fiery energy, which also was overlaid round about with gold, and which was said to have contained not only the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments, but the golden pot that had manna and Aaron's rod. A proper look at the implications of all these weird and wonderful boxes and of other technological artifacts referred to in ancient traditions is beyond the scope of this book. For our purposes here, it's sufficient to note that a peculiar atmosphere of dangerous and quasi-technological wizardry seems to surround many of the gods of the Heliopolitan Ennead. Isis, for example, wife and sister of Osiris and mother of Horus, carries a strong whiff of the science lab. According to the Chester Beatty papyrus in the British Museum, she was a clever woman, more intelligent than countless gods. She was ignorant of nothing in heaven and earth. Renowned for her skillful use of witchcraft and magic, Isis was particularly remembered by the ancient Egyptians as strong of tongue. That is, being in command of words of power, which she knew with correct pronunciation and halted not in her speech and was perfect both in giving the command and in saying the word. In short, she was believed, by means of her voice alone, to be capable of bending reality and overriding the laws of physics. These same powers, though perhaps in greater degree, were attributed to the wisdom god Thoth, who, although not a member of the Heliopolitan Ennead, is recognized in the Turin Papyrus and other ancient records as the 6th, or sometimes as the 7th divine pharaoh of Egypt. Frequently represented on temple and tomb walls as an ibis or an ibis-headed man, Thoth was venerated as the regulative force, responsible for all heavenly calculations and annotations, as the lord and multiplier of time, the inventor of the alphabet and the patron of magic. He was particularly associated with astronomy, mathematics, surveying and geometry, and was described as he who reckons in heaven, the counter of the stars, and the measurer of the earth. He was also regarded as a deity who understood the mysteries of all that is hidden under the heavenly vault, and who had the ability to bestow wisdom on selected individuals. It was said that he had inscribed his knowledge in secret books and hidden these about the earth, intending that they should be sought for by future generations, but found only by the worthy, who were to use their discoveries for the benefit of mankind. What stands out most clearly about Thoth, therefore, in addition to his credentials as an ancient scientist, is his role as a benefactor and civilizer. In this respect, he closely resembles his predecessor Osiris, the high god of the pyramid texts, and the 4th divine pharaoh of Egypt, whose name becometh Sa, Orion, whose leg is long and his stride extended, the president of the land of the south. Osiris and the lords of eternity. Occasionally referred to in the texts as a Neb-Tem, or universal master, Osiris is depicted as human, but also superhuman, suffering, but at the same time commanding. Moreover, he expresses his essential dualism by ruling in heaven as the constellation of Orion, and on earth as a king among men. Like Viracocha in the Andes and Quetzalcoatl in Central America, his ways are subtle and mysterious. Like them, he is exceptionally tall and always depicted wearing the curved beard of divinity. And like them too, although he has supernatural powers at his disposal, he avoids the use of force whenever possible. We heard in chapter 16 that Quetzalcoatl, the god king of the Mexicans, was believed to have departed from Central America by sea, sailing away on a raft of serpents. It is therefore hard to avoid a sense of déjà vu when we read in the Egyptian Book of the Dead that the abode of Osiris also rested on water and had walls made of living serpents. At the very least, the convergence of symbolism linking these two gods and two far-flung regions is striking. There are other obvious parallels as well. The central details of the story of Osiris have been recounted in earlier chapters, and we need not go over them again. The reader will not have forgotten that this god, once again like Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha, was remembered principally as a benefactor of mankind, as a bringer of enlightenment, and as a great civilizing leader. He was credited, for example, with having abolished cannibalism, and was said to have introduced the Egyptians to agriculture, in particular to the cultivation of wheat and barley, and to have taught them the art of fashioning agricultural implements. Since he had an especial liking for fine wines, the myths do not say where he acquired this taste, he made a point of teaching mankind the culture of the vine, as well as the way to harvest the grape and to store the wine. In addition to the gifts of good living he brought to his subjects, Osiris helped to wean them from their miserable and barbarous manners by providing them with a code of laws and inaugurating the cult of the gods in Egypt. When he had set everything in order, he handed over the control of the kingdom to Isis, quit Egypt for many years, and roamed about the world with the sole intention, Diodorus Siculus was told, of visiting all the inhabited earth, and teaching the race of men how to cultivate the vine, and sow wheat and barley, for he supposed that if he made men give up their savagery and adopt a gentle manner of life, he would receive immortal honours because of the magnitude of his benefactions. Osiris travelled first to Ethiopia, where he taught tillage and husbandry to the primitive hunter-gatherers he encountered. He also undertook a number of large-scale engineering and hydraulics works. He built canals with floodgates and regulators. He raised the riverbanks and took precautions to prevent the Nile from overflowing. Later, he made his way to Arabia and thence to India, where he established many cities. Moving on to Thrace, he killed a barbarian king for refusing to adopt his system of government. This was out of character. In general, Osiris was remembered by the Egyptians for having forced no man to carry out his instructions, but by means of gentle persuasion and an appeal to their reason, he succeeded in inducing them to practice what he preached. Many of his wise counsels were imparted to his listeners in hymns and songs, which were sung to the accompaniment of instruments of music. Once again, the parallels with Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha are hard to avoid. During a time of darkness and chaos, quite possibly linked to a flood, a bearded god or man materializes in Egypt or Bolivia or Mexico. He is equipped with a wealth of practical and scientific skills of the kind associated with mature and highly developed civilizations which he uses unselfishly for the benefit of humanity. He is instinctively gentle, but capable of great firmness when necessary. He is motivated by a strong sense of purpose, and after establishing his headquarters at Heliopolis, or Tiwanaku, or Teotihuacan, he sets forth with a select band of companions to impose order and to reinstate the lost balance of the world. Leaving aside for the present the issue of whether we are dealing here with gods or men, with figments of the primitive imagination, or with flesh and blood beings, the fact remains that the myths always speak of a company of civilizers. Viracocha has his companions, as have both Quetzalcoatl and Osiris. Sometimes there are fierce internal conflicts within these groups, and perhaps struggles for power. The battles between Seth and Horus, and between Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl are obvious examples. Moreover, whether the mythical events unfold in Central America, or in the Andes, or in Egypt, the upshot is also always pretty much the same. The civilizer is eventually plotted against, and either driven out or killed. The myths say that Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha never came back, although as we've seen, their return to the Americas was expected at the time of the Spanish conquest. Osiris, on the other hand, did come back. Although he was murdered by Set soon after the completion of his worldwide mission to make men give up their savagery, he won eternal life through his resurrection in the constellation of Orion as the all-powerful god of the dead. Thereafter, judging souls and providing an immortal example of responsible and benevolent kingship, he dominated the religion and the culture of ancient Egypt for the entire span of its known history. Serene stability. Who can guess what the civilizations of the Andes and of Mexico might have achieved if they too had benefited from such powerful symbolic continuity? In this respect, however, Egypt is unique. Indeed, although the pyramid texts and other archaic sources recognize a period of disruption and attempted usurpation by Set and his 72 precessional conspirators, they also depict the transition to the reigns of Horus, Thoth, and the later divine pharaohs as being relatively smooth and inevitable. This transition was mimicked through thousands of years by the mortal kings of Egypt. From the beginning to the end, they saw themselves as the lineal descendants and living representatives of Horus, son of Osiris. As generation succeeded generation, it was supposed that each deceased pharaoh was reborn in the sky as an Osiris, and that each successor to the throne became a Horus. This simple, refined, and stable scheme was already fully evolved and in place at the beginning of the first dynasty around 3100 BC. Scholars accept this. The majority also accept that what we are dealing with here is a highly developed and sophisticated religion. Strangely, very few Egyptologists or archaeologists have questioned where and when this religion took shape. Is it not to defy logic to suppose that well-rounded social and metaphysical ideas like those of the Osiris cult sprang up fully formed in 3100 BC, or that they could have taken such perfect shape in the 300 years which Egyptologists sometimes grudgingly allow for them to have done so? There must have been a far longer period of development than that, spread over several thousands rather than several hundreds of years. Moreover, as we've seen, every surviving record in which the ancient Egyptians speak directly about their past asserts that their civilization was a legacy of the gods, who were the first to hold sway in Egypt. The records are not internally consistent. Some attribute much greater antiquity to the civilization of Egypt than others. All, however, clearly and firmly direct our attention to an epoch far, far in the past, anything from 8,000 to almost 40,000 years before the foundation of the first dynasty. Archaeologists insist that no material artifacts have ever been found in Egypt to suggest that an evolved civilization existed at such early dates, but this is not strictly true. As we saw in Part 6, a handful of objects and structures exist which have not yet been conclusively dated by any scientific means. The ancient city of Abydos conceals one of the most extraordinary of these undatable enigmas. Chapter 45. The Works of Men and Gods. Among the numberless ruined temples of Egypt, there is one that is unique, not only for its marvelous state of preservation, which, rare indeed, includes an intact roof, but for the fine quality of the many acres of beautiful reliefs that decorate its towering walls. Located at Abydos, 8 miles west of the present course of the Nile, this is the temple of Seti I, a monarch of the illustrious 19th dynasty, who ruled from 1306 to 1290 BC. Seti is known primarily as the father of a famous son, Ramesses II, 1290 to 1224 BC, the pharaoh of the biblical Exodus. In his own right, however, he was a major historical figure who conducted extensive military campaigns outside Egypt's borders, who was responsible for the construction of several fine buildings, and who carefully and conscientiously refurbished and restored many older ones. His temple at Abydos, which was known evocatively as the House of Millions of Years, was dedicated to Osiris, the Lord of Eternity, of whom it was said in the pyramid texts, "You have gone, but you will return. You have slept, but you will awake. You have died, but you will live. Betake yourself to the waterway. Fare upstream. Travel about Abydos in this spirit form of yours, which the gods commanded to belong to you." Atef Crown. It was 8 in the morning, a bright, fresh hour in these latitudes when I entered the hushed gloom of the temple of Seti I. Sections of its walls were floor-lit by low-wattage electric bulbs. Otherwise, the only illumination was that which the pharaoh's architects had originally planned, a few isolated shafts of sunlight that penetrated through slits in the outer masonry like beams of divine radiance. Hovering among the motes of dust dancing in those beams, and infiltrating the heavy stillness of the air amid the grey columns that held up the roof of the hypostyle hall, it was easy to imagine that the spirit form of Osiris could still be present. Indeed, this was more than just imagination, because Osiris was physically present in the astonishing symphony of reliefs that adorned the walls, reliefs that depicted the once and future civilizer king in his role as god of the dead, enthroned and attended by Isis, his beautiful and mysterious sister. In these scenes, Osiris wore a variety of different and elaborate crowns, which I studied closely as I walked from relief to relief. Crowns similar to these in many respects had been important parts of the wardrobe of all the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, at least on the evidence of reliefs depicting them. Strangely, however, in all the years of intensive excavations, archaeologists had not found a single example of a royal crown or a small part of one, let alone a specimen of the convoluted ceremonial headdresses associated with the gods of the first time. Of particular interest was the Atef crown, incorporating the uraeus, the royal serpent symbol, which in Mexico was a rattlesnake, but in Egypt was a hooded cobra poised to strike. The central core of this strange contraption was recognizable as an example of the hedjet, the white, skittle-shaped war helmet of Upper Egypt, again known only from reliefs. Rearing up on either side of this core were what seemed to be 2 thin leaves of metal, and at the front was an attached device consisting of 2 wavy blades, which scholars normally describe as a pair of ram's horns. In several reliefs of the temple of Seti I, Osiris was depicted wearing the Atef crown, which seemed to stand about 2 feet high. According to the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, it had been given to him by Ra. But on the very first day that he wore it, Osiris had much suffering in his head. And when Ra returned in the evening, he found Osiris with his head angry and swollen from the heat of the Atef crown. Then Ra proceeded to let out the pus and the blood. All this was stated in a matter-of-fact way, but when you stop to think about it, what kind of crown was it that radiated heat and caused the skin to hemorrhage and break out in pustulent sores? 17 centuries of kings. I walked on into the deeper darkness, eventually finding my way to the Gallery of the Kings. It led off from the eastern edge of the inner hypostyle hall, about 200 feet from the entrance to the temple. To pass through the gallery was to pass through time itself. On the wall, to my left, was a list of 120 of the gods of ancient Egypt, together with the names of their principal sanctuaries. On my right, covering an area perhaps 10 feet by 6 feet, were the names of the 76 pharaohs who had preceded Seti I to the throne. Each name was carved in hieroglyphs inside an oval cartouche. This tableau was known as the Abydos King List. Glowing with colours of molten gold, it was designed to be read from left to right and was divided into 5 vertical and 3 horizontal registers. It covered a grand expanse of almost 1,700 years, beginning around 3000 BC with the reign of Menes, first king of the First Dynasty, and ending with Seti's own reign around 1300 BC. At the extreme left stood 2 figures exquisitely carved in high relief, Seti and his young son, the future Ramesses II. Hypogeum. Belonging to the same class of historical documents as the Turin Papyrus and the Palermo Stone, the list spoke eloquently of the continuity of tradition. An inherent part of that tradition was the belief or memory of a first time, long, long ago, when the gods had ruled in Egypt. Principal among these gods was Osiris, and it was therefore appropriate that the Gallery of the Kings should provide access to a second corridor leading to the rear of the temple, where a marvellous building was located, one associated with Osiris from the beginning of written records in Egypt, and described by the Greek geographer Strabo, who visited Abydos in the 1st century BC, as a remarkable structure built of solid stone, containing a spring, which lies at a great depth, so that one descends to it down vaulted galleries made of monoliths of surpassing size and workmanship. There is a canal leading to the place from the great river. A few hundred years after Strabo's visit, when the religion of ancient Egypt had been supplanted by the new cult of Christianity, the silt of the river and the sands of the desert began to drift into the Osirion, tilling it foot by foot, century by century, until its upright monoliths and huge lintels were buried and forgotten. And so it remained, out of sight and out of mind, until the beginning of the 20th century, when archaeologists Flinders Petrie and Margaret Murray began excavations. In their 1903 season of digging, they uncovered parts of a hall and passageway lying in the desert about 200 feet southwest of the Seti I temple, and built in the recognizable architectural style of the 19th dynasty. However, sandwiched between these remains and the rear of the temple, they also found unmistakable signs that a large underground building lay concealed. This hypogeum, wrote Margaret Murray, appears to Professor Petrie to be the place that Strabo mentions, usually called Strabo's Well. This was good guesswork on the part of Petrie and Murray. Shortage of cash, however, meant that their theory of a buried building was not tested until the digging season of 1912-13. Then, under the direction of Professor Naville of the Egypt Exploration Fund, a long transverse chamber was cleared, at the end of which, to the northeast, was found a massive stone gateway, made up of cyclopean blocks of granite and sandstone. The next season, 1913-14, Naville and his team returned with 600 local helpers and diligently cleared the whole of the huge underground building. What we discovered, Naville wrote, is a gigantic construction, about 100 feet in length and 60 in width, built with the most enormous stones that may be seen in Egypt. In the 4 sides of the enclosure walls are cells, 17 in number, of the height of a man, and without ornamentation of any kind. The building itself is divided into 3 naves, the middle one being wider than those of the sides. The division is produced by 2 colonnades, made of huge granite monoliths supporting architraves of equal size. Naville commented with some astonishment on one block he measured in the corner of the building's northern nave, a block more than 25 feet long. Equally surprising was the fact that the cells cut into the enclosure walls had no floors, but turned out, as the excavations went deeper, to be filled with increasingly moist sand and earth. The cells are connected by a narrow ledge between 2 and 3 feet wide. There is a ledge also on the opposite side of the nave, but no floor at all. And in digging to a depth of 12 feet, we reached infiltrated water. Even below the great gateway, there is no floor, and when there was water in front of it, the cells were probably reached with a small boat. The most ancient stone building in Egypt. Water, water, everywhere. This seemed to be the theme of the Osirion, which lay at the bottom of the huge crater Naville and his men had excavated in 1914. It was positioned some 50 feet below the level of the floor of the Seti I temple, almost flush with the water table, and was approached by a modern stairway curving down to the southeast. Having descended this stairway, I passed under the hulking lintel slabs of the great gateway Naville and Strabo had described, and crossed a narrow wooden footbridge, again modern, which brought me to a large sandstone plinth. Measuring about 80 feet in length by 40 in width, this plinth was composed of enormous paving blocks and was entirely surrounded by water. 2 pools, one rectangular and the other square, had been cut into the plinth along the center of its long axis, and at either end, stairways led down to a depth of about 12 feet below the water level. The plinth also supported the 2 massive colonnades Naville mentioned in his report, each of which consisted of 5 chunky rose-colored granite monoliths, about 8 feet square by 12 feet high and weighing on average around 100 tons. The tops of these huge columns were spanned by granite lintels, and there was evidence that the whole building had once been roofed over with a series of even larger monolithic slabs. To get a proper understanding of the structure of the Osirion, I found it helpful to raise myself directly above it in my mind's eye, so that I could look down on it. This exercise was assisted by the absence of the original roof, which made it easier to envisage the whole edifice in plan. Also helpful was the fact that water had now seeped up to fill all of the building's pools, cells, and channels to a depth of a few inches below the lip of the central plinth, as the original designers had apparently intended it should. Looking down in this manner, it was immediately apparent that the plinth formed a rectangular island, surrounded on all 4 sides by a water-filled moat about 10 feet wide. The moat was contained by an immense rectangular enclosure wall, no less than 20 feet thick, made of very large blocks of red sandstone, disposed in polygonal jigsaw puzzle patterns. Into the huge thickness of this wall were set the 17 cells mentioned in Naville's report. 6 lay to the east, 6 to the west, 2 to the south, and 3 to the north. Off the central of the 3 northern cells lay a long transverse chamber roofed with and composed of limestone. A similar transverse chamber, also of limestone but no longer with an intact roof, lay immediately south of the great gateway. Finally, the whole structure was enclosed within an outer wall of limestone, thus completing a sequence of internested rectangles, that is, from the outside in, wall, moat, plinth. Another notable and outstandingly unusual feature of the Osirion was that it was not even approximately aligned to the cardinal points. Instead, like the Way of the Dead at Teotihuacan in Mexico, it was oriented to the east of due north. Since ancient Egypt had been a civilization that could, and normally did achieve precise alignments for its buildings, it seemed to me improbable that this apparently skewed orientation was accidental. Moreover, although 50 feet higher, the Seti I temple was oriented along exactly the same axis, and again, not by accident. The question was, which was the older building? Had the axis of the Osirion been predetermined by the axis of the temple, or vice versa? This, it turned out, was an issue over which considerable controversy, now long forgotten, had once raged, in a debate which had many connections with that surrounding the Sphinx and the Valley Temple at Giza. Eminent archaeologists had initially argued that the Osirion was a building of truly immense antiquity, a view expressed by Professor Naville in the London Times of the 17th of March 1914. This monument, he wrote, raises several important questions. As to its date, its great similarity with the Temple of the Sphinx, as the Valley Temple was then known, shows it to be of the same epoch, when building was made with enormous stones, without any ornament. This is characteristic of the oldest architecture in Egypt. I should even say that we may call it the most ancient stone building in Egypt. describing himself as overawed by the grandeur and stern simplicity of the monument's central hall, with its remarkable granite monoliths, and by the power of those ancients who could bring from a distance and move such gigantic blocks, Naville made a suggestion concerning the function the Osirion might originally have been intended to serve. Evidently, this huge construction was a large reservoir where water was stored during the High Nile. It is curious that what we may consider as a beginning in architecture is neither a temple nor a tomb, but a gigantic pool, a waterwork. Curious indeed, and well worth investigating further, something Naville hoped to do the following season. Unfortunately, the First World War intervened, and no archaeology could be undertaken in Egypt for several years. As a result, it was not until 1925 that the Egypt Exploration Fund was able to send out another mission, which was led not by Naville, but by a young Egyptologist named Henry Frankfort. Frankfort's facts. Later to enjoy great prestige and influence as Professor of Pre-Classical Antiquity at the University of London, Frankfort spent several consecutive digging seasons re-clearing and thoroughly excavating the Osirion between 1925 and 1930. During the course of this work, he made discoveries which, so far as he was concerned, settled the date of the building. 1. A granite dovetail in position at the top of the southern side of the main entrance to the central hall, which was inscribed with the cartouche of Seti I. 2. A similar dovetail in position inside the eastern wall of the central hall. 3. Astronomical scenes and inscriptions by Seti I, carved in relief on the ceiling of the northern transverse chamber. 4. The remains of similar scenes in the southern transverse chamber. 5. An ostrakon, piece of broken potsherd, found in the entrance passage and bearing the legend, Seti is serviceable to Osiris. The listener will recall the lemming behaviour, which led to a dramatic change of scholarly opinion about the antiquity of the Sphinx and the Vali Temple, due to the discovery of a few statues and a single cartouche, which seemed to imply some sort of connection with Khafre. Frankfort's finds at Abydos caused a similar volte-face over the antiquity of the Osirion. In 1914, it was the most ancient stone building in Egypt. By 1933, it had been beamed forward in time to the reign of Seti I, around 1300 BC, whose cenotaph it was now believed to be. Within a decade, the standard Egyptological texts began to print the attribution to Seti I as though it were a fact, verifiable by experience or observation. It is not a fact, however, merely Frankfort's interpretation of the evidence he had found. The only facts are that certain inscriptions and decorations left by Seti appear in an otherwise completely anonymous structure. One plausible explanation is that the structure must have been built by Seti as Frankfort proposed. The other possibility is that the half-hearted and scanty decorations, cartouches, and inscriptions found by Frankfort could have been placed in the Osirion as part of a renovation and repair operation undertaken in Seti's time, implying that the structure was by then ancient, as Naville and others had proposed. What are the merits of these mutually contradictory propositions which identify the Osirion as A, the oldest building in Egypt, and B, a relatively late New Kingdom structure? Proposition B, that it is the cenotaph of Seti I, is the only attribution accepted by Egyptologists. On close inspection, however, it rests on the circumstantial evidence of the cartouches and inscriptions, which prove nothing. Indeed, part of this evidence appears to contradict Frankfort's case. The ostrakon, bearing the legend Seti is serviceable to Osiris, sounds less like praise for the works of an original builder than praise for a restorer who had renovated and perhaps added to an ancient structure identified with the first-time god Osiris. And another awkward little matter has also been overlooked. The south and north transverse chambers, which contain Seti I's detailed decorations and inscriptions, lie outside the 20-foot thick enclosure wall, which so adamantly defines the huge, undecorated megalithic core of the building. This had raised the reasonable suspicion in Naville's mind, though Frankfort chose to ignore it, that the two chambers concerned were not contemporaneous with the rest of the building, but had been added much later, during the reign of Seti I, probably when he built his own temple. To cut a long story short, therefore, everything about Proposition B is based in one way or another on Frankfort's not necessarily infallible interpretation of various bits and pieces of possibly intrusive evidence. Proposition A, that the core edifice of the Osirion had been built millennia before Seti's time, rests on the nature of the architecture itself. As Naville observed, the Osirion's similarity to the Vali Temple at Giza showed it to be of the same epoch, when building was made with enormous stones. Likewise, until the end of her life, Margaret Murray remained convinced that the Osirion was not a cenotaph at all, least of all Seti's. She said, "It was made for the celebration of the mysteries of Osiris, and so far is unique among all the surviving buildings of Egypt. It is clearly early, for the great blocks of which it is built are of the style of the Old Kingdom. The simplicity of the actual building also points to it being of that early date. The decoration was added by Seti I, who in that way laid claim to the building. But seeing how often a pharaoh claimed the work of his predecessors by putting his name on it, this fact does not carry much weight. It is the style of the building, the type of the masonry, the tooling of the stone, and not the name of a king, which date a building in Egypt." This was an admonition Frankfort might well have paid more attention to, for as he bemusedly observed of his cenotaph, it has to be admitted that no similar building is known from the 19th dynasty. Indeed, it is not just a matter of the 19th dynasty. Apart from the Vali Temple and other Cyclopean edifices on the Giza Plateau, no other building remotely resembling the Osirion is known from any other epoch of Egypt's long history. This handful of supposedly Old Kingdom structures, built out of giant megaliths, seems to belong in a unique category. They resemble one another much more than they resemble any other known style of architecture, and in all cases, there are question marks over their identity. Isn't this precisely what one would expect of buildings not erected by any historical pharaoh, but dating back to prehistoric times? Doesn't it make sense of the mysterious way in which the Sphinx and the Vali Temple, and now the Osirion as well, seem to have become vaguely connected with the names of particular pharaohs, Khafre and Seti I, without ever yielding a single piece of evidence that clearly and unequivocally proves those pharaohs built the structures concerned? Aren't the tenuous links much more indicative of the work of restorers seeking to attach themselves to ancient and venerable monuments than of the original architects of those monuments, whoever they might have been, and in whatever epoch they might have lived? Setting sail across seas of sand and time. Before leaving Abydos, there was one other puzzle that I wanted to remind myself of. It lay buried in the desert, about a kilometre northwest of the Osirion, across sands littered with the rolling, cluttered tumuli of ancient graveyards. Out amongst these cemeteries, many of which dated back to early dynastic and pre-dynastic times, the jackal gods, Anubis, and Upuauts had traditionally reigned supreme. Openers of the way, guardians of the spirits of the dead, I knew that they had played a central role in the mysteries of Osiris that had been enacted each year at Abydos, apparently throughout the span of ancient Egyptian history. It seemed to me that there was a sense in which they guarded the mystery still. For what was the Osirion, if it was not a huge, unsolved mystery that deserved closer scrutiny than it has received from the scholars whose job it is to look into these matters? And what was the burial in the desert of 12 high-prowed, sea-going ships, if not also a mystery that cried out loudly for solution? It was the burial place of these ships I was now crossing the cemeteries of the jackal gods to see. The Guardian, London, 21st of December, 1991. A fleet of 5,000-year-old royal ships has been found buried 8 miles from the Nile. American and Egyptian archaeologists discovered the 12 large wooden boats at Abydos. Experts said the boats, which are 50 to 60 feet long, are about 5,000 years old, making them Egypt's earliest royal ships and among the earliest boats found anywhere. The experts say the ships discovered in September were probably meant for burial, so the souls of the pharaohs could be transported on them. We never expected to find such a fleet, especially so far from the Nile, said David O'Connor, the expedition leader and curator of the Egyptian section of the University Museum of the University of Pennsylvania. The boats were buried in the shadow of a gigantic mud brick enclosure, thought to have been the mortuary temple of a second dynasty pharaoh named Khasukemwi, who had ruled Egypt in the 27th century BC. O'Connor, however, was certain that they were not associated directly with Khasukemwi, but rather with a nearby and largely ruined funerary cult enclosure built for Pharaoh Jer early in Dynasty 1. The boat graves are not likely to be earlier than this, and may in fact have been built for Jer, but this remains to be proven. A sudden, strong gust of wind blew across the desert, scattering sheets of sand. I took refuge for a while in the lee of the looming walls of the Khasukemwi enclosure, close to the point where the University of Pennsylvania archaeologists had, for legitimate security reasons, reburied the 12 mysterious boats they had stumbled on in 1991. They had hoped to return in 1992 to continue the excavations, but there had been various hitches, and in 1993 the dig was still being postponed. In the course of my research, O'Connor had sent me the official report of the 1991 season, mentioning in passing that some of the boats might have been as much as 72 feet in length. He also noted that the boat-shaped brick graves in which they were enclosed, which would have risen well above the level of the surrounding desert in early dynastic times, must have produced quite an extraordinary effect when they were new. Each grave had originally been thickly coated with mud plaster and whitewash, so the impression would have been of 12 or more huge boats moored out in the desert, gleaming brilliantly in the Egyptian sun. The notion of their being moored was taken so seriously that an irregularly shaped small boulder was found placed near the prow or stern of several boat graves. These boulders could not have been there naturally or by accident. Their placement seems deliberate, not random. We can think of them as anchors, intended to help moor the boats. Like the 140-foot ocean-going vessel found buried beside the Great Pyramid at Giza, described in Chapter 33, one thing was immediately clear about the Abydos boats. They were of an advanced design, capable of riding out the most powerful waves and the worst weather of the open seas. According to Cheryl Haldane, a nautical archaeologist at Texas A&M University, they showed a high degree of technology combined with grace. Exactly as was the case with the Pyramid boat, therefore, but at least 500 years earlier. The Abydos fleet seemed to indicate that a people able to draw upon the accumulated experiences of a long tradition of seafaring had been present in Egypt from the very beginning of its 3,000-year history. Moreover, I knew that the earliest wall paintings found in the Nile Valley, dating back perhaps as much as 1,500 years before the burial of the Abydos fleet to around 4,500 BC, showed the same long, sleek, high-prowed vessels in action. Could an experienced race of ancient seafarers have become involved with the indigenous inhabitants of the Nile Valley at some indeterminate period before the official beginning of history at around 3000 BC? Wouldn't this explain Egypt's curious and paradoxical, but nonetheless enduring obsession with ships in the desert, and references to what sounded like sophisticated ships in the pyramid texts, including one said to have been more than 2,000 feet long? In raising these conjectures, I did not doubt that religious symbolism had existed in ancient Egypt in which, as scholars endlessly pointed out, ships had been designated as vessels for the pharaoh's soul. Nevertheless, that symbolism did not solve the problem posed by the high level of technological achievement of the buried ships. Such evolved and sophisticated designs called for a long period of development. Wasn't it worth looking into the possibility, even if only to rule it out, that the Giza and Abydos vessels could have been parts of a cultural legacy, not of a land-loving, riverside-dwelling, agricultural people like the indigenous ancient Egyptians, but of an advanced, seafaring nation? Such seafarers could have been expected to be navigators, who would have known how to set a course by the stars, and who would perhaps also have developed the skills necessary to draw up accurate maps and charts of the oceans they had traversed. Might they also have been architects and stonemasons, whose characteristic medium had been polygonal, megalithic blocks like those of the Valley Temple and the Osirion? And might they have been associated in some way with the legendary gods of the first time, said to have brought to Egypt not only civilization and astronomy and agriculture and the knowledge of mathematics and writing, but a host of other useful skills and gifts, by far the most notable and the most significant of which had been the gift of agriculture? There is evidence of an astonishingly early period of agricultural advance and experimentation in the Nile Valley, at about the end of the last ice age in the Northern Hemisphere. The characteristics of this great Egyptian leap forward suggest that it could only have resulted from an influx of new ideas from some as yet unidentified source. Chapter 46, the 11th millennium BC. If it were not for the powerful mythology of Osiris, and if this civilizing, scientific, law-making deity was not remembered in particular for having introduced domesticated crops into the Nile Valley in the remote and fabled epoch known as the First Time, it would probably not be a matter of any great interest that at some point between 13,000 BC and 10,000 BC, Egypt enjoyed a period of what has been described as precocious agricultural development, possibly the earliest agricultural revolution anywhere in the world identified with certainty by historians. As we heard in recent chapters, sources such as the Palermo Stone, Manetho, and the Turin Papyrus contain several different and at times contradictory chronologies. All these chronologies nevertheless agree on a very ancient date for the first time of Osiris, the Golden Age, when the gods were believed to have ruled in Egypt. In addition, the sources demonstrate a striking convergence over the importance they accord to the 11th millennium BC in particular, the precessional age of Leo, when the great ice sheets of the Northern Hemisphere were undergoing their final ferocious meltdown. Perhaps coincidentally, evidence unearthed since the 1970s by geologists, archaeologists, and prehistorians like Michael Hoffman, Fakhri Hassan, and Professor Fred Wendorf has confirmed that the 11th millennium BC was indeed an important period in Egyptian prehistory, during which immense and devastating floods swept repeatedly down the Nile Valley. Fakhri Hassan has speculated that this prolonged series of natural disasters, which reached a crescendo around or just after 10,500 BC, and continued to recur periodically until about 9,000 BC, might have been responsible for snuffing out the early agricultural experiment. At any rate, that experiment did come to an end, for whatever reason, and appears not to have been attempted again for at least another 5,000 years. Kickstart. There is something mysterious about Egypt's so-called Paleolithic agricultural revolution. Here, quoted from the standard texts, Hoffman's Egypt Before the Pharaohs, and Wendorf and Schild's Prehistory of the Nile Valley, are some key facts from the little that is known about this great leap forward that occurred so inexplicably towards the end of the last ice age. 1. Shortly after 13,000 BC, grinding stones and sickle blades with a glossy sheen on their bits, the result of silica from cut stems adhering to a sickle's cutting edge, appear in late Paleolithic toolkits. It is clear that the grinding stones were used in preparing plant food. 2. At many riverside sites, at exactly this time, fish stopped being a significant food source and became a negligible one, as evidenced by the absence of fish remains. The decline in fishing as a source of food is related to the appearance of a new food resource, represented by ground grain. The associated pollen strongly suggests that this grain was barley, and significantly, this large grass pollen, tentatively identified as barley, makes a sudden appearance in the pollen profile just before the time when the first settlements were established in this area. 3. As apparently spectacular as the rise of proto-agriculture in the late Paleolithic Nile Valley was its precipitous decline. No one knows exactly why, but after about 10,500 BC, the early sickle blades and grinding disappear, to be replaced throughout Egypt by epi-Paleolithic hunting, fishing and gathering peoples who used stone tools. Scanty though the evidence may be, it is clear in its general implications. Egypt enjoyed a golden age of agricultural plenty, which began around 13,000 BC and was brought to an abrupt halt around the middle of the 11th millennium BC. A kickstart to the process appears to have been given by the introduction of already domesticated barley into the Nile Valley, immediately followed by the establishment of a number of farming settlements, which exploited the new resource. The settlements were equipped with simple but extremely effective agricultural tools and accessories. After the 11th millennium BC, however, there was a prolonged relapse to more primitive ways of life. The imagination is inclined to roam freely over such data in search of an explanation, and all such explanations can only be guesswork. What is certain is that none of the evidence suggests that Paleolithic Egypt's agricultural revolution could have been a local initiative. On the contrary, it feels in every way like a transplant. A transplant appears suddenly after all, and can be rejected equally fast if conditions change, just as settled agriculture seems to have been rejected in ancient Egypt after the great Nile floods of the 11th millennium BC. Climate change. What was the weather like then? We've noted in earlier chapters that the Sahara, a relatively young desert, was green savanna until about the 10th millennium BC. This savanna, brightened by lakes, boiling with game, extended across much of Upper Egypt. Farther north, the delta area was marshy but dotted with many large and fertile islands. Overall, the climate was significantly cooler, cloudier, and rainier than it is today. Indeed, for 2,000 or 3,000 years before, and about 1,000 years after 10,500 BC, it rained and rained and rained. Then, as though marking an ecological turning point, the floods came. When they were over, increasingly arid conditions set in. This period of desiccation lasted until approximately 7,000 BC, when the Neolithic subpluvial began with 1,000 years of heavy rains, followed by 3,000 years of moderate rainfall, which once again proved ideal for agriculture. For a time, the deserts bloomed, and human societies colonized areas that have been unable to support such dense populations since. By the birth of dynastic Egypt around 3000 BC, however, the climate had turned around again, and a new period of desiccation had begun, one that has continued until the present day. This then, in broad outline, is the environmental stage upon which the mysteries of Egyptian civilization have been played out. Rain and floods between 13,000 BC and 9,500 BC. A dry period until 7,000 BC. Rain again, though increasingly less frequent, until about 3000 BC. Thereafter, a renewed and enduring dry period. The expanse of years is great, but if one is looking for a first time within it, which might accord with the golden age of the gods, one's thoughts turn naturally to the mysterious epoch of early agricultural experimentation that shadowed the great rains and floods between 13,000 BC and 10,500 BC. Unseen connections. This epoch was crucial, not only for the ancient Egyptians, but for many peoples in other areas. Indeed, as we heard in part 4, it was the epoch of dramatic climate shifts, rapidly rising sea levels, earth movements, floods, volcanic eruptions, bituminous rains, and darkened skies that was the most probable source of many of the great worldwide myths of universal cataclysm. Could it also have been an epoch in which gods really did walk among men, as the legend said? On the Bolivian Altiplano, those gods were known as the Viracochas, and were linked to the astonishing megalithic city of Tiwanaku, which may have pre-existed the immense floods in the Andes in the 11th millennium BC. Thereafter, according to Professor Arthur Poznański, though the floodwaters subsided, the culture of the Altiplano did not again attain a high point of development, but rather fell into a total and definitive decadence. Of course, Poznański's conclusions are controversial and must be evaluated on their own merits. Nevertheless, it's interesting that both the Bolivian Altiplano and Egypt should have been scoured by immense floods in the 11th millennium BC. In both areas too, there are signs that extraordinarily early agricultural experiments, apparently based on introduced techniques, were attempted and then abandoned. And in both areas, important question marks have been raised over the dating of the monuments. The Pumapunku and the Kalasasea in Tiwanaku, for example, which Poznański argued might have been built as early as 15,000 BC. And in Egypt, megalithic structures like the Osirion, the Great Sphinx, and the Valley Temple of Khafre at Giza, which John West and Boston University geologist Robert Schoch have dated on geological grounds to earlier than 10,000 BC. Could there be an unseen connection linking all these beautiful, enigmatic monuments, the anomalous agricultural experiments of 13,000 to 10,000 BC, and the legends of civilizer gods like Osiris and Viracocha? Where is the rest of this civilization? As we set out on the road from Abydos to Luxor, where we were to meet John West, I realized that there was a sense in which all the connections would look after themselves if the central issue of the antiquity of the monuments could be settled. In other words, if West's geological evidence proved that the Sphinx was more than 12,000 years old, the history of human civilization was going to have to be rewritten. As part of that exciting process, all the other strange, anachronistic fingerprints of the gods that kept appearing around the world, and the sense of an undercurrent of ancient connections linking apparently unrelated civilizations would begin to make sense. When West's evidence was presented in 1992 at the annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, it had been taken seriously enough to be publicly debated by the Chicago University Egyptologist Mark Lehner, director of the Giza Mapping Project, who, to the astonishment of almost everybody present, had been unable to come up with a convincing refutation. When you say something as complex as the Sphinx dates to 9,000 or 10,000 BC, Lehner had concluded, it implies, of course, that there was a very high civilization that was capable of producing the Sphinx at that period. The question an archaeologist has to ask, therefore, is this: if the Sphinx was made at that time, then where is the rest of this civilization? Where is the rest of this culture? Lehner, however, was missing the point. If the Sphinx did date to 9,000 or 10,000 BC, the onus was not on West to produce other evidence for the existence of the civilization which produced it, but on Egyptologists and archaeologists to explain how they had got things so wrong, so consistently, for so long. So could West prove the antiquity of the Sphinx? Chapter 47. Sphinx. Egyptologists, said John West, are the last people in the world to address any anomaly. Of course, there are many anomalies in Egypt. The one West was referring to at that moment, however, was the anomaly of the 4th Dynasty pyramids, an anomaly because of what had happened during the 3rd, 5th, and 6th dynasties. Sosa's step pyramid at Saqqara, 3rd dynasty, was an imposing edifice, but it was built with relatively small, manageable blocks that 5 or 6 men working together could carry, and its internal chambers were structurally unsound. The pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties, although adorned inside with the beautiful pyramid texts, were so poorly built and had collapsed so completely that today most of them amount to little more than mounds of rubble. The 4th dynasty pyramids at Giza, however, were wonderfully well made, and had endured the passage of thousands of years more or less intact. It was this sequence of events, or rather its implications, that West felt Egyptologists should have paid more attention to. There's a discrepancy, he said, in the scenario that reads, building kind of rubbishy pyramids that are structurally unsound, suddenly building absolutely unbelievable pyramids that are structurally the most incredible things ever conceived of, and then immediately afterwards going back to structurally unsound pyramids. It doesn't make sense. The parallel scenario in, say, the auto industry would be inventing and building the Model T Ford, then suddenly inventing and building the 93 Porsche and making a few of those, then forgetting how to do that and going back to building Model T Fords again. Civilizations don't work this way. So what are you saying, I asked. Are you saying that the 4th dynasty pyramids weren't built by the 4th dynasty at all? My gut feeling, West replied, is that they weren't. They don't look like the mastabas in front of them. They don't look like any other 4th dynasty stuff either. They don't seem to fit in. And nor does the Sphinx. But the big difference is that we don't have to rely on gut feelings where the Sphinx is concerned. We can prove that it was built long before the 4th dynasty. John West. Santa and I had been fans of John Anthony West ever since we had first started travelling in Egypt. His guidebook, The Traveller's Key, had been a brilliant and indispensable introduction to the mysteries of this ancient land, and we still carried it with us. At the same time, his scholarly works, notably Serpent in the Sky, had opened our eyes to the revolutionary possibility that Egyptian civilization, with its manifold glimpses of high science apparently out of place in time, might not have developed entirely within the confines of the Nile Valley, but might have been a legacy of some earlier, greater, and as yet unidentified civilization, antedating dynastic Egypt and all other known civilizations by millennia. Tall and strongly built, West was in his early 60s. He had cultivated a neatly trimmed white beard, was dressed in a khaki safari suit, and wore an eccentric 19th century pith helmet. His manner was youthful and energetic, and there was a roguish sparkle in his eyes. The three of us were sitting on the open upper deck of a Nile cruiser, moored off the Corniche in Luxor, just a few yards downstream from the Winter Palace Hotel. To our west, across the river, a big red sun, distorted by atmospheric refraction, was setting behind the cliffs of the Valley of the Kings. To our east lay the battered but noble ruins of the Luxor and Karnak temples. Beneath us, transmitted through the hull of the boat, we could feel the lap and flow of the water as it rolled by on its meridional course towards the far-off delta. West had first presented his thesis for an older Sphinx in Serpent in the Sky, a comprehensive exposition of the work of the French mathematician R. A. Schwaller de Lubic's. Schwaller's research at the Luxor Temple between 1937 and 1952 had unearthed mathematical evidence which suggested that Egyptian science and culture had been far more advanced and sophisticated than modern scholars had appreciated. However, as West put it, this evidence had been set out in abstruse, complex, and uncompromising language. Few readers seem comfortable with raw Schwaller. It's a bit like trying to wade directly into high-energy physics without extensive prior training. Schwaller's principal publications, both originally in French, were the massive 3-volume Temple de l'Homme, which focused on Luxor, and the more general Roi de la Théocratie pharaonique. In this latter work, subsequently translated into English as Sacred Science, Schwaller made a passing reference to the tremendous floods and rains which devastated Egypt in the 11th millennium BC. Almost as an afterthought, he added, a great civilization must have preceded the vast movements of water that passed over Egypt, which leads us to assume that the Sphinx already existed, sculptured in the rock of the West Cliff at Giza, that Sphinx whose leonine body, except for the head, shows indisputable signs of water erosion. While working on Serpent, West was struck by the possible significance of this remark and decided to follow it up. I realized, he said, that if I could prove Schwaller's offhand observation empirically, this would be ironclad evidence for the existence of a previously unidentified high civilization of distant antiquity. Why, I asked. Once you've established that water was the agent, West replied, that eroded the Sphinx, the answer is almost childishly simple. It can be explained to anybody who reads the National Enquirer or the News of the World. It's almost moronically simple. The Sphinx is supposed to have been built by Khafre around 2500 BC, but since the beginning of dynastic times, say 3000 BC onwards, there just hasn't been enough rain on the Giza Plateau to have caused the very extensive erosion that we see all over the Sphinx's body. You really have to go back to before 10,000 BC to find a wet enough climate in Egypt to account for weathering of this type and on this scale. It therefore follows that the Sphinx must have been built before 10,000 BC, and since it's a massive, sophisticated work of art, it also follows that it must have been built by a high civilization. But John, Santa asked, how can you be so sure that the weathering was caused by rainwater? Couldn't the desert winds have done the job just as well? After all, even Orthodox Egyptologists admit that the Sphinx has existed for nearly 5,000 years. Isn't that long enough for these effects to have been caused by wind erosion? Naturally, West replied. That was one of the first possibilities that I had to exclude. Only if I could show that wind-borne abrasive sand couldn't possibly have brought the Sphinx to its present condition would there be any point in looking further into the implications of water erosion. Robert Schoch's geology, unriddling the Sphinx. A key issue turned out to be the deep trench that the monument was surrounded by on all sides. Because the Sphinx is set in a hollow, West explained, sand piles up to its neck within a few decades if it's left untended. It has been left untended often during historical times. In fact, through a combination of textual references and historical extrapolations, it's possible to prove that during the 4,500 years that have elapsed since it was ostensibly built by Khafre, it's been buried up to its neck for as much as 3,300 years. This means that in all this time, there has only been a cumulative total of just over 1,000 years in which its body has been susceptible to wind erosion. All the rest of the time, it's been protected from the desert winds by an enormous blanket of sand. The point is that if the Sphinx was really built by Khafre in the Old Kingdom, and if wind erosion was capable of inflicting such damage on it in so short a time span, then other Old Kingdom structures in the area, built out of the same limestone, ought to show similar weathering. But none do. Absolutely unmistakable Old Kingdom tombs, full of hieroglyphs and inscriptions, none of them show the same type of weathering as the Sphinx. Indeed, none did. Professor Robert Schoch, a Boston University geologist and specialist in rock erosion, who had played a key role in validating West's evidence, was satisfied as to the reason for this. The weathering of the Sphinx, and of the walls of its surrounding rock-hewn enclosure, had not been caused by wind scouring at all, but by thousands of years of heavy rainfall, long ages before the Old Kingdom came into being. Having won over his professional peers at the 1992 convention of the Geological Society of America, Schoch went on to explain his findings to a much wider and more eclectic audience, including Egyptologists, at the 1992 annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. He began by pointing out to delegates that the body of the Sphinx and the walls of the Sphinx niche are deeply weathered and eroded. This erosion is a couple of meters thick in places, at least on the walls. It's very deep, it's very old in my opinion, and it gives a rolling and undulating profile. Such undulations are easily recognizable to stratigraphers and paleontologists as having been caused by precipitation-induced weathering. Weathering that takes the distinctive form of a combination of deep vertical fissures and undulating horizontal coves. A classic, textbook example in Schock's words of what happens to a limestone structure when you have rain beating down on it for thousands of years. It's clearly rain precipitation that produced these erosional features. Wind sand erosion presents a very different profile of sharp-edged horizontal channels selectively scoured out from the softer layers of the affected rock. Under no circumstances can it cause the vertical fissures, particularly visible in the wall of the Sphinx enclosure. These could only have been formed by water running down the wall, the result of rain falling in enormous quantities, cascading over the slope of the Giza Plateau and down into the Sphinx enclosure below. It picked out the weak spots in the rock, Schock elaborated, and opened them up into these fissures. Clear evidence to me as a geologist that this erosional feature was caused by rainfall. Although in some places obscured by repair blocks put in place by numerous restorers over the passing millennia, the same observation holds true for the scooped-out, undulating, scalloped coves that run the entire length of the Sphinx's body. Again, these are characteristic of precipitation-induced weathering, because only long periods of heavy rainfall, beating down on the upper parts of the immense structure and cascading over its sides, could have produced such effects. Confirmation of this comes from the fact that the limestone out of which the Sphinx was carved is not uniform in its composition, but consists of a series of hard and soft layers, in which some of the more durable rocks recede further than some of the less durable rocks. Such a profile simply could not have been produced by wind erosion, which would have selectively chiseled out the softer layers of rock, but is entirely consistent with precipitation-induced weathering, where you have water, rainwater, beating down from above. The rocks higher up are the more durable ones, but they recede back further than some of the less durable rocks lower in the section, which are more protected. In his summing up at the American Association for the Advancement of Science meeting, Schock concluded, "It's well known that the Sphinx enclosure fills with sand very quickly, in just a matter of decades, under the desert conditions of the Sahara, and it has to be dug out periodically. And this has been the case since ancient times. Yet you still get this dramatic, rolling, erosional profile in the Sphinx enclosure. Simply put, therefore, what I'm suggesting is that this rolling profile, these features seen on the body and in the Sphinx ditch, hark back to a much earlier period, when there was more precipitation in the area, and more moisture, more rain on the Giza Plateau." As Schock admitted, he was not the first geologist to have noticed the anomalous, precipitation-induced weathering features on the core body of the Sphinx. He was, however, the first to have become involved in public debates over the immense historical implications of this weathering. His attitude was that he preferred to stick to his geology. "I've been told over and over again," he said, "that the peoples of Egypt, as far as we know, did not have either the technology or the social organization to cut out the core body of the Sphinx in pre-dynastic times. However, I don't see it as being my problem as a geologist. I'm not seeking to shift the burden, but it's really up to the Egyptologists and archaeologists to figure out who carved it. If my findings are in conflict with their theory about the rise of civilization, then maybe it's time for them to reevaluate that theory. I'm not saying that the Sphinx was built by Atlanteans or people from Mars or extraterrestrials. I'm just following the science where it leads me, and it leads me to conclude that the Sphinx was built much earlier than previously thought." Legendary civilizations. How much earlier? John West told us that he and Schock had a friendly debate going about the age of the Sphinx. Schock puts the date somewhere between 5000 and 7000 BC, minimum, the epoch of the Neolithic subpluvial, mainly by taking the most cautious view allowed by the data to hand. As a professor of geology at a big university, he's almost constrained to take a conservative view, and it's true that there were rains between 7000 BC and 5000 BC. However, for a variety of both intuitive and scholarly reasons, I think that the date is much, much older, and that most of the weathering of the Sphinx took place in the earlier rainy period, before 10,000 BC. Frankly, if it was as relatively recent as 5000 to 7000 BC, I think we probably have found other evidence of the civilization that carved it. A lot of evidence from that period has been found in Egypt. There are some strange anomalies within it, I'll admit, but most of it, the vast bulk, is really quite rudimentary. So I asked, who built the Sphinx if it wasn't the pre-dynastic Egyptians? "My conjecture," West replied, "is that the whole riddle is linked in some way to those legendary civilizations, spoken of in all the mythologies of the world. You know, that there were great catastrophes, that a few people survived and went wandering around the earth, and that a bit of knowledge was preserved here, a bit there. My hunch is that the Sphinx is linked to all that. If I were asked to place a bet, I'd say that it predates the breakup of the last ice age, and is probably older than 10,000 BC, perhaps even older than 15,000 BC. My conviction, actually, it's more than a conviction, is that it's vastly old." West's conviction was one I increasingly shared, and I reminded myself that most 19th century Egyptologists had shared it too. Nevertheless, the Sphinx's appearance argued against such intuitions, since there was no doubt that its head looked conventionally pharaonic. If it's as old as you think it is, I now asked John, then how do you explain that the sculptors depicted it wearing the characteristic Nemes headdress and uraeus of dynastic times? "I'm not bothered about that," West replied. "In fact, as you know, Egyptologists contend that the face of the Sphinx resembles the face of Khafre. It's one of the reasons why they claim it must have been built by him. Schock and I have looked into this very carefully. We think from the proportions of the head relative to the rest of the body that it's been recarved during dynastic times, and that's why it looks very dynastic. But we don't think it was ever meant to represent Khafre. As part of our ongoing research into these issues, we had Lieutenant Frank Domingo, a forensic artist with the New York Police Department, come over and do point-by-point comparisons between the face of the Sphinx and the face of Chephryn's statue in the Cairo Museum. His conclusion was that in no way was the Sphinx ever intended to represent Khafre. It's not just a matter of it being a different face, it's probably a different race. So this is a very ancient monument that was recarved at a much later date. Originally, it may not even have had a human face. Maybe it started out with a lion's face, as well as a lion's body." Magellan and the first dinosaur bone. After my own explorations of Giza, I was interested to know whether West's research had cast doubt on the orthodox dating of any of the other monuments on the plateau, particularly the so-called Bali Temple of Khafre. "We think there's quite a lot of stuff that may be older," he told me. "Not just the Bali Temple, but also the mortuary temple up the hill, probably something to do with the Menkaure complex, maybe even the Pyramid of Khafre." "What in the Menkaure complex?" I asked. "Well, the mortuary temple," West replied, "and actually I'm only using the conventional attribution of the pyramids for convenience here." "Okay, so do you think it's possible that the pyramids are as old as the Sphinx too?" "It's hard to say," West replied. "I think something was there where those pyramids now are because of the geometry. The Sphinx was part of a master plan, and the Khafre pyramid is maybe the most interesting in that respect, because it was definitely built in 2 stages. If you look at it, maybe you've noticed, you'll see that its base consists of several courses of gigantic blocks, similar in style to the blocks of the core masonry of the Bali Temple. Superimposed above the base, the rest of the pyramid is composed of smaller, less precisely engineered stuff, but when you look at it, knowing what you're looking for, you see instantly that it's built in 2 separate bits. I mean, I can't help but feel that the vast blocks on the bottom date from the earlier period, from the time the Sphinx was built, and that the second part was added later, but even then, not necessarily by Khafre. As you go into this, you begin to realize that the more you learn, the more complex everything becomes. For example, there may even have been an intermediate civilization, which actually would correspond to the Egyptian texts. They talk themselves about 2 long prior periods. In the first of these, Egypt was supposedly ruled by the gods, the Neteru, and in the second, it was ruled by the Shemsu Hor, the companions of Horus. So as I say, the problems just get more and more complicated. Fortunately, however, the bottom line stays simple. The bottom line is the Sphinx wasn't built by Khafre. The geology proves that it's a hell of a lot older. Nevertheless, I interjected, the Egyptologists won't accept that it is. One of the arguments they've used against you, Mark Lehner did so, goes something like this. If the Sphinx was made before 10,000 BC, then why can't you show us the rest of the civilization that built it? In other words, why don't you have any other evidence to put forward for the presence of your legendary lost civilization, apart from a few structures on the Giza Plateau? What do you say to that? First off, West replied, there are structures outside Giza. For example, the Osirion in Abydos, where you've just come from. We think that amazing edifice may relate to our work on the Sphinx. Even if the Osirion didn't exist, however, the absence of other evidence wouldn't worry me. I mean, to make a big deal out of the fact that further confirmatory evidence hasn't been found yet, and to use this to try to scuttle the arguments for an older Sphinx, is completely illogical. Analogously, it's like saying to Magellan, where are the other guys who sailed around the world? Of course it's still flat. Or in 1838, when the first dinosaur bone was found, they would have said, of course there's no such thing as a giant extinct animal, whereas the rest of the skeletons, they've only found one bone. But once a few people began to realize that this bone could only be from an extinct animal, within 20 years, the museums of the world were filled up with complete dinosaur skeletons. So it's sort of like that. Nobody's thought to look in the right places. I'm absolutely certain that other evidence will be found once a few people start looking in the right places, along the banks of the ancient Nile, for example, which is miles from the present Nile, or even at the bottom of the Mediterranean, which was dry during the last ice age. The problem of transmission. I asked John West why he thought that Egyptologists and archaeologists were so unwilling to consider that the Sphinx might be a clue to the existence of a forgotten episode in human history. The reason, he replied, is that they're quite fixed in their ideas about the linear evolution of civilization. They find it hard to come to terms with the notion that there might have been people more than 12,000 years ago who were more sophisticated than we are today. The Sphinx, and the geology which proves its antiquity, and the fact that the technology that was involved in making it is in many ways almost beyond our own capacities, contradicts the belief that civilization and technology have evolved in a straightforward linear way. Because even with the best modern technology, we almost couldn't carry out the various tasks that were involved in the project. The Sphinx itself, that's not such a staggering feat. I mean, if you get enough sculptors to cut the stone away, they could carve a statue a mile long. The technology was involved in taking the stones, quarrying the stones, to free the Sphinx from its bedrock, and then in moving those stones, and using them to build the Valley Temple a couple of 100 feet away. This was news to me. You mean that the giant blocks in the Valley Temple walls were quarried right out of the Sphinx enclosure? Yes, West replied, no doubt about it. Geologically, they're from the identical member of rock. They were quarried out, moved over to the site of the temple, God knows how, and erected into 40-foot-high limestone walls. Again, God knows how. I'm talking about the huge limestone core blocks, not the granite facing. I think that the granite was added much later, possibly by Khafre. But if you look at the limestone core blocks, you'll see that they bear the marks of exactly the same kind of precipitation-induced weathering that are found on the Sphinx. So the Sphinx and the core structure of the Valley Temple were made at the same time by the same people, whoever they may have been. And do you think that those people and the later dynastic Egyptians were connected to each other in some way? In Serpent in the Sky, you suggested that a legacy must have been passed on. It's still just a suggestion, West said. All that I know for sure, on the basis of our work on the Sphinx, is that a very, very high, sophisticated civilization, capable of undertaking construction projects on a grand scale, was present in Egypt in the very distant past. Then there was a lot of rain. Then thousands of years later, in the same place, pharaonic civilization popped up, already fully formed, apparently out of nowhere, with all its knowledge complete. That much we can be certain of. But whether or not the knowledge that ancient Egypt possessed was the same as the knowledge that produced the Sphinx, I really can't say. How about this, I speculated. The civilization that produced the Sphinx wasn't based here, at least not originally. It wasn't in Egypt. It put the Sphinx here as some sort of marker or outpost. Perfectly possible, West agreed. Could be that the Sphinx for that civilization was like, let's say, what Abu Simbel in Nubia was for dynastic Egypt. Then that civilization came to an end, I prompted, was extinguished by some sort of massive catastrophe, and that's when the legacy of high knowledge was handed on. Because they had the Sphinx here. They knew about Egypt. They knew this place. They knew this country. They had a connection here. Maybe people survived the ending of that civilization. Maybe they came here. Does that work for you? Well, it's a possibility, said West. Again, going back into the mythologies and legends of the world, many of them tell of such a catastrophe, and of the few people that know a story that's prevalent through endless civilizations, who somehow or other retained and passed on knowledge. The big problem with all this, from my point of view, is the transmission process. How exactly the knowledge does get handed on during the thousands and thousands of years between the construction of the Sphinx and the flowering of dynastic Egypt. Theoretically, you're sort of stuck, aren't you, with this vast period in which the knowledge has to be transmitted. This is not easy to slough off. On the other hand, we do know that those legends we're referring to were passed on word for word over countless generations. And in fact, oral transmission is a much surer means of transmission than written transmission, because the language may change, but as long as whoever's telling the story tells it true, in whatever the language of the time is, it surfaces some 5,000 years later in its original form. So maybe there are ways, in secret societies and religious cults, or through mythology, for example, that the knowledge could have been preserved and passed on before flowering again. The point, I think, with problems as complex and important as these, is simply not to dismiss any possibilities, no matter how outrageous they may at first seem, without investigating them very, very thoroughly. Second opinion. John West was in Luxor, leading a study group on Egypt's sacred sites. Early the next day, he and his students went south to Aswan and Abu Simbel. Santa and I journeyed north again, back towards Giza, and the mysteries of the Sphinx and the pyramids. We were to meet there with the archaeoastronomer Robert Bovard. As we shall see, his stellar correlations provided startling, independent corroboration for the geological evidence of Giza's vast antiquity. Chapter 48. Earth Measurers. Follow these instructions carefully. Draw 2 parallel straight lines, vertically down a sheet of paper, about 7 inches long and a bit under 3 inches apart. Draw a third line, also vertical, also parallel, and of equal length, exactly midway between the first two. Write the letter S, for south, at the top end of your diagram, the end farthest away from you, and the letter N, for north, at the bottom end. Add the letters E for east and W for west in their appropriate positions at either side of the diagram, to your left for east and to your right for west. What you are looking at are the outlines of a geometrical map of Egypt, incorporating a perspective very different from our own, where north is always equated with up. This map, where up is south, seems to have been worked out an enormously long time ago by cartographers with a scientific understanding of the shape and size of our planet. To complete the map, you should now mark a dot on the central of the 3 parallel lines, about 1 inch to the south of, up from, the northern end of the diagram. Then draw two more lines diagonally down from this point, respectively to the northeast and northwest, until they reach the northern ends of the two outermost parallel lines. Finally, link those parallel lines directly with horizontal lines running east to west at the northern and southern ends of the diagram. The shape produced is a meridional rectangle, oriented north-south. This rectangle is 7 inches long by just under 3 inches wide, and has a triangle demarcated at its northern, lower end. The triangle represents the Nile Delta, and the dot at the apex of the triangle represents the apex of the delta, a point on the ground at 30 degrees 06 minutes north and 31 degrees 14 minutes east, very close to the location of the Great Pyramid. Geodetic marker. Whatever else it may be, it has long been understood by mathematicians and geographers that the Great Pyramid serves the function of a geodetic marker, geodetics being the branch of science concerned with determining the exact position of geographical points and the shape and size of the Earth. This realization first dawned in the late 18th century when the armies of revolutionary France, led by Napoleon Bonaparte, invaded Egypt. Bonaparte, who had cultivated a deep interest in the enigmas of the pyramids, brought with him a large number of scholars, 175 in all, including several greybeards gathered from various universities who were reputed to have acquired a profound knowledge of Egyptian antiquities, and more usefully, a group of mathematicians, cartographers, and surveyors. One of the tasks the savants were set, after the conquest was completed, was to draw up detailed maps of Egypt. In the process of doing this, they discovered that the Great Pyramid was perfectly aligned to true north, and of course to the south, east, and west as well, as we saw in part 6. This meant that the mysterious structure made an excellent reference and triangulation point, and a decision was therefore taken to use the meridian passing through its apex as the baseline for all other measurements and orientations. The team then proceeded to produce the first accurate maps of Egypt drawn up in the modern age. When they had finished, they were intrigued to note that the Great Pyramid's meridian sliced the Nile Delta region into 2 equal halves. They also found that if the diagonals running from the pyramid's apex to its northeastern and northwestern corners were extended, forming lines on the map running northeast and northwest until they reached the Mediterranean, the triangle thus formed would neatly encapsulate the entire delta area. Let us now return to our map, which also incorporates a triangle representing the delta. Its other main components are the 3 parallel meridians. The eastern meridian is at a longitude 32 degrees 38 minutes east, the official eastern border of ancient Egypt, from the beginning of dynastic times. The western meridian is at a longitude of 29 degrees 50 minutes east, the official western border of ancient Egypt. The central meridian is at longitude 31 degrees 14 minutes east, exactly midway between the other two, 1 degree 24 minutes away from each. What we now have is a representation of a strip on the surface of planet Earth that is exactly 2 degrees 48 minutes wide. How long is this strip? Ancient Egypt's official northern and southern borders, which bore no more relationship to settlement patterns than the official eastern and western boundaries, are marked by the horizontal lines at the top and bottom of the map, and are located respectively at 31 degrees 06 minutes north and 24 degrees 06 minutes north. The northern border, 31 degrees 06 minutes north, joins the two outer ends of the estuary of the Nile. The southern border, 24 degrees 06 minutes north, marks the precise latitude of the island of Elephantina at Aswan, where an important astronomical and solar observatory was located throughout known Egyptian history. It seems that this archaic land, sacred since time began, the creation and habitation of the gods, was originally conceived of as a geometric construct, exactly 7 terrestrial degrees in length. Within this construct, the Great Pyramid appears to have been carefully sited as a geodetic marker for the apex of the delta. The latter is located at the junction of 30 degrees 06 minutes north and 31 degrees 14 minutes east, a point in the middle of the Nile at the northern edge of modern Cairo. Meanwhile, the pyramid stands at latitude 30 degrees north, corrected for atmospheric refraction, and at longitude 31 degrees 09 minutes east, an error of just a few minutes of terrestrial arc to the south and west. This error, however, does not appear to have resulted from sloppiness or inaccuracy on the part of the pyramid builders. On the contrary, a close look at the topography of the area suggests that the explanation should be sought in the need to find a site suitable for all the astronomical observations that had to be taken for accurate setting out, and with a sufficiently stable geological structure on which to park, forever, a 6 million ton monument almost 500 feet high with a footprint of over 13 acres. The Giza Plateau fits the bill on all counts. Close to the apex of the delta, elevated above the valley of the Nile, and equipped with an excellent foundation of solid limestone bedrock. Doing things by degrees. We were driving north from Luxor to Giza in the back of Mohammed Walili's Peugeot 504, a journey of just over 4 degrees of longitude, that is from 25 degrees 42 minutes north to the 30th parallel. Between Asyut and Alminia, a corridor of conflict in recent months between Islamic extremists and Egyptian government forces, we were provided with an armed escort of soldiers, one of whom wore plain clothes and sat in the passenger seat beside Mohammed, fondling an automatic pistol. The others, about a dozen men armed with AK-47 assault rifles, were distributed equally between 2 pickup trucks, which sandwiched us front and rear. Dangerous people live here, Mohammed had confided out of the corner of his mouth when we'd been stopped at a roadblock in Asyut and ordered to wait for our escort. Now, although obviously rattled at being obliged to match the high speed of the escorting vehicles, he seemed to relish the kudos of being part of an impressive convoy, lights flashing and sirens wailing, weaving in and out of the slower traffic on the main highway from Upper to Lower Egypt. I looked out of the car window for a while, at the unchanging spectacle of the Nile, at its fertile green banks and the red haze of the deserts a few miles away to east and west. This was Egypt, the real, organic Egypt of today and yesterday, which overlapped, but spread out far beyond the strange official Egypt of the map described, a rectangular fiction, exactly 7 terrestrial degrees in length. In the 19th century, the renowned Egyptologist Ludwig Borchardt expressed what is still the conventional wisdom of his colleagues when he remarked, "One must absolutely exclude the possibility that the ancients may have measured by degrees." This was a judgment that seemed increasingly unlikely to be tenable. Whoever they may have been, it was obvious that the original planners and architects of the Giza necropolis had belonged to a civilization which knew the Earth to be a sphere, knew its dimensions almost as well as we do ourselves, and had divided it into 360 degrees, just as we do today. The proof of this lay in the creation of a symbolic official country, exactly 7 terrestrial degrees in length, and in the admirably geodetic location and orientation to the cardinal points of the Great Pyramid. Equally persuasive was the fact already touched on in chapter 23, that the perimeter of the pyramid's base stood in the relationship 2 pi to its height, and that the entire monument seemed to have been designed to serve as a map projection, on a scale of 1 to 43,200 of the northern hemisphere of our planet. The Great Pyramid was a projection on 4 triangular surfaces. The apex represented the pole, and the perimeter represented the equator. This is the reason why the perimeter is in relation 2 pi to the height. The Pyramid-Earth ratio. We have demonstrated the use of pi in the pyramid, and need not go into this matter again. Besides, the existence of the pi relationship, though interpreted as accidental by orthodox scholars, is not contested by them. But are we seriously supposed to accept that the monument could also be a representation of the northern hemisphere of the Earth, projected on flat surfaces at a scale of 1 to 43,200? Let's remind ourselves of the figures. According to the best modern estimates, based on satellite observations, the equatorial circumference of the Earth is 24,902.45 miles, and its polar radius is 3,949.921 miles. The perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base is 3,023.16 feet, and its height is 481.3949 feet. Scaling down, as it turns out, is not absolutely exact, but it is very near. Moreover, when we remember the bulge at the Earth's equator, our planet being an oblate spheroid rather than a perfect sphere, the results achieved by the pyramid builders seem even closer to 1 to 43,200. How close? If we take the Earth's equatorial circumference, 24,902.45 miles, and scale it down, divide it by 43,200, we get a result of 0.5764 of a mile. There are 5,280 feet in a mile. The next step, therefore, is to multiply 0.5764 by 5,280, which produces a figure of 3,043.39 feet. The Earth's equatorial circumference, scaled down 43,200 times, is therefore 3,043.39 feet. By comparison, as we've seen, the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base is 3,023.16 feet. This represents an error of only 20 feet, or about 0.75%. Given the razor-sharp accuracy of the pyramid builders, however, who normally worked to even finer tolerances, the error is less likely to have resulted from mistakes in the construction of the giant monument than in an underestimation of our planet's true circumference by just 163 miles, probably caused in part by failure to take account of the equatorial bulge. Let us now consider the Earth's polar radius of 3,949.921 miles. If we scale it down 43,200 times, we get 0.0914 of a mile, 482.59 feet. The Earth's polar radius, scaled down 43,200 times, is therefore 482.59 feet. By comparison, the Great Pyramid's height is 481.3949 feet, just a foot less than the ideal figure, an error of barely 1/5 of 1%. As near as makes no difference, therefore, the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base is indeed 1 to 43,200 of the equatorial circumference of the Earth. And as near as makes no difference, the height of the Great Pyramid above that base is indeed 1 to 43,200 of the polar radius of the Earth. In other words, during all the centuries of darkness experienced by Western civilization, when knowledge of our planet's dimensions was lost to us, all we ever needed to do to rediscover that knowledge was to measure the height and base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply by 43,200. How likely is this to be an accident? The common sense answer is not very likely at all, since it should be obvious to any reasonable person that what we are looking at could only be the result of a deliberate and carefully calculated planning decision. Common sense, however, has never been a faculty held in high esteem by Egyptologists, and it is therefore necessary to ask whether there is anything else in the data which might confirm that the ratio of 1 to 43,200 is a purposeful expression of intelligence and knowledge, rather than some numerical fluke. The ratio itself seems to provide that confirmation, for the simple reason that 43,200 is not a random number, like, say, 45,000 or 47,000 or 50,500 or 38,800. On the contrary, it is one of a series of numbers, and multiples of those numbers, which relate to the phenomenon of precession of the equinoxes, and which have become embedded in archaic myths all around the world. The basic numerals of the Pyramid-Earth ratio crop up again and again in those myths, sometimes directly as 43,200, sometimes as 432, as 4,320, as 432,000, as 4,320,000, and so on. What we appear to be confronted by are two remarkable propositions, back to back, as though designed to reinforce one another. It is surely remarkable enough that the Great Pyramid should be able to function as an accurate scale model of the northern hemisphere of planet Earth. But it is even more remarkable that the scale involved should incorporate numbers relating precisely to one of the key planetary mechanisms of the Earth. This is the fixed and apparently eternal precession of its axis of rotation around the pole of the ecliptic, a phenomenon which causes the vernal point to migrate around the band of the zodiac at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years, and 30 degrees, one complete zodiacal constellation, every 2,160 years. Precession through two zodiacal constellations, or 60 degrees along the ecliptic, takes 4,320 years. The constant repetition of these precessional numbers in ancient myths could perhaps be a coincidence. Viewed in isolation, the appearance of the precessional number 43,200 in the Pyramid-Earth ratio might also be a coincidence, although the odds against this must be astronomical. But when we find precessional numbers in both these very different media, the ancient myths and the ancient monuments, it really does strain credulity to suppose that coincidence is all that is involved here. Moreover, just as the Teutonic myth of Valhalla's walls leads us to the precessional number of 432,000 by inviting us to calculate the warriors who go to war with the wolf, 500 plus 40 multiplied by 800, as we heard in chapter 33, so the Great Pyramid leads us to the precessional number of 43,200 by demonstrating through the pi relationship that it might be a scale model of part of the Earth, and then by inviting us to calculate that scale. Matching fingerprints. At Elmina, our escort vehicles left us, though the plainclothes soldier in the front seat stayed with us until Cairo. We paused for a late lunch of bread and falafel in a boisterous, noisy village, then motored north again. Throughout all of this, my thoughts remained focused on the Great Pyramid. Obviously, it was not an accident that so immense and conspicuous a structure should occupy a key geographic and geodetic location in a part of the world that appeared bizarrely to have been conceived of and geometrized as a rectangular symbolic construct, exactly 7 terrestrial degrees in length. But it was the pyramid's other function as a 3-dimensional map projection of the northern hemisphere that particularly interested me, because it suggested a match with the ancient but advanced maps of the world described in Part 1. Those maps, which made use of spherical trigonometry and a range of sophisticated projections, had been claimed by Professor Charles Hapgood to provide tangible documentary evidence that an advanced civilization with a comprehensive knowledge of the globe must have flourished during the last ice age. Now here was the Great Pyramid, proving to have a cartographic function vis-à-vis the northern hemisphere, and also incorporating a sophisticated projection. As one expert explained, each flat face of the pyramid was designed to represent one curved quarter of the northern hemisphere, or spherical quadrant of 90 degrees. To project a spherical quadrant onto a flat triangle correctly, the arc or base of the quadrant must be the same length as the base of the triangle, and both must have the same height. This happens to be the case only with the cross-section or meridian bisection of the Great Pyramid, whose slope angle gives the pi relation between height and base. Was it possible that surviving copies and compilations of ancient maps, like the Piri-Reis map for example, might in some cases go back to source documents produced by the same culture that skillfully incorporated its knowledge of the globe into the dimensions of the Great Pyramid, and indeed into the carefully geometrized dimensions of ancient Egypt itself? I could hardly forget that Charles Hapgood and his team had spent months trying to work out where the original projection of the Piri-Reis map had been centered. The answer they finally obtained was that Egypt, and specifically Aswan in Upper Egypt, where, as we've seen, an important astronomical observatory was situated at latitude 24 degrees 06 minutes north, the official southern border. Needless to say, precise astronomical observations would have been essential for calculations of the circumference of the Earth and of latitude positions. But for how long, before the historical period, had the ancient Egyptians and their ancestors been making such observations? And had they indeed learned this skill, as they stated forthrightly in their traditions, from the gods who had once walked among them? Navigators in the boat of millions of years. The god believed by the ancient Egyptians to have taught the principles of astronomy to their ancestors was Thoth, he who reckons in heaven, the counter of the stars, the enumerator of the earth and of what is therein, and the measurer of the earth. Normally depicted as a man wearing an ibis mask, Thoth was a leading member of the elite company of first-time deities who dominated religious life in ancient Egypt from the beginning to the end of its civilization. These were the great gods, the Neteru. Although they were believed in one sense to be self-created, it was also openly acknowledged and understood that they had a special connection of some kind with another land, a fabulous and far-off country referred to in the ancient texts as Ta-Neteru, the land of the gods. Ta-Neteru was thought to have had a definite earthly location a very long way south of ancient Egypt, seas and oceans away, farther even than the spice country of Punt, which probably lay along East Africa's Somali coast. To confuse matters, however, Punt was also spoken of sometimes as the divine land, or God's land, and was the source of the sweet-smelling frankincense and myrrh, especially favoured by the gods. Another mythical paradise was also linked to the Neteru, an abode of the blessed, where the best of humans were sometimes taken, which was believed to be situated away beyond a large expanse of water. As Wallace Budge observed in his important study Osiris and the Egyptian Resurrection, the Egyptians believed that this land could only be reached by means of a boat, or by the personal help of the gods, who were thought to transport their favourites thither. Those lucky enough to gain entry would find themselves in a magical garden consisting of islands, interconnected by canals, filled with running water which caused them to be always green and fertile. On the islands in this garden, the wheat grew to a height of 5 cubits, the ears being 2 cubits long, and the stalks 3, and the barley grew to a height of 7 cubits, the ears being 3 cubits long, and the stalks 4. Was it from a land such as this, superbly irrigated and scientifically farmed, that the agriculture bringer Osiris, whose title was President of the Land of the South, had voyaged to Egypt at the dawn of the first time? And was it from a land such as this, accessible only by boat, that ibis-masked Thoth had also made his way, crossing seas and oceans, to deliver the priceless gifts of astronomy and earth measurement to the primitive inhabitants of the prehistoric Nile Valley? Whatever the truth behind the tradition, Thoth was remembered and revered by the ancient Egyptians as the inventor of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. It was his will and power, according to Wallace Budge, that were believed to keep the forces of heaven and earth in equilibrium. It was his great skill in celestial mathematics, which made proper use of the laws, upon which the foundation and maintenance of the universe rested. Thoth was also credited with teaching the ancestral Egyptians the skills of geometry and land surveying, medicine, and botany. He was believed to have been the inventor of figures, of the letters of the alphabet, and of the arts of reading and writing. He was the great lord of magic, who could move objects with the power of his voice, the author of every work, on every branch of knowledge, both human and divine. It was to the teachings of Thoth, which they guarded jealously in their temples and claimed to have handed down from generation to generation in the form of 42 books of instruction, that the ancient Egyptians ascribed their world-renowned wisdom and knowledge of the skies. This knowledge was spoken of almost in awe by the classical commentators who visited Egypt from the 5th century BC onwards. Herodotus, the earliest of these travellers, noted the Egyptians were the first to discover the solar year and to portion out its course into 12 parts. It was the observation of the course of the stars which led them to adopt this division. Plato, 4th century BC, reported that the Egyptians had observed the stars for 10,000 years, and later in the 1st century BC, Diodorus Siculus left this more detailed account. The positions and arrangements of the stars, as well as their motions, have always been the subject of careful observation among the Egyptians. From ancient times to this day, they have preserved the records concerning each of these stars over an incredible number of years. Why should the ancient Egyptians have cultivated an almost obsessional interest in the long-term observation of the stars, and why, in particular, should they have kept records of their movements over an incredible number of years? Such detailed observations would not have been necessary if their only interest, as a number of scholars have seriously suggested, had been agricultural, the need to predict the seasons, which any country-born person can do. There must have been some other purpose. Moreover, how did the ancient Egyptians get started on astronomy in the first place? It is not an obvious hobby for a valley-dwelling, landlocked people to develop on their own initiative. Perhaps we should take more seriously the explanation they themselves offer, that their ancestors were taught the study of the stars by a god. We might also pay closer attention to the many unmistakably maritime references in the pyramid texts. And there could be important new inferences to draw from ancient Egyptian religious art, in which the gods are shown travelling in beautiful, high-prowed, streamlined boats built to the same advanced ocean-going specifications as the pyramid boats at Giza and the mysterious fleet moored in the desert sands of Abydos. Landlocked people do not, as a rule, become astronomers. Seafaring people do. Is it not possible that the maritime iconography of the ancient Egyptians, the design of their ships, and also their splendid obsession with observing the stars, could have been part of an inheritance passed on to their ancestors by an unidentified seafaring, navigating race in remote prehistory? It is really only such an archaic race, such a forgotten maritime civilization that could have left its fingerprints behind in the form of maps, which accurately depict the world as it looked before the end of the last ice age. It is really only such a civilization, steering its course by the stars for 10,000 years, that could have observed and accurately timed the phenomenon of equinoctial precession with the exactitude attested in the ancient myths. And although hypothetical, it is only such a civilization that could have measured the Earth with sufficient precision to have arrived at the dimensions scaled down in the Great Pyramid. The signature of a distant date. It was almost midnight by the time we reached Giza. We checked into the Siag, a hotel with an excellent pyramid view, and sat out on our balcony as the 3 stars of Orion's belt tracked slowly across the southern heavens. It was the disposition of these 3 stars, as archaeoastronomer Robert Bauval had recently demonstrated, that served as the celestial template for the site plan of the 3 Giza pyramids. This in itself was a remarkable discovery, suggesting a far higher level of observational astronomy and of surveying and setting out skills than scholars had attributed to the ancient Egyptians. Even more remarkable, however, and the reason that I had arranged to meet him at Giza the next morning, was Bauval's contention that the pattern traced out on the ground, in almost 15 million tons of perfectly dressed stone, matched exactly the pattern in the sky during the epoch of 10,450 BC. If Bauval was correct, the pyramids had been devised, using the changes, precession effects in the positions of the stars, as a permanent architectural signature of the 11th millennium BC. Chapter 49. The Power of the Thing. On a scale of 1 to 43,200, the Great Pyramid serves as a model and map projection of the northern hemisphere of the Earth. What absolutely excludes the possibility that this could be a coincidence is the fact that the scale involved is keyed in numerically to the rate of precession of the equinoxes, one of the Earth's most characteristic planetary mechanisms. It is therefore clear that we are confronted here by the manifestation of a deliberate planning decision, one intended to be recognizable as such by any culture which had acquired A, an accurate knowledge of the dimensions of the Earth, and B, an accurate knowledge of the rate of precessional motion. Thanks to the work of Robert Bauval, we can now be certain that another deliberate planning decision was implemented in the Great Pyramid, which, it is increasingly apparent, must be understood as a device designed to fulfill many different functions. In this case, the plan was a truly ambitious one, involving the second and third pyramids as well, but it bears the fingerprints of the same ancient architects and builders who conceived of the Great Pyramid as a scale model of the Earth. Their hallmark seems to have been precession, perhaps because they liked its mathematical regularity and predictability, and they used precession to devise a plan which could be understood properly only by a scientifically advanced culture. Ours is such a culture, and Robert Bauval is the first to have worked out the basic parameters of the plan, a discovery for which he has received public acclaim and will in due course get the scientific recognition he deserves. Belgian by nationality, born and brought up in Alexandria, he's a tall, lean, clean-shaven 40-something, and going a little thin on top. His most notable feature is a stubborn lower jaw, which characterizes his tenacious, inquiring personality. He speaks with a hybrid French-Egyptian-English accent, and is decidedly Oriental in his manner. He has a first-class mind, and is always restlessly accumulating and analyzing new data relevant to his interests, finding new ways to look at old problems. In the process, entirely by accident, he has succeeded in transforming himself into a kind of magician of esoteric knowledge. The Orion Mystery. The roots of Bauval's discoveries at Giza go back to the 1960s, when the Egyptologist and architect Dr. Alexander Badawi and the American astronomer Virginia Trimble demonstrated that the southern shaft of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid was targeted like a gun barrel on the belt of Orion during the Pyramid Age, around 2600 to 2400 BC. Bauval decided to test the southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber, which Badawi and Trimble had not investigated, and established that it had been sighted on the star Sirius during the Pyramid Age. The evidence that proved this was provided by the German engineer Rudolf Gantenbrink, as a result of measurements taken by his robot Upuaut in March 1993. This was the robot that had made the startling discovery of a closed portcullis door, blocking the shaft at a distance of about 200 feet from the Queen's Chamber. Equipped with a high-tech onboard clinometer, the little machine had also provided the first ever completely accurate reading of the shaft's angle of inclination, 39 degrees, 30 minutes. As Bauval explains, I did the calculations, and these established that the shaft had been targeted on the meridian transit of Sirius around the epoch of 2400 BC. There couldn't be any doubt about it at all. I also recalculated the Orion's belt alignment worked out by Badawi and Trimble with new data that Gantenbrink gave me on the inclination of the southern shaft of the King's Chamber. He'd measured that at 45 degrees exactly, whereas Badawi and Trimble had worked with Flinders Petrie's slightly less accurate measurement of 44 degrees 30 minutes. The new data enabled me to refine Badawi's and Trimble's date for the alignment. What I found was that the shaft had been precisely targeted on Alnitak, the lowest of the three belt stars, which crossed the meridian at altitude 45 degrees around the year 2475 BC. Up to this point, Bauval's conclusions had been well within the chronological bounds set by orthodox Egyptologists, who normally dated the construction of the Great Pyramid to around 2520 BC. If anything, the alignments the archaeoastronomer had come up with suggested that the shafts had been built a little later, rather than earlier than conventional wisdom allowed. As the listener is aware, however, Bauval had also made another discovery of an altogether more unsettling nature. Once again, it involved the stars of Orion's belt. They're slanted along a diagonal in a southwesterly direction relative to the axis of the Milky Way, and the pyramids are slanted along a diagonal in a southwesterly direction relative to the axis of the Nile. If you look carefully, on a clear night, you'll also see that the smallest of the three stars, the one at the top, which the Arabs call Mintaka, is slightly offset to the east of the principal diagonal formed by the other two. This pattern is mimicked on the ground, where we see that the pyramid of Menkaure is offset by exactly the right amount to the east of the principal diagonal formed by the pyramid of Khafre, which represents the middle star Al-Nilam, and the Great Pyramid, which represents Al-Nitak. It's really quite obvious that all these monuments were laid out according to a unified site plan that was modelled with extraordinary precision on those three stars. What they did at Giza was to build Orion's belt on the ground. There was more to come. Using a sophisticated computer program capable of plotting the precessionally induced changes in the declinations of all stars visible in the sky over any part of the world in any epoch, Bauval found that the pyramid's Orion's belt correlation was general and obvious in all epochs, but specific and exact in only one. At 10,450 BC, and at that date only, we find that the pattern of the pyramids on the ground provides a perfect reflection of the pattern of the stars in the sky. I mean, it's a perfect match, faultless, and it cannot be an accident because the entire arrangement correctly depicts two very unusual celestial events that occurred only at that time. First, and purely by chance, the Milky Way, as visible from Giza in 10,450 BC, exactly duplicated the meridional course of the Nile Valley. Secondly, to the west of the Milky Way, the three stars of Orion's belt were at the lowest altitude in their precessional cycle, with Al-Nitak, the star representing the Great Pyramid, crossing the meridian at 11 degrees 08 minutes. The listener is already familiar with the way the Earth's axial precession causes sunrise on the vernal equinox to migrate along the band of the zodiac over a cycle of about 26,000 years. The same phenomenon also affects the declination of all visible stars, producing in the case of the Orion constellation very gradual but significant changes in altitude. Thus, from its highest point at meridian transit, 58 degrees 11 minutes above the southern horizon as viewed from Giza, it takes Al-Nitak about 13,000 years to descend to the low point, last registered in 10,450 BC, that is immortalized in stone on the Giza plateau, that is 11 degrees and 8 minutes. As another 13,000 years pass, the belt stars very slowly rise again, until Al-Nitak is back at 58 degrees 11 minutes. Then during the next 13,000 years, they gradually fall once more to 11 degrees 08 minutes. This cycle is eternal. 13,000 years up, 13,000 years down. 13,000 years up, 13,000 years down, forever. It's the precise configuration for 10,450 BC that we see on the Giza Plateau, as though a master architect came here in that epoch and decided to lay out a huge map on the ground, using a mixture of natural and artificial features. He used the meridional course of the Nile Valley to depict the Milky Way as it looked then. He built the three pyramids to represent the three stars exactly as they looked then, and he put the three pyramids in exactly the same relationship to the Nile Valley as the three stars then had to the Milky Way. It was a very clever, very ambitious, very exact way to mark an epoch, to freeze a particular date into architecture, if you like. The first time, I found the implications of the Orion correlation complicated and eerie. On the one hand, the Great Pyramid's southern shafts precessionally anchored the monument to Al-Nitak and Sirius in 2475 to 2400 BC, dates which coincided comfortably with the epoch when Egyptologists said the monument had been built. On the other hand, the The disposition of all three of the pyramids in relation to the Nile Valley eloquently signaled the much earlier date of 10,450 BC. This coincided with the controversial geological findings John West and Robert Schoch had made at Giza, which suggested the presence of a high civilization in Egypt in the 11th millennium BC. Moreover, the disposition of the pyramids had not been arrived at by any random or accidental process, but seemed to have been deliberately chosen because it marked a precessionally significant event, the lowest point, the beginning, the first time, in Orion's 13,000-year upcycle. I knew that Boval believed this astronomical event to have been linked symbolically to the mythical first time of Osiris, the time of the gods, when civilization had supposedly been brought into the Nile Valley, and that his reasoning for this derived from the mythology of ancient Egypt, which directly associated Osiris with the Orion constellation and Isis with Sirius. Had the historical archetypes for Osiris and Isis actually come here in the first time, 12,500 years ago? My research into Ice Age mythologies had persuaded me that certain ideas and memories could linger in the human psyche for many millennia, transmitted from generation to generation by oral tradition. I could therefore see no prima facie reasons why the Assyrian mythology with its strange and anomalous characteristics should not have originated as far back as 10,450 BC. However, it was the civilization of dynastic Egypt that had elevated Osiris to the status of the high god of resurrection. That civilization was one that had few known antecedents, and none at all recognizable in the remote epoch of the 11th millennium BC. If the Osirian mythology had been transmitted across 8,000 years, therefore, then what culture had transmitted it? And had this culture also been responsible for both the astronomical alignments proven to have been manifested by the pyramids, 10,450 BC and 2,450 BC? These were among the questions I planned to put to Robert Boval in the shadow of the pyramids. Santa and I had arranged to meet him at dawn at the mortuary temple of Khafre, so that the three of us could watch the sun come up over the Sphinx. The platform. Positioned beside the eastern face of the second pyramid, the largely ruined mortuary temple was a spooky, grey, cold place to be at this hour. And as John West had indicated during our conversation at Luxor, there could be little doubt that it belonged to the same severe, imposing, and unadorned style of architecture as the better-known Valley Temple. Here, at any rate, were the same enormous blocks, weighing 100 tons or more each, and here, too, was the same intangible atmosphere of vast antiquity and awakened intelligence, as though some epiphany might be at hand. Even in its present, much despoiled state, this anonymous structure, which Egyptologists had called a mortuary temple, was still a place of power that seemed to draw its energy from an epoch far in the past. I looked up at the huge mass of the second pyramid's eastern face, just behind us in the pearl-grey dawn light. Again, as John West had pointed out, there was much to suggest that it might have been built in two different stages. The lower courses, up to a height of perhaps 40 feet, consisted largely of Cyclopean limestone megaliths, like those in the temples. Above this height, however, the remainder of the pyramid's gigantic core had been formed out of much smaller blocks, weighing around 2 to 3 tons each, like the majority of the blocks in the Great Pyramid. Had there been a time when a 12-acre, 40-foot-high megalithic platform had stood here on the hill of Giza, west of the Sphinx, surrounded only by nameless square and rectangular structures, such as the Valley and mortuary temples? In other words, was it possible that the second pyramid's lower courses might have been built first, before the other pyramids, perhaps long before, in a much earlier age? The cult. That question was still ringing on my mind when Robert Boval arrived. After exchanging a few chilly pleasantries about the weather, a cold desert wind was blowing across the plateau, I asked him, how do you account for the 8,000-year gap in your correlations? Gap? Yes, shafts that seem to have been aligned in 2,450 BC, and a site plan that maps star positions in 10,450 BC. Actually, I see two explanations that both make some kind of sense, said Boval. And I think the answer has to be one or the other of these. Either the pyramids were designed as a sort of star clock to mark two particular epochs, 2,450 and 10,450 BC, in which case we actually can't say when they were built. Or they were built up over... Hang on with that first point, I interrupted. How do you mean star clock? How do you mean we can't say when they were built? Well, replied Boval, let's assume for a moment that the pyramid builders knew precession. Let's assume that they were able to calculate the declination of particular star groups backwards and forwards in time, just as we can today with computers. Assuming they could do that, then no matter which epoch they lived in, they'd have been able to make a model of what the skies over Giza looked like in 10,450 BC or 2,450 BC as required, just as we could. In other words, if they'd built the pyramids in 10,450 BC, they would have had no difficulty in calculating the correct angles of inclination for the southern shafts, so that they would be sited on Al-Nitak and Sirius around 2,450 BC. Likewise, if they'd lived in 2,450 BC, they'd have had no difficulty in calculating the correct site plan to reflect the position of Orion's belt in 10,450 BC. Agreed? Agreed, I said. Okay, Boval continued. That's one explanation. But the second explanation, which I personally favour, and which I think the geological evidence also supports, is that the whole Giza necropolis was developed and built up over an enormously long period of time. I think it's more than possible that the site was originally planned and laid out at around 10,450 BC, so that its geometry would reflect the skies as they looked then, and that the work was completed, and the shafts of the Great Pyramid aligned around 2,450 BC. So you're saying that the ground plan of the pyramids could date back to 10,450 BC? I think it does, Boval confirmed. And I think that the geometrical centre of that plan was located more or less where we're standing now, right in front of the second pyramid. I pointed out the large blocks in the lower courses of the huge edifice. It even looks like it was built in two stages, by two completely different cultures. Boval shrugged. Let's speculate, he said. Maybe it wasn't two different cultures. Maybe it was one culture, or cult. The cult of Osiris, perhaps. Maybe it was a very long-lived, very ancient cult, dedicated to Osiris, that was here in 10,450 BC, and was still here in 2,450 BC. Maybe what happened was that some of the ways that this cult did things changed over time. Maybe they used huge blocks in 10,450 BC, and smaller blocks in 2,450 BC. It seems to me there's a lot here that supports this notion, a lot that says, very ancient cult, a lot of evidence that has just never been investigated. For example, I asked. Well, Boval replied, obviously, the astronomical alignments of the site. I've been among the first to start looking into those properly. And the geology, the work that John West and Robert Schoch have been involved in at the Sphinx. Here are two sciences, both hard, empirical, evidence-driven sciences, that have never been applied to these problems before. But now that we've started to apply them, we're beginning to get a whole new reading on the antiquity of the necropolis. And I honestly think we've just scratched the surface, and that much more will emerge from the geology and the astronomy in the future. In addition, nobody's yet made a really detailed study of the pyramid texts from anything other than the so-called anthropological perspective, which means a preconceived notion that the priests of Heliopolis were a bunch of half-civilized witch doctors who wanted to live forever. Actually, they did want to live forever, but they certainly weren't witch doctors. They were highly civilized, highly initiated men, and they were in their own fashion scientists, as we can judge from their works. Therefore, I suggest that it's as scientific, or at least quasi-scientific documents that the pyramid texts need to be read, not as mumbo-jumbo. I'm already satisfied that they respond to precessional astronomy. There may be other keys too: mathematics, geometry, particularly geometry, symbolism. What's needed is a multidisciplinary approach to understanding the pyramid texts, and to understanding the pyramids themselves. Astronomers, mathematicians, geologists, engineers, architects, even philosophers to deal with the symbolism. Everybody who can bring a fresh eye and fresh skills to bear on these very important problems should be encouraged to do so. Why, I asked, do you feel the problems are so important? Boval replied, because they have a colossal bearing on our understanding of the past of our own species. The very careful, very precise site planning and setting out that appears to have been done here in 10,450 BC could only have been the work of a highly evolved, probably technological civilization. Whereas no such civilization is supposed to have existed anywhere on Earth in that epoch. Exactly, said Boval. It was the Stone Age. Human society was supposed to have been at a very primitive level, with our ancestors wearing skins, sheltering in caves, following a hunting-gathering way of life, and so on and so forth. So it's rather unsettling to discover that civilized people seem to have been present at Giza in 10,450 BC, who understood the obscure science of precession extremely well, who had the technical capacity to work out that they were witnessing the lowest point in Orion's precessional cycle, and thus the beginning of the constellation's 13,000-year upward journey, and who set out to create a permanent memorial of that moment here on the plateau. By putting Orion's belt on the ground in the way that they did, they knew that they were freezing a very specific moment in time. A perverse thought occurred to me. How can we be so sure that the moment they were freezing was 10,450 BC? After all, Orion's belt takes up that same configuration in the southern sky, west of the Milky Way, at 11+ degrees above the horizon, once every 26,000 years. So why shouldn't they have been immortalizing 36,450 BC, or even the precessional cycle that began 26,000 years before that? Robert was clearly ready for this question. Some ancient records do suggest that Egyptian civilization had roots going back almost 40,000 years, he mused, like that strange report in Herodotus that talks about the sun rising where it once set and setting where it once rose. Which is also a precessional metaphor. Yes, precession again. Most peculiar the way it keeps cropping up. At any rate, you're right. They could have been marking the beginning of the previous precessional cycle. But do you think they were, I asked. No, Boval replied. I think 10,450 BC is the more likely date. It's more within the range of what we know about the evolution of Homo sapiens, and although it still leaves a lot of years to account for before the sudden emergence of dynastic Egypt around 3000 BC, it isn't too long a period. Too long a period for what? Boval smiled. It's the answer to your question about the 8,000-year gap between the alignment of the site and the alignment of the shafts. 8,000 years is a very long time, but it isn't too long for a dedicated, highly motivated cult to have preserved and nurtured and faithfully passed on the high knowledge of the people who invented this place in 10,450 BC. The machine. How high was the knowledge of those prehistoric inventors? They knew their epoch, said Boval, and the clock that they used was the natural clock of the stars. Their working language was precessional astronomy, and these monuments express that language in a very clear, unambiguous scientific manner. They were also highly skilled surveyors. I mean the people who originally prepared the site and laid out the orientations for the pyramids, because they worked to an exacting geometry, and because they knew how to align the base platforms, or whatever it was they built, perfectly to the cardinal points. Do you think, I asked, that they also knew that they were marking out the site of the Great Pyramid on latitude 30 degrees north? Boval laughed. I'm certain they knew. I think they knew everything about the shape of the Earth. They knew their astronomy. They had a good understanding of the solar system and of celestial mechanics. They were also incredibly accurate and incredibly precise in everything they did. So all in all, I don't think anything really happened here by chance, at least not between 10,450 and 2,450 BC. I get the feeling that everything was planned, intended, carefully worked out. Indeed, I get the feeling that they were fulfilling a long-term objective, some kind of purpose, if you like, and that they brought this to fruition in the 3rd millennium BC. In the form of the fully built pyramids, which they then precessionally anchored to Al-Nitak and to Sirius at the time of completion. Yes, Boval agreed, and also I think in the form of the pyramid texts. My guess is that the pyramid texts are part of the puzzle. The software, I suggested, to the pyramid's hardware? Quite possibly, Boval replied. Why not? At any rate, it's certain that there's a connection. I think what it means is that if we're going to decode the pyramids properly, then we're going to have to use the texts. What's your guess, I asked Boval. What do you think the purpose of the pyramid builders really might have been? They didn't do it because they wanted an eternal tomb, he replied firmly. In my view, they had no doubts at all that they would eternally live. They did it, whoever did it. They have transmitted the power of their ideas through something that is to all intents and purposes eternal. They succeeded in creating a force that is functional in itself, provided you understand it, and that force is the questions it challenges you to ask. My guess is that they knew the human mind to perfection. They knew the game of ritual, right? I'm serious. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they could initiate people far ahead in the future into their way of thinking, even though they couldn't be there themselves. They knew they could do this by creating an eternal machine, the function of which was to generate questions. I suppose that I must have looked puzzled. The machine is the pyramids, Boval explained. The whole of the Giza necropolis, really. And look at us. What are we doing? We're asking questions. We're standing out here, shivering, at an ungodly hour, watching the sun come up, and we're asking questions. Lots and lots of questions, just as we've been programmed to do. We're in the hands of real magicians here, and real magicians know that with symbols, with the right questions, they can lead you into initiating yourself. Provided, that is, you are a person who asks questions. And if you are, then the minute you start asking questions about the pyramids, you begin to stumble into a whole series of answers, which lead you to other questions, and then more answers, until finally, you initiate yourself. Sow the seed. Yes, they were sowing the seed. Believe me, they were magicians, and they knew the power of ideas. They knew how to set ideas growing and developing in people's minds. And if you start with such ideas, and follow the process of reasoning like I did, you arrive at things like Orion and 10,450 BC. In short, this is a process that works on its own. When it enters, when it settles into the subconscious, it is a self-willing conversion. Once it's there, you can't even resist it. You're talking, I interrupted, as though this Giza cult, whatever it was, revolving around precession and geometry and the pyramids and the pyramid texts, you're talking as though it still exists. In a sense, it does still exist, Robert replied. Even if the driver is no longer at the wheel, the Giza necropolis is still a machine that was designed to provoke questions. He paused and pointed up to the summit of the Great Pyramid, where Santa and I had climbed at dead of night 9 months previously. Look at its power, he continued. 5,000 years on, it still gets you. It involves you whether you like it or not. It forces you into a process of thinking, forces you to learn. The minute you ask a question about it, you've asked a question about engineering. You've asked a question about geometry. You've asked a question about astronomy. So it forces you to learn about engineering and geometry and astronomy, and gradually you begin to realize how sophisticated it is, how incredibly clever and skillful and knowledgeable its builders must have been, which forces you to ask questions about mankind, about human history, eventually about yourself too. You want to find out. This is the power of the thing. The second signature. As Robert, Santa and I sat out on the Giza Plateau that cold December morning at the end of 1993, we watched the winter sun, now very close to solstice, rising over the right shoulder of the Sphinx almost as far south of east as it would travel on its yearly journey before turning north again. The Sphinx was an equinoctial marker, with its gaze directed precisely at the point of sunrise on the vernal equinox. Was it, too, part of Giza's grand plan? I reminded myself that in any epoch, and at any period of history or prehistory, the Sphinx's due-east gaze would always have been sighted on the equinoctial rising of the sun at both the vernal and the autumnal equinoxes. As the listener will recall from part 5, however, it was the vernal equinox that was considered by ancient man to be the marker of the astronomical age. In the words of Santillana and von Deschend, the constellation that rose in the east just before the sun marked the place where the sun rested. It was known as the sun's carrier, and the vernal equinox was recognized as the fiducial point of the system, determining the first degree of the sun's yearly cycle. Why should an equinoctial marker have been made in the shape of a giant lion? In our own lifetimes, the epoch of AD 2000, a more suitable shape for such a marker, should anyone wish to build one, would have been a representation of a fish. This is because the sun on the vernal equinox rises against the stellar background of Pisces, as it has done for approximately the last 2,000 years. The astronomical age of Pisces began around the time of Christ. Listeners must judge for themselves whether it is a coincidence that the principal symbol used for Christ by the very early Christians was not the cross, but the fish. During the preceding age, which broadly speaking encompassed the 1st and 2nd millennia BC, it was the constellation of Aries, the ram, which had the honor of carrying the sun on the vernal equinox. Again, listeners must judge whether it is a coincidence that the religious iconography of that epoch was predominantly ram-oriented. Is it a coincidence, for example, that Yahweh, God of Old Testament Israel, provided a ram as a substitute for Abraham's offered sacrifice of his son Isaac? Abraham and Isaac are assumed by biblical scholars and archaeologists to have lived during the early 2nd millennium BC. Is it likewise coincidental that rams, in one context or another, are referred to in almost every book of the Old Testament, entirely composed during the Age of Aries, but in not a single book of the New Testament? And is it an accident that the advent of the Age of Aries, shortly before the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC, was accompanied in ancient Egypt by an upsurge in the worship of the god Ammon, whose symbol was a ram with curled horns? Work on the principal sanctuary of Ammon, the temple of Karnak at Luxor in Upper Egypt, was begun at around 2000 BC, and as those who visited that temple will recall, its principal icons are rams, long rows of which guard its entrances. The immediate predecessor to the Age of Aries was the Age of Taurus, the bull, which spanned the period between 4380 and 2200 BC. It was during this precessional epoch, when the sun on the vernal equinox rose in the constellation of Taurus, that the bull cult of Minoan Crete flourished, and during this epoch too, the civilization of dynastic Egypt burst upon the historical scene, fully formed, apparently without antecedents. Listeners must judge whether it is a coincidence that Egyptians at the very beginning of the dynastic period were already venerating the Apis and Nevis bulls, the former being considered a theophany of the god Osiris, and the latter, the sacred animal of Heliopolis, a theophany of the god Ra. Why should an equinoctial marker have been made in the form of a lion? I looked down the slope of the Giza Plateau towards the great leonine body of the Sphinx. Khafre, the 4th dynasty pharaoh, believed by Egyptologists to have carved a monument out of bedrock around 2500 BC, had been a monarch of the Age of Taurus. For almost 1,800 years before his reign, and more than 300 years after it, the sun on the vernal equinox rose unfailingly in the constellation of the bull. It follows that if a monarch at such a time had set out to create an equinoctial marker at Giza, he would have had every reason to have it carved in the form of a bull, and none whatsoever to have it carved in the form of a lion. Indeed, and it was obvious, there was only one epoch when the celestial symbolism of a leonine equinoctial marker would have been appropriate. That epoch was, of course, the Age of Leo, from 10,970 to 8,810 BC. Why, therefore, should an equinoctial marker have been made in the shape of a lion? Because it was made during the Age of Leo, when the sun on the vernal equinox rose against the stellar background of the constellation of the lion, thus marking the coordinates of a precessional epoch that would not experience its great return for another 26,000 years. Around 10,450 BC, the 3 stars of Orion's belt reached the lowest point in their precessional cycle, west of the Milky Way, 11 degrees 08 minutes above the southern horizon at meridian transit. On the ground, west of the Nile, this event was frozen into architecture in the shape of the 3 pyramids of Giza. Their layout formed the signature of an unmistakable epoch of precessional time. Around 10,450 BC, the sun on the vernal equinox rose in the constellation of Leo. On the ground at Giza, this event was frozen into architecture in the shape of the Sphinx, a gigantic, leonine equinoctial marker, which, like the second signature on an official document, could be taken as a confirmation of authenticity. The 11th millennium BC, in other words, soon after the mill of heaven broke, shifting sunrise on the spring equinox from Virgo into the constellation of Leo, was the only epoch in which the due east-facing Sphinx would have manifested exactly the right symbolic alignment on exactly the right day, watching the vernal sun rising in the dawn sky against the background of his own celestial counterpart. Forcing the question. It can't be a coincidence that such a perfect alignment of the terrestrial and the celestial occurs at around 10,450 BC, said Robert. In fact, I don't think coincidence is any longer an issue. To me, the real question is why? Why was it done? Why did they go to such lengths to make this enormous statement about the 11th millennium BC? Obviously because it was an important time for them, suggested Santha. It must have been very, very important, replied Boval. You don't do something like this, create a series of vast precessional markers like these, carve a sphinx, put up 3 pyramids weighing almost 15 million tons, unless you have some hugely important reason. So the question is, what was that reason? They forced this question by making such a strong, imperative statement about 10,450 BC. Really, they forced the question. They want to draw our attention to 10,450 BC, and it's up to us to work out why. We fell silent, for a long while, as the sun climbed the sky, southeast of the Great Sphinx. Part 8. Conclusion. Where's the body? Chapter 50. Not a needle in a haystack. When I was only a few months into this investigation, my research assistant sent me a 15-page letter explaining why he had decided to resign. At that stage, I hadn't yet begun to put the pieces of the puzzle together, and I was working more on hunches than on hard evidence. I was captivated by all the mysteries, anomalies, anachronisms, and puzzles, and wanted to learn as much about them as I could. My researcher, meanwhile, had been looking into the long, slow processes by which some known civilizations had come into global history. It transpired that, in his opinion, certain significant economic, climatic, topographical, and geographical preconditions had to be met before a civilization could evolve. So he wrote, if you're looking for a hitherto undiscovered civilization of great originators who made it on their own, separate from any of the ones we already know, you are not looking for a needle in a haystack. You are looking for something more like a city in its hinterland. What you are looking for is a vast region which occupied a land area at least a couple of thousand miles across. This is a landmass as big as the Gulf of Mexico, or twice the size of Madagascar. It would have had major mountain ranges, huge river systems, and a Mediterranean to subtropical climate which was buffered by its latitude from the adverse effects of short-term climatic cooling. It would have needed this relatively undisturbed climate to last for around 10,000 years. Then the population of several 100,000 sophisticated people, we are to believe, suddenly vanished, together with their homeland, leaving very little physical trace, with only a few surviving individuals who were shrewd enough to see the end coming, wealthy enough and in the right place with the resources they needed to be able to do something about escaping the cataclysm. So there I was, without a researcher. My proposition was a priori impossible. There could be no lost advanced civilization, because a landmass big enough to support such a civilization was too big to lose. Geophysical impossibilities. The problem was a serious one, and it continued to nag at the back of my mind all the way through my own research and travels. It was indeed this exact problem, more than any other, which had scuppered Plato's Atlantis as a serious proposition for scholars. As one critic of the lost continent theory put it, there never was an Atlantic land bridge since the arrival of man in the world. There is no sunken landmass in the Atlantic. The Atlantic Ocean must have existed in its present form for at least 1 million years. In fact, it is a geophysical impossibility for an Atlantis of Plato's dimensions to have existed in the Atlantic. The adamant and assertive tone I had long ago learnt was entirely justified. Modern oceanographers had thoroughly mapped the floor of the Atlantic Ocean, and there was definitely no lost continent lurking there. But if the evidence that I was gathering did represent the fingerprints of a vanished civilization, the continent had to have got lost somewhere. So where? For a while, I used the obvious working hypothesis that it might have been under some other ocean. The Pacific was very big, but the Indian Ocean looked more promising because it was located relatively close to the Middle East's Fertile Crescent, where several of the earliest known historical civilizations had emerged with extreme suddenness at around 3000 BC. I had plans to go chasing rumors of ancient pyramids in the Maldive Islands and along the Somali coast of East Africa to see if I could pick up any clues of a lost paradise of antiquity. I thought I might even work in a trip to the Seychelles. The problem was the oceanographers again. The floor of the Indian Ocean too had been mapped, and it didn't conceal any lost continents. Ditto every other ocean and every other sea. There seemed to be nowhere, now underwater, into which a landmass big enough to have nurtured a high civilization could have vanished. Yet as my research continued, the evidence kept mounting that precisely such a civilization had once existed. I began to suspect that it must have been a maritime civilization, a nation of navigators. In support of this hypothesis, among other anomalies, were the remarkable ancient maps of the world, the pyramid boats of Egypt, the traces of advanced astronomical knowledge in the astonishing calendar system of the Maya, and the legends of seafaring gods like Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha. A nation of navigators then, and a nation of builders too. Tiwanaku builders, Teotihuacan builders, pyramid builders, sphinx builders, builders who could lift and position giant blocks of limestone with apparent ease, builders who could align vast monuments to the cardinal points with uncanny accuracy. Whoever they were, these builders appeared to have left their characteristic fingerprints all over the world, in the form of cyclopean polygonal masonry, site layouts involving astronomical alignments, mathematical and geodetic puzzles, and myths about gods in human form. But a civilization advanced enough to build like that, rich enough, sufficiently well organized and mature to have explored and mapped the world from pole to pole, a civilization smart enough to have calculated the dimensions of the Earth simply could not have evolved on an insignificant landmass. Its homeland, as my researcher had rightly pointed out, must have been blessed with major mountain ranges, huge river systems, and a congenial climate, and with many other obvious environmental prerequisites for the development of an advanced and prosperous economy, good agricultural lands, mineral resources, forests, and so on. So where could such a landmass have been located, if not under any of the world's oceans? Library angels. Where could it have been located, and when might it have disappeared? And if it had disappeared, and no other explanation would do, then how, why, and under what circumstances? Seriously, how do you lose a continent? Common sense suggested that the answer had to lie in a cataclysm of some kind, a planetary disaster capable of wiping out almost all physical traces of a large civilization. But if so, why were there no records of such a cataclysm? Or perhaps there were. As my research progressed, I studied many of the great myths of flood, fire, earthquakes, and ice, handed down from generation to generation around the world. We heard in part 4 that it was difficult to resist the conclusion that the myths were describing real geological and climatic events, quite possibly different local effects of the same events in all cases. During the short history of mankind's presence on this planet, I found that there was only one known and documented catastrophe that fitted the bill, the dramatic and deadly meltdown of the last ice age between 15,000 and 8,000 BC. Moreover, as was more obviously the case with architectural relics like Teotihuacan and the Egyptian pyramids, many of the relevant myths appear to have been designed to serve as vehicles for encrypted scientific information, again, an indication of what I was coming to think of as the fingerprints of the gods. What I had become sensitized to, although I did not properly realize its implications at the time, was the possibility that a strong connection might exist between the collapsing chaos of the Ice Age and the disappearance of an archaic civilization which had been the stuff of legend for millennia. It was at this moment exactly that the library angels intervene. The missing piece of the puzzle. The novelist Arthur Koestler, who had a great interest in synchronicity, coined the term library angel to describe the unknown agency responsible for the lucky breaks researchers sometimes get, which lead to exactly the right information being placed in their hands at exactly the right moment. At exactly the right moment, one of those lucky breaks came my way. The moment was the summer of 1993. I was at a low ebb, physically and spiritually, after months of hard travel, and the geophysical impossibility of actually losing a continent-sized landmass was beginning to undermine my confidence in the strength of my findings. It was then that I received a letter from the town of Nanaimo in British Columbia, Canada. The letter referred to my previous book, The Sign and the Seal, in which I had made passing mention of the Atlantis theory and of traditions of civilizing heroes who had been saved from water. 19th of July, 1993. Dear Mr. Hancock, after 17 years of research into the fate of Atlantis, my wife and I have finished a manuscript entitled When the Sky Fell. Our frustration is that despite positive feedback about the book's approach from the few publishers who have seen it, the mere mention of Atlantis closes minds. In The Sign of the Seal, you write of a tradition of secret wisdom started by the survivors of a flood. Our work explores sites where some survivors might have relocated. High-altitude, freshwater lakes made ideal post-deluge bases for the survivors of Atlantis. Lake Titicaca and Lake Tana, in Ethiopia, where much of The Sign of the Seal was set, fit the climatic criteria. Their stable environment provided the raw materials for restarting agriculture. We have taken the liberty of enclosing an outline of when the sky fell. If you are interested, we will be pleased to send you a copy of the manuscript. Sincerely, Rand Flem Ath. I turned to the enclosure, and there in the first few paragraphs, found the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle I'd been looking for. It meshed perfectly with the ancient global maps I had studied, maps which accurately depicted the subglacial topography of the continent of Antarctica. It made perfect sense of all the great worldwide myths of cataclysm and planetary disaster with their differing climatic effects. It explained the enigma of the huge number of apparently flash-frozen mammoths in northern Siberia and Alaska, and the 90-foot-tall fruit trees locked in the permafrost, deep inside the Arctic Circle, at a latitude where nothing now grows. It provided a solution to the problem of the extreme suddenness with which the last ice age in the northern hemisphere melted down after 15,000 BC. It also solved the mystery of the exceptional worldwide volcanic activity that accompanied the meltdown. It answered the question, how do you lose a continent? And it was solidly based in Charles Hapgood's theory of Earth crust displacement, a radical geological hypothesis with which I was already familiar. Antarctica is our least understood continent, wrote the Flemaths in their outline. Most of us assume that this immense island has been icebound for millions of years, but new discoveries prove that parts of Antarctica were free of ice thousands of years ago. Recent history by the geological clock. The theory of Earth crust displacement explains the mysterious surge and ebb of Antarctica's vast ice sheet. What the Canadian researchers were referring to was Hapgood's suggestion that until the end of the last ice age, say the 11th millennium BC, the landmass of Antarctica had been positioned some 2,000 miles further north, at a congenial and temperate latitude, and that it had been moved to its present position inside the Antarctic Circle as a result of a massive displacement of the Earth's crust. This displacement, the Flemaths continued, had also left other evidence of its deadly visit in a ring of death around the globe. All the continents that experienced rapid and massive extinctions of animal species, notably the Americas and Siberia, underwent a massive change in their latitudes. The consequences of a displacement are monumental. The Earth's crust ripples over its interior, and the world is shaken by incredible quakes and floods. The sky appears to fall. As continents groan and shift position, deep in the ocean, earthquakes generate massive tidal waves which crash against coastlines, flooding them. Some lands shift to warmer climes, while others, propelled into polar zones, suffer the direst of winters. Melting ice caps raise the ocean's level higher and higher. All living things must adapt, migrate, or die. If the horror of an Earth crust displacement were to be visited upon today's interdependent world, the progress of thousands of years of civilization would be torn away from our planet like a fine cobweb. Those who live near high mountains might escape the global tidal waves, but they would be forced to leave behind in the lowlands the slowly constructed fruits of civilization. Only among the merchant marine and navies of the world might some evidence of civilization remain. The rusting hulls of ships and submarines would eventually perish, but the valuable maps that are housed in them would be saved by survivors, perhaps for hundreds, even thousands of years, until once again mankind could use them to sail the world ocean in search of lost lands. As I read these words, I remembered Charles Hapgood's account of how the layer of the Earth that geologists call the lithosphere, the thin but rigid outer crust of the planet, could at times be displaced, moving in one piece over the soft inner body, much as the skin of an orange, if it were loose, might shift over the inner part of the orange all in one piece. Thus far, I felt I was on familiar ground. But then the Canadian researchers made two vital connections which I had missed. Gravitational influences. The first of these was the possibility that gravitational influences, as well as the variation in the Earth's orbital geometry discussed in Part 5, might, through the mechanism of Earth crust displacement, play a role in the onset and decline of ice ages. When the naturalist and geologist Louis Agassiz presented the idea of ice ages to the scientific community in 1837, Flemath wrote, he was met with great skepticism. However, as evidence slowly gathered in his favour, the skeptics were forced to accept that the Earth had indeed been gripped by deadly winters. But the trigger of these paralysing ice ages remained a puzzle. It was not until 1976 that solid evidence existed to establish the timing of ice ages. The explanation was found in various astronomical features of the Earth's orbit and the tilt of the axis. Astronomical factors have clearly played a role in the timing of glacial epochs, but this is only part of the problem. Of equal importance is the geography of glaciation. It is here that the theory of Earth crust displacement plays its role in unravelling the mystery. Albert Einstein investigated the possibility that the weight of the ice caps, which are not symmetrically distributed about the pole, might cause such a displacement. Einstein wrote, the Earth's rotation acts on these unsymmetrically deposited masses and produces centrifugal momentum that is transmitted to the rigid crust of the Earth. The constantly increasing centrifugal momentum produced in this way will, when it reaches a certain point, produce a movement of the Earth's crust over the Earth's body, and this will displace the polar regions towards the equator. When Einstein wrote these words, 1953, the astronomical causes of ice ages were not fully appreciated. When the shape of the Earth's orbit deviates from a perfect circle by more than 1%, the gravitational influence of the Sun increases, exercising more pull on the planet and its massive ice sheets. Their ponderous weight pushes against the crust, and this immense pressure, combined with the greater incline in the Earth's tilt, another changing factor of the orbital geometry, forces the crust to shift. The connection with the onset and decline of ice ages? Very straightforward. In a displacement, those parts of the Earth's crust, which are situated at the north and south poles, and which are therefore as completely glaciated as Antarctica is today, shift suddenly into warmer latitudes and begin to melt with extraordinary rapidity. Conversely, land that has hitherto been located at warmer latitudes is shifted equally suddenly into the polar zones, suffers a devastating climate change, and begins to vanish under a rapidly expanding ice cap. In other words, when huge parts of northern Europe and North America were heavily glaciated in what we think of as the last ice age, it was not because of some mysterious, slow-acting climatic factor, but rather because those areas of land were then situated much closer to the North Pole than they are today. Similarly, when the Wisconsin and the Verne glaciations described in Part 4 began to go into their meltdown at around 15,000 BC, the trigger was not global climate change, but a shift of the ice caps into warmer latitudes. In other words, there is an ice age going on right now, inside the Arctic Circle and in Antarctica. The lost continent. The second connection the Flemaths made followed logically from the first. If there was such a recurrent, cyclical geological phenomenon as Earth crust displacement, and if the last displacement had shifted the enormous landmass we call Antarctica out of temperate latitudes and into the Antarctic Circle, it was possible that the substantial remains of a lost civilization of remote antiquity might today be lying under 2 miles of ice at the South Pole. It was suddenly clear to me how a continent-sized landmass, which had been the home of a large and prosperous society for thousands of years, could indeed get lost almost without trace. As the Flemaths concluded, it is to icy Antarctica that we look to find the answers to the very roots of civilization, answers which may yet be preserved in the frozen depths of the forgotten island continent. I hauled out my researcher's resignation letter from the files, and started to check off his preconditions for the emergence of an advanced civilization. He wanted major mountain ranges. He wanted huge river systems. He wanted a vast region which occupied a land area at least a couple of thousand miles across. He also wanted a stable, congenial climate for 10,000 years to allow time for a developed culture to evolve. Antarctica is by no means a needle in a haystack. It's a huge landmass, much, much bigger than the Gulf of Mexico, about 7 times larger than Madagascar, indeed roughly the size of the continental USA. Moreover, as seismic surveys have demonstrated, there are major mountain ranges in Antarctica, and as several of the ancient maps seem to prove, unknown prehistoric cartographers who possessed a scientific understanding of latitude and longitude depicted these mountain ranges before they disappeared beneath the ice cap that covers them today. These same ancient maps also show huge river systems flowing down from the mountains, watering the extensive valleys and plains below, and running into the surrounding ocean. And these rivers, as I already knew from the Ross Sea cores, had left physical evidence of their presence in the composition of ocean-bottom sediments. Last but not least, I noted that the Earth crust displacement theory did not conflict with the requirement for 10,000 years of stable climate. Prior to the supposed sudden shift of the crust at around the end of the last ice age in the northern hemisphere, the climate of Antarctica would have been stable, perhaps for a great deal longer than 10,000 years. And if the theory was right in suggesting that Antarctica's latitude in that epoch had been about 2,000 miles, 30 degrees of arc further north than it is today, the northernmost parts of it would have been situated in the vicinity of latitude 30 degrees south, and would indeed have enjoyed a Mediterranean to subtropical climate. Had the Earth's crust really shifted, and could the ruins of a lost civilization really lie beneath the ice of the southern continent? As we'll hear in the following chapters, it might have, and they could. Chapter 51, The Hammer and the Pendulum. Although beyond the scope of this book, a detailed exposition of the Earth crust displacement theory is to be found in Rand and Rose Flemath's When the Sky Fell. As noted, this geological theory was formulated by Professor Charles Hapgood and supported by Albert Einstein. In brief, what it suggests is a complete slippage of our planet's 30-mile-thick lithosphere over its nearly 8,000-mile-thick central core, forcing large parts of the western hemisphere southward towards the equator and then towards the Antarctic Circle. This movement is not seen as taking place along a due north-south meridian, but on a swiveling course, pivoting, as it were, around the central plains of what is now the United States. The result is that the northeastern segment of North America, in which the North Pole was formerly located in Hudson's Bay, is dragged southwards out of the Arctic Circle and into more temperate latitudes, while at the same time the northwestern segment, Alaska and the Yukon, swivels northwards into the Arctic Circle along with large parts of northern Siberia. In the southern hemisphere, Hapgood's model shows the landmass that we now call Antarctica, much of which was previously at temperate or even warm latitudes, being shifted in its entirety inside the Antarctic Circle. The overall movement is seen as having been in the region of 30 degrees, approximately 2,000 miles, and as having been concentrated, in the main, between the years 14,500 BC and 12,500 BC, but with massive aftershocks on a planetary scale, continuing at widely separated intervals down to about 9,500 BC. Suppose that before the displacement of the Earth's crust, a great civilization had grown up in Antarctica, when much of it was located at green and pleasant latitudes. If so, that civilization might easily have been destroyed by the effects of the displacement, the tidal waves, the hurricane-force winds and electric storms, the volcanic eruptions as seismic faults split open all around the planet, the darkened skies, and the remorselessly expanding ice cap. Moreover, as the millennia passed, the ruins left behind, the cities, the monuments, the great libraries, and the engineering works of the destroyed civilization would have been ever more deeply buried beneath the mantle of ice. Little wonder, if the Earth crust displacement theory is correct, that all that can be found today, scattered around the world, are the tantalizing fingerprints of the gods. These would be the traces, the echoes of the works and deeds, the much misunderstood teachings and the geometrical edifices left behind by the few survivors of Antarctica's former civilization who had made it across the turbulent oceans in great ships and settled themselves in faraway lands, in the Nile Valley, for example, or perhaps first around Lake Tana at the headwaters of the Blue Nile, and in the Valley of Mexico, and near Lake Titicaca in the Andes, and no doubt in several other places as well. Here and there around the globe, in other words, the fingerprints of a lost civilization remain faintly visible. The body is out of sight, buried under 2 miles of Antarctic ice, and almost as inaccessible to archaeologists as if it were located on the dark side of the moon. Fact or fiction? Possibility or impossibility? Is it a geophysical possibility or a geophysical impossibility that Antarctica, the world's 5th largest continent, with a surface area of almost 6 million square miles, could A, previously have been located in a more temperate zone, and B, have been shifted out of that zone and into the Antarctic Circle within the last 20,000 years? Is Antarctica movable? A lifeless polar desert. Continental drift and or plate tectonics are key terms used to describe an important geological theory that has become increasingly well understood by the general public since the 1950s. It is unnecessary to go into the basic mechanisms here, but most of us are aware that the continents in some way float around, relocate, and change position on the Earth's surface. Common sense confirms this. If you take a look at a map of the west coast of Africa and the east coast of South America, it's pretty obvious that these two landmasses were once joined. The timescale according to which continental drift operates is, however, immense. Continents can typically be expected to float apart or together at a rate of no more than 2,000 miles every 200 million years or so. In other words, very, very slowly. Plate tectonics and Charles Hapgood's Earth crust displacement theory are by no means mutually contradictory. Hapgood envisaged that both could occur, that the Earth's crust did indeed exhibit continental drift, as the geologists claimed, almost imperceptibly, over hundreds of millions of years, but that it also occasionally experienced very rapid, one-piece displacements which had no effect on the relationships between the individual landmasses, but which thrust entire continents, or parts of them, into and out of the planet's 2 fixed polar zones, the perennially cold and icy regions surrounding the north and south poles of the axis of spin. Continental drift, Earth crust displacement, both, some other cause? I honestly don't know. Nevertheless, the simple facts about Antarctica are really strange and difficult to explain without invoking some notion of sudden, catastrophic, and geologically recent change. Before reviewing a few of these facts, let us remind ourselves that we are referring to a landmass today oriented by the curvature of the Earth, so that the sun never rises on it during the 6 winter months, and never sets during the 6 summer months, but rather, as viewed from the pole, remains low above the horizon, appearing to transcribe a circular path around the sky during each 24 hours of daylight. Antarctica is also by far the world's coldest continent, where temperatures on the polar plane can fall as low as minus 89.2 degrees centigrade. Although the coastal areas are slightly warmer, minus 60 degrees centigrade, and shelter huge numbers of seabird rookeries, there are no native land mammals, and there is only a small community of cold-tolerant plants capable of surviving lengthy winter periods of total or near-total darkness. The Encyclopedia Britannica lists these plants laconically: lichens, mosses and liverworts, molds, yeasts, other fungi, algae, and bacteria. In other words, although magnificent to behold in the long drawn-out Antipodean dawn, Antarctica is a freezing, unforgiving, almost lifeless polar desert, as it has been throughout mankind's entire 5,000-year historical period. Was it always so? Exhibit 1. Discover the World of Science magazine, February 1993, page 17. Some 260 million years ago, during the Permian period, deciduous trees adapted to a warm climate grew in Antarctica. This is the conclusion paleobotanists are drawing from a stand of fossilized tree stumps discovered at an altitude of 7,000 feet on Mount Achernar in the Transantarctic Mountains. The site is 84 degrees, 22 minutes south, some 500 miles north of the South Pole. The interesting thing about this find is that it's really the only forest, living or fossil, that's been found at 80 or 85 degrees latitude, says Ohio State University paleobotanist Edith Taylor, who has studied the fossil trees. The first thing we paleobotanists do is look for something in the modern record that is comparable, and there are no forests growing at that latitude today. We can go to the tropics and find trees growing in a warm environment, but we can't find trees growing in a warm environment with the light regime these trees had, 24 hours of light in the summer and 24 hours of dark in the winter. Exhibit 2. Geologists have found no evidence of any glaciation having been present anywhere on the Antarctic continent prior to the Eocene, about 60 million years ago. And if we go back as far as the Cambrian, around 550 million years ago, we find irrefutable evidence of a warm sea stretching nearly or right across Antarctica, in the form of thick limestones, rich in reef-building archaeochyathidae. Millions of years later, when these marine formations had appeared above the sea, warm climates brought forth a luxuriant vegetation in Antarctica. Thus Sir Ernest Shackleton found coal beds within 200 miles of the South Pole, and later during the Bird Expedition of 1935, geologists made a rich discovery of fossils on the lofty sides of Mount Weaver, in latitude 86 degrees 58 minutes south, about the same distance from the pole and about 2 miles above sea level. These included leaf and stem impressions and fossilized wood. In 1952, Dr. Lyman H. Doherty of the Carnegie Institution of Washington, completing a study of these fossils, identified 2 species of a tree fern called Glossopteris, once common to the other southern continents, Africa, South America, Australia, and a giant fern tree of another species. Exhibit 3. Admiral Byrd's own comment on the significance of the Mount Weaver finds. Here, at the southernmost known mountain in the world, scarcely 200 miles from the South Pole, was found conclusive evidence that the climate of Antarctica was once temperate or even subtropical. Exhibit 4. Soviet scientists have reported finding evidence of tropical flora in Graham Land, another part of Antarctica, dating from the early Tertiary period, perhaps the Paleocene or the Eocene. Further evidence is provided by the discovery by British geologists of great fossil forests in Antarctica of the same type that grew on the Pacific coast of the United States 20 million years ago. This of course shows that after the earliest known Antarctic glaciation in the Eocene 60 million years ago, the continent did not remain glacial, but had later episodes of warm climate. Exhibit 5. On the 25th of December 1990, geologists Barry McKelvey and David Harwood were working 1,830 meters above sea level and 400 kilometers, about 250 miles, from the South Pole in Antarctica. The geologists discovered fossils from a deciduous southern beech forest dating between 2 and 3 million years ago. Exhibit 6. In 1986, the discovery of fossilized wood and plants showed that parts of Antarctica may have been ice-free as little as 2.5 million years ago. Further discoveries showed that some places on the continent were ice-free 100,000 years ago. Exhibit 7. As we heard in Part 1, sedimentary cores collected from the bottom of the Ross Sea by one of the Bird Antarctic expeditions provide conclusive evidence that great rivers carrying down fine, well-drained sediments did flow in this part of Antarctica until perhaps as late as 4000 BC. According to the report of Dr. Jack Hoff of the University of Illinois, the log of core N5 shows glacial marine sediment from the present to 6,000 years ago. From 6,000 to 15,000 years ago, the sediment is fine-grained, with the exception of one granule at about 12,000 years ago. This suggests an absence of ice from the area during that period, except perhaps for a stray iceberg 12,000 years ago. Exhibit 8. The Orontius Phineas world map reviewed in Part 1 accurately depicts the Ross Sea as it would look if it were free of ice, and in addition shows Antarctica's ranges of lofty coastal mountains with great rivers flowing from them where only mile-deep glaciers are to be found today. Charles Hapgood, The Path of the Pole, page 111 forward. It is rare that geological investigations receive important confirmation from archaeology. Yet in this case it seems that the matter of the deglaciation of the Ross Sea can be confirmed by an old map that has somehow survived many thousands of years. It was discovered and published in 1531 by the French geographer Orontius Phineas, and is part of his map of the world. It has been possible to establish the authenticity of this map. In several years of research, the projection of this ancient map was worked out. It was found to have been drawn on a sophisticated map projection with the use of spherical trigonometry, and to be so scientific that over 50 locations on the Antarctic continent have been found to be located on it with an accuracy that was not attained by modern cartographic science until the 19th century. And of course, when this map was first published in 1531, nothing at all was known of Antarctica. The continent was not discovered in modern times until about 1818, and was not fully mapped until after 1920. Exhibit 9, the Buache map, also reviewed in Part 1, accurately depicts the subglacial topography of Antarctica. Does it do so by chance, or might the continent indeed have been entirely ice-free, recently enough for the cartographers of a lost civilization to have mapped it? Exhibit 10, the reverse side of the coin. If the lands presently inside the Antarctic Circle were once temperate or tropical, what about lands inside the Arctic Circle? Were they affected by the same dramatic climate changes, suggesting that some common factor might have been at work? On the island of Spitsbergen, Svalbard, palm leaves 10 and 12 feet long have been fossilized, along with fossilized marine crustaceans of a type that could only inhabit tropical waters. This suggests that at one time, the temperatures of the Arctic Ocean were similar to the contemporary temperatures of the Bay of Bengal or the Caribbean Sea. Spitsbergen is halfway between the northern tip of Norway and the North Pole, at a latitude of 80 degrees north. Today, ships can reach Spitsbergen through the ice only about 2 or at the most 3 months during the year. There is firm fossil evidence that stands of swamp cypress flourished within 500 miles of the North Pole in the Miocene, between 20 million and 6 million years ago, and that water lilies flourished in Spitsbergen in the same period. The Miocene floras of Grinnell Land and Greenland and Spitsbergen all required temperate climatic conditions with plentiful moisture. The water lilies of Spitsbergen would have required flowing water for the greater part of the year. In connection with the flora of Spitsbergen, it should be realized that the island is in polar darkness for half the year. It lies on the Arctic Circle, as far north of Labrador as Labrador is north of Bermuda. Some of the islands in the Arctic Ocean were never covered by ice during the last ice age. On Baffin Island, for example, 900 miles from the North Pole, alder and birch remains found in peat suggest a much warmer climate than today, less than 30,000 years ago. These conditions prevailed until 17,000 years ago. During the Wisconsin Ice Age, there was a temperate climate refuge in the middle of the Arctic Ocean for the flora and fauna that could not exist in Canada and the United States. Russian scientists have concluded that the Arctic Ocean was warm during most of the last ice age. A report by academicians Sachs, Belov, and Lapina, covering many phases of their oceanographic work, highlights the period from about 32,000 to about 18,000 years ago as being one during which particularly warm conditions prevailed. As we heard in Part 4, huge numbers of warm-blooded, temperate-adapted mammal species were instantly frozen, and their bodies preserved in the permafrost all across a vast zone of death, stretching from the Yukon through Alaska and deep into northern Siberia. The bulk of this destruction appears to have taken place during the 11th millennium BC, although there was an earlier episode of large-scale extinctions around 13,500 BC. We also heard in chapter 27 that the last ice age came to an end between 15,000 and 8,000 BC, but principally between 14,500 and 12,500 BC, with a further outburst of extraordinarily intense activity in the 11th millennium BC. During this geologically brief period of time, glaciation up to 2 miles deep, covering millions of square miles, which had taken more than 40,000 years to build up, suddenly and inexplicably melted. It must be obvious that this could not have been the result of the gradually acting climatic factors usually called upon to explain ice ages. The rapidity of the deglaciation suggests that some extraordinary factor was affecting climate. The icy executioner. Some extraordinary factor was affecting climate? Was it a 30-degree, one-piece shift of the lithosphere that abruptly terminated the ice age in the northern hemisphere by pushing the most heavily glaciated areas southwards from the northern pole of the spin axis? If so, why shouldn't the same 30-degree one-piece shift of the lithosphere have swiveled a largely deglaciated 6 million square mile southern hemisphere continent from temperate latitudes to a position directly over the southern pole of the spin axis? On the issue of the movability of Antarctica, we now know that it is movable, and more to the point that it has moved, because trees have grown there, and trees simply cannot grow at latitudes which suffer 6 months of continual darkness. What we do not know, and may never know for certain, is whether this movement was a consequence of Earth crust displacement, or of continental drift, or of some other unguessed-at factor. Let us consider Antarctica for a moment. We've already seen that it's big. It has a land area of 5.5 million square miles, and is presently covered by something in excess of 7 million cubic miles of ice, weighing an estimated 19 quadrillion tons. That's 19 followed by 15 zeros. What worries the theories of Earth crust displacement is that this vast ice cap is remorselessly increasing in size and weight at the rate of 293 cubic miles of ice each year, almost as much as if Lake Ontario were frozen solid annually and added to it. The fear is that when it is coupled with the effects of precession, obliquity, orbital eccentricity, the Earth's own centrifugal motion, and the gravitational tug of the Sun, Moon, and planets, Antarctica's huge, ever-expanding burden of glaciation could provide the final trigger factor for a massive displacement of the crust. The growing southern pole ice cap, wrote Hugh Auchincloss-Brown somewhat colourfully in 1967, has become a stealthy, silent, and relentless force of nature, a result of the energy created by its eccentric rotation. The ice cap is the creeping peril, the deadly menace, and the executioner of our civilization. Did this executioner cause the end of the last ice age in the northern hemisphere by setting in motion a 7,000-year shift of the crust between 15,000 BC and 8,000 BC, a shift that was perhaps at its most rapid and would have had its most devastating effects between 14,500 BC and 10,000 BC? Or were the sudden and dramatic climate changes experienced in the northern hemisphere during this period the result of some other catastrophic agency, simultaneously capable of melting millions of cubic miles of ice and of sparking off the worldwide increase in volcanism that accompanied the meltdown? Modern geologists are opposed to catastrophes, or rather to catastrophism, preferring to follow the uniformitarian doctrine that existing processes, acting as at present, are sufficient to account for all geological changes. Catastrophism, on the other hand, holds that changes in the Earth's crust have generally been effected suddenly by physical forces. Is it possible, however, that the mechanism responsible for the traumatic Earth changes which took place at the end of the last ice age could have been a geological event, both catastrophic and uniform? Great biologist Sir Thomas Huxley remarked in the 19th century, "To my mind, there appears to be no sort of theoretical antagonism between catastrophism and uniformitarianism. On the contrary, it is very conceivable that catastrophes may be part and parcel of uniformity. Let me illustrate my case by an analogy. The working of a clock is a model of uniform action. Good timekeeping means uniformity of action, but the striking of a clock is essentially a catastrophe. The hammer might be made to blow up a barrel of gunpowder, or turn on a deluge of water, and by proper arrangements, the clock, instead of marking the hours, might strike at all sorts of irregular intervals, never twice alike in the force or number of its blows. Nevertheless, all these irregular and apparently lawless catastrophes would be the result of an absolutely uniformitarian action, and we might have two schools of clock theorists, one studying the hammer and the other the pendulum. Could continental drift be the pendulum? Could Earth crust displacement be the hammer? Mars and Earth. Crustal displacements are thought to have taken place on other planets. In the December 1985 issue of Scientific American, Peter H. Schultz drew attention to meteorite impact craters visible on the Martian surface. Craters in polar areas have a distinctive signature because the meteorites land amid the thick deposits of dust and ice that accumulate there. Outside the present polar circles of Mars, Schultz found two other such areas. These zones are antipodal. They are on opposite faces of the planet. The deposits show many of the processes and characteristics of today's poles, but they lie near the present-day equator. What could have caused this effect? Judging from the evidence, Schultz put forward the theory that the mechanism appeared to have been the movement of the entire lithosphere, the solid outer portion of the planet as one plate. This movement seems to have taken place in rapid spurts, followed by long pauses. If crustal displacements can happen on Mars, why not on Earth? And if they don't happen on Earth, how do we account for the otherwise awkward fact that not a single one of the ice caps built up around the world during previous ice ages seems to have occurred at or even near either of the present poles? On the contrary, land areas bearing the marks of former glaciation are very widely distributed. If we cannot assume crustal shifts, we must find some other way to explain why the ice caps appear to have reached sea level within the tropics on 3 continents, Asia, Africa, and Australia. Charles Hapgood's solution to this problem is simple, extremely elegant, and does not affront common sense. The only ice age, he wrote, that is adequately explained is the present ice age in Antarctica. This is excellently explained. It exists, quite obviously, because Antarctica is at the pole, and for no other reason. No variation of the sun's heat, no galactic dust, no volcanism, no subcrustal currents, and no arrangements of land elevations or sea currents account for the fact. We may conclude that the best theory to account for an ice age is that the area concerned was at the pole. We thus account for the Indian and African ice sheets, though the areas once occupied by them are now in the tropics. We account for all ice sheets of continental size in the same way. The logic is close to inescapable. Either we have to accept that the Antarctic ice cap is the first continent-sized ice sheet ever to have been situated at a pole, which seems improbable, or we are obliged to suppose that Earth crust displacement or a similar mechanism must have been at work. Memories of the polar dawn. Our ancestors may have preserved in their most ancient traditions memories of a displacement. We heard some of these memories in Part 4, cataclysm myths that appear to be eyewitness accounts of the series of geological disasters which accompanied the end of the last ice age in the northern hemisphere. There are other myths too, which may have come down to us from that epoch between 15,000 and 10,000 BC. Among these are several, which speak of lands of the gods and of former paradises, all of which are described as being in the south, for example the Tar-Nitaru of the Egyptians, and many of which seem to have experienced polar conditions. The great Indian epic, Mahabharata, speaks of Mount Meru, the land of the gods. At Meru, the sun and moon go round from left to right every day, and so do all the stars. The mountain, by its lustre, so overcomes the darkness of night that the night can hardly be distinguished from the day. The day and night are together equal to a year to the residents of the place. Similarly, as the listener will recall from chapter 25, Ariana Vallejo, the mythical paradise and former homeland of the Avestic Aryans of Iran, seems to have been rendered uninhabitable by the sudden onset of glaciation. In later years, it was spoken of as a place in which the stars, the moon, and the sun are only once a year seen to rise and set, and a year seems only as a day. In the Surya Siddhanta, an ancient Indian text, we read, "The gods behold the sun after it has once risen for half a year." The seventh mandala of the Rig Veda contains a number of dawn hymns. One of these says that the dawn has raised its banner on the horizon with its usual splendor, and reports in verse 3 that a period of several days elapsed between the first appearance of the dawn and the rising of the sun that followed it. Another passage states, "Many were the days between the first beams of the dawn and actual sunrise." Are these eyewitness accounts of polar conditions? Although we can never be sure, it may be relevant that in Indian tradition, the Vedas are believed to be revealed texts, passed down from the time of the gods. It may also be relevant that in describing the process of transmission, all the traditions refer to the pralayas, cataclysms, which occasionally overtake the world, and claim that in each of these the written scriptures are physically destroyed. After each destruction, however, certain rishis, or wise men, survive who repromulgate, at the beginning of the new age, the knowledge inherited by them as a sacred trust from their forefathers in the preceding age. Each manvantara, or age, thus has a Veda of its own, which differs only in expression and not in sense from the antediluvian Veda. An epoch of turmoil and darkness. As every schoolboy geographer understands, true north, the North Pole, is not quite the same thing as magnetic north, the direction compass needles point. Indeed, the magnetic North Pole is presently situated in northern Canada, about 11 degrees from the true North Pole. Recent advances in the study of paleomagnetism have proved that the Earth's magnetic polarity has reversed itself more than 170 times during the past 80 million years. What causes these field reversals? While he was teaching at the University of Cambridge, the geologist S.K. Runcorn published an article in Scientific American which made a pertinent point. There seems no doubt, he wrote, that the Earth's magnetic field is tied up in some way to the rotation of the planet, and this leads to a remarkable finding about the Earth's rotation itself. The unavoidable conclusion is that the Earth's axis of rotation has changed also. In other words, the planet has rolled about, changing the location of the geographical poles. Runcorn appears to be envisaging a complete 180-degree flip of the poles, with the Earth literally tumbling, although similar paleomagnetic readings would result from a slippage of the crust over the geographical poles. Either way, the consequences for civilization, and indeed for all life, would be unimaginably dreadful. Of course, Runcorn may be wrong. Perhaps field reversals can occur in the absence of any other upheavals, but he may also be right. According to reports published in Nature and New Scientist, the last geomagnetic reversal was completed just 12,400 years ago, during the 11th millennium BC. This is, of course, the very millennium in which the ancient Tiwanakan civilization in the Andes seems to have been destroyed. The same millennium is signaled by the alignments and design of the great astronomical monuments on the Giza Plateau, and by the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And it was in the 11th millennium BC that Egypt's precocious agricultural experiments suddenly failed. Likewise, it was in the 11th millennium BC that huge numbers of large mammal species all around the world vanished into extinction. The list could continue. Abrupt rises in sea level, hurricane-force winds, electrical storms, volcanic disturbances, and so on. Scientists expect the next reversal of the Earth's magnetic poles to occur around AD 2030. Is this an intimation of planetary disaster? After 12,500 years of the pendulum, is the hammer about to strike? Exhibit 11. Yves Rocard, professor of the Faculty of Sciences at Paris. Our modern seismographs are sensitive to the noise of limited agitation at every point in the Earth, even in the absence of any seismic wave. One may, in this noise, discern a man-made vibration, for example a train 4 kilometers away or a big city 10 kilometers off, and also an atmospheric effect from changing pressure of the wind on the soil. And sometimes one registers also the effects of great storms at a distance, yet there remains a continued rolling noise of cracklings in the Earth, which owes nothing to any such cause. Exhibit 12. The North Pole moved 10 feet in the direction of Greenland along the meridian of 45 degrees west longitude during the period from 1900 to 1960, a rate of 6 centimeters, about 2.5 inches a year. Between 1900 and 1968, however, the pole moved about 20 feet. The pole therefore moved 10 feet between 1960 and 1968 at a rate of about 10 centimeters, 4 inches a year. If both these observations were accurate when made, as we have every right to expect in view of the eminence of the scientists involved, then we have here evidence that the lithosphere may be in motion at the present time, and that it is experiencing a geometrical acceleration of the rate of motion. Exhibit 13. USA Today, Wednesday, the 23rd of November, 1994, page 9D. Interactive in Antarctica. Students link with South Pole scientists. A live broadcast from the South Pole featuring Elizabeth Felton, a 17-year-old graduate of Chicago public schools, will take place on the 10th of January. Felton will use U.S. Geological Survey data to reposition the copper marker designating the Earth's geographic South Pole to compensate for the annual slippage of the ice sheet. Is it just the ice sheet that is slipping, or is the entire crust of the Earth in motion? And was it just an unusual interactive education project that took place on the 10th of January 1995? Or was Elizabeth Felton unknowingly documenting the continued geometrical acceleration of the rate of motion of the crust? Scientists don't think so, as we'll hear in the final chapter, however. The coming century is signalled in a remarkable convergence of ancient prophecies and traditional beliefs as an epoch of unprecedented turmoil and darkness, in which iniquity will be worked in secret, and the fifth sun and the fourth world will come to an end. Exhibit 14. Kobe, Japan, Tuesday the 17th of January, 1995. The suddenness with which the earthquake struck was almost cruel. One moment, we were fast asleep. An instant later, the floor, the entire building, had turned to jelly. And this is no gently undulating liquid motion. This is jarring, gut-wrenching shuddering of awesome proportions. You are in bed, the safest place in the world. Your bed is on the floor, what you used to think of as solid ground. And with no warning, the world has turned into a sickening roller coaster ride, and you want to get off. Possibly the most frightening part is the sound. This is not the dull rumble of thunder. This is a deafening, roaring sound, coming from everywhere and nowhere, and it sounds like the end of the world. That's an eyewitness report on the Kobe earthquake by Dennis Kessler, writing in The Guardian, London, on the 18th of January 1995. The tremor lasted 20 seconds, registering 7.2 on the Richter scale, and killed more than 5,000 people. Chapter 52. Like a thief in the night. There are certain structures in the world, certain ideas, certain intellectual treasures that are truly mysterious. I'm beginning to suspect that the human race may have placed itself in grave jeopardy by failing to consider the implications of these mysteries. We have the ability, unique in the animal kingdom, to learn from the experiences of our predecessors. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for example, 2 generations have grown to adulthood in awareness of the horrific destruction that nuclear weapons unleash. Our children will be aware of this too, without experiencing it directly, and they will pass it on to their children. Theoretically, therefore, the knowledge of what atom bombs do has become part of the permanent historical legacy of mankind. Whether we choose to benefit from that legacy or not is up to us. Nevertheless, the knowledge is there, should we wish to use it, because it has been preserved and transmitted in written records, in film archives, in allegorical paintings, in war memorials, and so on. Not all testimony from the past is accorded the same stature as the records of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. On the contrary, like the canonical Bible, the body of knowledge that we call history is an edited cultural artifact, from which much has been left out. In particular, references to human experiences prior to the invention of writing around 5,000 years ago have been omitted in their entirety, and myth has become a synonym for delusion. Suppose it is not delusion. Suppose that a tremendous cataclysm were to overtake the Earth today, obliterating the achievements of our civilization and wiping out almost all of us. Suppose, to paraphrase Plato, that we were forced by this cataclysm to begin again like children, in complete ignorance of what happened in early times. Under such circumstances, 10 or 12,000 years from now, with all written records and film archives long since destroyed, what testimony might our descendants still preserve concerning the events at the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 of the Christian era? It is easy to imagine how they might speak in mystical terms of explosions that gave off a terrible glare of light and immense heat, nor would we be too surprised to find that they might have formulated a mythical account something like this. The flames of the Brahmastra-charged missiles mingled with each other, and surrounded by fiery arrows, they covered the earth, heaven, and space between, and increased the conflagration like the fire and the sun at the end of the world. All beings who were scorched by the Brahmastras and saw the terrible fire of their missiles felt that it was the fire of Pralaya, the cataclysm that burns down the world. And what of the Enola Gay, which carried the Hiroshima bomb? How might our descendants remember that strange aircraft, and the squadrons of others like it, that swarmed through the skies of planet Earth during the 20th century of the Christian era? Isn't it possible, probable even, that they might preserve traditions of celestial cars, and heavenly chariots, and spacious flying machines, and even of aerial cities? If they did, would they perhaps speak of such wonders in mythical terms, a little like these? O you, Uparikaravasu, the spacious aerial flying machine will come to you, and you alone of all mortals seated on that vehicle will look like a deity. Visvakarma, the architect of the gods, built aerial vehicles for the gods. O you, descendant of the Kurus, that wicked fellow came on that all-traversing automatic flying vehicle known as the Sabapura and pierced me with weapons. He entered into the favourite divine place of Indra and saw thousands of flying vehicles intended for the gods lying at rest. The gods came in their respective flying vehicles to witness the battle between Kripakarya and Arjuna. Even Indra, the lord of heaven, came with a special type of flying vehicle which could accommodate 33 divine beings. All these quotes have been taken from the Bhagavata Purana and from the Mahabharata, 2 drops in the ocean of the ancient wisdom literature of the Indian subcontinent, and such images are replicated in many other archaic traditions. To give one example, as we heard in chapter 42, the pyramid texts are replete with anachronistic images of flight. The king is a flame, moving before the wind to the end of the sky and to the end of the earth. The king travels the air and traverses the earth. There is brought to him a way of ascent to the sky. Is it possible that the constant references in archaic literatures to something like aviation could be valid historical testimony concerning the achievements of a forgotten and remote technological age? We will never know unless we try to find out, and so far we haven't tried, because our rational scientific culture regards myths and traditions as unhistorical. No doubt many are unhistorical, but at the end of the investigation that underlies this book, I'm certain that many others are not. Here is a scenario. Suppose that we had calculated, on the basis of sound evidence and beyond any shadow of a doubt, that our civilization was soon to be obliterated by a titanic geological cataclysm, a 30-degree displacement of the Earth's crust, for example, or a head-on collision with a 10-mile-wide nickel-iron asteroid travelling towards us at cosmic speed. Of course, there would at first be much panic and despair. Nevertheless, if there were sufficient advance warning, steps would be taken to ensure that there would be some survivors, and that some of what was most valuable in our high scientific knowledge would be preserved for the benefit of future generations. Strangely enough, the Jewish historian Josephus, who wrote during the 1st century AD, attributes precisely this behaviour to the clever and prosperous inhabitants of the antediluvian world who lived before the flood, in a happy condition without any misfortunes falling upon them. They also were the inventors, Josephus wrote, of that peculiar sort of wisdom which is concerned with the heavenly bodies and their order, and that their inventions might not be lost upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed at one time by the force of fire, and at another time by the violence and quantity of water. They made 2 pillars, one of brick, the other of stone. They inscribed their discoveries upon them both, that in case the pillar of brick should be destroyed by the flood, the pillar of stone might remain and exhibit these discoveries to mankind, and also inform them that there was another pillar of brick erected by them. Likewise, when the Oxford astronomer John Greaves visited Egypt in the 17th century, he collected ancient local traditions which attributed the construction of the 3 Giza pyramids to a mythical antediluvian king. The occasion of this, Greaves wrote, was because he saw in his sleep that the whole earth was turned over, with the inhabitants of it lying upon their faces, and the stars falling down and striking one another with a terrible noise. And he awaked with great fear, and assembled the chief priests of all the provinces of Egypt. He related the whole matter to them, and they took the altitude of the stars, and made their prognostication, and they foretold of a deluge. The king said, "Will it come to our country?" They answered, "Yes, and will destroy it." And there remained a certain number of years to come, and he commanded in the mean space to build the pyramids. And he engraved in these pyramids all things that were told by wise men, and also all profound sciences, the science of astrology, and of arithmetic, and of geometry, and of physic. All this may be interpreted by him that knows their characters and language. Taken at face value, the message of both these myths seems crystal clear. Certain mysterious structures scattered around the world were built to preserve and transmit the knowledge of an advanced civilization of remote antiquity that was destroyed by a terrifying upheaval. Could this be so? And what are we to make of other strange traditions that have come to us from the dark vault of prehistory? What are we to make, for example, of the Popol Vuh, which speaks in veiled language about a great secret of the human past? A long-forgotten golden age, when everything was possible, a magical time of scientific progress and enlightenment, when the first men, who were endowed with intelligence, not only measured the round face of the earth, but examined the 4 points of the arch of the sky. As the listener will recall, the gods became jealous at the rapid progress made by these upstart humans, who had succeeded in seeing, succeeded in knowing, all that there is in the world. Divine retribution quickly followed. The heart of heaven blew mist into their eyes. In this way, all the wisdom and all the knowledge of the first men, together with their memory of their origin and their beginning, were destroyed. The secret of what happened was never entirely forgotten, because a record of those distant first times was preserved, until the coming of the Spaniards, in the sacred texts of the original Popol Vuh. The abuses of the conquest made it necessary for that primordial document to be concealed from all but the most highly initiated sages, and replaced with a watered-down substitute, written under the law of Christianity. No longer can be seen the book of Popol Vuh, which the kings had in olden times. The original book, written long ago, existed, but now its site is hidden to the searcher and to the thinker. On the other side of the world, among the myths and traditions of the Indian subcontinent, there are further tantalizing suggestions of hidden secrets. In the Puranic version of the universal flood story, shortly before the deluge was unleashed, the fish god Vishnu warned his human protege that he should conceal the sacred scriptures in a safe place, to preserve the knowledge of the antediluvian races from destruction. Likewise in Mesopotamia, the Noah figure, Utnapishtim, was instructed by the god Ea to take the beginning, the middle, and the end of whatever was consigned to writing, and then to bury it in the city of the sun at Sippara. After the waters of the flood had gone, survivors were instructed to make their way to the site of the city of the sun to search for the writings, which would be found to contain knowledge of benefit to future generations of mankind. Strangely enough, it was the city of the sun in Egypt, Inu, known by the Greeks as Heliopolis, which was regarded throughout the dynastic period as the source and center of the high wisdom handed down to mortal men from the fabled first time of the gods. It was at Heliopolis that the pyramid texts were collated, and it was the Heliopolitan priesthood, or rather the Heliopolitan cult, that had custody of the monuments of the Giza necropolis. More than just Kilroy was here. Let us return to our scenario. 1. We know that our technological post-industrial civilization is about to be destroyed by an inescapable cosmic or geological cataclysm. 2. We know, because our science is pretty good, that the destruction is going to be near total. 3. Mobilizing massive technological resources, we put our best minds to work to ensure that at least a remnant of our species will survive the catastrophe, and that the core of our scientific, medical, astronomical, geographical, architectural, and mathematical knowledge will be preserved. 4. We are of course aware how slim are our chances of succeeding on both counts. Nevertheless, galvanized by the prospect of extinction, we make an almighty effort to build the arks or vars or strong enclosures in which the chosen survivors can be protected, and we focus our considerable ingenuity on ways to transmit the essence of the knowledge we have accumulated during the 5,000 years of our recorded history. We start by preparing for the worst. We assume that there will be survivors, but that they will be blasted back into the Stone Age by the cataclysm. Realizing that it may take 10 or 12,000 years for a civilization as advanced as our own to rise again, like a phoenix from the ashes, one of our top priorities is to find a way to communicate with that postulated future civilization. At the least, we would want to say to them, Kilroy was here, and to be sure they got the message, no matter what language they spoke or what ethical, religious, ideological, metaphysical, or philosophical leanings their society might exhibit. I'm sure we'd want to say more than just Kilroy was here. We'd want, for example, to tell them, those distant grandchildren of ours, when we had lived in relation to their time. How could we do that? How could we express, say, AD 2012 of the Christian era in a language universal enough to be worked out and understood 12,000 years hence by a civilization that would know nothing of the Christian or of any of the other eras by which we express chronology? One obvious solution would be to make use of the beautiful predictability of the Earth's axial precession, which has the effect of slowly and regularly altering the declination of the entire star field in relation to a viewer at a fixed point, and which equally slowly and regularly revolves the equinoctial point in relation to the 12 zodiacal constellations. From the predictability of this motion, it follows that if we can find a way to declare we lived when the vernal equinox was in the constellation of Pisces, we will provide a means of specifying our epoch to within a single 2,160-year period in every grand precessional cycle of 25,920 years. The only drawback to this scheme would become evident if a civilization equivalent to our own failed to arise within 12,000 or even 20,000 or 30,000 years. In that case, a monument or calendrical device declaring we lived when the vernal equinox was in the constellation of Pisces would no longer be unambiguous. If discovered by a high culture, flourishing at the very beginning of a future age of Sagittarius, for example, it could be read as meaning we lived 4,320 years before your time. That is 2 full precessional months prior to the Sagittarian age, the 2,160-year months of Aquarius and Capricorn. But it could also mean we lived 30,240 years before your time. That is those 2 months plus the full previous precessional cycle of 25,920 years. The Sagittarian archaeologists would not only have to use their wits to work out the meaning of the message, that is, we lived when the vernal equinox was in Pisces, but would need to decide from other clues which age of Pisces we had lived in the most recent, or the one in the previous precessional cycle, or perhaps even the cycle before that. Geology would naturally be of assistance in making such broad judgments. The civilizers. If we could find a way of saying we lived in the age of Pisces, and could specify the altitude above the horizon of certain identifiable stars in our own epoch, say the prominent belt stars of the Orion constellation, we would be able to signal our dates to future generations with greater precision. Alternatively, we could do as the builders of the Giza pyramids appear to have done, and lay out our monuments in a pattern on the ground, reflecting exactly the pattern of the stars in the sky in our time. There would be several other options and combinations of options open to us, depending on our circumstances, on the level of technology available to us, on the extent of the early warning we were given, and on which chronological facts we wanted to transmit. Suppose, for example, that there was not time to make proper preparations prior to the catastrophe. Suppose that the disaster, like the day of the Lord in 2 Peter 3, crept up on us unseen, as a thief in the night. What prospects might humanity be faced with? Whether as the result of an asteroid strike, or an Earth crust displacement, or some other cosmic or geological cause, let us assume 1. Massive devastation all around the world. 2. The survival of only relatively small numbers of people, the majority of whom rapidly revert to barbarism. 3. The presence, among this remnant, of a minority of well-organized visionaries, including master builders, scientists, engineers, cartographers, mathematicians, medical doctors, and the like, who dedicate themselves to salvaging what they can and finding ways to transmit the knowledge to the future for the benefit of those who might eventually understand it. Let us call these hypothetical visionaries the civilizers. As they banded together, at first to survive, later to teach and to share ideas, they might take on something of the manner and belief systems of a religious cult, developing a clear sense of mission and of shared identity. No doubt they would make use of powerful and easily recognizable symbols to strengthen and express this sense of common purpose. The men might wear distinctive beards, for example, or shave their heads, and certain archetypal imagery, like the cross and the serpent and the dog, might be used to link the members of the cult together as they set out on their civilizing missions to relight the lamps of knowledge around the world. I suspect, if the situation were bad enough after the cataclysm, that many of the civilizers would fail, or meet with only limited success. But let us suppose that one small group had the skill and dedication sufficient to create a lasting and stable beachhead, perhaps in a region which had suffered relatively little damage in the disaster. Then let us suppose that some other unexpected disaster were to occur, an aftershock, or series of aftershocks from the original catastrophe perhaps, and the beachhead was almost totally annihilated. What might happen next? What might be salvaged from this wreckage of a wisdom cult, which had itself been salvaged from a greater wreck? Transmitting the essence. If the circumstances were right, it seems possible that the essence of the cult might survive, carried forward by a nucleus of determined men and women. I suspect, too, with the proper motivation and indoctrination techniques, plus a means of recruiting new members from among the half-savage local inhabitants, that such a cult might perpetuate itself almost indefinitely. This could happen, however, only if its members, like the Jews awaiting the Messiah, were prepared to bide their time, for thousands and thousands of years, until they felt confident that the moment had come to declare themselves. If they did that, and if their sacred objective were indeed to preserve and transmit knowledge to some evolved future civilization, it is easy to imagine how the cult members might be described in terms similar to those used for the Egyptian wisdom god Thoth, who was said to have succeeded in understanding the mysteries of the heavens, and to have revealed them by inscribing them in sacred books, which he then hid here on earth, intending that they should be searched for by future generations, but found only by the fully worthy. What might the mysterious books of Thoth have been? Is it necessary to suppose that all the information they were purported to contain should have been transmitted in book form? Is it not worth wondering, for example, whether Professors de Santillana and von Deschent might have earned their place among the fully worthy when they decoded the advanced scientific language embedded in the great universal myths of precession? In so doing, is it not possible that they might have stumbled upon one of the metaphorical books of Thoth and read the ancient science inscribed upon its pages? Likewise, what about Poznański's discoveries at Tiwanaku and Hapgood's maps? What about the new understanding that is dawning concerning the geological antiquity of the Sphinx at Giza? What about the questions raised by the gigantic blocks used in the construction of the Vali and mortuary temples? What about the secrets now being teased one by one from the astronomical alignments and dimensions and concealed chambers of the pyramids? If these too are readings from the metaphorical books of Thoth, it would seem that the numbers of the fully worthy are increasing, and that new and even more startling revelations may soon be at hand. To return briefly, and for the last time, to our evolving scenario. 1. At the beginning of the 21st century of the Christian era, near the cusp of the age of Pisces and the age of Aquarius, civilization, as we know it, is destroyed. 2. Among the devastated survivors, a few hundred or a few thousand individuals band together to preserve and transmit the fruits of their culture's scientific knowledge into a distant and uncertain future. 3. These civilizers split into small groups and spread across the globe. 4. By and large, they fail and perish. Nevertheless, in certain areas, some do succeed in making a lasting cultural impression. 5. After thousands of years, and perhaps several false starts, a branch of the original wisdom cult influences the emergence of a fully fledged civilization. Of course, the parallel for this last category is once again to be found in Egypt. I would seriously propose, as a hypothesis for further testing, that a scientific wisdom cult, made up of the survivors of a great lost maritime civilization, could perhaps have established itself in the Nile Valley as early as the 14th millennium BC. The cult would have been based at Heliopolis, Giza, and Abydos, and perhaps at other centers as well, and would have initiated Egypt's early agricultural revolution. Later, however, beaten down by the huge floods and other disturbances of the earth which took place in the 11th millennium BC, the cult would have been obliged to cut its losses and withdraw until the turmoil of the Ice Age was over, never knowing whether its message would survive the subsequent dark epochs. Under such circumstances, the hypothesis suggests that a huge and ambitious building project would have been one way cult members could preserve and transmit scientific information into the future, independently of their physical survival. In other words, if the buildings were large enough, capable of enduring through immense spans of time, and encoded through and through with the cult's message, there would be hope that the message would be decoded at some future date, even if the cult had by then long since ceased to exist. The hypothesis proposes that this is what the enigmatic structures on the Giza Plateau are all about. 1. That the Great Sphinx is indeed, as we've argued in previous chapters, an equinoctial marker for the age of Leo, indicating a date in our own chronology between 10,970 BC and 8,810 BC. 2. That the three principal pyramids are indeed laid out in relation to the Nile Valley to mimic the precise dispositions of the three stars of Orion's belt in relation to the course of the Milky Way in 10,450 BC. This is a pretty effective means of specifying the epoch of the 11th millennium BC by using the phenomenon of precession, which has been rightly described as the only true clock of our planet. Confusingly, however, we also know that the Great Pyramid incorporates star shafts, locked into Orion's belt and Sirius at around 2,450 BC. The hypothesis resolves the anomaly of the missing years by supposing the star shafts to be merely the later work of the same long-lived cult that originally laid out the Giza ground plan in 10,450 BC. Naturally, the hypothesis also suggests that it was this same cult, towards the end of those 8,000 missing years, that provided the initiating spark for the sudden and fully formed emergence of the literate historical civilization of dynastic Egypt. What remains to be guessed at are the motives of the pyramid builders, who were presumably the same people as the mysterious cartographers who mapped the globe at the end of the last ice age in the northern hemisphere. If so, we might also ask why these highly civilized and technically accomplished architects and navigators were obsessed with charting the gradual glaciation of the enigmatic southern continent of Antarctica from the 14th millennium BC, when Hapgood calculates that the source map referred to by Philip Gouache was drawn up, down to the end of the 5th millennium BC. Could they have been making a permanent cartographical record of the slow obliteration of their homeland? And could their overwhelming desire to transmit a message to the future through a variety of different media, myths, maps, buildings, calendar systems, mathematical harmonies, have been connected to the cataclysms and earth changes that caused this loss? An urgent mission. The possession of a conscious, articulated history is one of the faculties that distinguishes human beings from animals. Unlike rats, say, or sheep, or cows, or pheasants, we have a past which is separate from ourselves. We therefore have the opportunity, as I've said, to learn from the experiences of our predecessors. Is it because we are perverse, or misguided, or simply stupid, that we refuse to recognize those experiences unless they come down to us in the form of bona fide historical records? And is it arrogance or ignorance which leads us to draw an arbitrary line separating history from prehistory at about 5,000 years before the present, defining the records of history as valid testimony and the records of prehistory as primitive delusions? At this stage in a continuing investigation, my instinct is that we may have put ourselves in danger by closing our ears for so long to the disturbing ancestral voices which reach us in the form of myths. This is more an intuitive than a rational feeling, but it is by no means unreasonable. My research has filled me with respect for the logical thinking, high science, deep psychological insights, and vast cosmographical knowledge of the ancient geniuses who composed those myths, and who, I'm now fully persuaded, descended from the same lost civilization that produced the map makers, pyramid builders, navigators, astronomers, and earth measurers, whose fingerprints we've been following across the continents and oceans of the earth. Since I have learned to respect those long-forgotten and still only hazily identified Newtons and Shakespeares and Einsteins of the last ice age, I think it would be foolish to disregard what they seem to be saying. And what they seem to be saying to us is this, that cyclical, recurrent, and near-total destructions of mankind are part and parcel of life on this planet, that such destructions have occurred many times before, and that they will certainly occur again. What, after all, is the remarkable calendrical system of the Mayas, if it is not a medium for transmitting exactly this message? What, if not vehicles for the same sort of bad news, are the traditions of the 4 previous suns, or sometimes of the 3 previous worlds, passed down in the Americas since time immemorial? By the same token, what might be the function of the great myths of precession, which speak not just of previous cataclysms, but of cataclysms to come, and which, through the metaphor of the cosmic mill, link these earthly disasters to disturbances in the heavens? Last, but by no means least, what burning motive impelled the pyramid builders to erect with such care the powerful and mysterious edifices on the Giza Plateau? Yes, they were saying Kilroy was here. And yes, they found an ingenious way to tell us when they were here. Of these things I have no doubt. I'm also impressed by the enormous lengths they went to provide us with convincing proof that theirs was a serious and scientifically advanced civilization. And I'm even more impressed by the sense of urgency of a vitally important mission that seems to have enlightened all their works and deeds. I go on intuition again, not on evidence. It's my guess that their underlying objective could have been to transmit a warning to the future, and that this warning could be to do with a global cataclysm, perhaps even a recurrence of the same cataclysm that so clearly devastated mankind at the end of the last ice age, when Noah saw that the earth had tilted, and that its destruction was near, and cried out in a bitter voice, "Tell me what is being done on the earth, that the earth is so afflicted and shaken." These words are from the Hebrew Book of Enoch, but similar afflictions and shakings have been foretold in all the Central American traditions that speak of the demise of the present epoch of the world, an epoch, as the listener will recall, in which the elders say that there will be a movement of the earth, and from this we shall all perish. The listener will also not have forgotten the date calculated by the ancient Maya calendar for the end of the current world age. The day will be 4 Ahau, 3 Kankin, and it will be ruled by the sun god, the 9th lord of the night. The moon will be 8 days old, and it will be the 3rd lunation in a series of 6. In the Mayan schemes of things, we are already living in the last days of the earth. In the Christian scheme of things too, the last days are understood to be upon us. According to the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania, this world will perish just as surely as did the world before the flood. Many things were foretold to occur during the last days, and all of these are being fulfilled. This means that the end of the world is near. Similarly, the Christian psychic Edgar Cayce prophesied in 1934 that around the year 2000, there will be a shifting of the poles. There will be upheavals in the Arctic and the Antarctic that will make for the eruption of volcanoes in the torrid areas. The upper portion of Europe will be changed in the twinkling of an eye. The earth will be broken up in the western portion of America. The greater portion of Japan must go into the sea. Curiously, the epoch of the year 2000, which figures in these Christian prophecies, also coincides with the last time, or highest point, in the great upward cycle of the belt stars of the Orion constellation, just as the epoch of the 11th millennium BC coincided with the first time, or lowest point of that cycle. Could the recondite influences of gravity, when combined with our planet's precessional wobble, the torsional effects of its axial rotation, and the rapidly growing mass and weight of the Antarctic ice cap, be enough to spark off a full-scale crustal displacement? We may never know, one way or another, unless it happens. Meanwhile, I don't think the Egyptian scribe Manetho was being less than literal when he spoke of a harsh and deadly cosmic power at work in the universe. Just as iron is likely to be attracted and led after the lodestone, Manetho wrote, but often turns away and is repelled in the opposite direction, so the salutary, good, and rational movement of the world at one time attracts, conciliates, and mollifies that harsh power, then again, when the latter has recovered itself, it overthrows the other and reduces it to helplessness. In short, through metaphors and allegories, I suspect the ancients may have tried to find many ways to tell us exactly when and why the hammer of global destruction is going to strike again. I therefore think, after 12,500 years of the pendulum, that it would only be wise for us to devote more of our resources to studying the signs and messages that have come down to us from that dark and terrifying period of amnesia which our species calls prehistory. A speeding up of physical research at the Giza Plateau would also be highly desirable, not only by Egyptologists determined to resist any threats to the scholarly status quo, but by eclectic teams of investigators who could bring some of the newer science to bear on the challenges of this most enigmatic and impenetrable of sites. The chlorine-36 rock exposure dating technique mentioned in Chapter 6, for example, looks like a particularly promising means of resolving the impasse over the antiquity of the pyramids and the Sphinx. Likewise, if the will is there, then a way can be found to get through to whatever lies beyond the little door concealed in the Great Pyramid 200 feet up the southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber. At the same time, serious efforts should be made to investigate the contents of the large, square-edged, and apparently man-made cavity in the bedrock, deep beneath the pores of the Sphinx, that was discovered when a seismic survey was carried out of the site in 1993. Last but not least, far away from Giza, I suspect that our efforts might also be repaid if we were to undertake a proper investigation of the subglacial landscapes of Antarctica, much the most likely continent to hide the complete remains of a lost civilization. If we could establish what destroyed that civilization, then we might be in a better position to save ourselves from a similar cataclysmic fate. In making these latter suggestions, I am of course fully aware that there are many who will be scornful and who will assert the uniformitarian view that all things will continue as they have done since the beginning of creation. But I'm also aware that such scoffers in the last days are those who for one reason or another are deaf to the testimony of our forgotten ancestors. As we've seen, this testimony appears to be trying to tell us that a hideous calamity has indeed descended upon mankind from time to time, that on each occasion it has afflicted us suddenly, without warning and without mercy, like a thief in the night, and that it will certainly recur at some point in the future, obliging us, unless we are well prepared, to begin again like orphaned children in complete ignorance of our true heritage. Walking in the Last Days. Hopi Indian Reservation, May 1994. Across the high plains of Arizona, for days and days and days, a desolate wind had been blowing. As we drove across those plains, towards the tiny village of Shungapovi, I went over in my mind all I had seen and done in the previous 5 years. My travels, my research, the false starts and dead ends I'd encountered, the lucky breaks, the moments when everything had come together, the moments when everything seemed about to fall apart. I travelled a long road to get here, I realised. Far longer than the 300-mile freeway that had whisked us up into these austere badlands from Phoenix, the state capital. Nor did I expect to return with any great degree of enlightenment. Nevertheless, I'd made this journey because the science of prophecy is still believed to be alive among the Hopi, Pueblo Indians, distantly related to the Aztecs of Mexico, whose numbers have been reduced by attrition and misery to barely 10,000. Like the ancient Maya, whose descendants all across the Yucatan are convinced that the end of the world is coming in the year 2000 y pico and a little, the Hopi believe that we are walking in the last days with a geological sword of Damocles hanging over us. According to their myths, as we heard in chapter 24, the first world was destroyed as a punishment for human misdemeanors by an all-consuming fire that came from above and below. The second world ended when the terrestrial globe toppled from its axis and everything was covered with ice. The third world ended in a universal flood. The present world is the fourth. Its fate will depend on whether or not its inhabitants behave in accordance with the Creator's plans. I had come to Arizona to see whether the Hopi thought we were behaving in accordance with the Creator's plans. The end of the world. The desolate wind, blowing across the high plains, shook and rattled the sides of the trailer home we sat in. Beside me was Santha, who'd been everywhere with me, sharing the risks and the adventures, sharing the highs and the lows. Sitting across from us was our friend Ed Ponist, a medical surgical nurse from Lansing, Michigan. A few years previously, Ed had worked on the reservation for a while, and it was thanks to his contacts that we were now here. On my right was Paul Sifke, a 96-year-old Hopi elder of the Spider Clan, and a leading spokesman of the traditions of his people. Beside him was his granddaughter, Melza Sifke, a handsome, middle-aged woman who had offered to translate. I have heard, I said, that the Hopi believe the end of the world is coming. Is this true? Paul Sifke was a small, wizened man, nut brown in colour, dressed in jeans and a cambric shirt. Throughout our conversation, he never once looked at me, but gazed intently ahead, as though he were searching for a familiar face in a distant crowd. Melza put my question to him, and a moment later translated her grandfather's reply. He says, "Why do you want to know?" I explained that there were many reasons. The most important was that I felt a sense of urgency. My research has convinced me that there was an advanced civilization, long, long ago, that was destroyed in a terrible cataclysm. I fear that our own civilization may be destroyed by a similar cataclysm. There followed a long exchange in Hopi, then this translation. He said that when he was a child, in the 1900s, there was a star that exploded, a star that had been up there in the sky for a long while, and he went to his grandfather and asked him to explain the meaning of this sign. His grandfather replied, "This is the way our own world will end, engulfed in flames. If people do not change their ways, then the spirit that takes care of this world will become so frustrated with us that he will punish the world with flames, and it will end just like that star ended." That was what his grandfather said to him, that the earth would explode, just like that exploding star. So the feeling is, I said, that this world will end in fire, and having viewed the world for the past 90 years, does he believe that the behaviour of mankind has improved or worsened? He says it has not improved. We're getting worse. So in his opinion, then, the end is coming. He said that the signs are already there to be seen. He said that nowadays, nothing but the wind blows, and that all we do is have a weapon pointed at one another. That shows how far apart we've drifted and how we feel towards each other now. There are no values anymore, none at all, and people live any way they want without morals or laws. These are the signs that the time has come. Melza paused in her translation, then added on her own account, "This terrible wind, it dries things out. It brings no moisture. The way we see it, this kind of climate is a consequence of how we're living today, not just us, but your people as well." I noticed that her eyes had filled with tears while she was talking. "I have a cornfield," she continued, "that's really dry, and I look up into the sky and try to pray for rain, but there is no rain, no clouds even. When we're like this, we don't even know who we are." There was a long moment of silence, and the wind rocked the trailer, blowing hard and steady across the mesa as evening fell around us. I said quietly, "Please ask your grandfather if he thinks that anything can now be done for the Hopi and for the rest of mankind." "The only thing he knows," Melza replied when she'd heard his answer, "is that so long as the Hopi do not abandon their traditions, they may be able to help themselves and to help others. They have to hold on to what they believed in the past. They have to preserve their memories. These are the most important things. But my grandfather wants to tell you also, and for you to understand, that this earth is the work of an intelligent being, a spirit, a creative and intelligent spirit that has designed everything to be the way it is. My grandfather says that nothing is here just by chance, that nothing happens by accident, whether good or bad, and that there is a reason for everything that takes place." At the millstone grinding. When human beings from around the globe and from many different cultures share a powerful and overwhelming intuition that a cataclysm is approaching, we are within our rights to ignore them. And when the voices of our distant ancestors, descending to us through myths and sacred architecture, speak to us of the physical obliteration of a great civilization in remote antiquity, and tell us that our own civilization is in jeopardy, we are entitled, if we wish, to stop up our ears. So it was, the Bible says, in the antediluvian world. For in those days, before the flood, people were eating, drinking, taking wives, taking husbands, right up to the moment that Noah went into the ark, and they suspected nothing till the flood came and swept all away. In the same manner, it has been prophesied that the next global destruction will fall upon us suddenly, at an hour we do not suspect, like lightning striking in the east and flashing far into the west. The sun will be darkened, the moon will lose its brightness, the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then, of 2 men in the fields, one is taken, one left, and of 2 women at the millstone grinding, one is taken, one left. What has happened before can happen again. What has been done before can be done again. And perhaps there is indeed nothing new under the sun.